Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description.
Limbs and ran wildly, rushing straight towards the new. The two behemoths fought each other in an instant. The one who has the upper hand is Nine Tails. After all, he is the strongest among the tailed beasts. It is more than enough to defeat a new that has only absorbed 2 cage-level strongmen. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was freed from the battle, was panting wildly. He looked at Rukawa, shocked. Nine Tails was subdued by this guy so easily, and it took less than half a day. How did he do it? Boss, there's something wrong with this guy. My chakra is being absorbed like crazy. As they were fighting, Nine Tails noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted loudly. Don't worry. Buy me some time. I'm going to give this guy a big beating. Rukawa closed his eyes, put his hands together, and the chakra in his body rushed wildly to the palms of his hands. Boss, are you done yet? I think the chakra this guy has absorbed has reached its limit, and he's going to explode. Nine Tails pinned New to the ground and shouted. What? That monster can explode by itself. Hearing Nine Tails' words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and swallowed hard. If such a large creature explodes, the entire Konoha will probably disappear from the ninja world. He turned his sights to Rukawa, hoping Rukawa could find a way to stop it. The others also looked at Rukawa, their eyes full of nervousness. All right. Rukawa exhaled lightly, with sweat oozing from his forehead. With both palms open, a small black ball slowly flew into the air. This was a planetary devastation that had gathered a lot of his chakra, and the power of the attack he had casually used before was on a completely different level. Boom. An even more terrifying suction force came, and even though he was far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his body was out of control and was about to fly in that direction. Hey, little devil, what are you doing? Why are you sealing me up too? UB******************************* D. Nine Tails, floating in the air, cursed at Rukawa. Shut up. If you curse again, I won't let you out later. Rukawa said coldly. Upon hearing this, Nine Tails' expression changed instantly, and he smiled and reminded. That's right, boss. I understand now. You must remember to let me out later. Rukawa looked up at the sky in silence. Kurama, when did you become so shameless? Soon, a rock ball larger than the original one took shape. From a distance, it looks like an asteroid, very shocking. The terrain in this area was directly changed. A huge pit appeared here. Rukawa collapsed, his eyes returning to normal, sweating profusely, and fell onto a smooth rock surface. He lay motionless, gasping for breath, looking exhausted. Huff, huff, huff. I'm so exhausted. This is the planetary devastation that I used all my strength to perform. All the chakra in my body has been drained. There is really not a drop left. Listening to Rukawa's whispers, Obito, hiding in the dark, frowned slightly. Are you trying to lure me out? Humph. Who do you think I am? I won't be fooled so easily. Obito snorted in his heart, the space twisted, and his figure disappeared. Huh, I've given him such a chance, why didn't Obito take it? He's too cowardly. After lying on the rock for a while, Obito still didn't come to attack him. Rukawa had no choice but to get up. The fish wouldn't take the bait, and he had no other choice. Patted my butt and was ready to go. Just as he jumped off the rock, an arm grabbed his shoulders from behind. The next moment, the space twisted violently, and an extremely strong suction force acted on him, trying to suck him into the Kamui space. How can this suction be so strong? It doesn't match the time it takes for Obito to release Kamui in the original story. Rukawa's face changed. The pulling force released by Obito Kamui was too great, far beyond his expectations. Heavenly hand power. Rukawa didn't want to waste even a tenth of a second and activated the Rinnegan instantly. At the moment before being sucked into Kamui space, he used the power of Rinnegan to escape from the predicament. What a pity. We were so close to success. Obito felt a little regretful. After he entered the Kamui space just now, he thought about it carefully. Decided to launch a sneak attack. After all, Rukawa rubbed out such a big star, so there must not be much chakra left in his body. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he doesn't solve the problem of Rukawa, he will not be able to sleep for several nights. Even if he fails, he has Kamui and can escape safely. Advertisement. But just in case, he made sufficient preparations in Kamui space before launching a sneak attack. To Mangekyo. Rukawa looked at Obito's appearance at this moment and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At this moment, the mask Obito was wearing on his face was not a shit yellow single-hole mask, but a white double-hole mask. Through the 2 holes in the mask, you can clearly see 2 Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan under Obito's mask. No wonder the suction was so strong just now. I almost flipped over. Looking into Obito's eyes, Rukawa understood. Obito with double Kamui and Obito with single Kamui are not on the same level of strength. Obito in the dual Kamui state can not only release Kamui remotely, but also launch Kamui very quickly. And he can activate Susanoo, which is an ability that Kamui Obito alone does not have. Youngster, you were able to dodge my attack, you are really good, Madara Suna, recognize you. But you said you don't have chakra anymore, that's obviously a lie, lying is not a good habit. Obito crossed his arms and scolded Rukawa in the tone of an elder scolding a younger person. Tisk. You, a sneak attacker from behind, dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara. You are so shameless. Uchiha Madara is not like you to sneak around and launch sneak attacks. Rukawa looked disdainful, then crossed his arms and exuded a strong aura, and said lightly. Also, I am the Uchiha ancestor, Otsutsuki Indra. Even here in Uchiha Madara, you have to call me ancestor. Who the hell are you? You are just a coward. You dare to show off to me. Laozi is even more pretentious than you. As he spoke, Rukawa exuded a haki aura and said coldly. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, so you must be my descendant. However, I now declare that you, an unworthy descendant, will be expelled from my ancestral family. You no longer have the Uchiha surname and are unworthy of being my descendant. Obito looked unhappy as Rukawa took advantage of him like crazy. As for Rukawa's claim that he was the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, he didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. Youngster, you've angered me. If I, Uchiha Madara, get angry, you'll die a miserable death. Obito said coldly, while his left eye Mangekyo activated. This is the eye that can release Kamui's attack remotely, and it is the one he just dug out from Kakashi's eye. With Hashirama cells, he can do plug and play with his eyes like Uchiha Madara. The space at Rukawa's chest was twisted. If he didn't dodge, a big hole would be torn in his chest by the twisted space. Heavenly hand power. Rukawa swapped positions with the gravel at Obito's feet and punched the king in the head at the same time. Space-time ninjutsu is the ability of his Rinnegan. It's really troublesome. Obito quickly put away his Mangekyo ability, otherwise his body would not be able to hollow. This is Kamui's weakness. The main body cannot be hollow when performing Kamui. Rukawa's fist went through Obito's head, and the man in front of him seemed to not exist at all, which looked a bit weird. It's useless, Junior, your attack on me has no effect at all. Obito folded his hands across his chest, standing still, showing the posture of a master. Yeah, Rukawa didn't care. Kamui could transfer the attacked part of his body to another dimension to avoid harm. It does seem confusing, but this is for other people who don't know Kamui. But for Rukawa, there are many ways to crack Kamui's calendar. Continuous normal punches. Rukawa kept a body length away from Obito, and then punched each other one after another. The punches came one after another, like a storm, and the fist shadows directly covered Obito's figure. No matter how fast you punch, it's all in vain. I advise you not to waste your energy. Fighting requires using your brain, Junior. Obito's voice was indifferent, and there was even disdain in his eyes. Thinking of cracking his Kamui using this method is simply a dream. Hee hee. Rukawa chuckled twice, didn't answer, and continued to punch Obito. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 8 minutes. Rukawa looked relaxed and showed no signs of being tired. The fists he swung out still carried the terrifying momentum that could smash everything, and each punch was faster than the last. Obito's expression finally changed. If he dared to release the hollow at this time, he would be hit by more than 100 fists on the spot. Just by looking at the power, you can tell that this fist is quite powerful. One punch can break a rock, but what will happen if you are hit by 100 punches? With double Kamui, he can stay hollow for 10 minutes, and now 8 minutes have passed. There are still 2 minutes left. If he doesn't find a way to escape from this terrifying fist shadow, then things will be really bad. Thinking of this, Obito became anxious, but he tried to keep his voice calm and said quickly. Young man, it's useless, don't waste your efforts. Making such a useless attack, it seems that your fighting wisdom is really quite stupid. Stop it, Junior, don't be so stupid. Uchiha is a genius in battle, don't tarnish his reputation as a genius. Advertisement. Oh, it seems you are almost reaching your limit. Hearing this, Rukawa punched a little faster, looked into Obito's eyes under the mask, and smiled brightly. In that case, let me tell you another good news. Hee hee, I can maintain this state for a whole day and night. Grass. 1 day and 1 night, are you kidding me? Obito cursed in his heart, but cold sweat broke out on his face. Although I know that 1 day and 1 night is an exaggeration, but looking at Rukawa's calm expression, he must have outlasted him. I only have 1 minute left to hollow. I can't let this stubborn guy waste any more time. I have to get out of here quickly. Obito no longer cared about his Uchiha Madara image. He tiptoed and quickly retreated, trying to stay away from the range of Rukawa's fist shadow. Oh, why did you run away? Didn't you say you were invincible? Rukawa taunted. While keeping up, he continued to attack Obito crazily, keeping the opponent covered by his fist shadow at all times. Damn, how come this guy is so fast? Obito gritted his teeth inwardly, he found that his speed was no match for Rukawa. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape Rukawa's fist. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Obito's body passed through the tree, and Rukawa smashed the tree. Obito was crossing a mountain, and Rukawa punched right through it. Obito's figure slowly sank into the ground, and Rukawa punched through the ground, following closely. If Obito keeps sinking, Rukawa says, he can punch his way to the other side of the earth. In short, no matter how Obito dodged or what other means he used, he could not get rid of Rukawa, and both sides always remained in a relatively static state. This B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** method, damn it. Obito cursed Rukawa in his heart for being a reckless man who actually used this method of continuous attack to break his Kamui. As the time in Kamui Hollow got closer to 10 minutes, Obito became more and more anxious. Uchiha Rukawa, let's stop here, you don't have to dwell on it. There is no deep hatred between you and me. I was wrong to attack you before, and I can apologize to you. As Obito ran away, he thought about Rukawa who was following closely behind him and wanted to surrender. There is no way. If Rukawa doesn't stop, he will really have to take hundreds of terrifying fists that can penetrate rocks. With his small body, he would be beaten into pieces in an instant. Although he has Hashirama cells in his body, his recovery and defense abilities are not comparable to those of ordinary ninjas. But facing such a fierce attack, there is no way to stop it. Misunderstanding. How dare you say that? You were the one who released 9 tails. And you were the one who released that D Danzo, too. And you took Izumi away, took Naruto away, and you come to tell me it's a misunderstanding. Hee. Rukawa sneered and punched even harder. Uchiha Rukawa, don't push me. Otherwise I will fight you to death. I am Uchiha Madara, and the means I possess are beyond your imagination. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Obito suddenly roared at the top of his lungs. Just to remind you, I was actually calculating the time just now. Your Mangekyo should be able to last for about 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 50 seconds have passed, and there are still 10 seconds left. No, after I finish saying this, it should only be 7 seconds. Rukawa responded calmly. B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************turned around, and punched Rukawa in the face. He chose to take the initiative to release the hollow. Anyway, there are only a few seconds left. It is better to take the initiative than to wait passively. Bang! This punch hit Rukawa's face solidly, and at the same time, the hollow Obito became a physical entity. Instantly, 014706521 Fulu 151,183,331. Blast blast blast. The terrifying fist shadows directly covered him, countless fists fell on him, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a moment, Obito's body was turned into a bloody mist, leaving nothing behind. Call. Rukawa closed his fist and took a deep breath. Click, click, click. Rukawa then condensed Susanoo arms, and the 2 purple skull-shaped arms waved like windmills. Boom boom boom. The surrounding trees, rocks, anything that could be used as a shelter was cleared away by Rukawa. Rukawa couldn't believe that one of the 2 most cowardly people in the ninja world would die so easily. Obito must have used Izanagi at the last second to release the hollow. This forbidden technique can reverse death and transform it into a dream. Of course, although this forbidden technique was misunderstood, the price was the permanent blindness of a Sharingan. A few minutes later, just as Rukawa expected, Obito suddenly appeared. Obito covered his blind left eye and looked at the flattened surroundings without any obstacles. His face was extremely ugly.
4 Steradian Chapter 85 Hashirama Cell. Rinnegan. Rukawa's terrifying power. Izanagi. Crush. Damn it, did he expect this? Knowing that I would cast Izanagi at the last moment. So clear all the obstacles around me, don't give me any chance to breathe. The Mangekyo he had just dug out from Kakashi's eye socket became completely blind after only a short time of use. The result of all this was that not far in front of him, there was a guy staring at him with great interest. Obito looked at Rukawa hatefully, and now that he had turned back into one eye, he felt extremely angry. But at the same time, I also felt regretful. If I had known earlier, I should not have made such a rash decision. We should retreat first. It won't be too late to make plans later after we have made our plans. The safest way to deal with Rukawa. He should have called Nagato who possessed the Rinnegan to come along, instead of recklessly attacking Rukawa alone. Now, not only did he lose a Mangekyo, but now facing the eager Rukawa, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. At this moment, Obito felt very regretful. Hey, is this Uchiha Madara? You look so miserable. Let me see what tricks you have. Rukawa said as he walked towards Obito. Wood-style cutting technique. Obito didn't waste any time and attacked Rukawa directly. He pointed his right hand at Rukawa, opened his palm, and countless wooden spikes shot out instantly, attacking Rukawa. You want to use these pieces of wood to block my view and then slip away? It's no use. Rukawa bent his fingers, and then flicked them hard, and an air bullet compressed ultimate shot out. He directly smashed through all the wooden spikes that were blocking him in front of him, revealing Obito behind him. However, Obito did not use Kamui to escape at this moment, because he knew how fast Rukawa was. He would be caught by Rukawa before he could escape into Kamui's space. But the most important thing is that Kamui is still cooling down at this moment. He has no way to escape into another dimension. Of course, Obito did not do nothing during the short period of time that Wood-style fought for. He dug out the blinded Sharingan and replaced it with a normal 3-tomo Sharingan. Under the terrifying repairing power of Hashirama's cells, the replacement eyes instantly fit in with his body. You changed it to a normal 3-tomo Sharingan. What are you planning to do? Are you going to use Izanagi again and stall for time with me? Rukawa looked at Obito, who had regained his eyes, and couldn't help but look puzzled, then sneered. It's just a meaningless dying struggle. It will only prolong your death. Your ending will not change at all. Obito exhaled and said in a low voice. Youngster, I admit that you are very strong, even surpassing me. The misunderstanding between us was only because of Danzo, he was the one who sent someone to cooperate with me. I have asked my people to help you find Danzo. I believe that it won't be long before Danzo's real body will be found. Then I will hand Danzo over to you, and our misunderstanding will be resolved, and there will be no need to fight any further. Just now, Obito has secretly informed White Zetsu to bring Danzo's real body here. Tisk tisk. It's Danzo again, why does everyone like to blame him? Obito's words made Rukawa sigh. Danzo, the Pot King, is indeed worthy of his reputation. Everyone wants to put a big pot on his head. Danzo has basically been destroyed by me, how could he send someone to cooperate with you? Are you treating me like a 3-year-old child? Rukawa sneered and moved. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the king. Crash. Obito swung out a black chain and lashed it towards Rukawa. Snap. The chain was broken easily. What a strong body, you can actually cut through steel with your bare hands. Obito quickly retreated, forming seals with his hands. Fire style hot fire. There's no point in struggling. Before Obito could perform any ninjutsu, Rukawa had already grabbed his neck, interrupted the spell, and lifted him up. At this moment, Obito's Kamui is still on cooldown. If he wants to use Hollow, he has to wait for a long time before he can grab it. I have already activated Izanagi. Your current attack is useless to me. Obito was not panicked when he was captured, but was very calm. Now, all he has to do is delay time, the longer the better. Only after Zetsu brings Danzo here will he have a chance to escape. So no matter what method he uses, he must drag it out until he can bring Danzo here. Tell me, why did you come here to provoke me? Do you think your life is too long? Rukawa asked curiously. He really couldn't understand why Obito would come out to plot against him out of nowhere. He had never provoked the Akatsuki Organization. That eye of yours is a Rinnegan, right? It is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths in the legend. CBFB. I am very interested in it, so I want to verify it. There is no malicious intention. Obito said hurriedly. I see. Rukawa understood. It seemed that Obito rescued Danzo just to test him. By the way, what did you say your name was? Advertisement? Rukawa asked this question out of nowhere. Uchiha Madara. Obito, who was addicted to role-playing, answered subconsciously. He then saw a glass ball the size of a tennis ball floating behind Rukawa, frowning and saying. What is this? Nothing, just used to record the scene. I suddenly thought of a fun game. Rukawa suddenly grinned at Obito. Anyway, if I kill you now, you will be resurrected in a moment. We might as well make good use of this time and cherish it, it will be a memory you will never forget. Rukawa's smile made Obito shudder in his heart, and an extremely bad feeling surged in his heart. What do you want to do? I warned you not to mess around. Everything you do to me now is meaningless. No, the next game will be very meaningful, don't worry. After saying that, Rukawa made a lightning-fast move and broke Obito's limbs in an instant. Are you trying to torture me? That's pointless, I'm invincible in Izanagi state. The damage I suffer will be directly transformed into dreams. Rukawa didn't say anything, but formed a seal to create 2 shadow clones. The shadow clones knew what the original was going to do, and all of them showed disgust on their faces. They backed away from Obito, indicating that they didn't want to do this job. However, under the tyranny of Rukawa's original body, the 2 shadow clones finally chose to surrender. A shadow clone held Obito to prevent him from falling. Another shadow clone came behind Obito and formed a hand seal. Obito suddenly felt a chill in his anus and knew what Rukawa was going to do. He wanted to resist and break free, but he was already disabled and couldn't break free at all. He could only shout hurriedly. 014706521 Filu 151,183,511. Stop, no. I beg you to stop, don't do this, Humph. It's no use begging me. I hope you'll be more careful in your next life and don't mess with me again. Rukawa said coldly, and then waved his hand violently. Shadow Clone received the order and stabbed Obito in the anus. Konoha Taijutsu secret technique, 1000 years of death. Puff. Hit the bull's eye. Obito's face first turned red, then purple, and he opened his mouth, letting out a shrill scream that resounded through the sky. The photo ball recorded this precious scene. Obito stared at Rukawa with hatred. He had never been insulted like this since he got Kamui. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Revenge. Revenge must be taken. At this moment, Obito's heart was filled with the flame of hatred, and his will to survive was extremely strong. Huh? You dare to glare at me? It seems you don't learn your lesson? Rukawa sneered and signaled Shadow Clone to increase its strength and continue. Ah! 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 Obito let out a series of shrill screams that sent chills down people's spines. If he had known that he would be tortured like this, he should have chosen to commit suicide directly. Damn it, finally, after playing hundreds of rounds of 1,000 Years of Death. Izanagi's invincibility period ended, and Obito's figure turned into a phantom and slowly dissipated. Rukawa put away the photoball, feeling very satisfied. This was a very precious moment. He can also modify it at that time. First, Obito said that he was Uchiha Madara. What follows is the scene where Obito's anus is exploded and he screams in pain. If the real Uchiha Madara saw this, he would be so angry that he would want to kill Obito. After a few minutes, Obito appeared in an open space not far from Rukawa. He looked at Rukawa as if he were looking at a demon. Damn it, why did I bother with this guy in the first place? Okay, the game is over, it's time to send you on your way, Uchiha Obito. Rukawa twisted his wrist and grinned at Obito. You? What Uchiha Obito? I don't know what you are talking about. I am Uchiha Madara, not some Uchiha Obito. Obito was shocked that Rukawa actually knew his true identity. He was wearing a mask the whole time, how did the other party know? Although he was horrified, he still chose to deny that he was Uchiha Obito. Oh, you're about to die and you're still pretending to be me, right? Bang! Rukawa stepped forward and instantly rushed towards Obito. Boom! But at this moment, the ground rumbled, and then quickly cracked open, and countless branches and vines broke out of the ground. Wood-style the tree world is coming. A huge tree grew wildly, with dense branches intertwined with each other, blocking Rukawa. Zetsu appeared beside Obito with a subdued Danzo and said hurriedly. Advertisement, hurry up. That guy is too scary. My sea of trees won't be able to stop him for long. Good. Obito quickly agreed. Ehole, take me with you. I don't want to fall into the hands of that pervert. Beidio Zai de Shang de Danzo Nu Hu Dao, Black Zetsu and Obito ignored him at all. They were busy with their own affairs, so how could they care about Danzo? And he brought Danzo here to contain Rukawa. I hope Rukawa will let them leave safely because they took the initiative to hand over Danzo. Let's go, Obito, it's a shame we can't know what it feels like to poop. White Zetsu separated from Black Zetsu, looked at Danzo reluctantly, then possessed Obito and quickly fled underground. Escape? No one can escape. Rukawa emerged from the sea of trees and instantly activated the complete form of Susanoo, Chakra, and the Great Sword. Chop it to the ground. Boom. A deep gully appeared on the ground, and Zetsu and Obito, who had just escaped underground, appeared. I have brought Danzo here for you. He is the culprit. Please stop bothering me. Obito pointed at Danzo over there and yelled. I hope Rukawa can let him go. He still has to carry out Project Tsuki no Mi and create a world where only Rin exists. He absolutely cannot die. But in response to him, a giant chakra sword fell from the sky. Wood-style wooden wall. Black Zetsu slapped the ground with his palm, and wooden pillars rose and bent. Form an arched wooden wall to protect Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and Obito. Boom. The wooden wall was like tofu in front of Susanoo's chakra sword, and turned directly into ashes. I'm sorry, Lin, I failed. Obito closed his eyes, gave up resisting, and actively welcomed death. Although he still has a Sharingan that can use Izanagi, it is no longer necessary. If a strong man like Rukawa doesn't intend to let him go, use Izanagi. It just delays the time of death, it doesn't mean much. Unable to use Hollow, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Rukawa, with no power to resist. Boom. The Susanoo sword fell heavily, and the three people instantly turned into ashes and disappeared completely. Rukawa released his Susanoo and waited there for nearly 10 minutes. After confirming that Obito did not use Izanagi to reverse his death, he took Danzo away. Haha. It seems that I have failed again. You are really a monster. Danzo was carried by Rukawa and laughed miserably. I originally thought that Nine Tails, Nu, and the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara would work together in secret to completely eliminate Rukawa. But I didn't expect this result. Danzo feels helpless facing Rukawa, who he cannot defeat no matter what. UB **************** D. I want to know if that third generation guy was involved in this incident. If you can answer to my satisfaction, I can give you a quick death. Rukawa said indifferently. Danzo didn't say anything, just looked at Rukawa with a sneer on his face. Rukawa didn't waste any time and immediately took out the ball he had just recorded. With the infusion of chakra, a three-dimensional projection-like picture appeared in front of the two people. Watching the masked man called Uchiha Madara screaming in agony as Rukawa's 1,000 years of death hit him again and again. That shrill wailing sound, just a picture of it, can send chills down one's spine. Too miserable. Too perverted. No wonder, that Uchiha Madara just now. 014706521 Filu 151,183,511. When facing Rukawa, he showed such fear, it turned out that he was tortured inhumanly. Gulp. After watching the whole process, Danzo swallowed hard and felt dry-mouthed. Could it be that Rukawa also tortured him in this way? He is an old man in his 60s, he can't stand this kind of torture. This kind of ALS**X torture was even more terrifying than the last time Rukawa tortured him. Danzo, do you want to experience the pleasant feeling yourself? Rukawa put away the photo ball, looked at Danzo, and asked with a smile. No, I don't want to. Please don't use that kind of perverting method on me. Danzo's delicate body trembled violently, and she started to move frantically. If you don't want to, then stop talking nonsense to me and tell me everything you know. Rukawa said coldly. Danzo sighed and said helplessly. Hiruzen. He may be indecisive, but he also has a temper. Do you think he, a Hokage, can endure being provoked by you time and again? Oh, So, the third generation was also involved in this incident. Rukawa narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Chapter 86. The evening excitement continues. Please give me some data support, thank you. I guess so. Danzo gave an ambiguous answer. What do you mean by, I guess so? Yes it is. No it is not. It seems that you also want to taste my 1,000 years of death, right? Rukawa frowned. I have been researching new for a long time. Nine Tails was caught by a guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen provided us with a curse seal that he had just developed. As long as you are stimulated by a strong illusion, the curse seal engraved in your brain will be triggered, and your head will explode directly. This is a method specifically used to deal with you Uchiha Mangekyo. As for the other details of the plan, Hiruzen was not involved, and Hiruzen was not aware of the matter between Nu and Nine Tails. Danzo spilled all he knew. I didn't expect that curse was created by that guy from my hometown. I just don't know if you have that kind of curse engraved in your brain? Rukawa opened the eternal eye and looked directly into Danzo's eyes. Mangekyo's eye technique invaded Danzo's mind, but he felt no obstruction. Haha. He only carved that curse mark on his subordinates, but didn't carve it on himself. He is indeed a selfish guy. Rukawa sneered, since Danzo didn't have the mental power to curse himself. He took control of Danzo, tampered with his memory, and gave Danzo certain instructions. What did you do to this old man? Danzo woke up and looked at Rukawa in horror. You are a dying man. Do you still care so much about me tinkering with your brain? Rukawa said calmly. Yeah, that's right. Danzo sighed dejectedly, completely numb. As a dying man, there was really no point in worrying about so many things. I have told you everything I know. It is time for you to fulfill your promise and give me a quick death. Don't be impatient. I can't let you die before your value is completely squeezed out. When I have used you to my full potential, I will send you off myself. As he spoke, Rukawa suddenly sped up and quickly rushed towards Konoha. At the same time, the previous battlefield with Obito. On the bumpy ground, there are many black Madara spots that are difficult to see with the naked eye and are moving slowly. The black Madara dots gathered more and more, gradually forming a human outline. Finally, a strange figure clad in darkness stood up. This attack without the power of 6 paths can't kill me. Black Zetsu murmured, looking at the devastated battlefield. After confirming that Obito was completely dead, his already dark face became even darker. I didn't expect that Obito would die like this. This is really troublesome. Uchiha Rukawa. Where on earth did this freak come from? Damn it. I have been planning for 1,000 years to revive my mother. I will never give up my plan just because of your appearance. Don't even think about stopping me from resurrecting my mother. Black Zetsu exuded a murderous intent, and then slowly sank into the ground, rushing towards the direction of Rain Shinobi village. But, Obito, your sacrifice is not meaningless. Although Obito died in this operation, it was not without gain. At least Black had obtained the valuable information about Uchiha Rukawa. Rinnegan has the ability to teleport, and can swap the positions of 2 objects within a certain range. As for the Eternal Eye, it has similar abilities to Uchiha Itachi. Possessing Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, this is the information learned from Danzo. If we hand over this valuable information to Nagato, we will have a better chance of defeating Uchiha Rukawa. Konoha village. After Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the Konoha shinobi to clean up the battlefield, he prepared to comfort the civilians of Konoha. At this moment, he was standing on the high platform of Konoha Square, facing the Konoha villagers gathered below, with an expression of great sorrow. I even squeezed out a few tears, feeling sad for those who lost their lives in this incident. Then, he gave his speech in a sad tone, trying hard to maintain his image as a kind Hokage grandfather. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to win over the people's hearts and not let his position as Hokage be shaken by this incident. After all, this incident caused countless deaths and injuries, and he, as the Hokage, must be held responsible. But this was not what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to see, so he put the blame on Danzo and Rukawa and said a lot of things. Don't worry, everyone. As the Hokage, I will give you an explanation. Danzo is the culprit of this incident. It is his root that created the monster in secret and released 9 tails. Hey, at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looking somewhat regretful and helpless. In fact, this disaster could have been avoided, because at the beginning, when I knew all of Danzo's crimes, I have decided to execute Danzo once and for all, and let him pay for his crimes with his life. Advertisement. However, this decision was made by Uchiha Rukawa of the Uchiha clan. In the end, Danzo was only imprisoned in Konoha prison, and he was not completely solved. Then Danzo escaped from prison, which led to the current situation. Everything happened because of Uchiha Rukawa's obstruction. There was an uproar at the scene. After learning the truth, everyone hated Danzo and believed that Rukawa was also one of the culprits. That's right. If only we had killed Danzo right away, then this wouldn't have happened. That's right, a criminal like Danzo who committed such a heinous crime should be killed directly. That's the best option. I don't understand the train of thought of that Uchiha Rukawa. Why would he keep such a trouble alive? Doesn't he understand the principle of cutting the grass to remove the root? Seeing that everyone's attention was on Uchiha Rukawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, feeling satisfied. In this way, he could completely distance himself from the matter and let Uchiha Rukawa bear the wrath of the people, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was not enough and he had to add fuel to the fire and make everyone hate Uchiha again. Then he said slowly, "There's one more thing, and that's Nine Tails. In fact, Nine Tails has always been under my care, and I will never let anyone take it away easily and let Nine Tails out to cause damage. But just now, Nine Tails broke the seal and wantonly destroyed the village, causing countless lives to be lost. Why?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked loudly, and waited until everyone turned their eyes to him before continuing. It was Uchiha Rukawa again. It was him who, in the morning, relied on his own powerful strength to forcibly seize control of Nine Tails' Jinchuriki from the servant. He also promised me that he would take good care of Nine Tails' Jinchuriki and would not let anything unexpected happen to her. But what is the result? You have seen the facts. Less than half a day after Nine Tails' Jinchuriki was in Uchiha Rukawa's hands, an accident occurred, and Nine Tails went berserk and wreaked havoc in the village. There was another uproar at the scene. This time, everyone's eyes turned red, thinking that Uchiha Rukawa was more hateful than Danzo. Many people are still thinking that Uchiha Rukawa obviously has such powerful strength, but he still caused an accident to Nine Tails' Jinchuriki. But is this really an accident? Is it possible that this is the conspiracy of Uchiha Rukawa? He deliberately released Nine Tails, and then appeared as a savior, thus gaining everyone's gratitude. This practice is so abominable, so hypocritical. Many people who thought of this gnashed their teeth in hatred. I thought Uchiha Rukawa was a hero who exposed Danzo's crimes, but he turned out to be a hypocritical villain. Everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen, swear here that everything I said just now is true, without a single word of falsehood. I am not intentionally throwing mud at Uchiha Rukawa, but this is the truth. When Uchiha Rukawa comes back, I will ask for an explanation from him even if it costs me my life. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the promise with a righteous look on his face. Okay. We believe in the third generation. This is the Hokage who is always waiting for me. Thank you, Mr. Third Generation. Thank you, Taro. The crowd burst into cheers, and everyone looked at the old man on the stage with eager eyes. The third generation closed their eyes and enjoyed the cheers. This time, he has completely let Uchiha Rukawa take the blame. Humph, Uchiha Rukawa, you humiliated me like this and didn't take me seriously. I will make you despised by everyone. Even if I can't kill you, I can easily ruin your reputation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart and was about to add more fuel to the fire. Boom. A figure fell from the sky. Caught off guard, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stepped on the chest by Rukawa, with his back pressed against the ground. A-hole. Uchiha Rukawa, what are you doing? Let me go. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, the anger in his eyes almost turned into substance, staring at Rukawa. He was a dignified Hokage, yet he was stepped on the ground in public. What a shame, what a shame. Ah, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, veins popping out of his forehead, and he grasped Rukawa's calf with both hands, exerting all his strength. He wanted to break free, but the foot on his chest looked ordinary. But it was like a mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to move at all. Seeing that he couldn't break free, he immediately changed his mind, formed seals with his hands, and prepared to perform the earth-style technique to escape underground. Puff! Rukawa exerted a little force with his feet, and Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest felt as if it was sinking. The severe pain interrupted his seal-making movements. A-hole. Let go of the third generation master. The shadow guards hiding in the dark, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen being humiliated like this, immediately stopped hiding and showed up, holding kunai, and killed Rukawa. Even if they know they can't win, they still have to do it, at least to show their attitude. As expected, all the members of the shadow guard were blown away by the strong wind that Rukawa casually shot out before they could get within 10 meters, and all fell to the ground unconscious. *********. Advertisement. Everyone in the audience showed angry expressions. Too arrogant. Even if you are powerful, you shouldn't be like this. After all, he is the ruler of Konoha, their beloved third Hokage. How can one foot under the other? They wanted to scold Rukawa and let Hiruzen be the banker. But the ferocity shown by Rukawa made them give up this suicidal action. Moreover, they had also heard about Rukawa's previous deeds. He was a man who would never show mercy even to civilians. The civilians in the audience stared at Rukawa with angry eyes, giving him mental pressure. Oh, you bunch of idiots, do you really think this incident is just as this old man said? Rukawa sneered, threw the danzo in his hand to the ground, and ordered. Danzo, tell these idiots the truth. As these words fell, the special illusion set up by Rukawa in Danzo's mind suddenly moved. Everything is exposed, Hiruzen, admit it, don't try to cover it up, it's time to take off your hypocritical mask. Danzo's face was expressionless, he found that he couldn't control his mouth at all. But what came out of his mouth shocked the third generation. Danzo, that be ****************************** D, is he trying to force me into this? He said in a deep voice. Danzo, I don't understand what you're talking about. There's no point in hiding it, Hiruzen, stop playing dumb. Danzo said slowly, like a machine. The reason why I was able to escape from prison was not because I had great abilities, nor was it because some mysterious person rescued me from prison. It's you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you didn't even put me in Konoha prison. The person imprisoned in Konoha prison is just a fake. Then, Hiruzen and I planned today's plan, which was to destroy the Uchiha. The monster named Nu is the ultimate weapon developed by Hiruzen a long time ago. I was also involved in this matter. As for Nine Tails, Hiruzen secretly sent someone to release them at the critical moment. The mastermind behind all this is actually Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Danzo said these words, his expression was extremely natural and his eyes were extremely clear. It doesn't seem like he is being controlled by anyone at all, which makes everyone convinced. Nonsense. Danzo, what on earth are you talking about? I wasn't involved at all. Don't talk nonsense here. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, don't slander me here. Don't argue, Hiruzen, the facts are the facts, there's no point in arguing. Without your support, how could I do this? After all, my roots have long been destroyed by the people you sent. Besides, I am a lonely man with all my limbs disabled. Without your secret help, it would be impossible to complete such a careful plan. As these words were spoken, it became more certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the real culprit behind all this. After all, Danzo's condition at the time was such that he was completely disabled. Without the third generation's help and treatment, it would be impossible for him to recover. Assholes. Don't be fooled, this Danzo must be under an illusion. This is Uchiha Rukawa's way of slandering me, you must not believe it. Sarutobi Hiruzen screamed, his fame must not be ruined like this. Hiruzen, I am not being controlled, everything I said is true. You don't need to quibble anymore, just accept everything calmly. Accept the judgment of everyone. Danzo advised slowly. Damn it, I didn't expect that the third generation master would be such a person. I trusted him so much before, but I didn't expect that he was the real murderer. Third generation master. This old man is not worthy of being Hokage. He actually resorted to such unscrupulous means to deal with Uchiha. How despicable. Send this old man to hell. This hypocritical guy makes me sick just by looking at him. The crowd roared and began to criticize Sarutobi Hiruzen. The voices around my ears were all curses, almost everyone wanted him to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twisted and he said fiercely. Uchiha Rukawa, you are so despicable that you actually used such despicable means to deal with me. Rukawa looked indifferent, not caring at all about Sarutobi Hiruzen's insults. No matter how much you say to a dead person, it is not worth his attention. Alright. The evidence is solid, it's time to send you on your way, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hope you can be a good person in your next life and stop being so hypocritical. After saying this, Rukawa exerted force on his foot and stepped hard. Boom. Gravel flew underfoot, and a huge pit appeared, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was nowhere to be seen. Huh, you went underground? But do you think you can escape like this? Rukawa sneered, and a purple skeleton arm condensed behind him and slapped the ground fiercely. Chapter 87. The Shiki are sealed. Tsunade is shocked. Killing the shadow, Rukawa's terrifying power. Boom. The ground cracked and collapsed, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Just now, it was Sarutobi Shinosuke who sneaked into the underground and rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen who was about to be executed by Rukawa. Die. A chakra sword condensed in the purple skeleton's palm and chopped down at the two of them. Clang. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King's golden cudgel and tried to block the attack, but the huge force still sent him flying backwards. Father. Sarutobi Shinosuke roared and slammed the ground with both hands. Earth-style Earth Dragon Spear. Sharp earth spears broke through the soil and stabbed at Rukawa, but they couldn't even break his skin. Call out. Rukawa snapped his fingers and an air bullet shot out. Puff. Sarutobi Shinosuke's head exploded, blood splattered, and the headless body slowly fell down. Shinosuke. This scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes burst with bloodshot eyes. He went completely crazy, waving the Ri Jingu Bang and instantly rushed towards Rukawa. Go to die. Rukawa sneered, and the Susanoo arm behind him aimed at the running Sarutobi Hiruzen and slapped it hard. Bang. A cloud of smoke exploded, and it was just Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone. I caught you. Go to hell. Uchiha Rukawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded behind him. Forbidden technique. Seal of the Corpse Demon. In an instant, a chilling aura suddenly rose up, as if hell had appeared on earth. Everyone present was horrified and quickly left the square. This level of battle is not something that ordinary people like them are qualified to fight. Even if you are a ninja, if your strength does not reach that of a Jonin, you are not qualified to watch the battle. Ha ha ha. Follow me into hell. Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter was full of madness, and behind him, the shadow of Shinigami 357 emerged. An arm with a ghostly aura shot out from his body and instantly penetrated into Rukawa's body. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with joy. Uchiha Rukawa, do you really think I have no means to do anything to you? This is the Uzumaki clan's ultimate sealing technique, the Shiki seal. Anyone hit by this technique will have their soul dragged into the Shinigami's body, never to be able to turn over. Even if you have a strong body, you can't defend against the Shinigami's arm, because it's an attack from the soul. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression gradually turned ferocious, with a look of pain on his face, because the Shinigami's arm pierced through his body, making him quite uncomfortable. However, as long as I can trade one for one with Uchiha Rukawa, it will all be worth it. Originally I didn't intend to use this trick, but you forced me to do it. Get his soul for me, Shinigami, Sarutobi Hiruzen roared shrilly. At this moment, Rukawa is also able to see the Shinigami because his soul is caught by the Shinigami's hand. Then, Rukawa took out the Vice Admiral's soul gloves from the system space and put them on himself calmly. I've had this thing for a while and now it's finally available. It's a good opportunity to test out the so-called Shinigami to see how powerful the soul-catching gloves are. After seeing Rukawa put on the blood-red gloves, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. Want to resist? It's useless. This is a Shinigami, in spirit form. You can't even touch him, let alone resist. But the next scene made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. I saw Rukawa's right hand with a blood-red glove, grasping Shinigami's outstretched arm. How is this possible? That's a spirit, how can you possibly touch it? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked stunned. Could it be your glove? Damn it, when did the ninja world have ninja tools that can touch spirits? But so what? Shinigami is invincible. He is the ruler of the underworld, and you, a mere mortal, cannot deal with him. Just give me your soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. If you want to take my soul away, first ask my fists if they agree. Rukawa grabbed the Shinigami's arms with both hands and pulled them towards him. When the Shinigami's figure approached, Rukawa grinned and punched the Shinigami one after another. The Shinigami opened his mouth and screamed in pain. His ability in frontal combat is actually not very strong. The reason why he is difficult to deal with is that there are very few people in the ninja world who have the means to contact souls. At this moment, Rukawa uses the soul gloves to touch the soul's properties and beats the Shinigami crazily. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened as he watched Shinigami being beaten by Rukawa without any resistance. He was filled with disbelief, and his worldview was completely overturned. This is a Shinigami, advertisement he is the ruler of the underworld. How could he be beaten by a mere mortal? Boom. As the last heavy punch landed, Shinigami was beaten apart by Rukawa's fist. I don't know if he died or returned to the underworld. Rukawa put away the soul-stealing gloves, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who had a dull face, and grinned. Old man, it's your turn. Rukawa got close and punched out. Ah. I will not surrender without a fight. The terrifying fist wind brought Sarutobi Hiruzen back to his senses from his daze. He roared, swung his Jingu Bang, and faced Rukawa's fist. Boom. The Rui Jingu Bang was bent and deformed, and after it turned into an ape demon, it instantly returned to the summoning world without even having time to say a word. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Monkey King said that he should just take care of himself since it was his fault for provoking a strong enemy like Rukawa. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lost his Rui Jingu Bang, quickly retreated and distanced himself from Rukawa. But how could his speed possibly be comparable to Lu's? When he got close, he punched him in the chest again. Puff. At the critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen twisted his body and avoided being shot in the chest, but the price he had to pay was. His right shoulder was shattered and his right arm fell to the ground. Blood gushed out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. Rukawa changed his fist into a palm, grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck with his backhand, and said coldly. It's come to this, and you're still resisting and struggling. Do you really want to live? Haha, I am not a coward, I just don't want to die at the hands of a despicable person like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and looked at Rukawa with a look of reluctance. That's a shame. If you dare to attack Uchiha, you will only end up dead. After saying that, Rukawa was about to break Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck, ending his life once and for all. Stop. Let go of the old man, Tenshukaku. An angry shout suddenly rang out. Above Rukawa, a dark shadow fell from the sky. A white, powerful thigh, with boundless force, slammed down on Rukawa's arm that was grabbing Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Snap. There was a sound of bone cracking. Tsunade gasped, retracted her long legs that were pressing on Rukawa's arms, and half crouched down. He covered his calf and looked at Rukawa with a look of horror. What the hell is wrong with your body? My attack can break even steel. It doesn't work for you at all. It was my leg that was injured. Is your body stronger than steel? Attacking me. You're courting death. Rukawa glanced at Tsunade with an indifferent expression, and kicked her in the chest with lightning speed.
He has no mercy on women. If you dare to attack him, you must be prepared to die. Puff. This kick was fast and powerful, and Tsunade had been on guard.
But she obviously underestimated the speed at which Rukawa could explode. Her chest was pierced directly, and a huge bloody hole appeared, and the blood kept flowing. Looking at the blood that kept flowing out of his chest, Tsunade turned extremely pale and his body kept shaking. Hemophobia attacked. As expected of a ninja with Senju bloodline, your vitality is quite strong. I wonder if you can still survive if I kick your head to pieces. As he spoke, Rukawa, expressionless, kicked Tsunade on the head with a whip kick. A fierce gale struck, and the threat of death enveloped his whole body. If he didn't dodge the attack, his head would be blown apart. At the critical moment of life and death, Tsunade overcame his hemophobia, bent his body backwards suddenly, and took this dangerous attack. Sure enough, there is no psychological barrier that death cannot overcome. Although Tsunade successfully dodged the fatal attack, her movements were too large. The already serious injury on the chest became even worse, and blood flowed out like crazy. Tsunade. Hold on. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya, who was rushing over from a distance, had bloodshot eyes. He let out a grief-stricken roar and sped up suddenly. We must not let Tsunade die. Ninja technique. Lion hair technique. In less than a breath, Jiraiya completed the seal, and his white hair grew longer, instantly binding Rukawa's whole body. Heavenly hand power. Rukawa carried the half-dead Sarutobi Hiruzen and exchanged positions with a piece of rubble not far away, thus freeing himself from the restraint of Jiraiya's hair. Are you okay, Tsunade? Jiraiya helped Tsunade up, his eyes full of concern. Phew, this kind of injury is no big deal to me. Advertisement. Tsunade stood up with the help of Jiraiya, exhaled, made hand seals, and shouted. 100 healings mark hyphenation point by how technique. The diamond-shaped mark between her eyebrows suddenly spread out and turned into black lines that crisscrossed each other and spread across her fair face. The 100 healings mark is unlocked, and a huge amount of chakra flows throughout the body. At the same time, her injuries were recovering rapidly. The bloody hole in the chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it returned to its original state in a short while, as if it had never been injured. Although the hole in the body was repaired, the torn clothes were. I'm so glad you're okay, Tsunade. You're really worthy of me. You're so big, white and amazing. Jiraiya blurted out. He looked at the spring light leaking out of Tsunade's chest, swallowing madly. Bang. It's already this hour, Jiraiya, can't you be more serious? We are facing a powerful enemy, and the old man is in danger, and you are still thinking about something else. Tsunade was so angry that she punched Jiraiya in the head and adjusted the position of her clothes to prevent her from leaking out anymore. I can't help it, I can only say that you are too charming, Tsunade. Jiraiya covered his head and whispered something in a voice that only he could hear. Then, he coughed lightly, adjusted his mentality, and reluctantly kicked the scene he had just seen out of his mind. He looked at Rukawa, his face instantly became solemn, and said in a deep voice. Uchiha boy, why don't you let the old man go? We are all Konoha shinobi, all from the same village, there is no need to fight. If there is any misunderstanding, both parties can just sit down and have a good talk and it will be resolved. Rukawa did not answer, but looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in his hand and said calmly. So they called in reinforcements, no wonder they dared to throw dirty water at me on stage before. I'm not throwing mud, what I said is the truth, please let me go. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not only powerful, but also the descendants of the two sacred places of the Forest of Bones in Mount Myoboku. Think carefully, the two holy places have existed in the ninja world for thousands of years, you can't afford to provoke them. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, because he also knew that Jiraiya and Tsunade were probably no match for Rukawa, so he wanted to use the reputation of the two holy places to make Rukawa feel afraid. But they dared not kill him. Little brat, didn't you hear me telling you to let go of this old man? Tsunade glared at Rukawa, she was very upset that Rukawa dared to touch her chest just now. Okay, I'll let him go right now, Rukawa nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was delighted, thinking that Rukawa was indeed still afraid of the two holy places. Just as he was filled with joy at having survived the calamity, the sound of a broken bone made his eyes suddenly widen. Snap! Rukawa squeezed his palm hard and broke Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Then, he threw the already dead Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade and said expressionlessly. Here, I let him go, old man. Tsunade rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, his hands glowing green, and then he grabbed his broken neck, trying to repair the injury. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already dead, and no matter how advanced the medical ninjutsu was, it was impossible to bring the dead back to life. A-hole! How dare you kill the old man? After confirming that Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely dead, Tsunade instantly became furious. Although there was a gap between her and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the discord between master and disciple led to her leaving Konoha. 2.6 But no matter what, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also her mentor, the teacher who taught her since she was a child. But at this moment, her mentor died right in front of her. Tsunade lost her mind a little bit, she stomped her feet hard, the ground caved in, and her figure appeared in front of Rukawa in the blink of an eye like a cannonball, and threw 10 punches in anger. Super Power Fist. Go die and pay for the old man's life. Rukawa grinned, without dodging or evading, but threw a punch as well. When it comes to fist fighting, I've never been afraid of anyone. Boom. The two fists collided and a loud bang was heard, as if a bomb exploded on the spot. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, the ground cracked, and gravel flew everywhere. Tsunade flew backwards, faster than when it came, and knocked down 3 residential houses. At the same time, Rukawa was also knocked away for a distance. Interesting. You are the first person who can defeat me head-on. The super strength fist is indeed worthy of its reputation. Rukawa steadied himself and licked his lips as he watched Tsunade return to the battlefield unscathed. Tsunade, this is the first time you've lost to someone in a contest of pure strength. Jiraiya said, but he didn't even blink, not daring to take his eyes off Rukawa for even a moment. Facing such an enemy, he dared not let his guard down at all. Huh, Tsunade let out a long breath, frowned, and said solemnly. Ah, indeed, since I have fully mastered my super strength, this is the first time I have lost to someone in a contest of strength. This kid clearly looks like he is only 16 or 17 years old, with an ordinary body and no muscles, but why does he have such terrifying power in his body? Tsunade covered her slightly numb hand and looked at Rukawa in confusion, not understanding how this small body could burst out with power that could completely crush her. Chapter 88 Amaterasu, Sage Mode. This kid is so scary. Since he is so powerful, we should try not to fight him in close combat and keep our distance. At the same time, you have to be careful of his Rinnegan, which is the same eye as Nagato. Although we don't know where this eye comes from, we have to be on guard. Jiraiya analyzed quickly. Good, Tsunade nodded. It's time for both of us to go all out. It's time to use your Sage Mode. No problem, but it will take me quite some time to enter Sage Mode. It will be very stressful for you to deal with him alone. Don't worry, my 100 healings mark can last for 10 minutes. During this period of time, as long as my vitals are not attacked fatally, I can quickly repair your injuries and buy you enough time. When these words fell, Tsunade bent his body slightly and rushed out like a nimble cheetah. I won't let you down, hand. Jiraiya bit his finger, smeared the blood on his palm, and quickly formed a seal, preparing to use the summoning technique to summon the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. But before he could complete the summoning seal, a black shadow flew over at high speed and knocked him away. The black shadow was Tsunade, who was knocked away by Rukawa. Tsunade, didn't you say you would buy time for me? How come you were beaten back by him in less than 3 seconds? Jiraiya, who was knocked to the ground, stood up quickly and frowned. There is no other way. I lack the means of long-range attack, so I can only fight him in close combat, but his body is too strong. Not only is his defense perverted, his speed and strength are far superior to mine, he has surpassed me in all aspects. Tsunade stood up from the ruins in the distance, walked to Jiraiya, and said with a grim expression. In this case, I can only summon the Toad Boss to buy time for me. But Gamma Boss is too big, and fighting in Konoha will definitely affect innocent people, so let's move the battlefield outside the village first. Jiraiya turned around and prepared to go out of the village. There's no need to move the battlefield, because the battle will be over soon. Tsunade next to Jiraiya suddenly became Rukawa, and the two switched positions. What? Space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya exclaimed, it's over. Rukawa said calmly, and threw an unremarkable punch towards Jiraiya's head. Bang! Jiraiya's head was hit as expected, but it turned into a puff of smoke and quickly disappeared. Shadow Clone. When did you perform this? It actually fooled my eyes. I can only say that Jiraiya is worthy of being one of the Sannin. There really is something. Rukawa retracted his fist, a smile appeared on his lips, and he looked around, looking for Jiraiya's location. You've fallen into a trap. Summoning technique, toad mouth binding technique. Jiraiya appeared from a distance and let out a low roar, slapping his face with both hands. The next moment, the ground beneath Rukawa's feet trembled slightly, followed by a sticky feeling coming from under his feet. Rukawa looked down and saw that his feet were tightly wrapped by bright red flesh. Not only that, he was surrounded on all sides by bright red pieces of flesh, a bloody barrier surrounding him. You summoned the toad's stomach alone, but you're too naive to think you can control me like this. Rukawa sneered disdainfully and punched the wall of flesh next to him in a circle. Puff. However, this punch seemed to hit cotton. There was no feeling of hitting a physical object at all. Instead, his hand was firmly held by the flesh wall of the bloody hand. In that case, then, Susanoo, the eternal eye in Rukawa's eye sockets emitted a strange red light, and surging pupil power gushed out. The next moment, purple flames ignited around Rukawa's body, and a huge amount of chakra turned into substance. A 200-meter-tall purple giant with wings on its back appeared instantly. Full-form Susanoo open. Boom. The moment the purple Susanoo was formed, the toad's stomach was torn apart, exploding into countless large and small pieces of meat flying all over the sky. Rukawa looked at the scene in front of him. What caught his eye was not the houses, but the lush green forest. He was transferred to the outside of Konoha village. Now, Bunta, take action. At this time, Jiraiya put his hands together, with a small toad standing on each shoulder and Gamabunta under his feet. Damn it, Jiraiya, didn't you say that the opponent was just a tiny human? How could such a big guy come out? You asked me to launch a sneak attack. Gamabunta looked at himself and saw that he was not even as tall as Susanoo, and he looked annoyed. Just now, Jiraiya was planning with it that when Rukawa came out of the toad's stomach, they would take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack. But I didn't expect such a big guy to come out. How can you let it launch a sneak attack? However, this was a rare opportunity, so Gamabunta didn't care about that anymore. He swung the sword in his hand and slashed towards Susanoo's thigh. Clang. The big sword slashed on Susanoo's armor, making a loud noise, but failed to break Susanoo's solid defense. Little frog, your knife doesn't work. Try this one. Susanoo condensed a chakra sword in his hand, aimed it at the toad's head, and swept it out fiercely. Upon seeing this, Gamabunta quickly raised his sword in front of him to block. Bang! The chakra sword and the metal sword collided with each other. Advertisement. There was a deafening sound, and the shockwave generated uprooted countless trees. Just one fight between the two giants changed the terrain of the surrounding environment. Humph. It seems that your chakra sword is just so-so. Gamabunta, who was attacked by Rukawa in the crotch, was a little proud of himself and even took a puff on the pipe in his mouth. Then he blew a smoke ring at Susanoo, which was very provocative. Really? Then come again. Rukawa controlled Susanoo, swung the sword in his hand, and swung again. Snort. Toad Bunta snorted coldly. Facing the sword, it was not afraid at all and faced it head-on with its sword. At the moment when the swords intersected, Rukawa sneered. Idiot. His eternal eyes shrank slightly, aiming at the chakra sword in his hand, and his pupil power spread over. Amaterasu. As Rukawa performed the Mangekyo Eye technique, suddenly, black flames covered Susanoo's chakra sword. This is one of Rukawa's Mangekyo abilities, the black flame, a flame that can never be extinguished. Danger. Wentai, don't take it head on, get out of the way. At this time, Jiraiya, who was standing above Gamabunta, suddenly shouted and reminded the other party. As soon as the pitch black flame appeared, Jiraiya felt that the flame was extremely dangerous. If Wen Taijian took on this pitch black flame, it would be absolutely fatal. It's too late, Jiraiya, Gamabunta roared, raised his sword and blocked it in front of him. Although it also felt the deadly danger from the black flames. But at this moment, she was so close to Susanoo, there was no way to dodge or evade, so I could only fight him head on with my sword. Snap. As Susanoo's broadsword wrapped in black flames came into contact with Gamabunta's metal broadsword. The metal sword broke instantly, directly in the middle. It was impossible to resist even 1/100th of a second, it was as easy as cutting tofu. This scene completely stunned Gamabunta. He originally thought that his metal sword could at least hold out for a short while. But unexpectedly, after Susanoo's chakra sword was wrapped in black flames, his metal sword shattered at the slightest touch. At this moment, Toad Wen was extremely terrified. He wanted to rely on the metal sword in his hand to resist for a while. Help it delay a little, giving it time to escape and distance itself from Rukawa's Susanoo. But now, its defense is completely ineffective, and the chakra sword wrapped in black flames is getting closer and closer to its head. Rukawa had a cold look in his eyes as he controlled Susanoo to chop down with the sword in his hand. The next moment, gift, accompanied by a sharp sound of flesh tearing. Gamabunta's entire body. No, it should be said that the entire toad was split into two. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and there was a pitch black flame burning continuously. Toad Wentai's eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes open. It didn't expect that it could even cancel the summoning spell. He didn't even have the chance to return to Mount Myoboku, and was killed cleanly by Rukawa. A whole. Boss Toad, Kobunta, accompanied by 3 roars, the 2 halves of Gamabunta's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. With an urgent bang, it turned into white smoke and disappeared on the spot. Returned to Mount Myoboku, but there was already a corpse. You're still trying to trick me, you're really courting death. Rukawa looked at the distance, where there were 3 pairs of blood-red eyes staring at him. There Jiraiya, and the 2 toads on his shoulders. At this moment, Jiraiya gritted his teeth, eyes burning with anger, staring at Rukawa with resentment. He summoned Bunta, intending to do something bad to Rukawa, but he didn't expect that the result would be to harm Gamabunta. Jiraiya, don't be distracted, hurry up and gather the natural energy. Only by entering Sage mode can you defeat that guy and avenge Shao Wenta. The Fukasaku sage on his shoulder shouted, noticing that something was wrong with Jiraiya at the moment. The other party was ready to make a move and wanted to kill Rukawa right now, so he hurriedly reminded him. Call. Jiraiya let out a long breath and suppressed the thought of fighting Rukawa to the death. Seeing this, Rukawa mocked, as expected of you, you are the apprentice of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was just as patient, he even endured the death of his own comrade and didn't attack me, I really admire him. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and concentrated on gathering natural energy, ignoring Rukawa's provocation. Rukawa was not in a hurry to take action and sneered. Do you really think you can be my opponent after turning on Sage mode? If I don't take action, I will let you enter Sage mode and then let you know how weak you are. Rukawa, having freed Susanoo, stood on a branch. Looking at Jiraiya who was gathering natural energy, he waited quietly. Advertisement because he is very confident that even Jiraiya in Sage mode would not be his opponent. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much the ninja's combat power could be improved with the blessing of natural energy. Rukawa is actually quite curious about natural energy. The origin of chakra is 10 tails, which can also be said to be the sacred tree. It is from outer space and was brought to this planet by Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, chakra can be said to be an external power body. Natural energy should be the energy contained in the native planet itself. It can greatly enhance your own strength and is very powerful. If Rukawa came through time and space without any external plugins, natural energy would undoubtedly be his first choice. In comparison, in the later period of the ninja world, chakra ninjutsu and the like were almost useless against enemies with the power of the 6 paths. However, senjutsu can be used against enemies with the power of 6 paths, just like Rukawa Naruto in the original story when he fought against 6 paths Obito. It is necessary to rely on Jugo's senjutsu to cause damage to 6 paths Obito. Therefore, even though Rukawa has a cheat now, he is still very interested in natural energy. Of course, the most important reason was that he wanted to take a look. Which one is stronger, his Sage mode or Jiraiya's Sage mode? That's right, Rukawa now also has Sage mode. It was the reward for signing in for the previous time when I slept with 9 Tails Big Mouth. In 9 check-ins, not only did I get Sage mode, I also got 8 inner gates. And some other powerful ninjutsu, forbidden technique, etc. In short, the 9th sign-in was the one that brought him the most benefits. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. He has changed a lot at this moment. There were strange black runes on his face, and the pupils in his eyes had turned into rectangles. The eyes look like a toad's, and the face as a whole doesn't look like that of a normal human being. Its hands and feet became thicker and bigger, and it lay crouching on the ground, more like a toad. Looking at Rukawa, Jiraiya said coldly, "It will be your biggest mistake to let me enter Sage Mode smoothly. Next, you will pay the price for your hubris." Rukawa 573 crossed his arms and sneered, "Really? It seems that you are very confident in Sage Mode." "Be buried with Gamabunta, little devil," Jiraiya roared, flexing his leg muscles, and was about to attack Rukawa. At this moment, a figure in the distance was rushing towards this side quickly. "Jiraiya, don't be careless. Let's go together." The person who came had blonde hair, and it was Tsunade who had changed into a brand new combat uniform. Previously, her chest and clothes were torn by Rukawa, so she took advantage of the time when Jiraiya was transferring Rukawa to change her clothes. Tsunade clenched her fists, looked at Rukawa with a cold gaze, and said angrily, "Little brat, later, I will let you taste the feeling of having your chest pierced." Rukawa looked at the two people below and said disdainfully, "Two against one again? Come on, I hope you two won't be as vulnerable as before." At this moment, Rukawa fights against Jiraiya and Tsunade who are at full strength. Jiraiya in Sage Mode, Tsunade that has opened the 100 healings mark. The battle situation escalates further. Bang! The two forces collided violently and an explosion sounded. An invisible energy ripple spread out, and the leaves of the surrounding trees were blown over by the strong energy impact. The two figures each took several steps back. Rukawa was smiling and not injured. It was obvious that Jiraiya did not gain any advantage. 014706521 Philo 1511934111. Jiraiya's face flushed, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. "This is Rukawa. Can he be on par with me?" The force of his previous attack was his strongest attack when he entered Sage Mode, but he was taken by it. "Boy, I've learned this trick. Next time, it'll be your turn." Jiraiya looked at Rukawa fiercely. He didn't believe that he would lose in this situation. "Ha ha ha, you're the one who got humiliated." Rukawa smiled and stroked his forehead with his right hand, while Uchiha laughed wildly. The power of that punch just now was very strong, and Rukawa took it hard. But it was nothing. It was just a pure contest of strength, and he had never been afraid of anyone. However, this also gave Rukawa a new understanding of Jiraiya. Sure enough, in Sage Mode, Jiraiya is the toughest opponent. Jiraiya snorted coldly and rushed towards Rukawa again. He wanted to defeat Rukawa as quickly as possible and win. Sage Mode open. Rukawa suddenly activated the chakra in his body wildly, and then an extremely terrifying aura was released from him. The aura he exudes is even stronger than Tsunade in the original work. This is the increase in chakra, which allows him to have chakra in Sage Mode. Rukawa narrowed his eyes, opened his arms, and then suddenly clasped his hands together, emitting an endless aura of immortal arts. Sage Art Lightning Style Lei Chu. Rukawa made seals with his palms and shouted softly with his hands. Suddenly, white round beads appeared in his hands, and each bead was shining with a light purple light. Rukawa pushed his arms forward and the thunderball flew towards Jiraiya. Chapter 89 Sage Art Thunder Dragon, Sage Art Earth Style, Strong Crush. Sage Art Earth Style Earth Wall. Seeing this, Jiraiya formed seals with his hands and slammed them to the ground. 100-foot high earth wall rose from the ground. The next moment, boom boom boom, amidst the roar of thunder, countless bolts of lightning splashed everywhere, and dirt and gravel flew all over the sky. Jiraiya frowned and looked up at the center of the explosion, his eyes full of surprise. Jiraiya was surprised by Rukawa's attack methods. These methods of his were actually magical techniques. It was incredible. It's not like he hadn't thought about cracking it, but these methods were too strange, and it was difficult to crack them even if he used his full strength in Sage Art. Therefore, he had to suppress his thoughts for the time being and stop researching. He could only wait for an opportunity and then find a way to get rid of Rukawa. Immortal Technique, Lightning Style Thunder from the Sky. Walla la 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 la. In the sky, dense arcs of electricity flashed and the sound of thunder and lightning was endless, as if they were going to split the entire area into pieces. Boom! Thunder fell on Rukawa, completely covering him. A layer of blue light appeared on Rukawa's body surface, resisting the attack of thunder. This is a shield formed by chakra. In Jiraiya's Sage Mode, the power of the celestial arts is also greatly increased. Moreover, since Jiraiya's strength has made a qualitative leap, the power of his ninjutsu has also become stronger, and it is no longer as simple as before. That's why this effect occurs. This is the characteristic of ninjutsu and immortal technique. Jiraiya's senjutsu is powerful enough to rival normal ninjutsu. Boom! Thunder continued to strike Rukawa, but there was still no damage on Rukawa's body, as if he was not afraid of thunder at all. Another bolt of lightning struck Rukawa and was instantly deflected, but Rukawa's body was not damaged at all. This is because he opened the 8 inner gates, so he was able to offset most of the attacks from the immortal arts. Boom! Boom! Thunderbolts kept hitting Rukawa, but they were unable to repel him. Jiraiya's face was gloomy. How was this possible? He had clearly used all his strength, but Rukawa's body was still intact. This was simply unbelievable. Although Rukawa's body cannot be said to be omnipotent, it is definitely not that easy to be injured. Jiraiya thought to himself that it was not good, his attack just now might not have hurt Rukawa. Rukawa's lightning style is a special fairy technique in Sage mode, and its defense is extremely terrifying. The Sen lightning style that Jiraiya just used, although with the amplification of Senjutsu, is no less powerful than Raikage's lightning style. But this only applies to ordinary people. For Rukawa, even if Jiraiya uses his full strength, Rukawa can easily deal with it or even avoid it. The lightning on Rukawa's body became more and more, almost covering the entire earth. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, but Rukawa was still safe and sound. Tsunade and Jiraiya both widened their eyes when they saw this scene. What did they see? With a flesh and blood body, he actually perfectly blocked Jiraiya's attack. What kind of state is this? Jiraiya is Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice, the most outstanding ninja in the ninja world, and a recognized #1 ninjutsu master in the ninja world. Was he blocked by a little ghost? How is this possible? This is simply unbelievable. This is impossible. How can his body possibly withstand my attack? I don't believe it. Jiraiya looked at Rukawa with a gloomy expression, clenching his fists. He had to attack again. Sage Art lightning style Lei Long. Boom. Following Jiraiya's low shout, a long dragon made of thunder and lightning rushed towards Rukawa with terrifying pressure. Thunder Dragon is a ninjutsu blessed by the power of nature, and its power is extremely terrifying. The power of the Thunder Dragon exceeds that of most of the ninja beds in the ninja world. As soon as the Thunder Dragon was unleashed, the surrounding airflow became violent, forming hurricanes that blew in all directions, raising clouds of dust, but Rukawa's body was not damaged at all. Jiraiya was shocked. What kind of monster body is this? Rukawa looked cold and punched Jiraiya from a distance. How can there be such a terrifying power? I actually felt death. Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. He could feel that the power of Rukawa's punch was far greater than his own. He doesn't believe he will lose. Magic Storm. Jiraiya formed seals with his hands, and a huge windmill condensed in front of him, wrapping up Jiraiya's body and forming a tornado. Jiraiya's body turned into a shadow and quickly attacked Rukawa. Bang! As Jiraiya moved quickly, Rukawa had already used up his air fist. His air fist hit the tornado directly, making an earth-shaking sound. With this blow, Jiraiya only felt a terrifying force flowing through his body and into his body. Boom! The terrifying impact force blasted Jiraiya directly away, drawing an arc in the air and hitting the ground heavily. Advertisement, boom. The ground suddenly exploded. Jiraiya's chest collapsed, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with horror. Impossible. Even though he was in Sage mode, he couldn't resist Rukawa's attack from a distance. Sage Art Earth Style Earth Dragon Spear, boom. Boom. Jiraiya quickly stood up and performed Sage mode ninjutsu again. Boom. This time, the power of the Earth Dragon Spear was extremely strong. A strong wind spread out in all directions, blowing away the leaves of the Wood King. Crack, crack. The branch broke directly. Jiraiya's Sage mode, his Sage mode ability is also extremely powerful, so this move is even more destructive. Crack. The branches were blown to pieces, but Rukawa was not hurt. His body was like a steel wall, frantically resisting the attacks released by Jiraiya in Sage mode. Crack. The branches broke again, and at this moment, Jiraiya finally realized that something was wrong. He looked up suddenly and saw that Rukawa's eyes had suddenly turned red, and the look in his eyes was also red. An extremely powerful aura emerged from Rukawa's body. This is. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. He could clearly feel that all the earth spears he released were actually sucked away and blocked. His attacks actually had no effect at all? Who the hell are you? Jiraiya asked coldly. I have clearly poured all my energy into the earth spear, but I still can't do anything to Rukawa. Rukawa ignored Jiraiya, his lips opening and closing a few times. Boom. 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 Huge waves of lightning power bombarded Jiraiya, and under the influence of these lightning powers, Jiraiya's clothes exploded instantly. Jiraiya showed his muscular chest, and at this moment, dense bloody cracks appeared on his chest. Even so, Jiraiya still looked at Rukawa without fear. No matter what, I will kill you today, no matter what the cost. Sage Art Earth Style Earth Spear. Whoosh! Jiraiya stepped on the ground, clenched his fists, and the two fists suddenly condensed into a yellow-brown stone pillar, and then swung it out violently. Bang! This yellow-brown stone pillar, with great destructive power, hit Rukawa's body hard. Oh! Rukawa chuckled and remained motionless. Jiraiya, on the other hand, spat out a large mouthful of blood, and hideous scars appeared on his body. Hula! 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 Rukawa's body was bulging with muscles, full of explosive power. Ha ha ha! Is this your Sage Art Earth Style Earth Spear? It's really weak. Bang! A golden fireball came out of Rukawa's mouth, trying to devour Jiraiya's body. Bang! Another Earth-style wall was summoned by Jiraiya, intending to use it to block Rukawa's attack. Bang! However, the earth wall was directly shattered, but it also offset the golden flame. But behind the flames, a fist condensed from the air suddenly hit Jiraiya. Jiraiya was also knocked back a few steps and his face turned much paler. Rukawa glanced at the torn clothes on his chest and a smile appeared on his face. As expected of the Sage Art Earth style, it's very powerful, but it doesn't work on me. Rukawa said, and punched Jiraiya again from a distance. Boom. At this time, a roar was heard, and another earth wall appeared on the ground in front of Jiraiya, covering Jiraiya's body. Sage Art Earth style Earth Dragon Wall, bang. Jiraiya's body was blown away again, leaving a deep hole and a shocking wound on his chest. Sage Art Air Cannon. Abu, this time, 3 earth walls appeared directly on Jiraiya's body, blocking Jiraiya. Boom. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiraiya flew backwards again. Bang. Behind Jiraiya's back, Rukawa suddenly appears. After being hit, Jiraiya fell directly to the ground in the distance. Jiraiya lay on the ground, twitching all over, and he felt it inside his body. Advertisement. It seemed as if something had hollowed it out, and there was very little chakra left in the body. Jiraiya's body was trembling slightly, with anger and fear flashing in his eyes. This little devil is even more terrifying than I imagined. Boom. Buzz. At this moment, the power of thunder and lightning suddenly surged in Rukawa's body, and circles of thunder and lightning appeared around his body. Boom. The power of thunder and lightning continued to flow into his body, and blue hair gradually grew on his body. Boom. Rukawa's body swelled up again, his face turned ferocious. I said, no matter what means you use, it won't work. There was a flash of madness in Rukawa's eyes. Sage Art Earth style Earth Dragon Wall. Jiraiya slapped the ground with his right hand, and a wall of earth appeared again, protecting his body. I have to admit that Jiraiya's defensive ninjutsu is indeed powerful. If other cage-level warriors were here, it would not be easy to break Jiraiya's defense in one go. But for Rukawa, breaking through Jiraiya's defense is easy. Looking at Jiraiya lying on the ground covered in blood, Rukawa said coldly. Okay, I've had enough fun, Jiraiya, it's time to end it. Not far away, Tsunade wanted to come to the rescue, but was punched in the chest by Rukawa again. Just when Rukawa was about to kill the two, they suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared on the spot. Knee summoning technique. Rukawa's eyes turned cold. The forest of corpses in Mount Myoboku actually rescued people right under his nose. One day, he will go to these two holy places and let those born here know the consequences of meddling in other people's affairs. Rukawa returned to Konoha and broke the seal that bound the two beasts. Then, under the control of 9 Tails, the Konoha Shinobi Sealing Squad sealed anew into Izumi's body. In this battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen died, Danzo died, the mastermind Obito died, Tsunade and Jiraiya were seriously injured and escaped. On the Uchiha clan side, Uchiha Itachi's chakra was drained, but fortunately he did not die, which was a blessing in disguise. Due to the death of the Hokage, Fugaku was promoted to 5th Hokage. Although Fugaku said that the Hokage position should be held by Rukawa, he was rejected. So, in the end, Fugaku became the only Hokage in the history of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was instantly furious when he learned what had happened in Konoha. Especially when he learned that Uchiha Fugaku became the 5th Hokage, he got even angrier. Because the Hokage Fugaku did not have his consent at all. And he, the daimyo of the Fire Country, is the real leader of the Fire Country, and Konoha village is just a dog he raises. And at this moment, the dog actually dared to ignore his master and secretly decided on the candidate for Hokage. Immediately, he sent the strongest samurai he had trained with all his strength, Shichijo Jiro, to Konoha. When Yujiro was about to arrive at Konoha village, he ran into Uchiha Rukawa who was wandering outside. You little brat from Uchiha, it's your misfortune to run into me. Yujiro drew his knife and rushed towards Rukawa. In response, Rukawa showed a hint of indifference and attacked directly with the black kunai in his hand. Then the two ninja swords collided with each other, making a loud clanging sound of metal clashing. HMPH, you don't know your own limitations. Seeing that Rukawa blocked his attack so easily, Yujiro sneered. But the next second his expression changed. Puff. Along with the muffled sound of flesh being torn, a stream of bright red blood spurted out and splashed into the air. Feeling the severe pain in his abdomen, Yujiro frowned slightly and looked at the expressionless Rukawa with serious eyes. In the previous exchange of moves, it was clear that Rukawa had the upper hand, and he even felt in danger and almost lost his life. But soon, he regained his composure. After all, Rukawa was just a 10-year-old kid. He didn't believe he could hurt himself. Thinking of this, he moved his mind, and his chakra quickly gathered in his abdomen, trying to break free from Rukawa's restraints. 014706521 Filu 151,193,561. But the next moment, his expression changed suddenly. Because, Rukawa did not loosen his hand as he imagined, but instead held his waist tightly and lifted him up. Then, Rukawa swung his right leg violently and kicked him hard to the ground. Boom. There was a loud noise coming from the ground, and dust was flying everywhere. And that's not all. Rukawa stomped his left foot on the ground, used the momentum to jump up, and spun around. Whoosh! As the sound of breaking air resounded, Rukawa jumped high, and his right knee brought down fiercely towards Yuhiro's head with a gust of wind. This scene looks very thrilling. If this move is successful, repeated blocking of the bag will definitely lead to the formation of a flower column. But in fact, Yuhiro's reaction was extremely quick. Almost the moment Rukawa raised his leg, he rolled sideways to avoid it, causing Rukawa's attack to miss. Not only that, Yuhiro also took the opportunity to turn over and stand up, keeping a safe distance from Rukawa. However, he still underestimated Rukawa. Rukawa turned slightly in midair and stomped his feet hard on the ground. With its body in a diving position, Shi Langling swung towards Yuhiro's chest. Bang! This punch hit Yuhiro's chest hard, causing him to step back several steps. He covered his chest with his hands, his face pale. An expression of shock was revealed on his face. He had not expected that Rukawa could defeat him with just one blow. Chapter 90 Orochimaru's Shock, Mysterious Masked Man, Rukawa. You know, he is the captain of the personal guard of the Fire Country Daimyo. He has the strength comparable to others at the cage level. Damn it. This little devil is so powerful, Yamjiro growled and no longer dared to be arrogant. After all, his duty was to protect the daimyo and prevent him from any threats or dangers, otherwise, death would be waiting for him. And judging from the strength Rukawa showed just now, he is indeed no match for him. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and took out the scroll from his waist. Fire style. Blazing fire technique, a hot ball of magma roared towards Rukawa. A mere trifle, Rukawa said contemptuously, then he waved his hand and a black flame gushed out from his fingertips, meeting the oncoming magma ball. Shish. The magma ball disappeared without a trace after encountering the black flame. Rukawa continued to move, controlling the black flames to attack Yuhiro. Seeing that his ninjutsu was easily broken by Rukawa, Yuhiro was filled with anger. He roared. Earth-style rock flow. These rock flows were like water, rushing towards Rukawa along the black flames of Rukawa. However, Lu still looked indifferent. The next moment, the black flames and the rock flow merged together and then turned into a huge tornado that attacked Yuhiro. What? Seeing this scene, Yuhiro's pupils shrank sharply and his face turned pale. This tornado gave him an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression, as if he would be wiped out if he touched it. This guy. He's worthy of being Uchiha's brat. He cursed inwardly, and without hesitation, he used the body flicker technique to get away from here. However, his teleportation technique seemed to be a little too slow. The moment he finished casting the spell, a black shadow flashed in front of him like lightning, then hit him hard on the shoulder with an elbow, knocking him to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. His left arm was broken and his whole face was twisted. Ah, I'll fight you, he yelled, then took out a short blade from his waist and stabbed it into his belly without hesitation. Rukawa raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect Yuhiro to be so decisive. However, since the other party had made his choice, he would naturally show no mercy. He reached out and grabbed Yuhiro's right wrist. Puff. A dagger pierced through Yuhiro's abdomen and nailed him to the wall. Needle. Yuhiro's neck was twitching with difficulty. Blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fierce, and his whole body was shaking non-stop. However, his eyes were still fixed on Rukawa, and he felt extremely unwilling. After all, he is a warrior who can rival cage-level warriors and can be considered a master in the Fire City. But still lost to such a kid. Looking at Rukawa's cold and indifferent eyes, he knew that he would not live long. However, he was not afraid. Haha. Uchiha brat, I lose today, but I tell you, the daimyo has a powerful swordsman by his side. Our great daimyo will never let you go. He roared with a ferocious face. Just wait. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and lay motionless, as if he were already dead. But Rukawa ignored his threat. He slowly pulled out the short blade that was inserted into the opponent's body and then put it away. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he still knew the name the other party mentioned. Daimyo. He is just an ordinary person, yet he dares to target the Uchiha clan. He is really courting death. The other side. In a forest not far from Konoha village, 3 people were hiding in a dark corner, observing the scene of Konoha village in the distance. We can't find that little kid at all. Where did he go? One of them murmured. Who is playing tricks there? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Abu. Just as he finished speaking, a kunai pierced his throat. He fell straight to the ground before he could even scream. How is it possible? The remaining 2 were shocked. Pa. As the applause rang out, Rukawa slowly walked out with a playful smile on his face. Looking at Rukawa, the other 2's faces changed drastically, and they drew their swords and slashed at him. However, Rukawa simply wielded a kunai and forced the 2 back. Every movement he made was just right, making it impossible for the 2 to get close to him.
This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* depths of their eyes.
Rukawa's powerful strength made them feel desperate. But they didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so they tried their best to compete with Rukawa. Deed. Amid a violent explosion, branches flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and tree trunks broke. Swoosh, 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 Rukawa waved his weapon and blocked the two men's attacks. Then he took a step forward, came behind one of the men, and kicked him on the back. The man groaned and smashed the tree trunk next to him, then rolled away and passed out. The other person took the opportunity to escape, and Rukawa did not continue to chase. Although Rukawa possesses heaven-defying physical fitness and physical skills, and can skillfully use physical skills in various battles, it is still enough to deal with some weaklings. However, if he really encounters some powerful enemies, even he will not be able to win completely. That's why he chose to deal with a few guys with weaker strength first. And these people are just a bait in Rukawa's eyes. Advertisement. Rukawa looked up at the sky and muttered, Orochimaru? He felt the scent of a snake from that person, which was really a very human smell. In a dense forest, the last person alive is now escaping frantically. Damn, how come this kid is so fast? Rukawa's speed was beyond his expectation. He ran as fast as he could but still couldn't get rid of Rukawa. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and clenched his fists. No matter what, we must not let that little devil go. He turned around and saw a huge rock in front of him. Let that brat see what real power is, he sneered, took out a kunai and threw it out fiercely. Swoosh! The kunai cut through the air and hit the stone directly. The next second, a loud roar was heard, and the huge rock was directly pierced through. A figure suddenly appeared. At the same time, the bait was slapped to death by Rukawa, who caught up with him. Watching this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is that so? Call out. The next moment, Rukawa appeared here. He looked at Orochimaru with confusion in his eyes. Because he felt a strange chakra fluctuation. This is a very strange and dangerous chakra fluctuation. He looked around, but did not see Orochimaru. Strange, why? Rukawa frowned slightly, with a strong murderous intent rising in his heart. Boom! Just as he was thinking, a huge green python rushed towards him from the side. Humph, a mere trifle. Rukawa snorted coldly, and with a shake of his right hand, the civilian kunai burst into a sharp light. Then, he swayed his body, dodged the attack, and stabbed the giant python's head with his backhanded sword. Death! Green blood gushed out, the green python howled in pain, and Rukawa once again cut the green python in half with his sword. Bang! The green python collapsed with a loud bang. Rukawa easily dismembered the green python and threw it aside, continuing to look around for any trace of Orochimaru. There is nothing here except a road, Rukawa muttered. He always felt that there was something strange here, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. He carefully recalled the battle with Orochimaru in the past few days. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be performing any special ninjutsu, and he probably isn't good at speed either. If that's the case, why did he disappear? He pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be that he wants to lure me into a trap? Damn it! He gnashed his teeth in anger. Orochimaru, this old fox, actually dared to cheat. However, he did not hesitate and immediately walked into the forest according to his own speculation. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he stepped into the forest, his body trembled suddenly. The next moment, a fierce attack came. Rukawa's pupils suddenly contracted, so fast. He dodged hastily, and at the same time blocked with the kunai in his hand. CBBD. Bang! With a loud bang, Rukawa was immediately repelled, and the attacker was revealed. Orochimaru? Rukawa stared at Orochimaru in front of him, his face full of surprise. Orochimaru was wearing black clothes, and he was tall and sturdy with a rough look. But he exuded an extremely strange and evil smell, as if he came from the Nine Nether Hell. Rukawa's face was solemn. It seems that you have evolved during this period of time. Oh, you know a lot, kid. Orochimaru smiled coldly, leapt forward, and went straight for Rukawa's throat. Rukawa's eyes narrowed, chakra circulated in his body, and he dodged and counterattacked with kunai in hand. Ding dong dong, the sound of weapons clashing continued. The two men fought fiercely, neither of them gave in, and the battle situation reached a stalemate. Rukawa fought while keeping an eye on the surroundings. However, in a corner of the battlefield, a dark shadow was watching the battle quietly. He opened his mouth slightly and muttered to himself, this kid has a good amount of chakra, but too slow. The next moment, he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Rukawa like a cannonball. What? Rukawa's eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously raised the kunai in his hand to meet the attack. Clang! The sound of metal and iron was heard. Rukawa was stunned. He looked at the man in front of him in shock. This was a man wrapped in a pitch-black robe. He was wearing a skull mask on his face, and only the outline of a man could be vaguely discerned. He was not sure of the other party's age, but he knew that the other party's strength was definitely not weaker than Orochimaru. Advertisement. Rukawa couldn't help but take a deep breath. I didn't expect that there would be someone ambushing me here. His expression was extremely solemn. He could tell that the opponent's strength was not weaker than Orochimaru, or even stronger. He must just be cautious. While Rukawa and Orochimaru were fighting, Orochimaru slowly stood still at a distance from both of them. This little devil's strength is really terrifying. Not only does he possess powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu, but he is also able to use such exquisite swordsmanship. If I didn't have the poison skills, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Orochimaru muttered to himself, fear in his eyes. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his head to think, I must recover to my peak condition as soon as possible. The next moment, a ferocious look appeared on Orochimaru's face. That brat is indeed the freak of Uchiha. He is not an ordinary person, but when I recover my strength, that will be the day he dies. Orochimaru's figure gradually faded until he disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Rukawa was dodging the opponent's attack, but the opponent was harassing him like a mad dog. They have fought several times in a row. In every confrontation, he felt the extremely powerful force of the opponent using the yin rope. After a brief trial, Rukawa confirmed that the other party was a clone. This technique is only possessed by Otsutsuki, who hides in the dark. Clones are extremely troublesome. Rukawa dodged while calculating rapidly in his mind. Ultimately, he decided not to go head-to-head with this guy. He moved his feet and quickly retreated his whole body. The next moment, Orochimaru suddenly appeared. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and he accelerated suddenly to catch up, his attacks becoming more intense and fierce. However, Rukawa's speed did not slow down at all. The next moment, Rukawa's figure stopped. Orochimaru was stunned. "Why don't you run away?" Rukawa's eyes were filled with solemnity. In his left arm, he holds a scroll. That was what he got from the system, the sealed scroll. Buzz! The sealed scroll suddenly burst into brilliant light. A powerful pressure emanated from it. Instantly, Orochimaru seemed to be locked by something, and his movements became much slower. His face suddenly darkened. "Seal the scroll." Rukawa's eyes flashed, and the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands, lightning-style Chidori. Bang! A strong breath swept over and blew Orochimaru over. Puff! Orochimaru's chest and abdomen were blown apart, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the young man in front of him, who was shrouded in mist and had a pale face. Rukawa's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You are not Orochimaru, why are you against me?" "Ha ha ha!" Orochimaru suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Because, this place originally belongs to me." "Mine?" Rukawa's expression changed slightly. "Who are you?" Orochimaru's face was full of crazy smile. "You will know soon." The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Rukawa. Then, he clenched his right fist and smashed it hard into Rukawa's back. Rukawa's body trembled violently and he was almost knocked away. His face was extremely gloomy. "Humph, no matter who you are, if you dare to target me, you will die." Boom! Orochimaru's momentum increased again, and he struck Rukawa on the back of the head with his palm. Rukawa dodged nimbly, and then slapped Orochimaru on the back of his head, leaving him completely stunned. Rukawa's eyes flashed with excitement. This guy is really seriously injured, his strength has dropped a lot. There was a cold look in his eyes, and he swung the kunai down again. Ding ding ding. A series of sparks flew. Rukawa's figure was getting faster and faster. Although he was very powerful, the secret skills and weapons he practiced were also very impressive. Under such circumstances, his attack speed became faster and faster, making Orochimaru unable to resist at all. Boom! Orochimaru was punched and flew out, knocking down a wall. Rukawa's eyes were grim. "It's time to send you on your way." Whoosh! As soon as Rukawa stepped on the ground, he shot out. Boom! Orochimaru had half of his arm cut off by Rukawa, and blood spurted out. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I told you, you will regret angering me." Rukawa said coldly. "I will cut you into pieces and let you experience the cruelest punishment in the world." Before he finished speaking, Rukawa was ready to continue his attack. Chapter 91 Hell Mode, Wood-Style Incision Technique. You can die, kill. However, swoosh, there was another sound of breaking air, and Rukawa's pupils suddenly contracted. A dagger stabbed Rukawa's neck from the side, as if to kill him. Rukawa's body tilted and the dagger passed by his shoulder. But then, the owner of the dagger changed its direction and slashed Rukawa's waist, causing him to fly backwards and fall heavily to the ground. Abu! The next moment, a figure appeared beside Rukawa. It was Orochimaru who had just disappeared. Orochimaru walked over with a sneer on his face. "Boy, is it my turn now?" Rukawa's pupils narrowed. Earth-style rock shinobi technique. A layer of dirt appeared around Rukawa, transforming into heavy rocks blocking Orochimaru's path. Then, Rukawa exerted force on his feet and, with the help of the rock shinobi technique, suddenly leapt far away. "Ha ha ha, you want to leave? It's too late." The next moment, Orochimaru's chakra surged. Hell Mode. Snake Strangulation. Orochimaru's body twisted strangely, and then circles of snake tails wrapped around Rukawa and swung towards him wolfishly. Rukawa reacted just as quickly, performing a ninjutsu to dodge on the spot, but was still brushed by Orochimaru's tail. Sizzle! Rukawa's clothes were cut and there was a scar on his skin. Huff! Rukawa gasped for a few times, his eyes became colder, and he shook his palm, and 3 cards appeared in his hand out of thin air. The corner of his mouth raised a sneer, and he shouted, "Summoning." The next second, a huge dragon head appeared, bit the tail of an attacking snake and tore it into 2 pieces. Chapter 126 Escape. Roar! The dragon roared, and its huge body swung violently, directly blowing the snake's tail away. Snap! The snake's tail fell to the ground. Orochimaru's face turned pale, he staggered back, holding his chest. "A hole. Cough cough. A hole." Rukawa glanced at the snake's tail and said coldly, "You are no match for me." He shifted his gaze to Orochimaru, slowly stretched out his left hand, and grasped him in his palm. "Tell me your true identity, otherwise I will never forgive you." "Haha, you'll never guess my true identity." Orochimaru suddenly laughed grimly. Because, you're destined to die. Orochimaru's muscles swelled, his legs bent, and then he suddenly exerted force, jumped up, and grabbed Rukawa's face with one claw. Bang! Rukawa blocked with his arms, and then he retreated along with the force. Orochimaru took the opportunity to rush forward. He exuded a foul odor and pounced on Rukawa like a lion majesty. The two figures continued to fight, causing dust to fly and the ground to crack. Bang! Rukawa's feet slipped and he staggered and flew backwards. Orochimaru's eyes were full of ferocity. He approached Rukawa again and pressed his palm suddenly on Rukawa's forehead. Water style, waterfall technique. Orochimaru's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and the surrounding water rushed towards Rukawa. Rukawa's body was submerged in the current. After a while, he struggled out of the water. Orochimaru sneered, his eyes glowing coldly. You lose. Rukawa shook his head and said calmly, you lose. Orochimaru frowned and asked in confusion, how could I lose? I was clearly in the upper hand. As soon as he finished speaking, an expression of extreme astonishment appeared on his face. Rukawa's mouth curled up slightly. I said, you lost. Rukawa's figure suddenly accelerated and came in front of Orochimaru like a ghost. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger. Call out. The sharp wind from his fingers whistled past and hit Orochimaru's throat hard. Crack. There was a sound of bones cracking. Orochimaru's eye sockets bulged, his lips moved, blood kept flowing out, and his eyeballs bulged out. The next moment, Rukawa pressed his palm hard on Orochimaru's forehead. A wisp of black smoke spread from Rukawa's palm into Orochimaru's body. Remember this, my name is Otsutsuki Indra, Rukawa said coldly. Orochimaru's vitality and recovery ability were amazing. He regained consciousness in just a blink of an eye. However, he still felt weak all over, and it was as if his body was burning with extremely hot chakra, burning his internal organs, causing him excruciating pain. Orochimaru looked at Rukawa in surprise. You actually have such a terrifying recovery energy? This is simply a monstrosity. However, Rukawa was not satisfied. He knew that if it weren't for Orochimaru's strong recovery ability, he would have ended the battle. At this time, Rukawa looked at Orochimaru and asked, who are you? Well, you'll know soon enough. Advertisement, Earth-style earth flow wall. Orochimaru's body suddenly turned into a pool of mud. Then, a huge khaki block of earth rose from the ground, covering Rukawa and blocking his range of movement. Then, Orochimaru controlled the clod of earth and pressed it hard on Rukawa. Boom! Rukawa's figure instantly sank into the soil, while Orochimaru stood there with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a little kid. Rukawa's body slowly emerged from the pile of dirt. He looked at Orochimaru, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, you are still too young after all. What? Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hand and punched Rukawa in the abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out. Rukawa groaned. Rukawa's eyes scanned the surroundings. Orochimaru controlled the soil and pressed it onto Rukawa's body. Rukawa somersaulted away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a playful look on his face. He glanced at Orochimaru and said, your attack is not even a tickle. Hearing Rukawa's ridicule, the anger in Orochimaru's eyes completely erupted. He roared angrily, and his whole body continued to expand like a firecracker exploding. He transformed into a giant python about 100 meters long, with its body covered with pitch-black scales and sharp claws. Rukawa looked at the big snake. His face gradually became serious. He took a deep breath. My physique is immortal. So, even if you turn into a 100-meter-long snake, I won't be afraid of you. Rukawa's eyes were firm and persistent. He looked at Orochimaru's snake eyes, and there was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. So, I can kill you without restraint. As soon as Rukawa finished speaking, Orochimaru's snake tongue flickered and it suddenly rushed out. It attacked Rukawa like lightning, and with its tail raised high, it smashed Rukawa hard. Orochimaru's strength is very strong, even strong enough to compete with Cage level, but Rukawa is not an ordinary Anbu ninja. And this time, Rukawa must complete the mission. Reikari! Rukawa shouted, and Reikari slashed out. Reikari and Orochimaru's tails collided, and a violent shockwave suddenly erupted. However, the next moment, the void beside Rukawa suddenly shattered, and a dagger stabbed out. Dang! Rukawa's body reacted quickly. He turned his waist to avoid the dagger, but his shoulder was injured. DF. Orochimaru made an excited snake sound, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Then, a large amount of venom spurted out from his mouth. Rukawa's pupils shrank and his body disappeared instantly. The venom sprayed onto the wall, instantly corroding holes. Orochimaru was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Invisibility. Interesting, but it's impossible to sneak attack me with this trick. Call out. At this moment, Rukawa jumped down again and came to the edge of Orochimaru's head. Swoosh! He stabbed Orochimaru with a kunai in his hand. However, Orochimaru twisted his body suddenly and narrowly avoided the fatal sword. His body flipped in midair and his tail swung like a whip. Bang! Rukawa was knocked away hard. Rukawa fell to the ground, his face solemn. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer and had to get rid of Orochimaru as soon as possible. Buzz! A thick green mist erupted from Rukawa. Shish. Green vines emerged from his wrists and ankles, wrapping around his body. Rukawa was calm and composed, with his hands clasped together and pressed against his chest, muttering, wood-style cutting technique. Countless tiny green vines penetrated into Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru's body stiffened and he roared angrily. However, his movements slowed down a bit. Rukawa took the opportunity to grab the kunai and stabbed his left arm with the sword. Swish! Orochimaru screamed as his left arm was cut off by the kunai. Orochimaru's face turned ferocious and terrifying. He roared and grabbed his left arm with his right hand, trying to tear off the kunai. However, Rukawa's legs clamped tightly together, pinning him firmly to the ground. Rukawa pulled back the kunai and chopped it down at Orochimaru's neck. Laugh! Orochimaru covered his throat, opened his mouth with difficulty, and spat out smelly blood. His eyes became more and more resentful. Suddenly, a blue glow appeared on Orochimaru's body, and then his body began to melt gradually. Finally, the snake's entire body turned into a sticky liquid. Rukawa looked at Orochimaru's disappearing figure and sighed. He is really cunning. Orochimaru escaped. Although Rukawa didn't know why Orochimaru chose to run away, he didn't chase him. Because Orochimaru's ability to escape is first-rate, it is difficult to kill him completely. Advertisement. At this moment, Rukawa turned his gaze towards the direction of the Fire City and his eyes instantly turned cold. Previously, the daimyo of the Land of Fire actually sent people to cause trouble for him. He really didn't know how to live or die. Immediately, Rukawa didn't waste any time and headed straight for the Fire City. There is only one goal for this trip: kill the daimyo. I've been waiting for you for a long time, little devil, prepare to die. In front of the gate of Fire City, Kenjiro, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly rushed out with a sharp dagger. However, Rukawa's eyes narrowed slightly and his body tilted slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The extremely sharp dagger missed, causing Kenjiro to feel a chill in his heart. But Rukawa did not stop. His body suddenly flashed and rushed forward in an instant. Kenjiro didn't expect Rukawa's reaction speed to be so quick. He was stunned for a second, then reacted. His face turned gloomy. He never expected that his sneak attack would fail. The next moment, Rukawa was already within reach, and Kenjiro had no time to dodge, so he could only cover his chest with his hands. However, Rukawa's right leg kicked out as fast as lightning. It hit Kenjiro's arm hard, shattering his entire arm and causing blood to spurt out. Damn it! Kenjiro cursed under his breath and swung his other intact hand out again. Rukawa looked at the opponent's attacking arm without showing any panic and remained calm. He kicked his legs, and the force transmitted from the soles of his feet made his body fly into the air and leap to a high place in an instant. At the same time, he flipped his body in the air, his left hand turned into a claw, grabbed Kenjiro's head, and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The powerful force caused Kenjiro's head to hit the ground heavily, splashing countless dust and accompanied by a scream. Then, Rukawa stabilized his body and landed. He stood there, looking indifferently at Kenjiro lying on the ground, and said slowly, "You are too weak, you are not even qualified to warm up for me." Hearing this, Kenjiro's face turned red and he was extremely angry. He struggled to stand up and stared at Rukawa viciously. He also discovered that the injured part of his body was healing at an extremely fast speed. Rukawa frowned and looked at Kenjiro with a little surprise. Although he had noticed Kenshiro a long time ago, he did not expect that Kenshiro actually possessed a blood limit of the healing type. Rukawa's eyes sparkled. If he could obtain this bloodline limit, his strength would be even more terrifying. However, Rukawa knew that this was absolutely impossible. Because he felt strong hatred and hostility in Kenjiro's eyes, and there was no way such a person would give him the bloodline limit. Thinking of this, Rukawa shook his head and sighed that it was a pity. "Kid, go to hell." Kenjiro pounced on Rukawa again, wanting to die together with Rukawa. However, his actions seemed like a joke to Rukawa. Rukawa had a sarcastic look on his face, and his figure flashed, easily avoiding Kenjiro's attack. The next moment, Rukawa appeared behind Kenjiro, his hands turned into eagle claws, directly clasped Kenjiro's shoulders and pulled hard. Snap! Kenjiro's shoulder bone was broken and he cried out in pain. At this moment, Rukawa's figure disappeared again, and the next moment he appeared in front of Kenjiro. Bang! A loud slap hit Kenjiro in the face, dislocating his entire face. Ah! Kenjiro vomited blood, flew backwards, and crashed into a stone tablet in the distance, breaking it, with debris flying everywhere and smoke filling the air. Rukawa walked over coldly and looked at Kenjiro who was lying on the ground, covering half of his face. His eyes were cold, and he said slowly, "Don't blame me, who told you to provoke me?" The next moment, Rukawa reached out, grabbed Kenjiro's collar, lifted his body with one hand, and then threw him to the ground. Ahem! Kenjiro raised his head with difficulty and stared at Rukawa with resentment on his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with humiliation and regret. He had never expected that Rukawa's strength was so terrifying. He was defeated after only 2 collisions. However, now is not the time to think about these things. What he needs to do now is to escape. But how could Rukawa let him go? Rukawa's eyes became colder and colder, and he pressed closer step by step. Every step seemed to step into the depths of Kenjiro's soul. 014706521 Falu 151,203,291. This kind of pressure made Kenjiro almost unable to move.
The next moment, Rukawa's right hand stretched out, grabbed Kenjiro's throat, and then lifted him up from the ground.
At this time, Rukawa squatted slightly, bent his right knee, condensed chakra in his right fist, and punched Kenjiro in the abdomen. With a loud bang, Kenjiro sank into the ground. Rukawa looked down at Kenjiro with sharp eyes, and said slowly, "You know, the way you look now is really disgusting. You are no different from a trash can on the side of the road." Bang! Rukawa punched Kenjiro in the stomach again, almost making him faint. "You are a scum who has no right to survive. If that's the case, then you should just go and die." Rukawa's tone was very calm, and without even saying anything extra, he was ready to end Kenjiro's life. The next moment, Rukawa suddenly stepped on Kenjiro's right ankle, kicking him directly out, landing 1,000 meters away. Then, Rukawa approached again, stretched out both hands, and grabbed Kenjiro's head. Phew! The dark lightning-style chakra was wrapped around Rukawa's fingertips and pierced directly into Kenjiro's throat.
Gulu gulu. Kenjiro's eyes bulged out as he stared at Rukawa.
He never expected that he would die in the hands of a junior like this, which made him unwilling to accept it.
Chapter 92 will be updated in the morning. Please give me some data support. Thank you guys. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the pain in his throat made it difficult for him to even speak. Rukawa sneered and withdrew his hands, without a trace of pity or compassion in his eyes. Because Rukawa has seen too many enemies these days. Rukawa's hands were covered with Madara bloodline, which was the blood of the enemy. Humph, you are a bunch of fools, you will never understand what loyalty is. Do you think you are doing the right thing? No, you will only bring death to the daimyo. Rukawa said coldly. After saying that, Rukawa left without paying any attention to the corpses. When we arrived at the gate of Daming Mansion, a man with a knife was standing quietly. This person is the #1 samurai in the ninja world, Yuenwu. Yuenwu drew out the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Rukawa without any nonsense. Looking at Yuenwu's attack, Rukawa frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He pushed the ground hard with his right foot, and with the help of the rebound force, he quickly retreated like an arrow. The place where he was standing just now was split in half by Yuanwu's sword. Looking at this thrilling scene, the people around couldn't help but exclaim. That's amazing. Master Yuenwu is so handsome. Hearing the flattery from the people around him, Yuanwu showed a hint of pride on his face. But soon, he focused his attention on Rukawa in front of him. Because judging from the skills and speed Rukawa just displayed, his strength is definitely higher than mine. Rukawa-kun, please don't let me down. After saying this, Yuanwu clenched the long sword in his hand and continued to rush forward. He moved like a ghost, and every attack was able to accurately find the opportunity when Rukawa dodged, making it difficult for him to cope. Moreover, his moves were extremely strange. Sometimes they were swift and fierce, sometimes they were gentle and soft, and sometimes they were very agile and weird, making it hard to guard against them. But Rukawa was no pushover either. He exerted force with his legs and leapt into the air. Then he combined his palms together and struck out with powerful force from Ran Ren Lu. This Iron Mountain backstroke is Rukawa's most powerful skill. Feeling the strong gust of wind, Yuanwu's pupils suddenly contracted and his body quickly jumped back. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, a leg suddenly swept over and kicked the long sword in Yuanwu's hand into pieces. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, Yuanwu fell heavily to the ground with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Quote. Yuanwu struggled to get up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Rukawa in front of him, he smiled bitterly and said, Rukawa-kun's strength is really unfathomable. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid we'll have to fight until dawn. Hearing this, Rukawa snorted coldly. It's good that you know it, just admit defeat and surrender. Otherwise, it will be bad if innocent people are hurt later. Hee. Yuanwu shook his head and sighed, then slowly raised his long sword and said in a deep voice, if that's the case, then I have no choice but to offend Rukawa-kun. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuanwu swung his sword again and attacked Rukawa, his movements even faster than before. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Rukawa. The long knife in his hand shone with a cold light, as if it was going to cut Rukawa in half. Not only that, his figure was erratic and changeable. Moreover, his attack was so sharp and vicious that it seemed that he left no chance of survival. Rukawa looked calm and seemed to be in control of the situation. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them started fighting back and forth, with explosions constantly occurring around them. Drink. Cut. Finally, the two collided again. Yuanwu roared, and a brilliant silver light burst out from his long sword. He chopped straight at Rukawa's neck. At this time, Rukawa did not dodge at all and took the knife head-on. OJ. Sparks flew and crisp sounds spread throughout the streets. What's going on? Yuanwu was shocked and looked at Rukawa with a puzzled look on his face. It was as he expected. At this moment, Rukawa's clothes were torn at the neck, but he did not find any scars. Even if his body defense is strong, he should still be injured after being hit by his own special move. But apart from some damage to his clothes, Rukawa had no skin or flesh injured at all. Mr. Yuan Wu, I'm grateful for your kindness. Rukawa glanced at Yuan Wu indifferently, then suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Wu. Death thrust. Swoosh. With a low whistle, Rukawa stepped on the ground with his right foot and his body shot out like a cannonball. Watch your back. Yuan Wu's expression changed drastically and he reminded hurriedly. But it was too late, as Rukawa's fist reached Yuan Wu's back in an instant. Yuan Wu looked solemn. He stomped his feet on the ground and quickly moved to the side. Just as he rushed out, Rukawa's fist had already hit him where he was originally. The solid bluestone bricks cracked instantly, leaving a deep pit. Seeing this scene, Yuan Wu's expression became even more solemn. He did not dare to delay and rushed forward, trying to get closer to Rukawa and look for another opportunity. But before he took a few steps, Rukawa caught up with him as shown in the picture. Damn it! Advertisement. Yuan Wu cursed and could only resist with all his strength. Bang! Boom! The two fought for several rounds, and Yuan Wu gradually lost. Finally, Rukawa hit him on the shoulder with a punch and sent him flying. Puff! Yuan Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. He looked at Rukawa, his expression filled with reluctance. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you. Yuan Wu murmured. You are indeed amazing. Rukawa said lightly. I won't accept this. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth. Are you unwilling? Rukawa raised his eyebrows, then gently placed his right hand on his shoulder. A powerful chakra surged out and instantly poured into Yuan Wu's body. Yuan Wu suddenly felt his whole body tremble, and then his head started buzzing, as if something was ringing in his ears. 014706521 Filu 151,203,481. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, they were full of horror. Quote. Yuan Wu opened his mouth and wanted to ask Rukawa, but found that his throat was dry and he couldn't make a sound. Moreover, his aura was rising at an incredible speed. What did you do? Yuan Wu asked with difficulty. You don't need to know. Rukawa glanced at him indifferently, then grasped the handle of the sword with his right hand and pulled it gently. Suddenly, his sword flew out of its sheath, and then under Rukawa's control, it turned into a meteor and headed straight for Yuan Wu. Swish! The sword cut through the sky with a sharp and piercing sound. The next moment, Yuan Wu howled miserably and fell to the ground, covering his chest. On his left chest, a hideous bloody hole pierced through his entire chest cavity. Blood gushed out and soon dyed the ground red. Yuan Wu-kun. Seeing Yuan Wu falling to the ground seriously injured, the warriors were all shocked and shouted in unison. Then everyone drew their spears from their waists, pointed them at Rukawa, and shouted angrily, How dare you hurt our captain? Gray. At this moment, Rukawa's figure once again transformed into a series of afterimages and rushed towards the crowd. His speed was so fast that no one could catch his whereabouts. The next moment, Rukawa appeared in the center of the crowd, tightly grasped a soldier's throat with his right hand, and said in a cold voice. If you want to rescue Yuan Wu, just come on. Quote. Looking at Rukawa's cold expression, the warriors couldn't help swallowing and stopped at the same time. Don't listen to his nonsense, he's alone. Let's go together. Hearing the encouragement from their teammates, everyone felt a little relieved. Then, they all drew the short swords from their waists and slashed at Rukawa. There was a strange curve at the corner of Rukawa's mouth. Then, his figure suddenly turned into a ray of faint light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Swish. Snap. The next second, Rukawa appeared behind another samurai. He grabbed the man by the back of the collar with one arm and threw him out. Boom. In an instant, the two corpses fell heavily to the ground, and blood spurted out, splashing all over the people around them. Kill him. Seeing this, the remaining warriors immediately became furious, raised their spears, and bravely rushed towards Rukawa. Ding ding ding. Facing the attack from several spears, Rukawa remained calm. Instead of retreating, he advanced and met the attack with all his strength. Rukawa turned his wrist, and the sharp sword in his hand was like a living thing, flashing a cold metallic luster. Every time Rukawa attacked, he could easily knock it away. No matter where the opponent stabbed with the spear, a sword would always appear in his hand out of thin air. Swoosh. Rukawa slashed with his sword, instantly cutting off the arm of a martial king. Crack. The next second, a white line appeared on the warrior's abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a long bloody wound appeared on the warrior's abdomen, and scarlet liquid slowly overflowed. Plop. With a dull sound, the warrior fell to the ground on his back, no longer breathing. The other warriors became furious upon seeing this and continued to shoot at Rukawa with their guns raised. Unfortunately, the ending is still the same. With just one move from Rukawa, they will fall to the ground like wooden stakes. After just half a minute, there was no warrior left standing in the field, and all of them were shot dead by him. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. Water-style great waterfall technique. Boom. Huge waves rolled in the air, hitting the mud and sand, and a huge curtain of water rose into the sky. Hima sneered at this. Just relying on this. Do you really think you are a genius? Advertisement. After saying that, he formed a seal again. Wind-style great breakthrough. Hualala. A strong gale swept over, and Rukawa felt as if his body was restrained by something and he could not move at all. Hima's face was as gloomy as ink. What he hated most was this kind of genius, especially this kind of self-righteous and arrogant guy. Go to hell. Kazuma pointed his finger in Rukawa's direction and pressed hard. Rinnegan technique. Bang. The strong air current lifted the whole area, and pieces of rubble fell one after another, and Rukawa's voice disappeared. Haha. Useless trash, you are disappointing after all, Hima-song said in a relaxed tone. But the next moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and Hima's pupils shrank suddenly. What's going on? I should have killed him just now. Hima looked up hurriedly, and what came into his sight was that familiar face. Hima's face turned pale. Impossible. How are you still alive? Rukawa has a faint smile on his face. Right leg lightly stepped. You want to ask me? Why didn't you die? As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp chakra rushed straight to Kazuma's heart. Water-style grand waterfall technique. 100-meter-long column of water erupted from behind Rukawa. It hit Hima directly in the chest, soaking his clothes and knocking him down. Hole, I'm going to kill you. Hima roared, and quickly formed seals with his hands, fire-style Hao Yanji. The scorching heat made Rukawa frown slightly. Not daring to underestimate it, he immediately used the ninjutsu, water-style hyphenation point water dragon bomb technique. The two water balls collided and suddenly exploded, turning into raindrops all over the sky. Damn it, this guy is so difficult to deal with. No, we must get rid of him. Kazuma gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, and continued to make seals with his hands. Rock shinobi technique, rock collapse technique. As Kazuma's spell sounded, a huge hill rose from the ground and pressed towards Rukawa. HMPH. Just a trifle. Rukawa sneered and turned his wrist. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear technique. Call out. A half-meter-long black kunai appeared in Rukawa's hand, and as he swung it, it instantly cut through the giant mountain. How is it possible? Hima's eyes widened. Even the mountains can't stop you. Rukawa held the kunai handle with both hands. You still want to stop me at this level? Break it. Rukawa threw the kunai in his hand fiercely, and the kunai pierced through the huge hill like a bullet, and continued to fly forward with the remaining force. Damn B*************** D. Hima's face was horrified and he dodged quickly, but he was still a minute too late. Laugh. A bloodstain extended from his shoulder to his waist, and the severe pain caused beads of sweat to appear on Hima's forehead. Damn it. Hima's face looked ferocious. At this moment, Rukawa's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Hima's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. He quickly turned his head, only to find Rukawa already standing in front of him. Earth-style rock thrust. Hima reacted extremely quickly and formed seals with both hands. Bang. The kunai pierced Hima's abdomen, and bright red blood gushed out of the wound. As a result, his body froze in place, with his hands in the gesture of making hand seals. Captain Hima. A crowd in the distance shouted in panic. Ha ha ha. Rukawa laughed wildly and looked at Kazuma in front of him. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Hima's face turned pale. Rukawa frowned. In that case, I will send you to see the King of Hell first. Earth style. Earth spear. Kazuma quickly formed seals with both hands, exploding rock spear technique. Boom. The soil around Kazuma turned into solid rock, and then countless muds rushed towards Rukawa from all directions. Rukawa crossed his arms to defend himself, but found that these hard clods of earth actually had a very terrifying force, constantly pushing him back. Damn it. Rukawa's eyes were cold and he stepped back by stomping his legs on the ground. Haha, you still don't admit defeat. Hima grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. At this moment, Rukawa suddenly stopped retreating and slapped down with his left hand, fire-style great fireball technique. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky, engulfing the hippopotamus in the sea of fire. Quote. Hima groaned as he felt the extremely hot temperature. But he still climbed up with difficulty. He knew that this level of attack could not do anything to him. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rukawa condensed a fireball again and rushed towards Kazuma. Damn you. Hima gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why Rukawa suddenly became so strong, now was obviously not the time to worry about these issues. Hima quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Earth-style earth-moving technique. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake, and Rukawa's body was shaken by the impact. What's going on? Rukawa wondered, but he quickly put it to the back of his mind. I can't care about it anymore. Rukawa's eyes were stern. Fire-style. Great fire extinguishment. A large ball of fire burst out of Rukawa's mouth, extinguishing the burning on the ground, and Rukawa took the opportunity to jump out of the battle circle and leave Kazuma's range. Damn you. Hima was furious, but after looking at his own broken limbs, he sighed, forget it, I will pay you back double for today's shame tomorrow. He took a deep breath and used all his chakra, rich rock wall technique. The ground rose up rapidly, and in almost the blink of an eye, a thick wall was formed to protect the horse inside. Rukawa raised his eyebrows. It seems that this guy does have some capabilities. But, so what? Rukawa once again released a large amount of water, covering himself, and controlled them to gather together, lightning-style Chidori sharp spear. Advertisement Chapter 93. Is this all you have? Rukawa is so strong. He crushes her. Snap, snap. With a cracking sound, the thick soil gradually fell off, revealing Kazuma, covered in blood. Di-Lu, one of the 12 guardians who came from afar, was horrified. But Rukawa did not hold back at all, and every move he made was deadly. Rukawa's figure is getting closer and closer. Puff. The sound of a knife entering flesh. D.B. Hima lowered his head, looked at the kunai stuck in his chest, and muttered, "I lost." After saying that, he closed his eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Damn little devil. Go to hell. Ah. Di-Lu roared, his face ferocious, and rushed towards Rukawa like a madman. There was no sign of panic on Rukawa's face. With a flip of his wrist, two kunai appeared in his hand. He looked coldly and calmly at the man in front of him who was overwhelmed by anger and had lost his mind. He bent his right knee slightly to accumulate strength, and then suddenly exploded, his body flew up like a cannonball. He crossed his arms over his chest and hit the opponent's head hard. Bang! A violent crash was heard, and Di-Lu only felt a buzzing in his ears. Then there was a sweet smell in the nose and mouth, and a warm current flowed down. Di-Lu raised his hand and touched his neck, but saw a clear bloodstain. That B**************** D. Rukawa slit his throat. Di-Lu stared at Rukawa in disbelief, he had never expected this. After so many years, I was actually defeated by a 13-year-old boy. And they lost so completely. Rukawa put the kunai back into his belt. He looked at the fallen Di-Lu with contempt, his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty coldness. You are no longer worthy of being my opponent. So, I will give you a ride. After saying that, he raised his fist and hit Di-Lu's head hard. At this moment, Di-Lu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a sinister voice came from the air. You are too slow. After he finished speaking, a white dagger fell from the sky and stabbed straight into Rukawa's heart. Di-Lu stood behind Rukawa with a cruel smile on his face. He wanted Rukawa to see with his own eyes how he was pierced through the heart by this dagger. However, the next second, when Lu heard a muffled groan beside him, he was stunned. Rukawa, who was supposed to fall to the ground, suddenly appeared beside him. His right hand clenched into a fist to block the stabbing dagger, and bright red blood dripped slowly along the blade onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu was shocked. He stood there in a daze for a long time before reacting. He looked at Rukawa in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Hearing this, Rukawa glanced at him calmly, and said with a mocking smile, "It's not a ninjutsu, it's just pure speed." Di-Lu gritted his teeth and swung the dagger at Rukawa again, but the next moment, there was a puff sound and a stream of blood spurted out, splashing all over his cheek. Di-Lu staggered back a few steps, holding his neck, and stared at Rukawa in horror. At this moment, Rukawa grabbed the dagger that pierced his left chest with his left hand, and with the other hand he tightly grasped Di-Lu's neck, twisting it hard. Rukawa had a burning fire in his eyes. He stared at Di-Lu with an extremely cold gaze, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Remember, the person who killed you is called Rukawa." Ahem. The feeling of suffocation came over him instantly, and Di-Lu struggled in pain, kicking his feet wildly in an attempt to escape from this desperate situation. Snap. With the crisp sound of broken bones, Di-Lu stared at Rukawa with wide eyes. He just couldn't understand why he lost when he was clearly in an advantageous position. But facts speak louder than words. Di-Lu used the last bit of consciousness to point at Rukawa with difficulty, and then he fell into complete darkness. Seeing that Di-Lu had completely died, Rukawa loosened his grip, glanced coldly at his body, and turned away. At this time, a figure blocked Rukawa. "Little ghost, you are very strong, but it's a pity that you met me." Zabuza held the beheading sword and looked at Rukawa coldly. "Really? What a pity that I met you too." Rukawa raised the corners of his mouth slightly and narrowed his eyes into slits, revealing his signature gesture, confident and arrogant. "HMPH, little brat, die." Without giving Rukawa any chance to talk nonsense, Fuza rushed directly towards Rukawa and slashed at him with a fierce blow. However, Rukawa did not move at all, as if he did not notice anything. "What's going on? Why don't you hide?" Although Bujin was confused, his hands did not slow down at all. Ding! There was a loud bang, and Rukawa was knocked back a few steps, while Bujin stood there motionless. But this was not the end. Zabuza took this opportunity to continue swinging his beheading sword and slashed at Rukawa. Seeing this, Rukawa leaned his body slightly to avoid the beheading sword, and at the same time raised his left foot and kicked Zabuza hard in the chest with a whip kick. Zabuza quickly blocked with his beheading sword, but Rukawa was already prepared. Advertisement. He clenched his right fist and fired a heavy blow, hitting the beheading sword hard. Boom. With a dull sound, the beheading sword instantly broke away from Zabuza's control, flew several meters away, and stopped rolling after smashing two large trees. However, Rukawa did not pursue the victory, but retreated quickly and kept his distance. Because, although Zabuza had just taken a heavy blow from Rukawa, he was not seriously injured. Instead, he took this opportunity to pick up the beheading sword and put it back in his pocket. Zabuza held the beheading sword tightly, looked at Rukawa and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to destroy the beheading sword so easily." Hearing Zabuza's words, Rukawa shook his head. "It just happened." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zabuza. Zabuza looked ferocious, his eyes full of murderous intent as he stared at Rukawa. Whether it's true or false, I must kill you today, otherwise you will become my strongest enemy. Hearing Zabuza's words, Rukawa's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Haha, kid, you know what? The more arrogant you are, the worse you will lose. Over the years, I followed Mizukage on the battlefield and killed countless people. The skills you have learned are definitely more terrifying than you can imagine. You are not worthy of being compared with me. Zabuza said this as he raised his beheading sword high up and chopped towards Rukawa with a fierce momentum that caused ripples in the air around them. Rukawa also went forward without hesitation, and the two sides fought, and sparks flew immediately. After Rukawa and Zabuza exchanged more than 10 moves, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His eyelids kept twitching and he felt uncomfortable all over. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Oh no, this guy is deliberately trying to trick me into making a mistake. Sure enough, just as he was thinking, Zabuza seized the opportunity and chopped down fiercely. However, just as the beheading sword was about to hit Rukawa's neck, it strangely changed its position. 014706521 Feilu 151,213,051. It passed by Rukawa's ear, cutting off a few strands of his long hair. If Rukawa hadn't reacted in time, he would probably be a corpse now. What a cunning fellow. Rukawa cursed inwardly, then switched from offense to defense and defended with all his might. Seeing this, Zabuza raised his eyebrows and said, "This guy is really sharp. He reacted so quickly. In this case, I will get rid of you first." After saying that, he sped up his attack, slashing wildly one after another, as if there was no end. Ding, 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 ding. The dense sound of metal clashing echoed in the forest as the two men fought fiercely. Each move was so powerful that the towering ancient trees around were broken one after another. The two fought for nearly 100 moves, but it was still difficult to tell who was better. Rukawa was secretly surprised. As expected, Zabuza was able to defeat Kakashi-sensei. After a while, Zabuza swung his sword with a heavy blow, aiming straight at Rukawa's head. Rukawa quickly stepped back and blocked with his right arm. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and Rukawa's right arm suddenly felt numb, and he couldn't help but stagger a few times. It hurts. Rukawa cursed inwardly and quickly used his chakra to offset the pain in his arm. Huff, huff, huff. At this time, Zabuza was breathing heavily, with a smile on his face, looking very proud. Ha ha ha, I finally won. It's too early for you to be happy. Rukawa took a deep breath, shook his right arm, and the Japanese kunai flew out. The kunai suddenly turned halfway and stabbed Zabuza's throat. Damn it! Zabuza roared angrily and swung his beheading sword to block the kunai's attack. Ding! There was a loud crash, and Zabuza's body swayed and he almost fell. Puff! Rukawa vomited blood due to the violent tremors and could not help but take 3 steps back. Zabuza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Rukawa coldly. Haha, kid, you are doomed to fail. Who told you I was going to give up? Hearing this, Rukawa's eyes flashed coldly, and he formed a seal with his right hand, then shouted, lightning-style bird. A strong wind suddenly blew up beside Rukawa, blowing away the dust around him and making Zabuza unable to open his eyes. Rukawa's mouth curled up into a cold arc. Reikiri. Crack, crack. With 2 crisp sounds, Zabuza's beheading sword was cut off by Ryuikiro. However, before Rukawa could relax, Zabuza suddenly jumped up and slapped Rukawa in the stomach. Bang! With a dull thud, Rukawa's body was thrown out, smashing an ancient tree as thick as a bowl, and then fell into a pile of lush bushes. Ahem. A pungent smell of decay hit Rukawa's nose, causing him to cough a few times, and then he crawled out of the mud. Hole. Looking at the man limping towards him, Rukawa gritted his teeth. His injuries were serious, the collision had displaced his internal organs. Rukawa didn't dare to delay any longer, and quickly took out a scroll and tore it apart. A light green mist emerged from it and then enveloped his entire body. Afterwards, Rukawa's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and he was completely healed in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Zabuza also saw Rukawa's action, and his pupils shrank sharply. What a fast recovery ability. This level of healing. Moreover, he could feel that Rukawa was using an extremely precious medical ninjutsu, Sage Mode. No, we must kill him immediately. Zabuza's face darkened, and he immediately jumped up and rushed towards Rukawa. At this time, Rukawa had just performed Sage Mode and was in a state of fatigue, with his strength greatly reduced. He looked at Zabuza rushing towards him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly stepped back. Behind him, a large stone slab collapsed, revealing a narrow passage. Hey hey, little devil, where can you escape this time? Zabuza laughed strangely. Abby. Zabuza rushed towards Rukawa with a beheading sword in hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 shurikens flew towards Zabuza with the sound of breaking through the air, preventing him from getting closer to Rukawa. Oh 9. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, swung his beheading sword and cut the shuriken away. He also stopped rushing forward and looked vigilantly at a hidden corner in front of him. Rukawa's figure slowly emerged, and he was holding a kunai in his hand. The hidden weapon just now was thrown by him. Zabuza sneered. Little brat, don't waste your energy. How can you possibly defeat me with these 3 useless ninjutsu? After saying that, Zabuza rushed forward directly. Rukawa's expression remained indifferent, as if he completely ignored Zabuza's ridicule, and his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. Boom. With a loud bang, the muscles on Rukawa's back tensed up, and veins popped out. Then, the surface of his fists was covered with a layer of electric current, which made crackling sounds. Rukawa didn't hesitate at all and punched Zabuza hard in the chest. Zabuza never expected that Rukawa had such a trick up his sleeve. He was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by Rukawa's punch. Zabuza covered his chest and sat up with difficulty. He looked at Rukawa with a serious expression. I didn't expect that you still have such hidden strength. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you. You don't look down on me, you just look down on yourself. Rukawa said indifferently, his tone full of contempt and disdain. Little devil, you are looking for death. Zabuza was furious and attacked Rukawa again. This time, not only was his attack speed increased, but his strength was also much stronger. But Rukawa still did not dodge, and took his attack head-on, then knocked him away with a punch, severely injuring him again. However, although Zabuza was physically injured, he had an evil smile on his face. Little devil, you've fallen into the trap. Huh, what? Rukawa's face changed drastically when he heard his words. Zabuza took the opportunity to rush forward and slashed at Rukawa with his beheading sword fiercely. Rukawa's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately drew out a kunai to block in front of him. Ding dong. Zabuza was stunned. He clearly saw that Rukawa had no weapon, so he was determined to succeed with this strike and could definitely split Rukawa's kunai in half. But he never expected that Rukawa would actually insert the kunai into the ground to relieve the force. Rukawa took a few steps back and stared at Zabuza coldly. The situation just now was critical. If it weren't for his intelligence and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, I'm afraid he would have lost his combat effectiveness even if he survived. His physique was weaker than Zabuza's, and the injury he had just suffered was not light. If it weren't for the effect of Sage Mode that allowed him to recover instantly, his current condition would not be a simple injury. It's as simple as a minor injury. You little devil, you really don't know how to live or die. Zabuza saw that Rukawa was still alive and kicking, and he immediately laughed grimly. Rukawa's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He used illusion immediately without any hesitation. Illusion. Illusion killing technique. In an instant, Rukawa and Zabuza exchanged identities. Moreover, under the control of Rukawa's illusion, Zabuza completely lost consciousness and stood there in a daze. Rukawa snorted coldly, slashed Zabuza's neck with a sword, and cut him in the waist. Huff huff. Rukawa gasped a few times. The previous attack consumed a lot of his chakra, but fortunately he managed to deal with Zabuza. Then, he took out all the valuable things from Zabuza and put them in his arms. Finally, Rukawa picked up the beheading sword that Zabuza had discarded and looked at it carefully. This weapon is really good. Rukawa exclaimed, and then added another sentence. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared behind Rukawa. It was Kitako, one of the 12 guardian ninjas who were lying in ambush here. Success. Kitako held a kunai and stabbed at the back of Rukawa's neck. Too slow. Rukawa turned his head and knocked Bizi away with one punch. Bang. Bizi rolled several times in the air and fell heavily onto the wall. Rukawa took out a ninja forehead protector from his pocket and buckled it, then walked over to Kitako and looked down at her. Is this all your experience? Chapter 94 Wind Style. Rasengan. He is a monster. Rukawa wins. Bizi struggled to stand up and looked at him with gritted teeth. Humph. Rukawa-kun, I will make you pay the price today. Bizi clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it hard on the floor. Snap. The hard cement floor tiles shattered instantly, and Bizi was injured, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. However, Bizi didn't take it seriously and stared at Rukawa with red eyes. Suddenly, a black smoke rose up from under her feet and quickly enveloped the entire room. When the smoke cleared, there was no one in the room. Rukawa frowned and looked around, but could not find any trace of Kitako. Hee. Rukawa-kun, I'm behind you now. The sudden voice made Lu shudder all over. He turned around suddenly and saw that Bizi had come behind him without him noticing. He immediately drew his sword and fought back, but Bizi easily dodged it. Rukawa thought, if he accidentally stepped into Bizi's trap, wouldn't it be dangerous? Rukawa-kun, take this. Bizi yelled and moved his arms to fire a kunai. Rukawa dodged sideways and kicked Kitako in the abdomen. Bang. Bizi groaned, took a few steps back, covered his stomach and knelt on one knee. Rukawa's kick just now was so powerful that it almost broke her intestines. Bizi's face turned pale with pain, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his cheeks, making him look pitiful. But Rukawa remained extremely vigilant and prepared to escape at any time. Rukawa-kun, don't worry, I won't kill you. Bizi slowly raised his head, narrowing his eyes, because I want to keep you here and torture you until you can neither live nor die, and then I will be relieved. Hearing this, Rukawa said coldly, stop talking nonsense, just use whatever skills you have. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Bizi laughed sinisterly twice, quickly formed a seal with his left hand, and silently chanted a spell, wind-style great breakthrough. Hearing Beezy's spell, Rukawa frowned slightly. Before he could react, the Japanese stock market storm had already hit. Rukawa raised his sword to block, but wind-style seemed to be alive and bypassed the sword to attack his waist. Bang! With a dull sound, Rukawa was knocked back a few steps. Rukawa looked down and saw that the clothes on her chest had been torn to pieces, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. He quickly stretched out his hands to cover himself, but the opponent seemed to have no intention of giving up. He rushed forward again and punched him hard in the abdomen. Exclamation mark single quote. The severe pain in his abdomen made Rukawa bend over, cover his abdomen, and lean against the wall with cold sweat on his forehead. Beezy wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and stared at Rukawa fiercely, as if he was determined to win. Rukawa took a few deep breaths to calm the heat in his body, and slowly raised his head. Beezy, you are doomed to lose. Oh, Beezy sneered. Does Rukawa-kun have another trump card? Rukawa gave a devilish smile. This is a secret, you don't need to know. Then I'll have to wait and see. Beezy shrugged. The next second, Beezy felt a gust of wind blowing beside him, and a cold short sword was placed on his neck. Bei Zijin, I advise you to give up resistance. Rukawa said, shaking his wrist, and the sharp blade cut through Beezy's delicate flesh, and a drop of scarlet blood flowed out and fell on the clean white ground. What do you mean by this, Rukawa-kun? Are you trying to threaten me? Beezy licked the corner of his mouth. I'm not afraid of you. Bei Zijin is a smart man. I know you are a person who cherishes your life very much. After Rukawa finished speaking, he pushed the short blade outward a little, and the sharp tip of the blade immediately cut through the flesh, and another drop of blood oozed out. I don't mind giving you another life. Beezy's eyes flashed with anger, but she remained calm. Rukawa-kun, aren't you afraid of causing a war between Konoha and the daimyo by doing this? Ha ha ha, I didn't say I did it. Rukawa laughed wickedly. Rukawa, how dare you want me? Beezy was so angry that he asked, do you believe me? I will have someone arrest you right now. Rukawa sneered. Whatever, I wish someone would tie me up. But are you sure that the Konoha high-ranking officials will believe your lies? Beezy was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Damn it, you are trying to trick me. Haven't you guessed it a long time ago, Bei Zijin? Rukawa smiled faintly, put away the short blade, walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked downstairs. Beijijin, are you desperate now? I won't admit defeat. Beezy gritted her teeth, took out a kunai from her arms and threw it hard in front of Rukawa. Rukawa raised his eyebrows and picked up the kunai. Kimi-kun, don't you want to see how I turned you into a disabled person? He. Beezy raised her head and laughed, tears streaming down her face. Rukawa-kun, you are not qualified to insult me. Yeah, Rukawa raised his eyebrows and smiled, then flicked his fingers. Snap. The kunai immediately broke into two pieces. Beezy opened her eyes wide and stared at Rukawa in disbelief. Bei Zijin, look carefully, this is called pervert. Rukawa threw the other half of the kunai over, and it went straight into Kitako's throat. Follow. Beezy's eyes widened in horror and he touched the scar on his neck with his hand. Advertisement. However, as soon as her hand touched the scar, she stopped all movements. Puff. Beezy spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a dagger stuck in her chest, and a pink bouquet was tied to the handle. This is impossible. Beezy raised her head unwillingly and looked at Rukawa in front of her. Rukawa said coldly, do you think this level of sneak attack can do anything to me? He drew out the dagger and threw it away. Beezy's body shook a few times and finally fell to the ground. She stared at Rukawa in front of her, muttering, how could you? After saying that, he was completely out of breath. Just after dealing with Beezy, Nanwu, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, appeared in front of Rukawa. Abu. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the flow. Wind style. Great breakthrough. As Nanwu formed seals, countless wind blades burst out from his body, densely packed like a rainstorm and attacking Rukawa. Water style. Water prison technique. Rukawa did not panic. He waved his hand and countless icicles rose from the ground and surrounded him. Ding ding ding. Nanwu's frantic and fierce attacks hit these cold and hard ice pillars, sending out sparks. Bang. Finally, Nanwu's offensive was successfully blocked by Rukawa. Wind style. Rasengan. Seeing that Nanwu had been delayed by him, Rukawa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his hands quickly changed the seals. 10 white energy balls with a diameter of about 10 centimeters suddenly condensed. It roared and blasted towards Nanwu. Feeling the power contained in this giant energy ball, Nanwu's face suddenly changed, and he quickly clasped his hands together, wind style. Great breakthrough. As he formed a seal, a hurricane suddenly formed and blocked Rukawa's Rasengan in midair. The two energies are entangled madly. But it was obvious that Nanwu was still a little inferior. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Seeing this, Rukawa raised his lips slightly, changed the seals with his hands again, and shouted, Earth style. Rock shinobi technique. As his hand seals changed, the entire wall rose suddenly, instantly blocking the sight of Nanwu and Rukawa. Damn it. Nan Wu cursed inwardly. This situation caught Nan Wu off guard. Although the defensive ninjutsu performed by Rukawa was not very strong in level, the rock wall served as a cover, making it difficult for Nan Wu to find Rukawa's true location. Earth Style. Earth Spear. Nan Wu frowned slightly, and suddenly exerted force with his arms. A thick layer of steel skin immediately attached to Nan Wu's surface. Immediately afterwards, Nan Wu raised his leg and kicked hard on the rock wall in front of him. Bang! The violent vibration caused the rock wall to crack. Unfortunately, wind-style tornado. As Rukawa's voice sounded, a tornado composed of strong winds appeared out of thin air in front of Nanwu, sweeping towards Nanwu with astonishing momentum. Wind-style. Earth wall technique. Nanwu's face suddenly changed, and he used the earth chakra without hesitation. A barrier of earth and stone suddenly appeared in front of Nanwu. Bang! The tornado collided with the earth and rock barrier, causing a violent explosion that shook off the surrounding debris. Nanwu's eyes were extremely gloomy. Damn it, we won't be able to find Rukawa at this rate. If you want to get rid of Rukawa as soon as possible, you must force him out as soon as possible. But now Rukawa was in hiding and he couldn't find any trace of Rukawa at all. Since you don't want to show up, then get out of here. Rasengan. At this moment, Nan Wu's ears trembled slightly, and his face became even gloomier when he heard Rukawa's spell. Humph, are you trying to trick me with this little trick? Nan Wu snorted and formed seals with his hands. Earth style, great earth flowing wall technique. As Nan Wu formed seals, the ground that had been shrinking suddenly bulged up. Boom 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 boom. Mud pillars suddenly rushed out one after another, blocking all the Uzumaki that Rukawa had just created. Then, Nan Wu swung his right hand and a long rope appeared in his hand. He pulled it suddenly and tied Rukawa up. After finishing everything, Nan Wu breathed a sigh of relief. I finally caught you this time, Konoha village traitor. Nan Wu looked at Rukawa, who was captured by him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Really? Are you sure you can catch me? Rukawa glanced at him indifferently. Hearing this, Nan Wu's heart skipped a beat and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. Chapter 134 Victory. What? The next moment, his pupils contracted rapidly and his face was filled with fear. Rukawa suddenly formed seals with his hands and shouted. Earth-style earth flow wall technique. Immediately, a wall of earth flow that was several times larger than the previous one instantly rose up from the ground into the sky. Boom. There was a huge explosion and the whole house collapsed instantly. Ahem, how could this happen? In the ruins, Nan Wu stood up with difficulty, his body covered in blood. In front of him was a nearly 30-meter high earth wall that trapped him inside. I can't believe you have this level of strength. Advertisement. Nan Wu's eyes were red. He didn't think Rukawa could reach this level just by relying on earth style, unless he had already practiced earth style to the peak, or even surpassed the peak. Haha, you don't deserve to know. Earth wall technique. Rukawa's voice slowly drifted over. Boom. A large cloud of dust suddenly emerged from the wall of the mudslide, completely submerging Nan Wu. Nan Wu's angry curses, gnashing his teeth, were heard in the smoke and dust. However, in the next moment, the ferocious look on Nan Wu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. Because he found that his chakra was completely exhausted. My chakra has completely disappeared. Nan Wu murmured. That's right, you should understand now, you are no match for me. Just as Nan Wu was stunned, Rukawa's cold voice sounded again. Who the hell are you? Nan Wu opened his eyes wide and stared at Rukawa and asked. I told you, my name is Rukawa. Rukawa looked at Nan Wu calmly, then turned and left. 2. Nan Wu murmured, the name he heard just now echoing in his mind. Uchiha-like. At this moment, Nan Wu seemed to realize something, and his face was gradually covered with a strong look of horror. Why you are Rukawa? Monster. Monster. Nan Wu muttered to himself, then suddenly came to his senses and punched Rukawa. Boom. A huge muffled sound was heard. Unfortunately, now almost all of Nan Wu's chakra has dissipated. There was no way to break Rukawa's defense, and instead Rukawa stepped on his chest. Have you realized it? Rukawa asked calmly. Who? Nan Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and spit, and said viciously, you think you won? Let me tell you, you can't beat me. I will never lose to you. After saying that, a pitch-black ring appeared in Nan Wu's hand. Remember this, I will never give up. As he said this, he crushed the pitch-black ring. Click. The pitch-black ring shattered, and Nan Wu disappeared in the area. Did he run away? Rukawa looked at this scene and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Nan Wu actually had such a life-saving prop, but he didn't continue to chase him. He had just released the chakra deliberately in order to lure the enemy out, but he didn't expect Nan to sense the danger and run away. But how could he escape from Rukawa? Water style. Water barrier. Rukawa quickly formed seals with his hands, and a solid barrier with a radius of more than 20 centimeters suddenly condensed into the shape of Hello, King Zhao. The next moment, Rukawa's body suddenly jumped into the water barrier. Water style. Great waterfall technique. As Rukawa's low roar fell, the water barrier suddenly sprayed out a stream of water all over the sky. In an instant, the entire Fire City was filled with torrential rain. The rainstorm lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes before it slowly stopped. When the rain stopped, Rukawa looked around. At this time, the place was in ruins and devastated. You actually found me in this way. Damn it. Nanwu walked out with a gloomy face. Oh, really, your luck seems to be very bad. Rukawa's voice suddenly came from behind. What? Nanwu was startled and turned his head suddenly. Rukawa had come behind him at some point and was looking at Nanwu with interest. Damn it. Nanwu cursed inwardly and quickly swung his arms to hit Rukawa. Fire style. Fierce flame technique. Rukawa curled up his lips into an evil smile, clasped his hands together, and a huge fireball flew straight towards Nanwu. Boom. The huge explosion shook the entire street. When the smoke cleared, Rukawa and Nanwu appeared at the place where the battle had originally taken place. Nanwu's face was pale and he looked extremely weak. On the other hand, although Rukawa's clothes were a little messy, he was not seriously injured. How can it be changed? Looking at Rukawa in front of him, Nanwu felt deeply frustrated. He never expected that he would be defeated by a 6-year-old child. No matter what, he was an elite who graduated from the ninja school. How could he lose to a little brat? I admit that you are really excellent, but it's a pity that you met me. Rukawa looked up and looked at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. Then, he formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Oink oink. In an instant, some strange runes appeared out of thin air beside Rukawa. Sealing technique. Rukawa shouted softly, and these runes covered Nanwu one after another. Chapter 95. The night excitement continues. Please provide data support, thank you. What? Nanwu was startled and immediately used Earth style to resist. Boom. However, this attack directly blasted Nanwu away. Phew. Nanwu vomited blood and struggled to get up, his face turned pale. How is it possible? This time, he felt a huge gap between them. It's not just the difference in strength, but also the strange and unpredictable moves. Nanwu had never seen this sealing technique among the illusionists in Konoha village. Who are you? How come there is such a strong guy among the Konoha shinobi? Nanwu covered his chest and asked tremblingly. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly. What do you think? After saying that, he formed a seal and said, water-style water dragon bomb technique. Call out. A giant water dragon roared out and hit Nanwu hard. Bang. The violent collision caused Nanwu to fly backwards and fall directly into the puddle. Crash. A huge wave swept out. Ahem. Nanwu climbed out of the puddle with difficulty, looking at Rukawa with eyes full of hatred. Hole. One day. Click. Rukawa threw away the scroll in his hand and walked towards Nanwu. At the same time, he put his index finger to his ear and shook it contemptuously. Sorry, I don't like other people's nonsense, especially guys like you. What are you going to do? Nanwu's pupils shrank rapidly, and he looked at Rukawa who was getting closer and closer in fear. Rukawa ignored him and grabbed his neck. 1913. A terrifying threat of suffocation made Nanwu's heart palpitate. You'd better be honest, if you make me angry, I will kill you with my own hands. Rukawa said coldly. DB. Nanwu opened his mouth and gasped for breath, but could not utter a word. Rukawa loosened his grip, and Nanwu sat limply on the ground. You actually made it this far. It seems we all underestimated you, Uchiha's brat. At this time, another figure blocked Rukawa's way. It was Saito, one of the 12 guardian ninjas. Here comes another one seeking death. Rukawa's eyes were filled with indifference. I'm different from those losers. If you underestimate me, the consequences will be serious. Swish. Exodus suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Rukawa, holding a kunai that was glowing with cold light in his hand. Die. Saito roared and stabbed Rukawa in the back with his kunai. But at this moment, Rukawa suddenly turned around, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly kicked out with his right leg, directly kicking at Saito's right hand holding the sword. 130 bang. Accompanied by a loud noise, Exodus felt a sharp pain in his right hand. His body took several steps back, and the hand holding the kunai was kicked off, and the kunai in his hand flew out and stuck on the floor far away. How is that possible? Exodus' expression changed slightly. He had used almost all his strength in that attack just now, but it was still easily blocked by the opponent, and it didn't even hurt him in return. You know, with his strength, there are not many people of the same age who can block his attack and resolve it. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly, his eyes were extremely cold. Therefore, although he is very young, his fighting spirit is very firm and he will never allow others to insult his dignity. Moreover, Rukawa has fully recovered at this moment, because the amount of chakra in his body is 3 times stronger than before, and his special physique makes his recovery speed even more amazing. Damn you little brat, no wonder you're so arrogant. But you're unlucky to meet me today. Exodus said this with gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with crazy murderous intent, staring at Rukawa. He wanted to kill this little brat. Wind style how long bomb. A terrifying wind pressure condensed from Exodus' mouth, forming the shape of a giant dragon, which swept towards Rukawa with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Boom. The surrounding stone pillars collapsed instantly, and the floor cracked inch by inch. The power was extremely terrifying, as if the end of the world had come. Earth-style rock prison wall. Rukawa looked solemn, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Suddenly, a wall made of mud rose from the ground and blocked Rukawa's way, enduring this terrifying move. Boom. The deafening explosion made everyone cover their ears, but when the smoke cleared, the scene that came into view was immediately shocking. I saw a rock wall made of thick soil, about 4 meters high, which was now covered with dense cracks, as if it would break if touched at all. Snap, snap. Under the worried gaze of everyone, the rock wall finally gave way and shattered completely. Haha, kid, you lose. Let's see where you can run this time. Seeing this, Exodus laughed wildly, his face full of pride. But the next moment, advertisement. Snap. Rukawa stepped on the gravel and walked out of the smoke-filled area unscathed, his face still filled with indifference. What? This guy is okay. Exodus' expression was stiff, and he wondered if he was seeing things. You know, even though the Howlong bullet was not used at full strength this time, CBDH, even if one Chunin was hit, he would surely die, right? But the little ghost in front of him was safe and sound. Exodus hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of the big words he had said before, a look of shame and anger immediately appeared on his face. You be asterisk 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 D, no matter how strange you are, you will die here today. After saying that, he rushed towards Rukawa again, the kunai in his hand bursting with bright silver light, attacking like a falling meteor. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Rukawa narrowed his eyes, and the kunai in his hand suddenly burst into a blazing flame. Huff, huff. The flame of the Fengxian fire technique collided with the sharp blade in Exodus' hand, and both burst into hot flames. Haha, kid, is this your move? It's too weak. Exodus smiled coldly, and suddenly swung his right hand with force, and a dazzling white light burst out from the sharp blade in his hand. Swish. The sharp blade cut through the phoenix fire released by Rukawa, and a trace of blood spurted out from Rukawa's left arm. Exodus' strength is indeed very strong. Even a cage-level player can't stop this attack. Ah! Rukawa screamed in pain. Veins on his forehead were exposed, and he was obviously very angry. Whoosh. On the other side, the Fengxian fire released by Rukawa was also blown out by a breeze halfway. Oh, you have some strength, worthy of being the top Anbu captain of Konoha village. But unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Exodus grinned and slashed Rukawa with the sharp blade in his hand. Lightning-style FK bird. Rukawa's pupils shrank and his body trembled slightly, but he did not dodge. The kunai in his hand directly attacked. Puff. The sound of a sharp weapon tearing flesh could be heard, leaving deep blood marks on the wrists and arms. Exodus scored with one strike, and the smile on his face became more ferocious, and the sharp blade in his hand continued to chop at Rukawa without stopping. PFF'd. A trace of blood spurted out from Rukawa's chest, and Rukawa's clothes were instantly stained red with blood. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. Although his defense was stronger than before, the attack of the kid opposite him was even stronger. For a moment, he actually felt like he couldn't resist. Boom. At this moment, the kunai on Exodus' arm suddenly exploded, turning into tiny balls of powder that floated down. Not good. Exodus' expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around, ready to flee. 8 trigrams palm's iron body. Rukawa quickly clasped his hands together, and a layer of iron-colored barrier appeared out of thin air behind Exodus. Boom. Exodus' sharp blade chopped on iron body, and a dull sound broke out. A hint of joy appeared on Exodus' face, but then it turned gloomy. Kid, you are still too naive. Do you think you can stop me with just an iron body? That's just wishful thinking. Saito laughed grimly, the chakra in his body surged, and he slashed down fiercely with the blade in his hand, trying to kill Rukawa Shinjo on the spot. DJ. A fist-sized stone ball suddenly fell from the sky and hit Exodus' body, making a metallic clanging sound that made Exodus' arm slightly numb. Who? Exodus turned his head and looked at the stone slowly falling to the ground, his eyes slightly fixed. Call out. The next moment, the stone suddenly moved and headed straight towards Exodus at an incredibly fast speed. Earth-style. Earthbound coffin. Exodus frowned. He didn't expect that someone would intervene at this time. He quickly used his famous ninjutsu. Buzz. A circle of ripples spread out, covering the stone, and under Exodus' expectant gaze, the stone suddenly stagnated, as if it had failed. Huh, what's going on? Exodus was stunned for a moment, but he reacted very quickly. He immediately reached out and pushed the stone, and it flew backwards towards Rukawa. HMPH, little devil, let's see what you can do this time. Exodus sneered, and seeing Rukawa's eyes slightly closed, as if he had accepted his fate, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of cruelty. Little devil, you are not going to die. Exodus roared excitedly, and the kunai in his hand burst into brilliant electric light. Bang. However, at this moment, Rukawa suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. So fast. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Exodus' face. He just wanted to press on an attack, but he didn't expect Rukawa to be so fast that even he couldn't keep up. Boom. Rukawa appeared above Exodus' head, stretched his legs straight, and stepped down suddenly. A violent explosion sounded throughout the street. It even caused the collapse of several houses in the distance. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Exodus lay on the ground with a pale face, twitching all over. Advertisement. He raised his head with difficulty, only to see Rukawa standing above him, looking down at him, with no trace of pity on that handsome face. You don't deserve to live. Rukawa's cold tone was full of disgust. He clenched his right hand, and a kunai appeared in his hand. Wait. No, please spare me. When Exedu saw the kunai in Rukawa's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted and he begged for mercy with difficulty. He knew that if Rukawa stabbed the kunai in his hand into his chest, he would definitely not survive. Rukawa shook his head indifferently, and the kunai was wrapped with dark lightning, and he shot it towards Exedu's chest without hesitation. Stab. PFF'd. Kunai tore his flesh apart, and Exedu died instantly. At this time, Tuma, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, appeared in front of Rukawa. Kill. Dong Mao shouted loudly, holding a kunai, and instantly killed Rukawa. At this time, Tuma, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, appeared in front of Rukawa. Kill. Dong Mao shouted loudly, holding a kunai, and instantly killed Rukawa. He exudes a chilling aura that makes people shudder. Little devil, die. Dong Mao shouted angrily, and the kunai in his hand flew through the air, piercing Rukawa's heart at a fierce angle. At this moment, Rukawa's eyes were full of determination and resolution. Then, Rukawa was seen kneeling on the ground, grabbing his clothes at his chest with his right hand, breathing heavily, his face flushed red. This is an uncomfortable expression, as if some pain that has been suppressed for a very long time is about to burst out. Humph, you're a piece of shit. You don't deserve to be 10 tails Jinchuriki. Dong Mao sneered and swung the kunai in his hand to attack Rukawa again, trying to kill Rukawa. Rukawa was now soaked, his face flushed, and his lips were chapped, but his gaze remained firm. He looked up and said through gritted teeth, I will not lose to you. Before Rukawa could finish his words, he suddenly felt a severe dizziness. His body swayed a few times and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Dong Mao's kunai was close to Rukawa's neck. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, ready to end it all. But, at that moment, Dong Mao widened his eyes in shock, because he saw that Rukawa, who should have been killed by him with one blow, actually stood up. He clenched his fists, and a strong chakra fluctuation surged throughout his body and expanded rapidly. For a moment, the sky was dark and the weather was changing rapidly. Rukawa's bangs moved slightly, and lavender lightning flashed in his dark eyes. He stood between heaven and earth like a god of war. What's going on? Dong Mao was stunned. He had never encountered such a strange situation. How could a boy who had just come into contact with lightning style have such a powerful lightning style chakra? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Rukawa looked up to the sky and laughed. The wildly dancing black lightning around him became more intense, even forming a huge ball of thunder. Lightning style FK bird. Rukawa kicked his feet and his body turned into a blue-white stream of light and flew away. Boom. Wherever Rukawa passed, trees broke and collapsed, debris flew everywhere, and a wide gully appeared on the mountain walls on both sides. This move is comparable to the special skills released by a cage-level master with all his strength. What a terrifying guy, he actually possesses such terrifying power. Dong Mao's pupils contracted sharply, and he felt deeply afraid of Rukawa. Who the hell is this guy? Dong Mao thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't find any information about Rukawa. He knew that Rukawa must be a newly promoted elite jonin, but in the ninja world, there were only a few who could rival him. Moreover, Rukawa was clearly only a newly promoted elite jonin. How could he possess such terrifying strength? The more Dong Mao thought about it, the more confused he became. He finally realized that the boy in front of him named Rukawa was definitely not simple. In that case, I won't be polite. Dong Mao smiled coldly, slowly spread his arms, clasped his hands together, and a layer of light green light film suddenly covered him. Earth style. Earth clone technique. Dong Mao said in a low voice, and then the light green film on his body quickly condensed into 3 or 4 identical Earth-style clones. Wood-style Earth Dragon Bomb. The next second, hundreds of thick and huge Earth dragons broke through the soil and attacked Rukawa. Fire-style. Blazing Fire Technique. At this time, Rukawa slapped the ground with both palms, and the hot magma suddenly gushed out, turning into fireballs all over the sky and hitting the wooden stakes. After the two collided, the flames and the wood thorns collided and rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound, and a strong burnt smell filled the air. Fire style. Blazing Fire Technique. At this moment, 2 more scorching flame balls came from the side and headed straight for Rukawa's face. Rukawa's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that these guys would choose to launch a sneak attack at this time. As a last resort, Rukawa could only use ninjutsu to resist. He raised his right hand and a large amount of flames burst out from his fingertips. Fire style. Blazing Fire Technique. Instantly, a ball of fire appeared in front of Rukawa and collided directly with the attacking fireball. Bang! There was an explosion, sparks flying everywhere. Rukawa frowned slightly. He didn't expect the other party to use this method to stop him from continuing to perform ninjutsu. Chapter 96 Rukawa is too scary. Shocked. What kind of power is this? Earth-style Mao technique. The next moment, dense mud was seen emerging from the ground, turning into spears that stabbed from behind Rukawa, blocking Rukawa's retreat. This series of attacks almost forced Rukawa to death. Water-style Water Prison Technique. Suddenly, a thin layer of mist appeared in front of Rukawa, blocking the fatal blow. Then, a dazzling light emerged from his hand, and a longsword appeared out of thin air. Rukawa shouted. Behead. Swish. A dazzling blade light flashed by, and Dong Mao's eyes showed shock. He quickly raised the kunai to block Rukawa's attack. Unfortunately, his reaction was a little slow, and a bloody wound appeared on his left shoulder. How is it possible that your strength has increased so much? Dong Mao stared at Rukawa in disbelief. He remembered that Rukawa's strength used to be not much different from his. How come he had surpassed him now? Rukawa ignored Tuma, formed seals with his hands and said, Fire style Hao Yandan technique. Another ball of fire rose from Rukawa's body, and then turned into a larger ball of fire than before and rushed towards Dong Mao. Dong Mao's body trembled slightly, but he still mustered up the courage to go forward. The light film on his body reappeared, resisting Rukawa's attack. Puff. The next moment, a ball of flame fell on Dong Mao. The scorching temperature burned his clothes. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Dong Mao used defensive ninjutsu in time, Rukawa's move still caused him great damage. If it weren't for his defensive ninjutsu, he would have been burned to death by Rukawa's fire style. This guy. Rukawa looked at the disheveled Dong Mao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You know, Dong Mao's defensive ninjutsu is very tricky, and even he needs a lot of effort to solve it. However, Dong Mao was able to block his attack with defensive ninjutsu, which was worthy of his attention. Dong Mao struggled to get up, his face full of anger. His self-esteem would not allow him to give up like that. Dong Mao was furious. He stomped his legs on the ground, causing it to crack, but his body rushed towards Luzhong like a cannonball. Ninjutsu. Multiple shuriken technique. Boom 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 boom. The next second, a boomerang made of lightning and wind was thrown out from Dong Mao's hand, cutting through the air and carrying a sharp gust of wind, slamming heavily into the shield in front of Rukawa. Sizzle. A small gap appeared on Rukawa's shield, and his eyes narrowed. This level of power. It's really troublesome. Rukawa murmured something, then he stretched out his index finger and lightly tapped the gap. The gap instantly became complete and emitted a hint of coldness. What? Dong Mao widened his eyes. He never expected that his full-strength attack would disappear without a trace. Rukawa ignored Tuma and attacked with fire. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A huge fireball appeared in the air, and then turned into a huge fire lotus and attacked Dong Mao. This trick doesn't work on me. Dong Mao roared. His skin turned bronze, and a strong chakra surged into his body, making his muscles extremely hard. Earth style earth cone gun. The next moment, sharp ochre-colored stone spears rose from the ground. They intertwined together and eventually turned into a several-meter-high earth wall that blocked the flames outside. Seeing this, Rukawa's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm, and he quickly formed a hand seal with his fingers, and then a huge rock bomb formed in midair. Fire style. Blazing fire technique. A huge ball of fire appeared in front of Rukawa, and then he snapped his fingers and the huge fireball whizzed towards Dong Mao. Is this guy crazy? Dong Mao felt his whole body was a little stiff. Because, at this moment, Rukawa was rushing towards him, and it seemed that he was going to attack him personally. Dong Mao was shocked and quickly dodged the fireball, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. All of this was actually Rukawa's plan. He just wanted to lure Dong Mao into the trap. Sure enough, as soon as Dong Mao left his original standing position, the fireball hit the ground. Boom. The flames ignited instantly, and everything nearby turned into a raging flame. Dong Mao stared at Rukawa's position in amazement. He didn't expect Rukawa to dare to approach him in person. However, Dong Mao did not panic, but sneered and said, "Oh, do you really think I'm afraid of a little devil like you?" As soon as the words fell, the ground around Dong Mao suddenly shattered, and then huge hard rocks emerged from the ground and flew towards Rukawa. Earth-style collapse. Huge explosions resounded through the sky, and the ground around Rukawa began to shatter, with a large area of ground beneath his feet sinking deep into the ground. However, Rukawa's face did not show any pain. Instead, he grinned, and then a dark shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Phantom Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! After Rukawa's body disappeared, Rukawa's body instantly emerged from another direction. When Dong Mao's expression changed drastically. He didn't realize that this Rukawa was a fake. He even suspected that Rukawa's real body had been hiding for a long time and was ready to attack him. Advertisement. But the next second, Rukawa's real body appeared in front of Dong Mao. He raised his leg and kicked Dong Mao in the abdomen. Bang! An extremely strong force came from Rukawa's legs, and Dong Mao's body flew out and fell into the woods in the distance. Follow. Dong Mao held his stomach and gasped for breath. He didn't know how many ribs he had broken. How is it possible that his power is so strong? Dong Mao couldn't believe that he had suffered such serious injuries. He looked up at the figure in the air, his face showing a changing expression. At this time, Rukawa was suspended in the air, looking down at Dong Mao below with a mocking look on his face. He sneered and said, "Is this the only strength you have?" Hateful. Dong Mao growled with gritted teeth and slowly raised his right hand. Earth style. Earth wall. Along with Dong Mao's low moan, a thick stone wall formed around Dong Mao's body. Quote. However, It only lasted for 3 seconds before the earthen wall could no longer hold and exploded in front of Dong Mao's surprised eyes. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bomb. Dong Mao used his special move without hesitation. Boom. The huge Earth Dragon Bomb exploded midway, and smoke and dust covered both of them. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually settled, and Rukawa's figure appeared, but his clothes were slightly damaged, and the collar on his chest was also lifted up, revealing a charred mark. Rukawa glanced at Dong Mao coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Not bad, Dong Mao-kun. Rukawa opened his mouth slightly, a huge amount of chakra gathered, and a huge fireball gradually formed. Fire-style Nirvana fireball technique. Whoosh. The huge fireball shot down with terrifying power, as if it could destroy everything. Dong Mao's pupils contracted. He didn't dare to resist and could only dodge quickly. The fireball brushed past Dong Mao's head, leaving a streak of blood on his forehead, and he shuddered with fear. When Rukawa saw this, a playful look appeared on his lips, and he stomped his feet suddenly. Earth Style. Earth-shattering Hadoken. The ground suddenly sank, and a thick crack stretched for hundreds of meters. Dong Mao was caught off guard and fell directly into the ground, his body shaking continuously. This is. Dong Mao was surprised. He didn't expect that this guy could grandmaster Earth Style, Water Style, and Rock Style in addition to Wood Style. A name suddenly popped up in his mind, Tian Ying's disciple. He had heard that Uchiha Madara brought back a boy a few years ago, and he thought it was strange at first. After all, it was impossible for Uchiha Madara to find an ordinary child as his disciple. I didn't expect it to be you. Rukawa. Dong Mao gritted his teeth. Rukawa smiled faintly upon hearing this. It seems that you know me well, you are worthy of being the fourth Kage. Humph, no matter how rich your combat experience is, you must die here today. The chakra in Dong Mao's body surged out again, but this time, unlike before, he made a strange seal with his hands. Earth Style. Rock Blast. He swung his right hand suddenly, and a huge khaki fist suddenly hit Rukawa's chest. Rukawa groaned and took several steps back. There was a charred spot on his chest, which was obviously caused by the rock burst fist just now. Is this all your strength? Rukawa shouted coldly, and then he clenched his right hand into a fist, with strands of purple electric light wrapped around his fist. Lightning Style. Chidori Sharp Spear. Rukawa swung his left arm violently, and a long spear made of lightning suddenly stabbed towards Dong Mao. Damn it! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Dong Mao yelled and quickly used Wang Lubi to block in front of himself. Sizzle. The lightning spear penetrated the earth flow wall and went straight through Dong Mao's shoulder and left arm, causing blood to flow. Ah! Dong Mao howled miserably. Earth Style Earth Flow Sword Technique. A pair of wings suddenly extended from his back, and he jumped up suddenly, thrusting the kunai in his hand fiercely into Rukawa's chest. However, his face was full of shock. He swore that he had attacked like that on purpose, but he had never expected that Rukawa's speed would be even slightly faster than his. What speed is this? Dong Mao was furious, knowing that he had just used the body flicker technique. Could it be that? The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted because he felt he was falling. And the most frightening thing happened to Dong Mao. His body seemed to be constantly absorbing the earth elements around him, and the more he struggled, the more he absorbed. Asterisk. Advertisement. Oops. Dong Mao's face changed drastically. He quickly transferred the chakra in his body and then condensed a thin film to wrap his whole body. Boom. A huge impact force blew Dong Mao away. He crashed into a wall and then fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath and looking in a miserable state. Ix. Dong Mao spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to get up, looking at Rukawa opposite him, his eyes full of resentment. Rukawa smiled contemptuously. Why, you can't bear this level. I advise you not to waste your energy, because you can't beat me. Dong Mao's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that this young man's fighting skills had reached such a high level. Hole. Dong Mao cursed in his heart, but he also knew that he couldn't beat Rukawa now. In that case, then you can die. Rukawa said coldly. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Upon seeing this, Dong Mao immediately released a wall of earth to block Rukawa. However, Rukawa snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his left hand. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. A raging flame suddenly spurted out from Rukawa's hand, and he punched hard on the earth wall in front of him. In an instant, the earth wall shattered, and what made Dong Mao even more horrified was that Rukawa's fist was approaching and he had nowhere to hide. Boom. Puff. Dong Mao spat out a mouthful of blood, glided backwards for several meters, and then looked at Rukawa in shock. He never expected that the chakra of the boy in front of him was so powerful. 0. You know, even when he was in Sunagaku, he had never encountered such a powerful existence as chakra. He took a deep breath, and stood up with difficulty. He looked up at Rukawa. Good, very good. The shame of our fire city can finally be washed away. Although Dong Mao was a little afraid, he still had the confidence to kill Rukawa. Rukawa frowned and stared at Dong Mao. He found a clue. He realized that the other party was not fighting him with his physical strength. Although Dong Mao seemed to have no problems with his body, that was not the case. There was a hideous scar on his chest. The wound was so shallow that it couldn't even be seen on the surface of the skin, but this scar caused his strength to drop dramatically. I see, you rely on the power of ninja tools. Rukawa smiled faintly. Whoosh. Taste. Dong Mao grinned, revealing his ferocious fangs. Yes, your eyes are really powerful, but don't underestimate me. My strength is far superior to yours. The so-called ninja tools are just. It's just a pile of scrap metal. Hee hee. Rukawa sneered. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground suddenly cracked. Earth-style landslide technique. Dong Mao quickly formed seals with his fingers, and a huge sense of oppression came over him, and the ground under Rukawa's feet collapsed in an instant. Rukawa's body flew backwards instantly, and his shadow left a gully of dozens of meters on the ground. That was a close call. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems that I must get rid of this trick first, otherwise I will be in a difficult battle. Dong Mao's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect Rukawa to be able to resist his landslide technique just by relying on brute force. Before he could think, Rukawa's eyes suddenly became sharp. Earth-style. Earth-style technique. Rukawa waved his hand, and several tiny swords emerged from the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Rukawa's target was Tuma on the opposite side. His reaction was extremely quick, and he quickly blocked it with his earth-style armor. But Rukawa did not lose the opportunity. He took the opportunity to come to Dongmeo's flank and knocked him to the ground with a spinning kick. Rukawa stepped on Dongmeo's body without any hesitation, with a cold look on his face. Dong Mao was crushed under Rukawa's feet, and his eyes flashed with deep humiliation. He, a Jonin, had fallen into such a state. It was really a disgrace to Sand Shinobi. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. Dong Mao's body was trembling, a strange chakra was spreading in his body, and a strong chakra fluctuation was brewing in his body. Rukawa sensed the danger and a look of caution appeared in his eyes, but he did not stop his actions. He continued to use earth style and then stepped hard. Stepping on Dong Mao's body. Dong Mao's eyes gradually became clear, and there was a look of madness in his eyes. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb. As he growled, an extremely large stone came out of his mouth. The stone was dark yellow in color, covered with intricate lines and circles of runes surrounding it. The stone seemed to have life, and its tail was swinging violently. Then, he ran towards Rukawa at an extremely fast speed. This time, Dong Mao did not hold back. Rukawa also knew that he had to do his best to resist death. Chapter 97 Universal Pull. Massive Rasengan. Earth style. The earth shakes. The chakras of the two people collided with each other, cracks appeared on the ground, and large pieces of soil surged up, swallowing the stone. Rukawa was suddenly stunned. He could sense that the stone was not destroyed, but was only slowly melting under the erosion of his earth style. Rukawa's face darkened. It seems that if I don't show some strength, I'm afraid it won't work. Thick vines appeared out of thin air around Rukawa's body. Rukawa suddenly clasped his hands together, a ball of dazzling white light appeared in his palms, and then he suddenly threw it out. Fire style. Inferno style. Qian now. Rukawa clasped his hands together, and a scorching flame instantly exploded. The scorching flame burned the vines to ashes, and then turned into fire rain and fell. Rukawa looked at Tuma lying on the ground indifferently. It's over. After saying that, he stepped directly on Tuma's head. I don't care what kind of shit Jonin you are. I will make you pay dearly. Dong Mao opened his eyes wide, his pupils dilated, he slowly closed his eyes, and then completely passed out. His consciousness dissipated and his soul returned to the void. A smile appeared on Rukawa's face. His chakra was severely depleted in this battle. Rukawa looked at Tuma in front of him and muttered to himself, although this guy is a trouble, I can finally practice in peace. Water style. Water wave technique. Rukawa jumped up and suddenly used water style ninjutsu. A blue-purple Uzumaki rose up in front of him, and then a huge wave swept in all directions. Crash. The waves hit the earth, and the rocks on the ground exploded one after another. For a moment, the scene was extremely terrifying. But soon, the mud was evaporated cleanly and the ground returned to calm. Rukawa's eyes fell on the dead Tuma lying on the ground, with a cold look on his face. Humph. Another one seeking his own death. At this time, fire-style ninja Sarutobi Asuma appeared in front of Rukawa. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Without saying anything, Sarutobi Asuma formed seals with both hands and launched a fire-style ninjutsu attack on Rukawa. Seeing this, Rukawa showed no fear at all, and immediately formed a seal and used earth-style rock wall. Two huge rocks protruded from the ground, wrapping Rukawa inside and forming an extremely thick defense layer. Quote. With a loud bang, smoke and debris from the explosion splashed all around, but at this moment Rukawa was standing behind one of the huge rocks, looking at Sarutobi Asuma unharmed. The huge rock at his feet was burnt black and emitted bursts of white gas. How is this possible? You are just a third-year kid, but you can use earth style. And you even blocked my fire style ninjutsu. What is going on? Sarutobi Asuma asked in shock. He just couldn't understand why he couldn't beat a third-grade kid even though he had raised his chakra to the highest level. What's more, the other person is only 10 years old, it's really weird. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Rukawa ignored his doubts and used a powerful trick directly. Call. As a strong wind swept across the battlefield, blowing away all the smoke and fumes, an enormous fist of gas rushed towards Sarutobi Asuma. What a powerful force. This child is really extraordinary. Sarutobi Asuma felt the power contained in this fist, a serious look appeared on his face, and he immediately formed a seal and spit out a huge great fireball from his mouth, meeting Rukawa's fist. Boom, crack. The two fists collided with each other, making a loud noise like thunder, and then the fireball was seen to instantly collapse and disappear. Rukawa's fist continued to rush forward with unstoppable force, and was about to land on Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma quickly formed a seal, fire-style great fireball technique. This time, the flames used by Sarutobi Asuma were more concentrated than before. At the same time, he also concentrated the chakra on his right arm. This time, the flaming fist finally dissipated. However, this did not make Sarutobi Asuma feel relieved, because he saw an extremely thick green vine over 10 meters long suddenly sprang out from the ground and entangled him on the branches. Damn you B*********************. D. Sarutobi Asuma cursed. Wood-style universal pull. Rukawa shouted softly, and then a wooden golem appeared in midair, grabbed Sarutobi Asuma, and then threw him to the ground, leaving deep blood marks on Sarutobi Asuma's belly, and blood continued to flow out. Sarutobi Asuma felt the pain and suddenly woke up, but he soon fell into trouble again because he saw Rukawa summoned many wooden golems again, and these wooden golems surrounded him. At this time, Rukawa walked over slowly and looked at him coldly. I remember in my memory, you seem to have said, no matter who it is, I will tell you the answer now. You B********************************. D. Let me go. You B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** corner of his mouth slightly, then raised his left leg and stepped on Sarutobi Asuma's head. Advertisement. Sarutobi Asuma's face flushed immediately. You. Stop talking nonsense, old man. Just give up. Rukawa snorted coldly, and then kicked Sarutobi Asuma hard on the other cheek. Quote. Sarutobi Asuma spat out several teeth, then lay on the ground with a mouth full of blood, a bruised face and a swollen nose. Wait. Sarutobi Asuma hurriedly shouted to stop, as he was afraid that if he continued talking, he would be beaten to death by Rukawa. I surrender. Sarutobi Asuma raised his hands with difficulty and said, then slowly got up and knelt on the ground. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Please let me go. Please let me go. After hearing this, Rukawa glanced at him calmly and then looked away. Hey, why don't you do anything? Seeing that Rukawa had no intention of taking action, Sarutobi Asuma had a bad feeling in his heart. I've already given you a chance. If you refuse, then die. Massive Rasengan. Rukawa stared at Sarutobi Asuma coldly, then suddenly stretched out his hand, pointed his two fingers forward, and an extremely large Rasengan appeared instantly. It rolled forward quickly, and all the objects it touched along the way turned into powder. What? Sarutobi Asuma sensed the danger coming from the front and was immediately scared to death. He immediately ran away. 014706521 Philo 151,223,131. However, his reaction was much slower at this time. Boom. A loud bang resounded through the sky, accompanied by a strong gust of air that spread throughout the battle arena. 113. Sarutobi Asuma stepped back in a panic, holding his injured chest, and then coughed violently a few times. He looked at Rukawa and shouted through gritted teeth, I will fight you. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Explosive flame. Boom. The two powerful ninjutsu collided with each other again. Bang, bang, bang. Balls of scorching flames and yellow sand raged around, and this time, Sarutobi Asuma was in a more tragic state, lying on the ground with his body charred and dying. Hey, B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** breathed hard, then said to Rukawa that he knew the current situation and if he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely die. Give up. Rukawa heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and then he slowly walked towards Sarutobi Asuma. Hey, what are you doing? Sarutobi Asuma shouted in panic, but he was seriously injured and couldn't do anything. He could only watch Rukawa approach. Pa, Rukawa stepped on his face. Hot egg, mix. Sarutobi Asuma looked at him angrily. He was the son of Hokage, but he was defeated here. It was a great shame and humiliation for him. Og. Rukawa looked at his resentful eyes, just smiled contemptuously, and then left. Hole. You hole. Sarutobi Asuma shouted angrily, and then he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing across his neck, and he shivered. Quote. Sarutobi Asuma touched his face and found it was covered with blood. Hole. I'm going to kill you. Pa, you beast. You be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************10 Then he suddenly felt a little cold, and he turned his head to look in the direction where Rukawa left. He found that the B************** D was standing not far from him, motionless. He had his back to him, and he could see white steam coming out of that figure's back. This is caused by fire. He died. Sarutobi Asuma was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. This time, the B********* D is finally dead. Great, I finally got rid of that monster. Haha, this way, I can concentrate on my cultivation. When I break through to the level of elite Jonin, I will definitely take revenge. Cut that B asterisk 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 D into pieces. A asterisk hole. You freak. You actually beat me so badly. You will be punished by God for doing this. Just wait for the punishment from the world. Sarutobi Asuma roared madly, then he struggled to get up and prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing that needs to be resolved. Advertisement. Rukawa looked at his receding back, and a cold voice slowly drifted away. Ah, what's going on? You monster, don't come near me. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma had already forgotten the humiliation just now. He looked at Rukawa approaching in horror. Although Rukawa seemed unharmed, Sarutobi Asuma knew that he had tried his best. He even used the most basic fire style, but it was still useless and he was beaten by Rukawa. He also understood how big the gap was between himself and Rukawa, but he was still unwilling to accept defeat. He still wanted to try hard and try to turn the tables. Unfortunately, reality is always so cruel. Ah, don't come near me. Sarutobi Asuma kept wailing. Swoosh. Rukawa ignored his wailing and rushed over, kicking Sarutobi Asuma away. Bang. Sarutobi Asuma fell hard onto a rock and slid to the ground. At this time, Sarutobi Asuma was in a very miserable state, his whole body was falling apart. He lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, looking like he was dying. A asterisk hole, are you really going to kill me? Sarutobi Asuma said weakly. Hee. Rukawa showed a cold expression. Not killing you. If I let you successfully become a genin, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? So, you should go see God. After saying this, Rukawa clenched his right fist and smashed it hard on Sarutobi Asuma's head, killing him with one blow. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes gradually blurred, filled with deep disbelief. Rukawa turned around and looked at Shikaku and the other two who were unconscious on the spot, then took out a scroll from his pocket. He got this secretly last night. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, and then a fireball shot out. Ah, help, I don't want to die. Ah. Rukawa performed the fire-style ninjutsu, instantly igniting Sarutobi Asuma's clothes, which then burned fiercely and spread to Sarutobi Asuma's face, turning him into a fireman. After a few breaths, the flames dissipated, leaving only a dried corpse. Sarutobi Asuma, the downfall of the clan. At this point, all of the Fire Country daimyo's guards were killed by Rukawa. Then, Rukawa went straight into the daimyo prefecture without hesitation. Without the protection of his guards, the Fire Country daimyo was just an ordinary person and was easily killed by Rukawa. Afterwards, Rukawa immediately headed to the next target, the Land of Water. The target this time is the two-tailed beasts of the Land of Water, 6 tails and 3 tails. One day later, Rukawa arrived in the Land of Water. Before entering Kurigakure, they were intercepted by the Mist Shadow Ninja. 1.3 The person who came was none other than Pibawang Toshi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Land of Water. You ungrateful little devil, how dare you come and cause trouble in my blood mist? Next, I will let you experience what cruelty is. After saying that, Biwa Juzo brandished his ninja sword and rushed towards Rukawa. One day later, Rukawa arrived in the Land of Water. Before entering Kurigakure, they were intercepted by the Shadow Ninja. The person who came was none other than Biwa Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Land of Water. You ungrateful little devil, how dare you come and cause trouble in my blood mist? Next, I will let you experience what cruelty is. After saying that, Biwa Juzo brandished his ninja sword and rushed towards Rukawa. He is the most brutal character among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and he has no mercy on ordinary people. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was just an ant that he could trample on at will. Moreover, this kind of thing has happened many times, and each person was tortured to death by himself before eventually ending his own life. Haha, it's really like that. Rukawa sneered twice. From what the other party just said, we can guess that in the original book, he must have forced himself into a desperate situation in this way. But, so what? In this world, there are always those who want to die, and I don't mind helping them. Wind-style wind blade shuriken. Rukawa raised his hands and swung them violently a few times. Suddenly, several sharp shurikens shot towards Biwa Juzo. Although he cannot use chakra yet, attacks of this level are still not a problem for Lu-er. What's more, Rukawa himself also masters many advanced ninjutsu. Chapter 98 Rasengan. Juzo. The 7 ninja swordsmen. The dance of the balsam flower. Rukawa's disdain. HMPH. A mere trick. I am the strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen. How can a mere wind-style shuriken do anything to me? Biwa Juzo had a look of contempt on his face, and didn't take the shuriken in front of him seriously at all. Bang, bang. But at this moment, a violent collision sounded. Boom. Accompanied by a huge shock sound, the entire space seemed to have exploded, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Track. Biwa Juzang coughed awkwardly and quickly dodged the flying sand. After a while, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. When Biwa Juzang saw the scene clearly, he was stunned. What on earth is going on? The Rukawa in front of him had grown to the same size as him, with red lightning wrapped around his body. She has long black hair and her eyes sparkle with an enchanting light. This appearance is completely different from the Uchiha Rukawa in his memory, it's like two different people. And, the most important point is that I clearly defeated him using ninjutsu. Logically speaking, he should have lost his fighting ability, so why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Damn it, what's going on? Biwa Juzu muttered with a gloomy expression. At this time, Rukawa's mouth slightly curved, and he said indifferently. What's going on? Didn't you know about this a long time ago? He was not being mysterious. In fact, Lu had no idea what state he was in right now. However, he felt that there seemed to be an extremely huge power contained in his body, and this power was constantly flowing out of his body. It feels like there is a mountain of treasure in front of you, waiting for you to dig it up, but you can't dig it up at all. This feeling is strange, yet wonderful, and Rukawa is intoxicated by it. Hearing Rukawa's words, Biwa Juzo showed a hint of surprise on his face. However, he was not stupid and reacted quickly. Haha, this is your trick, you are indeed a remnant of the Uchiha clan, you are really cunning. But this trick won't fool me. Biwa Juzo said, and immediately raised the ninja sword in his hand and rushed towards Rukawa. Since you are so stubborn, I can only send you to hell. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique Ideographic period. As Biwa Juzo shouted angrily, a stream of blazing flames instantly spewed out of his mouth and rushed towards Rukawa. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Seeing this, Rukawa was not at all flustered. He also opened his mouth and shot out a scorching flame towards him. Boom. The scorching temperature set the surrounding trees on fire. The two balls of flame collided fiercely, causing a violent explosion. Ha ha ha, I've already told you that you're just making a last-ditch effort. Biwa Juzo taunted. However, Rukawa did not say anything, but just stared at Biwa Juzo. Because he saw that Biwa Juzo's eyes gradually changed. Is this reluctance? Resentment? Pain? Rukawa frowned slightly. He didn't understand why this guy suddenly showed such an expression. But soon, Rukawa suddenly realized. Because, Ji-Ba Zhang's eyes were slowly filled with bloodshot. Go to hell, you be asterisk 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 D. Ah. Biwa Juzang's roar became more and more shrill, as if he was being tortured extremely painfully. Immediately afterwards, he began to attack frantically. Boom boom boom. Biwa Juzang attacked frantically, using up all his strength each time. But during his attack, Rukawa felt a sense of familiarity. Is this Reikiri? At this point, Rukawa finally understood everything. I see. All the abilities I have now are. Rukawa thought to himself. However, he is still a baby after all. No matter how smart he is, he cannot fully unleash the power of Reikiri in a short period of time. Whether in speed or strength, Rukawa far exceeds Biwa Juzo. Boom, puff, ah, bang. Soon, during the fight between the two, Biwa Juzang had a scar on his body. Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you fight back? Are you strong? Why aren't you fighting back now? Pippa Zhang was breathing heavily, his clothes were already torn to pieces. He looked at Rukawa, gritting his teeth and filled with hatred. I don't need to fight back, Rukawa said calmly. Hearing this, Biwa Juzang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You didn't fight back. That's so funny. How can a stinky boy like you, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, be qualified to say such things? He said. You know, you died hundreds of times before you said that. You are now a corpse. Yeah, Rukawa glanced at Biwa Juzo with disdain and sneered. Don't forget, you were the piece of trash that I kicked away. Do you still have the nerve to talk here? Hateful. Advertisement. Being insulted by a little brat, Biwa Juzang was furious. However, the moment he was about to take action, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oops. Biwa Juzang's expression suddenly changed and he stopped what he was doing immediately. The next second, a rocket was fired from behind him. Boom. The sound of a fireball exploding was heard, and on the right side of Biwa Juzo, 10 huge trees collapsed with a loud bang. The tree happened to be between the two of them, making him dare not act rashly. Hole. Biwa Juzang cursed angrily and turned to look behind him. At this time, Rukawa stood up and sneered at Biwa Juzo. Haha, I didn't expect to meet a weakling like you. It really spoils my fun. Rukawa's tone was full of contempt, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was not worth his attention at all. Hole. Boom. Biwa Juzo yelled angrily, waving the ninja sword in his hand and slashing at Rukawa frantically. However, Rukawa didn't care about his attack at all, and didn't even bother to move a step, allowing him to chop off. However, every time Biwa Juzang's sword swung and missed, he would be bounced away by his own strength. This made him even more anxious, because if he couldn't get rid of this enemy, he might never have another chance. Finally, at some point, he found his opportunity. Biwa Juzo jumped up and kicked Rukawa's head with both legs. At this time, Rukawa finally opened his eyes. Humph, I've been looking forward to this move for a long time. Rukawa chuckled and slowly stretched out his palms. Under Biwa Juzo's shocked eyes, Rukawa suddenly clasped his palms together and held the fiery red chakra ball between his palms. What? How is this possible? Biwa Juzo couldn't believe it. That's our village's secret technique, wind-style Rasengan. At this time, Rukawa curled his lips in disdain. You think you can hurt me with just a wind attribute Rasengan? You're dreaming. Bang. With a crisp sound, the wind-style Rasengan exploded instantly and dissipated in the air. Rukawa put away his hands and looked at Loquat Zhang coldly. At this moment, Biwa Juzang's face was dejected, and his entire spirit seemed to have collapsed. After a long while, Biwa Juzang said in a low voice, so your physique is Mangekyo Sharingan. Humph. What's so strange about this? Rukawa raised his chin proudly. Oh, Biwa Juzang laughed bitterly and shook his head. So you are already a strong man. But, do you want to kill me just based on this? As he spoke, Biwa Juzang raised his head, his eyes flashing with a cold light. I'm telling you, you will definitely die today. After saying that, Biwa Juzo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Rukawa, with his hands raised high, and went straight for Rukawa's throat. Call out. Rukawa quickly dodged the opponent's sneak attack and counterattacked. Then I'll wait and see how much strength you have to show to be worthy of fighting me. Humph, I will never lose to a little brat like you. Biwa Juzu shouted loudly. Then he disappeared from Rukawa's sight again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rukawa could hear the sound of breaking air. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly and moved quickly, narrowly avoiding Biwa Chizang's attack. Then, Rukawa's pupils condensed, and the chakra wrapped around his right hand suddenly increased. Rasengan. Rukawa yelled. Then, the chakra in his hand suddenly gathered at his wrist, and finally formed a black energy sphere on his arm. Rasengan. Rukawa threw a Rasengan and hit Biwa Juzo directly. Bang. Accompanied by a loud muffled sound, Biwa Juzang's body was instantly blown away. Cough, cough. Damn it, how is this possible? He struggled a few times, then barely stood up and looked at Rukawa. Your chakra is so strong. Was it just a test? Listening to his words, Rukawa showed a faint smile. His chakra is indeed much deeper than that of ordinary people, but it is not without limits. He could clearly feel that he had reached his limit. If he continued to use chakra to fight, he would fall into coma again and again. Of course, if it were someone else, they would definitely not dare to be as aggressive as Rukawa. Because no one knows how many dangers are hidden at this moment. However, there is no other person in this world, because this guy is Rukawa. He believed that since he chose to use this power, he would definitely win. Rukawa looked at the other party and said calmly, now, neither of us is in our best condition, so let's each use our best moves. This battle ends here. Haha, I agree. Biwa Juzang laughed loudly, and then said, although I am in great pain now, for the honor of the village, let me fight you fairly. Rukawa. Biwa Juzang's expression gradually became firm, and then a dazzling blue light emanated from his whole body. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly and observed Biwa Juzo carefully. He discovered that this man's chakra seemed to be getting denser and larger. Advertisement. Suddenly, Biwa Juzang opened his mouth and sucked. In an instant, all the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him gathered around Biwa Shizang, transformed into rolling clouds and mist, and poured into his body. This scene made Rukawa's pupils shrink. He could feel Biwa Juzo. The chakra was actually rising rapidly. Is this his secret technique? Rukawa murmured, yes, even if I have the Sharingan, it is difficult to resist his chakra increase of this strength. However, with this level of strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. His eyes were determined. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. At the moment of collision, Rukawa's left eye suddenly flashed with blood. Summoning. Ouch. A giant wolf emerged in front of him, then growled and bit Biwa Juzang's shoulder hard. Ah. With a scream, Biwa Juzang covered his torn shoulder, grimacing in pain. He looked at Rukawa angrily. What kind of move is this? HMPH, this is my summoning beast, it can help me share about 3 times the chakra. Rukawa said. Then his eyes became sharper. You have one last chance. Hearing this, Biwa Juzang roared, used his secret technique again, his body swelled a lot, and then pounced towards Rukawa. But it was all too late, because Rukawa had already released the ninjutsu he had prepared long ago. Summoning. A white snake suddenly rose from the ground, bit Biwa Juzo's waist, and dragged Biwa Juzo's body away. Bang. Rukawa took advantage of the situation and kicked Biwa Juzo away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Biwa Juzo lying on the ground, and said, now, it's your turn, you still have a chance. If you don't want to be defeated by me, then admit defeat quickly. Damn it, forget it. Loquat Zhang roared, and his body swelled up again. 060, boom boom boom. Rukawa's face changed and he quickly retreated several meters. Hoo. Rukawa took a few deep breaths. He stared at Biwa Juzang's body with a gloomy look. He could clearly feel that the current strength of the Tianzang had reached a critical value. If he continues to fight, Biwa Juzang will explode and die. But, no way, I will never admit defeat. Biwa Juzang roared. I will not admit defeat, never. Ah, the next second, a terrifying force suddenly descended upon Biwa Juzang, completely suppressing him. Boom. Biwa Juzo was smashed to the ground. Moreover, the moment he hit the ground, he didn't even have the strength to resist. How is this possible? Biwa Juzang was extremely shocked. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood and stared at Rukawa with a dull look on his face. His heart was filled with shock. How is this possible? I'm the #1 genius in Konoha village. How can I lose to this hairless kid? He was unwilling to give up, so he madly activated the chakra in his body. He will do everything he can to die together with the enemy in front of him. However, his power was too weak and he couldn't even move Rukawa. Rukawa looked down at Biwajuzo in front of him, slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed at his forehead. Sage Art Rasengan. Buzz. The Rasengan instantly shot through his head, and then completely pierced his entire skull. His eyes were wide open, as if he was dying with his eyes open. You're killing me, you're killing me. Biwa managed a trembling sound with difficulty and looked at Lu Pan in disbelief. Yes, I killed you. Rukawa said indifferently, his eyes were calm. When dealing with his enemies, he always cuts the grass and root it out, never leaving any trouble for the future. Looking at Biwa who was already dead in front of him, Rukawa breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is finally over. The next moment, Heichu Leia suddenly appeared in front of Rukawa. Die. Kurochu Raiga, holding a ninja sword, instantly rushed towards Rukawa. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Facing the attack of Kuroki Raiga, Rukawa calmly formed hand seals and released fire-style ninjutsu. Boom. The two flames collided with each other, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Heichu Leia stared at Rukawa in front of him with wide eyes. He had never thought about it at all. Rukawa can actually use fire style, and it's such a powerful great fireball. Rukawa smiled. This time, it's my turn. After saying that, the figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Heichu Leia felt the strong wind coming from behind, his face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. Fire-style dance of impatience. As Rukawa shouted, the flames around him quickly condensed together and turned into a blooming rose. But this rose contained a terrifying power, and Black Hole Leia trembled in fear. Chapter 99. Rukawa's Power. Fire Style. Great Fire Extinguishment. Big Ball Rasengan. Earth-style Rock Barrier. Heichu Leia put his hands together, and a solid wall several meters high and more than 3 feet thick appeared out of thin air, blocking Rukawa's attack. Taking advantage of this time, Heichu Leia turned around and left. Where are you going? A figure rushed over and blocked his retreat. Heichu Leia looked slightly embarrassed. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed here. Snort. Seeing Heichu Leia stop, Rukawa snorted coldly. Little devil, don't be so arrogant. Heichu Leia gritted his teeth and said that although Rukawa was very strong, he was not afraid. Yeah, Rukawa sneered. He naturally knew what Kurochu Raya was thinking. After all, there were still a few years between him and Kurochu Raya. Fire Style. Fire Bomb. Rukawa pressed his hands hard on the floor, and the scorching heat gushed out from the floor, directly swallowing up the Black Ho Thunder Fang. Rukawa's movements were very smooth, leaving him no chance to breathe. Damn it! Black Ho Leia roared angrily, and his body surface was covered with a layer of light green chakra to resist the burning flames. Fire-style Dragon Flame Technique. A long dragon made of blue-purple flames rose into the sky, dyeing the entire sky blue-purple. No, I have to run away, otherwise I will die here. Heichu Leia gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Just at this moment, he heard loud footsteps behind him. Black Ho Raya was horrified and looked back at Rukawa. What do you mean? Hehe, since I'm planning to kill you, I certainly can't let you leave easily. Rukawa had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Heichu Leia's face turned pale because 4 more migrant workers appeared beside him. There are 4 Rukawas, and each one has a much weaker aura than Rukawa. Damn it! Heichu Leia gritted his teeth, because he knew that he was in great danger today, but he would not give up just like that. After all, the other party was just a 7-year-old kid. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had no reason to give up. Earth-style Earth Lance Technique. Heichu Leia formed seals with his hands, and suddenly countless sharp stone spears emerged from the floor and stabbed towards the 4 Rukawa. Unfortunately, facing the overwhelming stone spears, Rukawa was not afraid at all. He kicked out with his right leg and directly broke the stone spears into pieces. Hateful. Heichu Leia came up with an idea. He took out the scroll, chanted a spell, and tore it up. Water-style Water Prison Technique. As Heichu Leia's voice fell, the ground quickly cracked, and countless tiny water droplets emerged, covering the 5 Rukawa in the blink of an eye. As expected of an Uchiha, you're fine. Heichu Leia exclaimed. He didn't expect that after using the Water Prison Technique, he still couldn't do anything to the 5 Rukawa. HMPH, it doesn't matter. I'll take them to Kurigakure and then I'll deal with them. No matter how powerful your Uchiha family is, you can't do anything in Kakure. Heichu Leia smiled sinisterly, and then he prepared to leave. Do you think you can make it back to Miss Shinobi alive? At this moment, Rukawa's voice came from behind Kurochu Raya. Hearing Rukawa's words, Heichu Leia trembled all over. He slowly turned around and found that in front of him stood Rukawa's shadow clone, each of them had the strength of an elite Jonin. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Why did you discover my whereabouts? Black Ho Leia questioned through gritted teeth. It's simple. The scroll you just tore off contained something I left behind. I had long guessed that you would definitely go back and inform your father, so I made preparations in advance. Rukawa said calmly. Haha, that's great. I didn't expect you to be able to predict my whereabouts. But in this case, I am even more certain that you are from the Chia clan. Heichu Leia laughed crazily, and then he said with a grim expression, whether you admit it or not, your Uchiha clan is doomed to perish here today. Really, I want to see if you have any way to destroy our Uchiha clan. Rukawa said coldly. Humph, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Black Ho Leia roared angrily. Water-style water waves. Suddenly, countless water columns burst out from deep underground and attacked Rukawa and his companions. Rukawa frowned. He felt a huge pressure. This water column should not be underestimated. Fire-style. Fire bomb. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, spit out a hot blue-purple ball of fire from his mouth, and attacked the water column head-on. Boom. The explosion produced a violent air wave, and the surrounding trees were instantly destroyed, and countless dust filled the air. Well, you're doomed. After the smoke cleared, Kurochu Raiga looked at Rukawa and taunted him. Haha, really? Rukawa smiled faintly, and then suddenly red chakra ignited on his body. VR. Heichu Leiya's pupils constricted, and he felt an extremely hot chakra erupting from Rukawa's body. Fire style. Secret technique. Flame bullet technique. Rukawa stretched out his left hand, and a blazing ball of flame condensed in his palm. This breath, this is. Kurochi Raiga's expression changed in shock. This was a power beyond cage level. Could it be that Rukawa had broken through cage level? Advertisement. Go. As Rukawa waved his fingers, the ball of fire in his palm broke free from his control and flew towards Black Ho Raya. Bang. The flaming ball hit the ground heavily, and immediately, countless pieces of gravel were splashed and smoke and dust were raging. Ahem. Heichu Leia covered his chest, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head with difficulty and saw Rukawa staring at him with pity. Don't underestimate me, Heichu Leia roared, and a dazzling light appeared all over his body. Earth-style 2 Dragon Ball technique. Crash. After Heichu Leia formed seals with his hands, endless yellow sand rose up from the ground, forming a huge sandstorm. You forced me to do this. Heichu Leia pushed his hands forward, and the sand released from his hands gradually merged together. What kind of move is this? Rukawa was also surprised by the moves performed by Kurochu Raiga. Sand waterfall technique. Heichu Leia punched out, and a huge amount of sand gathered on his fist and headed towards Rukawa's bed. Snort. Rukawa's nostrils flared, and suddenly a hurricane blew up. The hurricane blew away the sand and dust, forming thick whirlwinds, which entangled with each other and finally formed an extremely huge hurricane, which met the sand falls technique of Black Ho Thunder Fang. Boom. Crack. Boom. The aftermath of the collision between the two caused nearby trees to break. Heichu Leiya's face turned pale, and he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. This B************** D. Black Ho Thunderfang growled through gritted teeth. Although this sand fall technique was blocked by Uzumaki Naruto's fire-style Great Fireball technique, the huge recoil force almost broke his entire body. If this mission fails, his life will be in danger, and even if he returns alive, he will be stripped of all qualifications. I won't allow this to happen. I'm the genius of the Heichu family. Wood-style wood clone technique. Heichu Leia shouted, and then the gravel in front of him instantly turned into 2 clones that were exactly the same as himself. My phantom clone has cage-level combat power. Black Ho Leia said hopefully. But he was immediately stunned. Because, after his 2 phantom clones approached Rukawa, they couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds and completely disappeared on the spot. Impossible. Heichu Leia widened his eyes in disbelief. Why, it's not over yet. Rukawa said coldly that he had lost his patience. The next moment, Rukawa's real body suddenly appeared next to Heichu Leia. Rukawa stepped on Kurochu Raiga's abdomen, making him unable to move. How is it possible? Kurochu Raiga couldn't understand why Rukawa was so far away from him. Rukawa's lips curled up slightly. Is it a phantom shadow clone? Then your real body should be on that tree. Rukawa glanced at a nearby tree that towered into the sky. Then, Rukawa suddenly exerted force with his right leg and kicked Heichu Leia 100 meters away. Puff. Ah. Heichu Leia screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Your phantom clone is quite powerful. Rukawa looked at Heichu Leia, who was lying on the ground with a livid face. He smiled faintly and walked up to him. What do you want to do? Heichu Leia said in panic that Rukawa gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he knew that he was no match for Rukawa at all. Kill you and then move on. Rukawa said calmly. No, don't. I won't give up. Boom. The next moment, Rukawa put his palm on Heichu Leiya's head. Rukawa did not expect that Black Ho Raya was easily killed by him. Continuing forward, Rukawa encountered the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's interesting that you can come here. But your luck ends here. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost grinned and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style water-severing wave technique. A column of water came straight towards Rukawa. Rukawa snorted coldly, and suddenly countless cracks appeared on the ground. He leapt up to avoid the attack and landed in midair. Boy, it seems you are still very powerful, but so what? You can die now. Water-style super waterfall technique. The Zigguashan pufferfish had a cruel expression on its face and spat out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, endless water flowed in from all directions, wrapping Rukawa up and making him unable to move, let alone breathe. What a powerful force. I never thought I would encounter such an opponent. Advertisement. Rukawa stared at the ceiling, thinking to himself, but he did not panic. Although, Susanoo's chakra is not necessary to deal with a small character like you, but we have no choice but to use it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rukawa, who had been blocked, disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived behind the Zigguashan puffer demon. Water style. Chidori sharp spear. Endless chakra burst out from his body and transformed into countless tiny chakras as small as needles, piercing towards the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. Damn it! The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost felt that his body was being destroyed, so he quickly turned around. Body reaction. Fire-style great fireball technique. A huge ball of fire and Rukawa's water flow collided, canceling each other out. However, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost retreated more than 10 meters because of the backlash. Damn it! The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost cursed with a fierce look in his eyes. If that's the case, then go to hell. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost put his hands together, and endless chakra gathered madly, and a blue spherical object was formed. Rukawa's face turned serious. He knew what this move was. As expected of the 5th Raikage's son, he is much stronger than I thought. Water-style big ball Rasengan. Without hesitation, watermelon mountain pufferfish threw out the big ball Rasengan and attacked Rukawa. Rukawa's pupils shrank, and he formed seals with his hands, while a large amount of water flowed around him. He used water-style, super heavy water prison technique with all his strength to trap the big ball Rasengan. Then, the shockwave from the big ball Rasengan knocked Rukawa to the ground. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost smiled coldly. Haha, it seems that your strength can only go so far. Hee, who told you that? Suddenly Rukawa sneered, his body slowly floated up, and his legs slowly left the ground. What? The Zigguashan puffer ghost was extremely surprised. He had never seen such a thing before. What on earth was going on? Was this guy a monster? Water-style super waterfall technique. Countless streams of water rushed towards the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Water-style defense array. The Zigguashan puffer ghost released its strongest defense to block the water in the water prison. At this level, you won't be able to stop my next attack. Rukawa sneered, put his hands into seals, bent his legs slightly, and then pushed hard on the ground. An extremely powerful storm swept through the entire water prison, tearing the prison's solid walls into pieces, and then blew the watermelon mountain puffer ghost away. Boom! The Zigguashan puffer ghost fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable, and was almost knocked unconscious. He struggled to get up and roared, hole. How dare you fight me like this? He was unwilling to admit the fact that Rukawa was better than him. Humph, you don't want to admit it. This is fate. Rukawa's eyes turned red and white, and he reached out to grab his left chest. Click. A ring fell, and then a long sword appeared in Rukawa's hand, emitting a cold light of murderous intent. The name of this weapon is the Kusanagi sword. Rukawa said calmly. This was the most powerful treasure of Konoha village back then. After hearing this, Zigguashan puffer ghost trembled all over. He didn't expect that Rukawa would possess such a powerful weapon, the king's. No, I cannot lose to him. I am the pride of the Uchiha clan and I will not allow this loser to step on my head. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost clenched his fists, his arms swelled up, and his muscles bulged. Earth-style Yan Mao technique. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost quickly formed seals with his hands, and sharp rocks pierced the ground one by one, then condensed into shape. 014706521 Filu 151,223,451. Water-style super heavy water prison technique. The water flow condenses into a wall, blocking these attacks and intercepting them. HMPH. It's useless. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost waved his hand, and all the rock spears stimulated the water flow, then broke through the water flow and rushed out. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Rukawa's mouth opened and a ball of flame spurted out. The pupils of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost shrank. Not good. He immediately jumped up to avoid the attack. Boom. The entire water dungeon was blown up and countless drops of water fell. Ahem. Rukawa coughed violently, a look of pain flashing across his face. The fire attack just now completely overdrawn the chakra in his body. He wiped the blood from his lips, raised his head and looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. I didn't expect that just this small water prison would consume so much of my chakra, but this. It's not enough. Water-style grand waterfall technique. A huge water dragon pounced towards the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost had a ferocious expression on his face. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Earth-style earth dragon bullet. The two behemoths collided with each other, and finally the earth dragon collapsed, flooding the entire arena and submerging the two people. Is this the end? On the viewing platform, Shikaku murmured, after all, his plan had failed, and there was no need to stay in the rebel group. Shikaku stood up puzzled. In the flood, a man in black emerged from the water. His clothes were covered with water stains and looked extremely messy. He clenched his hands into fists, then unclenched them. Phew, it's finally solved. Rukawa wiped the sweat off his forehead. This is a new move he recently developed, and it is extremely powerful. Chapter 100. The night excitement continues. Please give me some data support, thank you. He cast his gaze not far away and saw the watermelon mountain puffer ghost raising his arm with difficulty and pointing at him. Ahem. The Ziguashan puffer ghost felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a large amount of mud. Rukawa frowned and asked, "You're still alive? Ha ha ha." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost laughed up to the sky. "It's just a minor injury." "You really disappoint me, Rukawa. You were about to win, why did you stop attacking?" The watermelon mountain puffer ghost covered his chest. The bones there were broken, but he still endured the pain. "Do you think you won? I tell you, you will never win." Rukawa was silent for a while, then said, "Well, if that's the case, then I don't want to waste any more time." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was confused. What was Lu going to do? Rukawa took out a Sharingan, put it in his eye socket, and closed his eyes. The pupils of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost suddenly widened. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger, as if he would lose his life at any time. Not good. He didn't care about the pain in his body and quickly moved to the side. Laugh. With a slight sound, a dark blade light pierced through his right shoulder. The Ziguashan puffer ghost looked down and saw that the skin on his right arm had been cut off, revealing the fishy-smelling muscle tissue inside. That was a close call. A feeling of fear rose in the heart of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. He did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. This is. The Ziguashan puffer ghost looked at the black knife mark on his shoulder. What is this guy's Sharingan? I've never heard of a Sharingan that can have additional attacks. The Ziguashan puffer ghost stared at Rukawa's right eye. He just knew about this kind of thing. I was just using an illusion, but. Rukawa opened his eyes, and a white flame burned in them. I have already deceived you a long time ago. Fire style. Impatience explosion. Rukawa closed his hands and then pushed them out suddenly. Countless fireballs burst out from his palms. The fire attacked the watermelon mountain puffer ghost fiercely. Damn you, I'm going to grind you to dust. The Ziguashan puffer ghost quickly formed seals with both hands. Earthquake technique. A circular sinkhole spread out beneath his feet, and then swallowed the flames into it. Rukawa frowned. He didn't expect that Ziguashan puffer demon had such profound attainments in earthquake ninjutsu. He took a step forward. Lightning-style Chidori. Dense electric currents wrapped around his hands, transforming into a lightning spear that pointed straight at the head of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. This 357 room. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost's face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. He was already injured, and now with Rukawa's lightning style, his condition became even worse. Rukawa's mouth curved into a strange arc, and he said coldly, "You can't hold on for much longer, right? No matter what, I can't let you continue to be so arrogant." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost gritted his teeth and said, "Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet." A huge Earth Dragon bomb flew towards Rukawa and quickly expanded, reaching a diameter of more than 3 meters, pressing down towards Rukawa. Wind-style Tornado Technique. Bang. The two forces collided violently. Puff. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he did not give up the ninjutsu with his hands at all. Earth-style. The Plow of the Earth. A huge plow pole appeared on the ground, clearing away the surrounding mud. Then, one plowshare after another rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Damn it! The Ziguashan puffer ghost gritted his teeth, his body was already severely stressed. At this time, Rukawa appeared behind him. Earth Clone. The Ziguashan puffer demon reacted in an instant and slashed out, but was blocked by Rukawa. Rukawa's figure disappeared and then appeared in front of him. Rukawa formed a seal with one hand, and a large amount of chakra burst out from his body. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. The Ziguashan puffer demon used defensive ninjutsu to resist the squeezing of the earth flow wall. Advertisement. He gritted his teeth and trembled all over, but he managed to hold on. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. You really have an iron will. You can hold on even under the dual torture of body and mind. He shook his head slightly. But, I am stronger than you, so you lose. Wood-style cutting. Bang. Rukawa's arms turned into hundreds of slender plant vines, which tied up the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost tightly. Get out of my way. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost was extremely angry. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand and he chopped at the vines on his body frantically. However, under his crazy hacking, the vines broke one after another, and some even fell on him, making him even more irritated. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost kicked his legs and flipped over, breaking free from the vines, then kicked towards Rukawa with both legs. But Rukawa calmly retreated half a step and then punched the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost in the stomach. Crack. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost groaned, then spat out a large mouthful of blood foam, and its entire body hunched over. Rukawa grabbed the head of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost with his left hand and pressed him to the ground. 014706521 Filu 151,233,041. Ah, the shrill screams of the Ziguashan puffer ghost are creepy. A*hole, you beast. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost cursed viciously. Pa! Rukawa slapped the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. Rukawa said coldly, I admit that you are a tough guy, but in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is false. The eyes of the Ziguashan puffer ghost were red and blood was almost dripping out. We, the Ziguashan clan, will never forgive you. Rukawa smiled sarcastically. Oh, you are from the Ziguashan tribe. I don't remember killing anyone from you. Haha, no matter what, I will definitely avenge today's humiliation. Rukawa sneered. Really? Do you think you still have a chance after you escape? Your Ziguashan clan is called Four Tails Jinchuriki, but do you think I will keep a hidden danger alive in the world? The Ziguashan puffer ghost was stunned for a moment, then he realized that Rukawa deliberately lured him out and wanted to kill him while he was sick. This caught him off guard. I won't give in. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost roared, and he actually cut his own heart meridian and died instantly. Rukawa put his hand on his neck, but his face froze. He looked at the corpse in his palm in surprise. The corpse was fake. Water clone. Rukawa muttered. His face turned ugly. He had just crushed the heart of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, but now there was another water clone. Where is he hiding? Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, and spikes pinned Rukawa's ankles. Then, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost emerged from the ground, and sharp blades shot out from his body. Reikiri. Lightning flashed, and Buckcho blocked his attack. Reikiri Thunder Prison. Flakes of lightning descended from the sky, enveloping the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. But the sealing runes on his hands were flickering, and after the lightning touched his sealing runes, it slowly stopped attacking, as if it had lost its deterrent power. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost sneered. Although the seal rune on my body has not been unlocked, my body is immune to all electrical ninjutsu because of the existence of the seal rune. So your lightning style doesn't work on me. Rukawa's expression became serious. Reikiri's lightning style is ineffective against him. He is best at electric attribute ninjutsu, and his lightning style is very effective against ordinary enemies or small-scale battles, but large-scale group attack skills like this are of no use to him. You really are very special, Rukawa said slowly. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and then a thunderball appeared in his hands. There was contempt on the face of the watermelon mountain pufferfish. Blue steam was rising around him, and waves were surging, surrounding and protecting him. He mocked, you want to use the water dungeon. But, you know this is my territory. Water prison is an advanced technique in water-based ninjutsu. It can trap people in a narrow area, making it impossible for the enemy to move and they can only passively take the beating. The Ziguashan puffer ghost had already prepared the water prison, waiting for Rukawa to fall into the trap. But to his surprise, Rukawa did release a water dungeon, and it was a perfect water dungeon. However, this water prison not only restricted the movements of the Ziguashan puffer ghost, but also confined the nearby space. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked around in fear, because there was an additional layer of golden barrier in this water prison. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost's face changed drastically. You actually set up a barrier. Rukawa's eyes were cold. This water prison can only last for a quarter of an hour, but it's enough to kill you. Outside the water dungeon is an ice wall of 10,000 years, and the temperature of the ice wall is so low that it is terrifying. Blue steam was coming out of the Ziguashan puffer ghost's body, trying to freeze the ice cubes. However, the intense fire power coming from the ice caused him extreme pain and also made him feel deadly danger. Ziguashan puffer ghost's face was filled with shock. Fire attribute, lightning attribute, ice attribute, the fusion of 3 attributes of ninjutsu, you actually combined the 3 attributes perfectly. He couldn't believe that Rukawa had done this. This required extraordinary qualifications to be able to do this. Advertisement. The look he gave Rukawa was already filled with fear and awe. Rukawa said calmly, you are good and a worthy opponent, but you are too weak. I didn't want to kill you, but you wanted to kill me. In that case, I can only give you a ride. After the words fell, Rukawa raised his right hand suddenly, wind-style spiral shuriken. A huge shuriken flew towards the Ziguashan puffer demon, but the shuriken did not hurt the Ziguashan puffer demon. Instead, it was intercepted by another water prison. Rukawa looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon in the water prison with cold eyes, and a white chakra ball appeared on his hand. The pupils of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost shrank, and an inexplicable sense of death crisis appeared in his mind. He took out the scroll without hesitation and tore it apart. He instantly disappeared from the spot, avoiding Rukawa's attack. Boom! The white chakra ball hit the ground and exploded, forming a sky full of smoke and dust. Ahem. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost coughed twice, and then his vision became dim, and he saw the surrounding trees falling down one after another. What's going on? Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost heart. Lee was full of doubts, but just as he was about to dive underground again, a gust of wind blew and forced him to take 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, a green shadow appeared out of nowhere and punched the watermelon mountain puffer ghost hard in the abdomen. Puff! The watermelon mountain puffer ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned extremely pale, and he covered his aching abdomen. How dare you sneak attack me? Rukawa showed a wicked smile. You attacked me first, didn't you? You actually wanted to kill me. You should be glad that I didn't bother to use the sealing technique on you, otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to kill yourself. I don't even know how he died. Hearing his words, Ziguashan pufferfish ghost was furious. He glared at Rukawa and said, "Damn it. I will definitely kill you." The blue energy on his hand gathered. Water-style explosion. The strong impact made Rukawa take 2 steps back. He frowned and said, as expected of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he has learned such a powerful ninjutsu. The power of the big ball Rasengan is very strong, but the side effects are also very serious. This is his first time trying it. You actually dodged my big explosion. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost shouted in horror. The side effects of big ball Rasengan are very serious. Once it is used, the battle must be ended within 5 seconds, otherwise you will fall into a state of exhaustion and then become half-wasted. But when the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost launched this move just now, his spirit had reached a critical point and was about to collapse. He thought that Rukawa would definitely not dodge in time, but I didn't expect that I could actually escape it. No matter what, you must die today. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Rukawa shook his head and sighed. I am too kind after all. He stared at the Ziguashan puffer demon with cold eyes, threw a kunai directly at him, and then formed seals with his hands. Wind-style great breakthrough. Rukawa's kunai turned into a wind dragon and swallowed up the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. But his figure suddenly emerged from the wind dragon, and he said coldly, I will not die here. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost had a sneer on his face. He had now recovered to his peak state and was not afraid of Lu Gong at all. I will torture you slowly until you beg for mercy. His body was emitting a blue light, and his chakra had solidified to ultimate. Water-style waterfall palm. The waves hit Rukawa's chest, and Rukawa was pushed several meters away. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost sneered. You are still too naive. I have already turned the water into a solid mediocre card. The water flow of the Ziguashan puffer ghost condensed, and an extremely hard water curtain blocked in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Rukawa's attack hit it, leaving only a shallow mark. A hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. Water flow defense. Then I'll try another trick. Rukawa forms a seal with one hand. Fire-style great fireball technique. The blazing fireball hit in front of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost and then exploded. However, the aftermath of the flames was offset by the water curtain of the Ziguashan puffer ghost and did not cause any harm to the Ziguashan puffer ghost. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost laughed loudly. Is this your trick? It's too immature. The most basic thing for us ninjas is to constantly improve the power of ninjutsu. This is the first step for every ninja. This is something that all ninjas know. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. I understand, that's why I don't want to waste time with you, because time is precious. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost sneered. How ungrateful. I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Rukawa held out a hand. I know how powerful you are, so I will treat you with caution. A white chakra shield emerged from his body and wrapped himself up. White air shield. What kind of move is this? The Ziguashan puffer ghost had never encountered such a strange attacking move. This person's move was simply like a monkey show. Humph, I won't give up. I will definitely find your flaw. Ziguashan pufferfish ghost made hand seals. Water-style water prison technique. A large body of water surged and then turned into a water prison that enveloped Rukawa. Your jutsu may be effective against ordinary ninjas, but I am different from ordinary genin. I am the heir to the Hokage of Konoha and possess a special sage mode. Advertisement Chapter 101 is the first update today. It's exciting and please keep asking for data. Rukawa had a confident smile on his face when the water prison was about to trap him. His body suddenly swelled up, and white flames burned all over. Fire style. Big fire bomb. Rukawa raised his arms high, and the scorching heat melted the water. A white fireball hit the water prison of the puffer ghost in Zigwa Mountain, destroying it completely. The fire then spread rapidly, engulfing the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and its screams were burned by the flames. When the flames stopped, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost lay on the ground in a mess. His whole body was pitch black, and there were some debris around him. He stood up with difficulty and wiped the stains off his body. Call. He exhaled a thick white smoke. Hole. How dare you look down on me? His eyes glowed red, and a huge chill emanated from his body. I'm going to kill you. The coldness on the watermelon mountain puffer ghost's body became even more severe, and a strong wind pressure rushed towards Rukawa. He let out a low roar, and a layer of light white chakra covered his palms. He kicked out, and the strong wind pressure blew Rukawa away hundreds of meters. Rukawa steadied himself and rubbed his shoulders. He felt as if his bones were broken. Although he was not seriously injured, he did suffer a loss just now. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost slowly climbed up. His clothes were completely ruined. He looked at his appearance and roared with gritted teeth. Rukawa, you d me off. I'm going to kill you. Rukawa was reflected in his pupils, and his right hand was raised. Water clone technique. 3 watermelon mountain pufferfish ghosts jumped out from the ground. These were his shadow clones. Rukawa's cold expression finally became a little serious. He formed seals with his hands. Earth style, earth flowing wall. The mud and sand on the ground instantly turned into a thick earth wall, blocking the 3 watermelon mountain pufferfish ghosts. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost kicked the thick mud and sand. Earth style earth flow sword. Sharp earthen sword stabbed into the mud and sand, piercing through it. Earth flow sword dance. Countless earth and swords combined to form giant snakes. Rukawa frowned. The hardness of these mud and sand completely surpassed that of rocks. This was unscientific. Such a thing does not exist. Rukawa said coldly. I don't believe it, break it for me. He suddenly exerted force and punched the mud and sand, instantly defeating it. Haha, your weakness is exposed. I don't just know these few fancy ninjutsu. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost pressed his hands on the ground. Secret technique. Thunder gun technique. Tiny lightning bolts emerged from the fingers of his hands, forming a lightning gun about 10 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters thick, which shot towards Rukawa. Rukawa's body moved slightly to avoid the lightning arrow, but the lightning arrow also changed direction. Lightning gun. Lightning cannon. The lightning cannon fired at Rukawa again, but this time it hit the ground on the other side. The corner of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's mouth drew a cruel arc, and his body turned into a stream of water again and dived into the water, then rolled over and appeared behind Rukawa. You lose. The Ziguashan puffer ghost screamed and attacked Rukawa's head with a water gun. But just when the water gun was about to hit Rukawa, Rukawa suddenly turned around, grabbed the water gun, and then held it backwards and stabbed it behind him. Damn it! The Ziguashan puffer ghost immediately left the spot. Pa, pa, pa. Scars appeared on the body of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. He covered the wound on his body and said angrily, damn it. Rukawa's eyes flashed red, and a strong chakra wave burst out from his body. A purple lightning wrapped around Rukawa's body, and he looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon with red eyes. How dare you challenge my authority? Rukawa's words stunned the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. This sentence seemed familiar, as if Rukawa had said it before. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost's expression quickly turned ferocious. If that's the case, then let's decide the winner. The lightning wrapped around Rukawa gradually disappeared, and his eyes were still staring at Ziguashan pufferfish ghost with cold eyes. Then, let's fight. I want to see whether your water-style ninjutsu is powerful or my fire-style ninjutsu is stronger. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The two used ninjutsu on each other. Rukawa's fireball landed on the water flow created by the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. There was a violent explosion, the water flow collapsed, and the surrounding ground was cracked. The body of the Ziguashan puffer ghost was knocked back by the shock wave, and there was a big hole in its chest, with blood dripping. Hole, I will never forgive you. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost roared. You will know the price of offending me. Rukawa looked on with disdain. He opened his hands, a ball of fire floated in the air, and his body suddenly soared into the air. Advertisement. The fireball changed into various shapes in the air. Fire style. Great Fire Dragon Technique. A huge burning great fireball fell from the sky and hit the watermelon mountain puffer ghost hard. Boom. The whole house collapsed. Rukawa took the opportunity to run aside and hide, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was not easy for him to take that blow just now. Ahem. He panted. Sure enough, my strength is still not enough. Rukawa smiled bitterly. We must improve our strength to compete with these guys. There was a sound of bones crackling inside his body, his legs bent, and he was lying flat on the ground. A strong wind pressure raged around Rukawa. He opened his scarlet eyes and a flash of purple lightning flashed across the sky. 8 inner gates, unlock. A powerful propulsion force surged from Rukawa's limbs to his entire body. Rukawa's muscles bulged and his body expanded like a blown-up balloon. It feels so good, so comfortable, Rukawa yelled, and an amazing transformation took place inside his body. His skin became more crystal clear, like jade, and even his pupils turned lavender. His skin is now stronger than steel. How is it possible? Your body has reached this level. The Ziguashan puffer ghost couldn't believe it, his eyes were full of jealousy. Rukawa stood up straight, arms outstretched. This is the final gesture. Then I will send you to the west. Rukawa punched the ground, and a purple lightning extended out from under his feet. He clenched his fists, and the wind from his fists tore through the air, making a hissing sound. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. Boom. Rukawa's fist landed on the ground, and 10 dull thuds were heard throughout the forest. The cracks in the ground continued to spread. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost had a solemn expression on his face. He formed seals with his hands, and then a circle of water appeared around his body, blocking him. Rukawa's eyes were calm and he swung his fists. Each attack was enough to knock back a thick tree. Damn it, I've been forced into a desperate situation. Rukawa's eyes were filled with ferocity. He shook his arms, clasped his hands around the ground, and then pried it apart with force. The entire ground shattered, and all the vines were destroyed completely in a second. Your moves are just like that. Rukawa snorted. Haha, do you think these are the only moves I have? The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost laughed loudly, with a ferocious smile on his face. I have many tricks. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost made seals with both hands. Secret method. Water prison chain. Thick chains appeared in his hands and quickly wrapped around Rukawa's hands and feet, restraining him. Rukawa struggled hard for a few times but couldn't break free, and was then dragged to the basement by the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. What do you want to do? Rukawa looked at watermelon mountain and pig ghost. I have many moves, but today I am going to torture you to death. Don't you want to see the special skills of the water country? Then, I will fulfill your wish. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost slowly approached Rukawa with a dagger in his hand. Rukawa felt hair all over his body, his pupils contracted, and then he shouted. Don't mess around, I'm one of the 5 shadows, if you dare to touch me, you will regret it. Rukawa could only pretend to scare him. After all, he knew this guy's character. If he really angered the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, he would be in trouble. The Zigwashan puffer ghost stopped moving. The next person to appear in front of Rukawa was Ringo Ayuri. Without further ado, she formed seals with her hands and directly used ninjutsu to attack Rukawa. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A water dragon spewed out from Ringo Yuyori's mouth and rushed straight towards the stream. Facing the fierce water dragon, Rukawa remained calm and also formed seals with his hands. Earth style. Earth thrust. Several thick stone pillars rose up from under his feet, blocking Ringo Yuyori's water dragon. The two collided with each other, and the airflow generated by the explosion turned the nearby grass into a mess, and even the surrounding trees were blown down. Ringo Ayuri and Rukawa took a few steps back at the same time to steady themselves. Request flowers. It seems that you have already learned Earth style. Advertisement. Ringo Yuyori had a faint smile on her face. HMPH. Rukawa had a proud look on his face. If this is all you can do, then you are not really weak. Yoho. Ringo Yuyori sneered. Aren't you too conceited? She formed a seal again, fire-style Hao-Yan technique. A strong gust of burning hot wind spurted out from between Ringo Yuyori's lips and flew towards Rukawa. Faced with such a fierce flame, Rukawa's eyes flickered, he kicked hard with his right leg, and turned his body to the left to avoid the flame. Bang! With a sound, a deep mark was left where Rukawa had just stood. It is easy to imagine that if it were an ordinary person, he would have been burned long ago. Ringo Yuyori glanced at Rukawa with contempt and said, How is it? Does it feel painful? Rukawa did not answer her question, but just stared at her quietly. Seeing this, Ringo Yuyori became more confident. She knew that her flames were a great threat to Rukawa, but the other party could not do anything to her, so she could only choose to avoid him for the time being. Haha, you're running around like a stray dog. Ringo Yuyori sneered. Isn't this the situation you want? Why do you continue to hide? You are indeed very strong, even stronger than I imagined. Rukawa said calmly, but these are completely meaningless to me. Point 0. Because, I don't need to fight like this to win. Rukawa slowly raised his head, his eyes firm, and said in a cold tone, because what I want to do is far from being achieved with just this. Who are you? The moment she heard Rukawa say this, Ringo Ayuri's heart beat faster. For some reason, she vaguely felt the approach of danger. Rukawa drew up a wicked smile and slowly stretched out his hands to make seals. Lightning style. Chidori sharp spear. Immediately, an extremely huge spear appeared behind Rukawa, like a spear piercing through the sky, and it flew directly towards Ringo Yuyori. This is Rukawa's most skilled ninjutsu, called Chidori sharp spear. Ringo Yuyori's pupils shrank into needles. She never expected that the other party would use such a move. When Rukawa was fighting Itachi, she had used a similar attack, but at that time she could still barely resist it, but now she was helpless. Boom. The spear stabbed deeply into the soil, raising a lot of dust. Ringo Yuyori stood up with difficulty, but did not notice a stone at her feet. The stone rolled to the ground and quickly disappeared. Rukawa did this on purpose, just to let the other party let down their guard. Although Ringo Ayuri's reaction was very quick, she still fell into Rukawa's trap and fell to the ground.
Ha ha ha, you lose. Rukawa's arrogant laughter spread all around. He won the game after all. Yeah? Ringo Yuyori suddenly smiled strangely, but I didn't give up. Hearing this, Rukawa felt a strong sense of crisis and hurriedly wanted to retreat, but he was a step too late. Pata. With a slight sound, Rukawa felt something hit his chest, and then he flew backwards. Ringo Yuyori took advantage of the victory and flashed in front of Rukawa, clenched her right fist and hit him hard. Boom. Rukawa's head hit the floor hard, raising a huge amount of dust, making it impossible to tell what was going on inside. Ringo Yuyori paused for a second. She felt as if her chest was hit by a club and she almost couldn't breathe. She covered her chest and looked at her right hand. She saw a pool of bright red blood flowing out from between her fingers. She looked down at her right arm, which was stained with blood. The sound of Rukawa coughing reached her ears. How are you okay? Ringo Yuyori said with a look of shock on her face. Hehe. I don't care about this level of attack at all. Rukawa crawled out of the ashes and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are quite capable and worthy of my respect, but... He grinned. I'm not weak either. Oink oink. The wings on Rukawa's back flapped, and the whole person turned into a shadow, instantly moving in front of Ringo Yuyori, and slapped out with both palms. Chapter 102. Rukawa killed him. This family is so scary. Bang. The two men's fists collided, and a powerful aftermath spread out, destroying the surrounding houses and buildings one after another. The two figures separated, and Ringo Yuyori staggered a short distance. Rukawa stood there, his expression not changing at all. You actually dared to withstand my attack. You really surprise me. Ringo Yuyori covered her aching chest and looked at Lugwa with a gloomy look. You're not bad,
you took my blow and you didn't get hurt at all. Rukawa also looked at her, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that she actually had such power, but he said coldly, since you are unwilling to surrender, I can only defeat you or kill you. Yeah, Ringo Ayuri's voice was still filled with disdain. Call out. Rukawa flapped his wings again and dived towards Ringo Yuyuri. Ringo Yuyuri narrowed her eyes, and her aura surged. A large amount of sand the size of a casserole appeared beside her. The sands condensed into a ball and wrapped Ringo Yuyuri, forming a layer of protection. Drink. Rukawa shouted indifferently. Bang. With a loud bang, Rukawa's fist collided violently with the sand ball wrapped around Ringo Yuri, and the aftermath shattered everything. Rukawa frowned. This layer of sand could actually block his attack, but give me shatter. A huge amount of chakra gathered in Rukawa's fist, instantly blasting the sand into powder, and Ringo Yuri also revealed his figure. Boom. With a loud thunder, Rukawa raised his fist and punched Ringo, 580, Yuri. Faced with such a huge attack, Ringo Yuri was not afraid at all. She closed her eyes tightly and waited to open them when the attack approached. Bang. Ringo Yuri felt as if her body was hit by a cannonball. She flew sideways and finally fell into a river in the distance. Ringo Yuri struggled to stand up, spat out the dirty water in her mouth, and looked up at the sky. The sky gradually darkened, dark clouds covered the moon, and in the dark night, Rukawa stood proudly by the river bank. Rukawa glanced around with indifferent eyes. He found that Ringo Yuri's breath was getting weaker and weaker. It seemed that he had knocked her to the ground. Haha, you really are a monster. Ringo Yuri laughed miserably. If I wasn't a little stronger than you, I would have been killed by you. But it doesn't matter, the ending is the same anyway. I'm tired of living, and you don't want to live anymore. Even if we have to fight to the death today, I will never let you hurt anyone in our village. Ringo Yuri's temperament suddenly changed. She exuded a strong aura from head to toe. She was like a sharp sword, piercing Rukawa's heart. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly. He also noticed the change in Ringo Yuri, but he was not afraid because he was confident that he could kill him. He shook his wrist and a kunai appeared in his hand. He threw the kunai out fiercely. The kunai drew a white light and flew straight towards Ringo Yuri. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several kunai were fired at Ringo Yuri at the same time, blocking all her escape routes. Ringo Yuri gritted her teeth, clasped her hands together, and a shield appeared out of thin air in front of her. AJ. Several kunai hit the shield, but not even a trace was left on it. Rukawa looked serious. He knew that Ringo Yuri had completed the transformation and he had to give it his all. Flame technique. Rukawa's hands were burning with flames, and he slammed towards Ringo Yuri with his palm. Wind pressure. Ringo Yuri was not to be outdone. She also mobilized a strong whirlwind. The two forces collided with each other, and hurricanes swept around. Many woods of the surrounding buildings were blown off, and trees were uprooted. The scene was horrifying. Crack. Rukawa and Ringo Yuri each took a few steps back, and both looked at each other with strong hostility. I won't fail again this time. Rukawa stared at the other person closely. I will never let you go. Apple Rain is biting and talking. Rukawa's words angered Ringo Yuri, and she didn't want to give up. The two men fought again, looking for each other's weaknesses while fighting, preparing to launch a fatal attack. Huff. Huff. Advertisement. Rukawa was panting heavily. The battle just now was very tiring for him. He shook his neck vigorously, then looked at Ringo Yuri not far away. Although Ringo Yuri was in a miserable state at this moment, she was still alive. This is not a solution. We must get rid of her as soon as possible. Rukawa muttered. Rukawa mobilized chakra again, and he used all his strength to increase his speed to the limit. His footsteps left two shallow pits on the ground. Call out. Rukawa jumped up, and the ninja sword in his hand drew an arc and slashed towards Ringo Yuri. Ringo Yuri's pupils shrank into needles. Rukawa's attack was too fast and she had no time to react. However, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Rukawa, do you think I'm going to stand there and wait to die? Her left hand was on her waist. Seeing this, Rukawa quickly fell down and narrowly avoided the attack. Rukawa stabilized his body, his face was cold and a scorching flame burned on his right arm. His target was Ringo Yuri's abdomen. You know, that was Ringo Yuri's weakest point. Paula. Ringo Yuri's abdomen suddenly burst open, and blood gushed out from it. Well, Ringo Yuri groaned in pain. How is it possible that you broke my belly? This is impossible. Ringo Yuri couldn't believe it, the injury to her abdomen became even more serious. Haha, this isn't enough to kill you. I'm really powerful. Rukawa's mouth curled up. Hole. Ringo Yuri roared, kicked the ground with her legs, and flew into the air. Her legs swung rapidly in the air, creating strong winds around her, and her body spun rapidly, attacking Rukawa like a gyroscope. Every time she kicked, a huge gust of wind would be created. If someone was hit by her kick, even if their internal organs were not exploded, they would at least have broken bones. However, Rukawa was an elite jonin after all, and even if Ringo Yuri used all her strength, he could still barely resist. Rukawa's eyes flashed. He seized the opportunity, spread his arms, half-squatted his body, and bent his legs to gather strength. Earth-style Hauru Dan technique. Puff. A giant dragon bullet shot out from between Rukawa's legs and rushed towards Ringo Yuri with amazing power. Ringo Yuri's pupils widened, and she had to temporarily give up the pursuit and choose to dodge. Bang. Wa la la. Dust was flying and the ground was cracked. The power of the dragon bomb is so terrifying that even a small tree will be blown into pieces. Ringo Yuri was forced to stop. Ringo Yuri's figure slowly emerged from the spot. Her clothes had long been destroyed, and her beautiful figure was exposed to the air. Ringo Yuri pursed her lips tightly, her face was covered with sweat, and her body was shaking constantly. The move just now had indeed caused her great harm. Rukawa did not press on to pursue the victory, but looked at Ringo Yuri warily. The move Ringo Yuri just made was indeed very dangerous. If it weren't for Rukawa's quick reaction, he would have been seriously injured. Follow. Ringo Yuri covered her chest and coughed softly. I'm going to get rid of you no matter what. Rukawa narrowed his eyes, he knew this girl was definitely not simple. Wind-style great breakthrough. Suddenly, Ringo Yuri released a large-scale wind-style ninjutsu, instantly enveloping Rukawa. Ringo Yuri didn't want to give Rukawa any chance, even if it meant getting hurt. She had suffered a lot over the years. Rukawa felt the air currents surging around him, and he immediately put up a chakra wall to block the wind-style ninjutsu. The wind-style ninjutsu was blocked, and Ringo Yuri showed a triumphant expression. She teleported in front of Rukawa and kicked him in the face with a whip kick. Rukawa stretched out his arm to block the kick, but Ringo Yuri had no intention of letting him go. Instead, she used the force of the kick to lift her other leg high. Rukawa sensed Ringo Yuri's intention, he took a step back, then suddenly jumped up to avoid the attack. Abu. As soon as Rukawa left, Ringo Yuri stepped hard on his footprints, and suddenly, he felt a piercing pain in the soles of his feet. Scene. Rukawa frowned, his feet left a deep footprint. Rukawa clenched his fists. He felt the muscles in his body aching extremely much. It was obvious that his foot had been badly injured. Rukawa looked at Ringo Yuri's hands and cursed inwardly, damn it. Lightning spear. Rukawa gathered a large amount of chakra, condensed it into a spear, and stabbed Ringo Yuri. Advertisement. Water-style dry bird. Ringo Yuri was also not vague. She directly condensed a large amount of chakra and released a powerful water cannon to resist the lightning spear. The collision between the lightning spear and the water cannon produced a powerful wave that spread out, blowing the nearby leaves into fluttering. Some shorter trees collapsed and turned into ashes. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly. He clenched the spear with both hands and thrust out another spear, but this time the spear was thicker and contained greater power. Rukawa used this move because he was physically injured in the previous fight. And Ringo Yuri is also at the end of her strength. Water style. Waterfall water flow. Ringo Yuri also used a secret water technique, and a column of water shot up into the sky, blocking Rukawa's spear outside. As expected of Ringo Yuri, Rukawa said in a low voice. Boom. After the two were in a stalemate for a while, Rukawa's body shook and he was pushed several meters away by the water. He almost fell to the ground and spit out blood. Ha ha. Ringo Yuri laughed crazily. Apple Rain Yuri. Rukawa wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of determination. You're doomed, Rukawa. You're definitely going to lose this time. Ringo Yuri yelled and launched another powerful attack. Her body flashed to Rukawa's side like a ghost, and then she hit Rukawa's chest with her elbow, causing Rukawa to groan and take a few steps back. Bang! Ringo Yuri kicked Rukawa in the abdomen again. ISIS. Rukawa spat out blood again. No more. Ringo Yuri sneered, and her hands condensed a large number of chakra balls. This move is my ultimate killer move. Don't underestimate this move, it's powerful enough to flatten a hill. You forced me to do this. Water-style large jade fragments. As Ringo Yuri finished her words, she swung out countless stones with her hands and smashed them towards Rukawa. Rukawa gritted his teeth and supported himself. He quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted a spell, Reikiri. Secret. Super gravity field. Rukawa put his hands together, and a blue-white circle of light appeared. This blue-white circle of light was rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye it reached a distance of several meters. When Ringo Yuri's water flow hit this aperture, it was all sucked into it and finally turned into countless powders. This move is quite powerful, but it's still a little short of perfection. Rukawa stood up, panting slightly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This move consumed a lot of his chakra. You recovered so quickly, that's hard. Ringo Yuri's eyes showed a vicious look, and her body began to swell. You were looking for death. Rukawa saw this and said angrily. Ringo Yuri's behavior is like suicide. They will not let an enemy do such a thing, so they must stop her. Swish, 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 swish. Countless water blades suddenly burst out from Ringo Yuri's body, forming a huge net, blocking Rukawa's route of movement. Oh no. Rukawa thought to himself that this was not good, as the range of this water blade blockade was too large. Pala, Pala. Rukawa waved his hands continuously, and bolts of lightning pierced through the water blades. Rukawa didn't dare to stay any longer and turned away. Want to escape? Haha. No way. Ringo Yuri formed seals with her hands, and countless splashes of water shot out from her body. Chidori. Ringo Ayuri gathered the powerful power of water style and threw it at Rukawa. Rukawa's face darkened. He didn't expect Ringo Ayuri to play such a dirty trick. He quickly increased his speed to shake off the water on his body. Boom. A loud noise came from behind, the whole forest seemed to tremble, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Rukawa's face turned pale. Although he had avoided Ringo Ayuri's move just now, many of the aftermath still hit him. Rukawa looked at his clothes being torn. Not only his clothes were torn, but even several of his ribs were broken. However, now is not the time for him to worry about his body. Oh no, Ringo Yuri is not dead. Rukawa looked in front of his left in astonishment. Chapter 103 Tsukuyomi. Rukawa's eye technique. Genius. Ringo Yuri was seen walking out slowly from the smoke, followed by a large group of ninja beasts, each of which had the strength of the third level, and there was also a water ninja among them. Ha ha ha. Ringo Yuri laughed wildly. Her body was stained with Madara's blood, and she also suffered serious internal injuries, but at this moment she could no longer care about so much. Rukawa could sense her hatred. Apple Amayuri. Rukawa yelled. Ha ha. It's no use yelling. Today, I will behead you. Ringo Yuri raised her right hand and chopped it hard on the ground. Boom boom. The earth collapsed, and a large amount of soil and gravel rolled over. Huh. Rukawa breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ringo Ayuri did not use ninjutsu to attack him, otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge so easily. Now it seems that Ringo Ayuri should not have the energy to use ninjutsu, otherwise he would not have been able to escape so easily. You are very smart, Rukawa. Ringo Yuri wiped the blood off her cheek, raised her head and stared at Rukawa, but do you think you can survive like this? Rukawa's pupils shrank sharply when he heard this. Ringo Yuri's aura suddenly increased, her eyes turned red, and her clothes turned green. Water-style Chao Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Ringo Ayuri stretched out her hands forward, and a large amount of water gushed out, forming a huge water dragon, accompanied by endless water pressure, and rushed straight towards Rukawa. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. The breath of this water dragon was very terrifying, and the quality of this water flow was also very high. This would be difficult to deal with. Reikiri. Rukawa did not hesitate. Thunder appeared on his body. He instantly came in front of Ringo Yuri and the electric knives on his arms flew out. Crack. Rukawa clasped his hands together, then crossed the lightning on his hands, striking Ringo Yuri away, and he took this opportunity to quickly jump away from the spot. After leaving, Rukawa slowly came back to his senses. The scene just now appeared in his mind, and his eyes widened. She actually ate my Reikiri. What's wrong with this guy? Is the water quality of her body very high? Rukawa didn't understand why Ringo Ayuri wouldn't be afraid of his Reikiri. 21 Rukawa looked towards the place where Ringo Yuri disappeared, frowning. Ringo Yuri's water attribute chakra is very strong, but her life breath is very weak. What on earth is going on? Has she been defeated by me? However, the way she looked just now didn't look like she had defeated me. Rukawa was puzzled. However, there is no need to worry about this matter. After all, his current condition is not good, and his body cannot bear this powerful force. As expected, I still can't use this ninjutsu casually. If I do, it will cause irreversible damage to my body. Rukawa muttered. A hint of light blue appeared in his vision. It's that woman. Rukawa is watching over Apple Rainy Day. Hee. Rukawa, you know what? I once had a dream, which was to defeat you, and then make you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Ringo Aim Yuri exposes a lewd expression. However, I have fulfilled this dream. Now I have unparalleled power. I can finally kill you with my own hands. Rukawa looked at Ringo Ayuri in silence. Yes, this woman was indeed crazy, but that was all she was. Rukawa snorted coldly. You crazy BCH. I advise you to give up the idea of revenge, because you can't win against me. Rukawa bent his legs and rushed forward. What he needed now was to vent his inner anger, otherwise he would explode sooner or later. Rukawa fought with Ringo Yuri again, and the two fought for a while. Boom. Rukawa crushed the rocks at his feet, fire-style great fireball technique. Konoha style. The world of trees is coming. Ringo Yuri showed no sign of weakness and formed seals with her hands. DBU. Halfway through, the soil around Ringo Ayuri melted and formed towering trees, whose sharp branches stabbed Rukawa. Rukawa's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't understand why the area around Ringo Ayuri suddenly became so solid. This was land, and it was transformed like this. The skin on Ringo Yuri's arms also began to crack, but she didn't care, because as long as she could kill Rukawa, it was enough, no matter what the cost. Ringo Ayuri rushed towards Rukawa regardless of anything, and Rukawa also rushed forward. Ringo Ayuri's fists collided with Rukawa's palms, and then Rukawa was thrown directly into the air, fell to the ground, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Rukawa struggled to get up and looked at Ringo Ayuri in front of her. There was an evil smile on her face. It seemed that Rukawa's resistance just now also angered Ringo Ayuri. I told you, I will kill you with my own hands. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Ringo Yuri's mouth. Call out. Ringo Ayuri rushed towards Rukawa again. Bang. Click. The muscles in Rukawa's arms bulged, and he blocked Ringo Ayuri's fist. However, Ringo Ayuri's strength should not be underestimated. There was tremendous power added to her fists. This power went through Rukawa's arms and into his body, making him feel as if his chest was about to be torn apart. Ahem. Rukawa couldn't help but cough. Then he grabbed Ringo Yuyuri's fist tightly. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The real strong enemy is never a piece of trash like you. I will beat you down, and then torture you severely. I will extract your soul, imprison your soul in darkness forever, and then make your body into a specimen. Bang. After Ringo Yuri heard this, she kicked Rukawa with a whip kick. Advertisement. The power of this whip kick was so incredible that Rukawa was completely unable to resist and was kicked away, smashing through a house and falling into the ruins. Ringo Yuyuri walked slowly towards the place where Rukawa fell, her eyes cold. Puff. A bullet with scorching temperature shot towards Ringo Yuri's forehead, but was blocked by a thin film. You are too slow. You can't catch up with me. Apple rain makes light of the path of despise. Ringo Yuyuri looked at Rukawa with disdain, then turned around and continued to look for the next target. Rukawa's speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, so he was called the ninja group. However, Ringo Yuri has another advantage, that is, her physical fitness is excellent. On the battlefield, she is an excellent sniper, but she is also a swordsman. Rukawa saw Ringo Yuyuri shift her gaze again, which made Rukawa grit his teeth. This B********* D actually dared to laugh at me. Boom. A cannonball suddenly appeared beside Rukawa, forcing Ringo Yuri to retreat. Who? Ringo Yuri stared at the front angrily. She knew that someone was hiding in the dark and attacking her. If she guessed correctly, it should be Rukawa. Oh, you are not yet qualified to witness my true power. Rukawa snorted coldly, his legs suddenly straightened, and then his whole body rushed forward. Rukawa moved very quickly, and after a few seconds, he ran in front of Ringo Yuri. Ringo Yuyuri's pupils suddenly contracted, and she immediately swung her right hand, and then her right hand attacked Rukawa like a spear, with green light on her hand. Obviously she was wearing armor. Ha ha. Rukawa did not retreat but advanced and grabbed Ringo Yuri's arm. Ringo Yuri's left hand condensed chakra to form a short sword. Rukawa seized the opportunity and used a sweeping kick to sweep Ringo Yuri away. Rukawa took advantage of the victory and rushed to Ringo Yuri and punched her in the face, but Ringo Yuri was more agile and grabbed Rukawa's collar and pulled him back. Haha, you idiot, this punch won't work. Ringo Yuri threw Rukawa away, and Rukawa fell to the ground. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Rukawa raised his head with difficulty, and then he saw the electric snake wrapped around Ringo Yuri's hand. Sizzle, sizzle. The lightning snake wrapped around Ringo Yuri's hand struck Rukawa directly. Ah, Rukawa screamed, he felt as if his bones were falling apart. Haha, what do you think? If you admit defeat now, I will spare your life. Ringo Yuri said proudly. Rukawa stared at her coldly. At this moment, Rukawa's figure gradually disappeared in front of Ringo Yuri, and a dangerous aura came from behind her. Ringo Yuri quickly jumped up and avoided Rukawa's fatal blow. Rukawa instantly jumped out of the window and then jumped to the other side of the wall. Ringo Yuri frowned. This guy's escape skills are pretty good. A hint of interest appeared on her face. Although Rukawa's escape skills were very superb, she was still confident that she could catch him. A ball of lightning appeared on Ringo Yuri's hands, and then she used all her strength to throw a thunder bomb into the air, which exploded in the air. Strong smoke and dust spread, obscuring Rukawa's vision. Hey hey. Ringo Yuri showed a sinister smile, then she pointed her finger at the void, a spear appeared in her hand, and then she used a kunai at the thick smoke. Bang. When the smoke cleared, Rukawa's body was covered with scars. His abdomen was pierced by a kunai and blood was gushing out. Ringo Yuri was puzzled, she didn't notice Rukawa. With injuries of this severity, he should have collapsed or even died long ago. Isn't he frightened and fainted? Ringo Yuri slowly walked towards Rukawa with her spear. Suddenly a kunai flew from behind, and Ringo Yuri quickly twisted her waist to block the kunai. Bang! A shuriken landed on her shoulder. Who is it? Apples start raining and the alarm goes off. Don't think too much, you've already lost. Rukawa's voice came from behind her. Ringo Yuri suddenly turned around and kicked Rukawa with a whip kick. Only then did she notice that Rukawa was wearing a black windbreaker. Ringo Yuri's whip kick collided with Rukawa's iron fist, and then she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She felt a piercing pain transmitting from her ankle, and she almost fell to her knees. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Ringo Yuri yelled, the pain in her ankle making her movements slow down. Whoosh. Rukawa took advantage of Ringo Yuri's daze and kicked her in the stomach. Ringo Yuri groaned, then fell to the ground. Her face looked very embarrassed. Rukawa's power was too strong. Hateful. Ringo Yuri pulled out a dagger from her waist, and then she stabbed Rukawa's throat with the dagger. Clang. Advertisement. Rukawa's head shifted slightly, and Ringo Yuri's dagger stuck in the floor, but smoke came out of the dagger. As expected of a man who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was able to avoid my ultimate move. Ringo Yuri said coldly, I have Mangekyo's Sharingan. Rukawa snorted coldly, his eyes flashing red. Rukawa's eye technique is the eye technique of Mangekyo Sharingan, named Tsukuyomi. Ringo Yuri fell into an illusion. Rukawa's palm turned into a sword, and he slashed at Ringo Yuri. Ringo Yuri felt a cool breath coming from her neck. Her heart couldn't help but stop for a moment, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I won't accept this. After saying this, Ringo Yuri closed her eyes and died. One after another, as soon as the battle ended, the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja, Mangetsu Hazuka, appeared in front of Rukawa. As expected of Uchiha Rukawa, you have taken care of all my men. Gui Deng Manyu grinned, revealing a ferocious smile, and began to make seals with his hands. Water-style grand waterfall technique. A huge wave came towards Rukawa. Rukawa was not afraid at all and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth-style. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the water waves. The collision of the two properties produced a huge explosion, and the entire space shook. What a strong force. Ghost Lantern narrowed her eyes at the full moon. He didn't expect that this trick of his failed to defeat the opponent, but instead caused him to suffer a loss. He looked at Rukawa with a serious look. It's really surprising. When did the Uchiha family produce such a freak? Humph. It was just a lucky win. Gui Deng Manyu said contemptuously, but a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Rukawa can be said to be one of the top teenagers in the current ninja world. Even Konan and Uzumaki Naruto, who are disciples of the Hokage, cannot compare with him. He must definitely strangle the opponent in the cradle, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Wind-style great breakthrough. Manyu Kazuna suddenly exerted force with his right foot, and a violent chakra emerged instantly, and a strong whirlwind blew away the smoke around him. Rukawa was not to be outdone when seeing this. The chakra in his body surged and all gathered on his fist, and he punched out with a straight punch. The two fists collided fiercely. Crack. There was a crisp sound, and Rukawa's face changed slightly. He felt a sharp pain in his fist and his arm was already a little numb. Moreover, his chakra could not suppress the chakra surging in Mangetsu Kazuna's body. Ha ha ha, Rukawa, you're doomed to fail, you know that. Gui Deng Manyu laughed wildly. No, you lose. Rukawa roared and swung his left fist violently, interrupting Mangetsu Kazuki's words. Damn it. Manzuki Hazuka's face darkened slightly. He protected his chest with his arms and resisted Rukawa's attack, and his body flew backwards several meters. His eyes were fixed on Rukawa's right fist, where there was a red and swollen mass. Damn you, he cursed in his heart. Although Rukawa has not yet recovered his strength, he can still exert more than half of his combat power. Plus his physique completely surpassed the average elite Jonin and reached the Chunin level. His physique is even better than that of ordinary Jonin, and even Chunin can be injured. Haha, this is more interesting. Ghost Lantern Manyu smiled grimly. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. He bent his legs slightly and then shot out. The kunai in his arms turned into a water dragon and rushed towards Rukawa. Lightning-style luxury flash. Facing the oncoming water dragon, Rukawa did not flinch. His eyes shone with brilliant light, and lightning burst out, colliding with it with a loud bang. Crackling. Sizzle. The water dragon disappeared completely the moment it intersected with thunder and lightning. Damn it. What kind of bloodline limit is this? Gui Deng Manyu gritted her teeth and felt resentful in her heart. He knew that he was no match for his opponent, but he still had to fight hard. Water-style grand waterfall technique. He used the water-style secret technique again, and water splashed everywhere. Lightning-style Chidori. Rukawa's body shook, and thousands of sharp long knives appeared beside him. A dense network of long swords descended towards the full moon of the Ghost Lantern. Chapter 104 Terumi Mei. Attack. Rukawa's strength. Water-style water waves. Manzuki Kazuna clenched the kunai in both hands and swung it violently, creating a circle of water splashes, knocking the long swords to the ground one after another. Water-style water burial. A column of water emerged around Mangetsu Hazuka, forming a water curtain that trapped Rukawa, trying to drown him inside. Lightning-style FK bird. Rukawa folded his arms, and long spears made of lightning emerged from the water, stabbing out in all directions with the force of thunder. Oh. Countless lightning bolts pierced the water curtain, causing a large number of ripples. Fine cracks appeared on the water curtain, and eventually it could no longer hold and shattered with a bang. At this moment, Rukawa had already appeared in front of Mangetsu Hazuka, with his fist pointing at his throat. Manzuki Hazuka's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that Rukawa would break through the siege and appear in front of him. However, now that it has come to this, there is no need to hold back. Manzuki Hazuka's eyes were bloodshot, and a chakra ball condensed on the palm of his right hand, and then he threw it out fiercely, hitting Rukawa. This thing is very special and has extremely strong penetrating power, able to penetrate Rukawa's body. Bang! But Rukawa's right hand seemed to be made of steel, firmly grasping the strange chakra ball. Mangetsu Kazuki's eyes widened. This ninjutsu of his was very powerful, even cage-level ninjas couldn't resist it, but Rukawa was able to catch it with his bare hands. Water-style water waves. Before he could react, Rukawa suddenly exerted force with his right hand and crushed the chakra ball. Ahem. Gui Deng Manyu coughed violently, his face was pale, and his information was weak. Yes, this move is indeed hard to defend against. Rukawa nodded and praised. He had encountered this move before and was almost defeated, so he knew clearly how powerful this move was. But he didn't expect that there was someone in this world who knew how to use this trick and improved it into a ninjutsu, which made him a little confused. Because this technique is so profound and mysterious, it is definitely not something that people in this world can possess, unless they also obtain the Rinnegan like Rukawa. But despite thinking about it, Rukawa still didn't think he would really lose. After all, he was in the upper hand at the moment. No matter what, I will defeat you. Rukawa growled, his body transformed into a phantom, and Shunko went straight for Kitano Mangetsu. Snort. Kitsune Mangetsu groaned and tried to avoid regulating the disordered chakra in his body. Boom. Rukawa's fist seemed to be able to penetrate space, and every punch would create a big hole in the ground. Hateful. Man Yu Gui Deng gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this brat to be so tricky. His attacks were completely disintegrated by the other party. Water-style waterspout. He formed seals with his hands, and an enormous tornado appeared out of nowhere, sweeping madly towards Rukawa, completely destroying all nearby buildings along the way. But Rukawa's figure was erratic, constantly moving inside the tornado. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Boom. A black shadow fell from the tornado. Ah! Accompanied by screams, Mangetsu Kazuki was kicked away by Rukawa. Rukawa was breathing heavily, he had just performed too many ninjutsu. However, although this move can convert chakra into ninjutsu and release it, it also requires a lot of physical strength. If the battle continues for a long time, it will not be a good thing for him. Quote. Rukawa was panting and his face was extremely pale. The blue glow on his body was gradually weakening and his strength was almost exhausted. You can't hold on any longer, kid. Gui Deng Man Yu stood there, with a mocking look on his face, and sneered. What? You don't dare to come forward. Rukawa frowned and his heart beat violently. He saw the cold light and murderous intent in Man Yu's eyes. Not good. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately reminded himself not to be fooled. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. But, it was still too late. A huge flame fell from the sky and engulfed him in an instant. The scorching temperature caused his skin to crack and blood to flow. Snort. Gui Deng Man Yu snorted and looked extremely ugly. He knew that Rukawa was not dead, but was also seriously traumatized. But he didn't dare to let his guard down, because the other party was the top genin in Konoha village. Abu. He kicked off and quickly rushed into the forest. Want to run? Dream on. Rukawa's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he quickly chased after him, ignoring the burning pain from the torn muscles on his body. A pale golden flame burned on Rukawa's body, and he was bathed in fire, like a god. Water style. Fiery bullet. He raised his hand, and a pale golden flame bullet flew out of his hand. The fireball quickly caught up with the full moon. Oops. Advertisement. Man Yu Kazuna's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that he didn't preserve such a terrifying amount of chakra. He quickly covered his right hand with blue-green chakra and slammed the fireball hard. However, even water style could not stop the fireball and was directly knocked back. Not only that, the fireball exploded after hitting the tree, covering a large area around it. When Rukawa saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed across his cold eyes. However, he did not stop, but accelerated again and rushed forward, ready to take advantage of this opportunity to completely defeat the opponent. Boom. One big tree after another was knocked down, and Rukawa got closer and closer, leaving Mangetsu with no way to retreat. Water-style Big Ball Rasengan. Manzuki gritted his teeth and spat out a word, his hands suddenly opened, and a ball of blue-green chakra shells as big as a basketball court flew out and hit Rukawa's abdomen fiercely. Rukawa felt severe pain in his abdomen and even some numbness. Damn it, he's not dead. When Man Yu Kazuna saw that the attack he had been preparing for a long time had no effect, he immediately shouted in surprise. This is one of his most powerful skills. How could he not be able to defeat the young man in front of him? This guy's recovery ability is too amazing. How long has it been since he recovered? He felt a sense of danger in his heart, but he absolutely could not allow himself to fail in this mission. Water-style waterspout. He formed seals with his hands again, and a tornado several hundred meters long appeared, raging wildly, trying to completely annihilate Rukawa. Earth-style rock shinobi technique. Rukawa clasped his hands together and spurted out a mouthful of blood. A thick wall of mud and stone wrapped him inside. Crack, crack, crack. The tornado swept through madly, but it couldn't destroy the rock shinobi technique. What? Man Yu Gui Deng's expression changed slightly. Only then did he realize that Rukawa's left arm had disappeared. His face was gloomy. In this state, with this strength, was he really qualified to compete with the Uchiha clan? You shouldn't have provoked me. Rukawa's figure appeared in front of Mangetsu Kazuki, and a cold voice sounded in his ears. Whoosh. Gui Deng Man Yu was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. However, behind him, Rukawa had two kunai in his hands and threw them out suddenly. Puff, puff. Gui Deng Man Yu's face was ferocious and his figure kept flashing. Pity. Rukawa shook his head. Just now, his two kunai pierced into Mangetsu Kazuki's back, but they only pierced his clothes. His defense was far beyond Rukawa's expectations. You're looking for death. Gui Deng Man Yu roared angrily, turned his wrist, and a splash of water surged. Water style. Waterjet cutting technique. A water blade suddenly appeared and struck Rukawa's neck directly. Rukawa reacted quickly and blocked it with both swords, only a clanging sound was heard. However, Man Yu took this opportunity to leave. Call out. Kazuki Mangetsu was very fast and arrived in front of Rukawa in the blink of an eye. Water-style grand waterfall technique. Gui Deng Man Yu pushed with both palms, and huge waves surged down towards the migrant workers. Lightning-style Chidori style. Rukawa jumped up, his hands turned into lightning swords, and he slashed fiercely at the oncoming huge waves. The destructive power of lightning is unquestionable. With one strike of the sword, even the sea can be easily split in half, let alone these ordinary water currents. Sizzle. The huge wave was split into two, but Rukawa was also blown back by the shock wave brought by the huge wave. His body fell heavily to the ground, and a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You. He struggled to get up, his eyes red as he stared at the tall figure in front of him with deep hatred. Ahem. He covered his chest, gasped for breath, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. However, he did not give in. Rukawa took a deep breath, then suddenly exerted force with his legs and rushed out at an astonishing speed. Water-style big water ball. Mangetsu Hazuka had already expected Rukawa to attack again, so the power of his water-style technique was much stronger than before. Boom. The water column shot up into the sky, as if piercing through the sky, illuminating the entire forest like daylight. However, Rukawa's speed did not slow down at all, and he rushed directly into the water. What? Gui Deng Man Yu's heart trembled, and he wanted to escape. However, he took just one step before Rukawa grabbed his shoulders. Bang! With one punch, Gui Deng Man Yu was knocked to his knees. Wow! Gui Deng Man Yu spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood and stood up with difficulty. Advertisement. His body was slightly bent, and he looked towards Rukawa, his pupils filled with unspeakable hatred. Haha, do you think you'll win just like that? Rukawa looked pale, but he still stood proudly in front of Mangetsu Kazuki and said calmly, so what? A kunai appeared in his hand at some point, the same weapon that had killed Itachi. This thing is a forbidden weapon of your Uchiha clan. Gui Deng Man Yu narrowed his eyes were full of gleam. When he saw the pitch-black kunai, his heart couldn't help but twitch a few times. Although Rukawa's strength is weak, his potential is unprecedented in his life, which makes him very jealous. It doesn't matter who it belongs to, but it belongs to me now. Rukawa sneered, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Mangetsu Hazuka's heart skipped a beat when he saw Rukawa's eyes. Those were eyes that were almost paranoid. He seemed to understand that Rukawa was not afraid of life or death now. How brave. Kitan Man Yu's face darkened, he formed seals with his hands, and shouted, water-style waterfall technique. Crash. The huge waves roared and rushed towards Rukawa. Hoo-hoo. Rukawa clenched his hands, put his fingers together, and used a lightning-style Chidori to chop straight at the huge wave. Bang. A huge explosion sounded, and lightning-style and Great Falls technique fought against each other. But it was obvious that under Rukawa's full effort, the Great Falls technique was finally torn apart by him. No. Man Yu Hazuka's face changed, and he saw Rukawa kick out. He wanted to dodge, but Rukawa's speed was many times faster than before. Snap. Rukawa's right foot stepped directly on Mangetsu Hazuka's cheek, and Mangetsu's nose bridge was crushed. Gui Deng Man Yu groaned. His nose bridge was completely broken, and the air in his nasal cavity was instantly blocked. He felt extremely difficult to breathe. He raised his head, staring at Rukawa with a pair of red eyes, his eyes were full of unwillingness and fear. He actually lost to a kid he didn't even know. Moreover, this brat's strength far surpassed his, even if he used the 3-tomo Sharingan. Puff. He felt a sweetness in his throat and blood spurted out of it. Die. Rukawa's eyes glowed with ferocity, and he slashed with his sword. Drew. Blood splattered everywhere, and Gui Deng Man Yu widened his eyes, looking at the wound on his chest in disbelief. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out. His head slowly dropped and finally fell into the river. There was still reluctance, fear and confusion in his eyes. Rukawa reached out and touched Mangetsu's body, muttering, nothing in this world is eternal, and your ambitions will only vanish with the baptism of time. He lowered his head and looked at the ghost lantern Man Yu beside him. This man is only a few years older than himself, and it is not surprising that he is even a few years older than himself. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Gui Deng clan. However, Rukawa knew that this man was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Although Man Yu Gui Deng is a member of the Gui Deng clan, his strength far exceeds that of his peers. Rukawa had noticed this a long time ago. He always felt that Mangetsu Kazuki seemed to be intentionally hiding his strength and didn't want others to discover his true strength. Money. But fortunately, Mangetsu Kazuki was finally killed at this moment. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, Rukawa continued to move towards Kurigakure. This time, the enemy Rukawa encountered was Terumi Mei, a woman who possessed Boil style and Lava style, double bloodline limits, and was extremely powerful. Boil style smart mist technique. Right from the start, Terumi Mei attacked Rukawa. Instantly, a large cloud of steam rushed towards Rukawa. Rukawa saw this and refused to be outdone. He immediately formed seals with his hands and used the Great Fireball technique to fight back. The scorching flames enveloped Rukawa and also blocked the steam released by Terumi Mei. Damn it! Terumi Mei looked at Rukawa, who was wrapped in flames with a gloomy face. She never expected that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. She thought she could easily kill him with her boil-style ninjutsu, but she didn't expect that she would be counterattacked by the other party. Since you are so strong, I will use my ultimate move to send you to the west. After saying this, Mei Yan's right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Rukawa's heart trembled suddenly, he sensed the danger, and turned away without hesitation. But before he could take a few steps away, a huge amount of chakra came from Terumi Mei's right eye, followed by a black stream of light shooting towards his back. Damn it! Sensing the sense of crisis coming from his back, Rukawa cursed inwardly and immediately took countermeasures. Earth-style rock wall. He quickly condensed a solid rock around him and used earth-style to cover it, making it extremely defensive. The black light fell on the rock wall, spread explosively, and directly destroyed the entire rock wall. Rukawa dodged in time and avoided being affected, otherwise he would have fallen to the ground seriously injured. Although he avoided the fatal blow, he was still in a very embarrassing situation. Rukawa stood firm, stared at Terumi Mei with a gloomy face, and snorted. You are really amazing, you actually forced me to this point. Humph, you little brat, this is all thanks to you. Terumi Mei's mouth corners slightly raised, and her smile was very cold and straightforward.
5 Steradian Chapter 105 Let me take care of it. Rukawa frowned and asked, What do you mean? When did I force you to be like this? You know it in your heart. Terumi Mei looked at Rukawa unhappily and said, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. You knew I was the leader of the team this time, but you dared to act alone. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Rukawa suddenly realized. It turned out to be because of this incident. This was indeed caused by his lack of caution, but it was not entirely his fault. Rukawa shook his head and sighed, Forget it, since this is what caused it, let me solve it. Hey, Terumi Mei sneered and said, You little brat, I think you are crazy. Do you know that I have mastered 2 bloodline fusion skills of level 600? Stop talking that nonsense, Rukawa said impatiently. I don't have that much free time to waste with you. The most important thing is to quickly resolve the fight between us. After saying that, he flashed and disappeared in front of Terumi Mei. Where are the people? Seeing this, Terumi Mei was stunned. Advertisement, she just saw Rukawa with her own eyes. Whatever. Terumi Mei shook her head, formed seals with her hands, and released a black beam of light to attack Rukawa again. CBDA, Earth-style supergravity. After a low sound, the environment around Rukawa suddenly changed. Suddenly, hundreds of kilograms of pressure appeared in the originally flat space. What the hell is this? Rukawa's face suddenly changed. Little brat, this is my new skill. At this time, a teasing voice came from Rukawa. Looking to the side along the source of the sound, the person who came into view was Terumi Mei. Kr. Rukawa glared at Terumi Mei with gritted teeth and shouted angrily, Despicable. Terumi Mei shrugged and said, I didn't promise you a fair fight. Hateful. Advertisement. Rukawa clenched his fists in anger. Haha, it's too late for you to get angry now, Terumi Mei laughed. Then, she moved and turned into a wisp of smoke and flew towards Rukawa. Boom. There was a loud tremor, and Terumi Mei appeared in front of Rukawa, with a black incense burner on top. Bang, 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 3 consecutive fierce punches, each swing created a huge shockwave. Terumi Mei launched 6 attacks in one breath, but Rukawa's counterattack was also extremely fierce. He not only blocked Terumi Mei's attack, but also pushed Terumi Mei back. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** forehead were exposed. He had never been so humiliated as he was today. Not only was he suppressed by a girl, he was even beaten back several meters. Humph, this is just the beginning. Terumi Mei smiled coldly. The black light on her left hand became more and more intense, and gradually gathered into the shape of a spear, with a terrifying chill emanating from the tip of the spear. Water style. Frozen soul kill. She held the gun in one hand and stabbed at Rukawa. In an instant, the black light gathered into a thick glacier and rushed towards Rukawa. Chapter 106 Mizukage Terumi Mei, Rukawa, you spared me. A-hole. Rukawa cursed inwardly. He knew how powerful this move was. But now he had no time to take any action. Now he can only try to dodge or resist, otherwise he will die here. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, concentrated his chakra, put two fingers together and aimed at the oncoming glacier, and used the grace technique. Hold head high. There was a loud shout, and a huge khaki dragon bullet broke out of the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the two attacks collided with each other, and the explosive aftermath spread in all directions. Puff! Rukawa, who was hit by the strong shockwave, spat out blood and his face turned pale. Snort! Seeing this, Terumi Mei's mouth curled up into an arc, and she said sarcastically, "Aren't you very strong? Don't you like to show off? Don't you think you can beat me? Why, now you have become worse than a dog." Shut up! Hearing Terumi Mei's ridicule, Rukawa's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "I know you are very weak now. I am confident that I can defeat you." "Yeah?" Terumi Mei snorted coldly and continued, "Then let's try it." She formed seals with her hands and muttered, Fire-style great fireball technique. As she spoke, a ball of blazing flames appeared behind her, then transformed into a flaming ball and smashed towards Rukawa. Fire-style flame bullet technique. Rukawa also used ninjutsu to resist. Boom. There was another loud bang, and Rukawa suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shaking. Terumi Mei saw this scene, and her expression finally eased a little, and she said, "How about it, can you still hold on? I can allow you to surrender." "Surrender?" Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said firmly, "Don't even think about it." Terumi Mei's face darkened completely, and she said, "Since you want to die, I will satisfy you." After that, she formed seals with her hands and shouted coldly, "Fire-style, lava waterfall." In an instant, the ground suddenly cracked and magma gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered by magma and swallowed Rukawa. Humph, this is not just magma, this is hellfire designed to torture the enemy. In hell, you will experience all kinds of negative emotions such as pain, despair, fear, etc. until you collapse. I believe that when you feel the pain, you will definitely beg me for mercy. Hey, I'll make you kneel down and put on my shoes. Terumi Mei sneered. She seemed to have seen Rukawa kneeling down to beg for mercy. Her expression was very excited, because she could get great pleasure from the endless despair and pain. "Ah, you damn B***ch, if you have the guts, let me out and let's have a fair fight." Just as Terumi Mei was lost in her fantasy, Rukawa's indignant roar suddenly rang in her ears. Terumi Mei was startled, and quickly composed herself, looking around briefly. Who is the owner of this voice? Is he still alive? You B***ch, I want to see what tricks you have left. Use them all. Boom. Rukawa slammed his legs on the ground, and all his strength burst out, and a huge chakra wave swept across the entire forest. Earth-style. Mud swamp technique. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank, and she was shocked. Oh no, I actually forgot about this. Although her reaction speed was extremely fast, she still didn't have time to escape from there. She could only hastily use a body flicker technique to avoid the range of the quagmire technique. Terumi Mei was breathing heavily, and her pretty face turned a little pale. At that moment just now, she was almost swallowed up by the quagmire. As expected of Uchiha Rukawa, he is really tricky. Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes, feeling a little worried. She knew clearly that Rukawa was stronger than before. Don't run. B***ch. Rukawa jumped out of the pit and brushed off the dust on his body. At this moment, he looked miserable, his clothes were dirty and his body was covered in mud, as if he had crawled out of a garbage dump. Terumi Mei saw Rukawa's expression, and raised her lips slightly, saying sarcastically, "Oh, you look really pitiful, you are in such a state." She was deliberately provoking Rukawa. "Bah," Rukawa spat, stared at Terumi Mei fiercely, and said word by word, "Do you think I lost? You are wrong, you are courting death." He flashed and quickly came in front of Terumi Mei, and chopped down Terumi Mei's head with his palm. "Humph, you don't know your own limitations," Terumi Mei snorted contemptuously and put his hands together. Fire-style. Great fireball technique. Boom. Advertisement. The fireball collided with Rukawa's palm, and both of them took 2 steps back. Ha! Taking advantage of the opponent's retreat, Rukawa punched again. Boom boom boom. An intensive barrage of punches landed on Terumi Mei. Although she blocked a few punches, she was hit by quite a few heavy punches. Finally, after a series of crackling sounds, Rukawa stopped attacking. With a ferocious look on his face, he said in a low voice, "This is what you rely on, is this all you can rely on?" His right hand was clenched into a fist with flames burning on it. This was the fire style he had just used. This was the second time he used this move. The first time was when he fought Uzumaki Naruto, but that time it was just a prototype and the power was not very great. The second time was different, he was able to fully unleash its power. Terumi Mei's pretty face turned pale, she didn't expect Rukawa to be able to use such a powerful fire style. "It's time to end it," Rukawa said indifferently, with madness in his eyes. He knew that his life was almost over, but he was not afraid. Fire style extinguish the fire. Rukawa raised his hands high, stepped on the ground with his feet, slightly arched his body, and then pressed his hands hard on the ground. In an instant, a ball of fire rose from the ground and enveloped Jiaoyi. Terumi Mei's eyes suddenly widened, and a panicked look appeared on her pretty face. She could feel the scorching heat burning her body, and she could even feel her dress melting. Rukawa looked at Terumi Mei's graceful curves and a cold and cruel smile appeared on his face. "Haha, you stinky B***ch, go to hell." Boom. The flames raged and Terumi Mei disappeared in the sea of fire. After a long time, a miserable howl was heard. The fire slowly died down, and the scene that came into Rukawa's eyes made the coldness on his face even more intense. Terumi Mei had her black hair loose at the moment, and was only wearing a tight-fitting top. Her chest was heaving violently. There were many scars on her body and bruises on her face. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot of skin injuries. But she seemed to be in good spirits and her eyes were still sharp. Tisk, what a tenacious woman, Rukawa gave her a cold look. "What on earth are you going to do?" Terumi Mei's tone was slightly trembling. What should I do?" Rukawa grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, and said, "I will defeat you and kill you with my own hands." You can't kill me, otherwise, the village won't let you go. The village? Haha. Those guys abandoned me a long time ago. Do you still expect them to save you? Dream on? Rukawa snorted coldly, spread his arms, bent his legs slightly, and pushed off the ground suddenly. He rushed over like a sharp arrow. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, formed seals with her hands, and shouted, "Water clone technique." The water clone in front of her immediately turned into a pool of clear water, then quickly condensed into a human shape and blocked Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei took the opportunity to escape. Her eyes became colder and colder, and she shouted angrily, "Ahole, get away from me." Rukawa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. A hint of teasing appeared on his face, and he sneered. "Water clone? Are you sure you want to fight me in close combat? You might not even last 3 seconds." 3 seconds? You really underestimate me, Terumi Mei sneered. My water clone has about 80% of my strength. Even ordinary Jonin can hardly destroy it. You can't do anything to me. Rukawa smiled disdainfully and said, "Haha, since you like water so much, I'll let you try what evaporation is." Fire style. Impatience technique. As Rukawa shouted, hundreds of bright red flowers suddenly bloomed around him. This flower is translucent and emits a strong fragrance. When Terumi Mei got close to it, she felt a stinging pain in her nasal cavity and she couldn't help but cover her nose. Cut, cut, cut. The next moment, hundreds of flowers exploded simultaneously, and the powerful air wave directly overturned her clone. Puff. She spat out a mouthful of blood and looked listless. Terumi Mei looked at Rukawa in astonishment, muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible? You actually have such a terrifying trick." She couldn't believe that the little devil in front of her actually possessed such terrifying strength. "This is not a special move, it's just my ability, not worth mentioning." Rukawa shook his head calmly. Terumi Mei remained silent. "Your strength is beyond my expectations," Rukawa continued, "but I haven't had enough fun yet. Next, I will play with you." Terumi Mei had a bitter look on her face. "Do you really think I don't exist? My clone is not a vegetarian." Rukawa glanced at her coldly. "Do you think your rags can stop me?" Sniff sniff. Before he finished speaking, dozens of tentacles shot down from the sky and attacked Rukawa. Rukawa jumped suddenly and avoided the tentacles. Swoosh. The chakra rope on his wrist suddenly tightened and then wrapped around Terumi Mei. Water-style water wave technique. Terumi Mei formed a seal with one hand, and a surging stream of water suddenly formed in front of her, wrapping Rukawa tightly. You dare to embarrass yourself with such low level of skills? It's really laughable." Advertisement. Rukawa sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and slapped the water, breaking it into pieces. "How is it possible? How could you break my water flow so easily?" Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes widened with horror, because her water flow technique was a very powerful ninjutsu that even Kakashi didn't dare to resist. And now, this kid easily solved her water flow technique with extreme ease. "Don't even mention your water style. Even if it's your Mist Ninja's waterfall technique, lava technique, or fire style, earth style." He sneered. "They are all scum." Rukawa's words made Terumi Mei's heart surge with a huge wave. Her water style technique was known as one of the strongest ninjutsu in the Konoha shinobi world, but in the mouth of the other party, it was belittled. "No, how broad his knowledge is. Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" "Targeting you? You are not qualified." Rukawa curled his lips and said, "I just want you to know how big the gap is between you and me." Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, eyes full of resentment, and said, "Humph, I admit that my strength is not as good as yours. But you must die here." She formed a seal again, fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. A huge fireball appeared instantly, dragging a long tail flame, roaring towards Rukawa. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rukawa also formed a seal, and then suddenly ejected a huge great fireball burning with blazing flames, which collided with the fire dragon released by Terumi Mei. The two powerful fire styles collided with each other, causing a series of violent roars and burning the surrounding woods. Boom! A big hole was blasted out on the ground where the two men were standing, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. Follow! Follow! Amidst the ruins, Terumi Mei was lying there, covered in blood. Even though the fire dragon just now was all her strength, she was still completely defeated by Rukawa. "Hey, do you want to continue?" Rukawa walked up to Terumi Mei, looked down at her and asked. "Ahole." Terumi Mei struggled to get up, clenched her teeth and stared at Rukawa. "Don't forget, you are a member of the Uchiha clan." Rukawa shrugged and said, "Oh, so it's about this matter. Then you should be thankful that you haven't posed any threat to me yet, otherwise I would be happy to send you on your way." Terumi Mei snorted coldly and said, "Rukawa, I know you are very strong, but you are old after all." She took a deep breath, slowly drew out the sword from her waist, and said, "Come on, use your most powerful attack to knock me down completely." Her aura suddenly rose, and a brilliant light shone from her eyes, and she seemed to have turned into an indestructible spear. She held her head high and said proudly, "I will use my own strength to tell the world that I am better than you." Ha! Rukawa suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of irony. What a stupid self-esteem. He shook his head. "It seems that you are really old and confused. I was just teasing you just now. You have lost the value of living." He slowly drew out the Kusanagi sword on his back and approached her step by step. You are such a pretentious, arrogant fool. You don't deserve to live in this world at all. No. Terumi Mei's pupils suddenly shrank, and she roared unwillingly. No, how can I lose to you? No matter what the cost, I must kill you. I will definitely defeat you. Haha, I'll wait and see. Rukawa laughed and rushed towards her. In an instant, Terumi Mei waved her arms and a thin layer of ice appeared on her palms. Chidori-style secret technique, ding ding dong. The two men intertwined, and every sword and knife flashed with dazzling cold light. Bang! The two weapons collided fiercely, and a dull sound spread throughout the forest. The turbulent aftermath ravaged everything nearby, and all the surrounding plants withered. Terumi Mei's body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Why does my arm feel a little numb? Did he use poison? No, I must get out of his control first, otherwise I will be defeated by him sooner or later. Her mind raced, and she immediately used the water technique to temporarily break free from Rukawa's control, and then find a chance to escape. However, just as she had finished forming seals with her hands, a stone slab suddenly appeared under her feet, directly crushing her hand bones. Pa! Her body fell to the ground uncontrollably, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Crack! Terumi Mei's other hand was also stepped on and broken. Don't waste your time. I have already buried an earth-style floor tile under your feet. Apart from your water technique, you can't perform any ninjutsu at all. So, you are doomed. You're going to lose to me, she screamed hysterically. How could she die here when her wish was not fulfilled yet? Puff! Terumi Mei felt a sweetness in her throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her vitality was rapidly weakening, and she felt like she would pass out at any moment. No, I can't die like this. Rukawa, please spare me, okay? Chapter 107. Rukawa's Charm. This man is so terrifying. I was wrong. Please give me a chance to correct myself. As long as you are willing to forgive my sins, I will do anything for you. Terumi Mei cried and begged, tears dripping down her pale face, looking pitiful. Ha! Rukawa was merciless. He raised his arm and slapped Terumi Mei on the cheek. How dare a piece of trash like you covet my sister? You don't deserve it. Rukawa yelled angrily, clenched his right fist and hit her hard. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank slightly, crack, with a crisp sound, her neck twisted into a strange angle. Terumi Mei's body fell heavily to the ground and never moved again. Rukawa retracted his fist. The next opponent is Elder Master Kirigakure. Water-style water wave technique. The master formed seals with his hands and performed ninjutsu. A huge wave hit Rukawa. Fire-style Gao Long Dan technique. Rukawa was not to be outdone. He pushed the floor hard with his right foot and flew out like a cannonball. Then detonate the huge splash of water. The two powerful forces collided in the air, causing a violent collision and instantly forming a violent storm. Rukawa and Yuanshi each stood firm, but this is just the beginning. Earth-style earth flow wall technique. The master formed seals with his hands and used earth-style again. A solid earth wall blocked Rukawa's way. Fire-style. Phoenix fire technique. Rukawa used the fire attribute chakra without hesitation, then concentrated it on his fist, smashed the earth wall in front of him with one punch, and continued to charge forward. Water-style water combo technique. The master moved instantly and reached Rukawa's left side. He opened his arms and sprayed countless jets of water from his mouth. Wood-style. Wooden doors. Faced with such intensive attacks, Rukawa was not afraid at all, but became excited instead. Suddenly, countless green vines appeared around Rukawa. They quickly wrapped around 547 and turned into a cage to protect Rukawa. Boom! All those water columns fell on the defensive cage created by the arrival of the tree world. There was a loud thunderclap, and the water column disappeared completely. Rukawa walked out unharmed and continued to kill Yuanshi. Master Yuan's face turned ugly. What's wrong with this kid? Why does he become more courageous as the battle goes on? Water-style water-severing wave technique. The master gritted his teeth and used this final ninjutsu. Bang! With a dull explosion, a thick blue water column rushed towards Rukawa. Wood-style vine whip dance. Countless green vines quickly stretched out and formed vines, protecting Rukawa. Boom! The water jets landed on the vines and caused a huge explosion. Unfortunately, the vines could not be destroyed. How is this possible? Master Yuan said in shock. This was his ultimate weapon, yet it was resisted by a child. You know, he has lived for decades and his strength is unfathomable. But he still couldn't do anything to the young man, which made Master Yuan feel very ashamed. Damn it, I just don't believe this. Master Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to use the water technique to attack frantically. Boom boom boom. Whenever the Yuan master wanted to get close to the vines, he would encounter severe obstacles. There were beads of sweat on Yuanshi's forehead, his face was pale, and he was panting. It was obvious that he was exhausted. But Master Yuan still persisted because he had to win the game. After all, as the elder of Kirigakure, he represents more than just one person. He shoulders the glory and responsibility of the entire Kirigakure. Each of his moves is filled with deep friendship. Even if he knows he will lose, he will never look back and never back down. Moreover, he was unwilling to admit defeat. After all, this concerned the honor of Kirigakure and his dignity. Water-style water gun technique. This is the third jutsu used by the master. He raised his water chakra to its peak state. He wanted to get rid of this arrogant guy in one fell swoop to prove Kirigakure's honor. Bang! Accompanied by the roar of water, a huge column of water rushed straight towards Rukawa's facade. Konoha strangling technique. Rukawa stomped his legs on the ground twice, and his body flew into the air, avoiding the water gun technique. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands, and thorny wooden stakes attacked Yuanchi from all directions. Ah! The master roared and used the water-style water curtain barrier. Click! Although the water shield used by the master was strong, it quickly collapsed under Rukawa's attack. Master Yuan dodged in a panic. Wood-style universal pull technique. Rukawa seized the opportunity and used his latest successful ninjutsu, which attracted the master. Bang! Master Yuan was sucked over and fell heavily to the ground. Haha, I'm the winner, Rukawa said with a big laugh. Damn it! Master Yuan got up from the ground, stared at Rukawa angrily, his eyes bloodshot, and said word by word. Boy, just wait and see, this is just a waste. Next, it will be a real decisive battle. The Yuan master exudes a terrifying aura. Rukawa's heart sank, and he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Water-style water-severing wave technique, advertisement. The master used water-style once again, this time with even greater power than before. Huge streams of water were fired at Rukawa. Water-style, Chidori sharp spear. Rukawa moved, formed seals with his hands, and then a sharp cry resounded through the sky. Buzz. A long arrow made of sharp chakra appeared, and then shot towards the water gun with ultimate power. Ding ding ding. Puff. The water guns were torn apart by Chidori's sharp arrows, turning into drizzle and falling on the ring. Is this your Konoha's unique skill? It's really amazing? Master Yuan calmed down and said with a serious expression. He now finally realized how stupid he was to think that his water gun technique was enough to get rid of Rukawa. Fortunately, Rukawa is not a simple character. Water-style water waves. The Yuanchi clasped his palms together, shouted loudly, and a surging stream of water swept towards Rukawa. This move is the original ninjutsu of the master. Once used, the opponent will have no way of escaping unless he possesses special chakra secrets or special body skills. Snort. Rukawa's lips curled up slightly. I won't give you a chance. Wood-style the tree world is born. A huge towering ancient tree rose from the ground, blocking the surging water. Damn it, you can't possibly beat me in this case, because I'm the chief Jonin of Kirigakure. Water-style water dragon bomb. The water dragon roared and rushed into the ancient tree, causing huge waves. However, Master Yuan soon sensed the danger. The ancient tree was lush and leafy, with vines as nimble as pythons wrapped around his body and then tightly clamped down on him. This left him completely immobilized. At this time, Rukawa struck while the iron was hot and rushed directly to the side of Yuanchi. His fingers glowed green and pressed hard on Yuanchi's abdomen. Bang! The Yuan master was knocked out and fell heavily on the floor. Master Yuan struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Rukawa's attack was too fierce, and he seemed to have learned the essence of water style, using chakra that was even more powerful than that of the Yuanchi. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "It seems that you are indeed not to be underestimated. No wonder you are known as the number 1 5-year-old ninja. Since your strength is more difficult to deal with, then I can only use the last resort." The master closed his eyes and chanted a few spells. A huge amount of chakra rose from his body and his clothes swelled up like a balloon. Ninjutsu. Great fireball technique. A huge ball of fire appeared in the air and then burned violently. Boom. The flames suddenly expanded and spread, instantly engulfing Rukawa's figure. Master Yuan frowned in confusion. He was fine just now, but suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the ninjutsu I used just now hurt him? Call out. The master, who was thinking, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Water-style water prison technique. The master reacted quickly and used water-based ninjutsu, wrapping himself in it. Sizzle. A burning smell wafted from around Master Yuan. 13x13x. Master Yuan covered his stomach and coughed violently, with wisps of black smoke flowing out from between his fingers. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach, which had turned pitch black, and even had dark red liquid oozing out of some parts. What a powerful poison. It almost poisoned me, but luckily I noticed it in time. The master muttered to himself. Then, his eyes gradually became firm, his arms spread out, and his body slowly floated into the air. Water-style water-severing wave technique. Following the words of the Yuanchi, the endless water flow gathered into a huge water column and attacked Rukawa directly. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Rukawa gathered a huge wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand and threw it out hastily. Boom! The two water jets collided with each other, and the explosion produced astonishing aftereffects and destructive power. The entire arena began to shake, and many pieces of rubble fell. Damn it! Master Yuan gnashed his teeth, wondering how this kid could be so strong. I don't believe it. I must defeat you. Water-style water waves. Another astonishing stream of water rushed out and headed directly towards Rukawa. Wind-style great breakthrough. Rukawa crossed his hands in front of his chest, and a large amount of chakra gathered in front of him, forming a huge barrier. Bang! The water flow hit the barrier with a loud roar. Damn, why is this guy's defense so fishy? Master Yuan's face was gloomy. Lightning style. Lightning strikes. At this moment, countless lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the clouds above the distant audience stands. Then, a thick bolt of lightning struck directly towards the Yuan master. Oops. Master Yuan's face turned pale. He wanted to dodge, but there was no way he could move, so he could only bear it. Bang. A bolt of lightning struck him directly, causing the Yuan-shi to feel numb, his whole body to become stiff, and his movements to become extremely slow. This guy, advertisement. The master gnashed his teeth. He obviously discovered one thing, that is, Rukawa's chakra amount actually surpassed his. He had never encountered such a situation before. No matter who you are, I must kill you. Yuan-shi's eyes gradually turned red, and his body began to upgrade. His body grew taller rapidly, and his originally skinny muscles became knotted and tough as rocks. His fists were clenched, making crackling sounds. At the same time, a tear of blood slid down from the corner of his eye and dripped onto the ground. Earth style. Earth flow wall. He bent his legs, pushed off the ground, and leapt into the air. Then he swung his right arm violently and hit hard. Boom. With a muffled sound, the ground cracked. Countless amounts of soil rolled out and then solidified into a wall of earth, blocking Rukawa. At this moment, a hint of blue emerged from the soles of his feet and quickly spread throughout his body. Wind-style windblade. Rukawa raised his leg, swept it with a whip kick, and then kicked the earth wall down, then he turned and left without hesitation. Not good. The master was shocked and quickly used water-style, Senbon. But this time, Rukawa disappeared from his sight again. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? He cursed in his heart. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion was heard from the arena in the distance. Master Yuan turned his head and saw a deep pit appearing on the stage. Damn it, Rukawa actually punched through my ring. What kind of ninjutsu is this? But this is perfect. Let me find him. I will kill you no matter what the cost. I must kill you. The master's pupils were scarlet. Then, streams of water appeared out of nowhere. Water-style rainfall. The Yuan-shi yelled, "Walala." A large amount of water flowed into a curtain of water that fell from the sky, covering the entire arena. As expected of a water-style master, it looks like a waterfall, but it's actually a water-style segmentation technique. Yeah, that's amazing. Many candidates who were watching the game talked about it. This scene was something they rarely saw, so they were even more excited. This level of moves is comparable to the attacks of the initial cage-level ninjutsu. Haha, Rukawa, this is my territory, you must die here today. The Yuan-shi laughed grimly. Really? Then I'll show you real ninjutsu. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice sounded outside the water curtain. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The next second, Rukawa's voice appeared outside the water curtain, and then a huge dragon head appeared, with its mouth wide open, spraying endless water towards Yuan-shi. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions sounded, and the water flow hit the water curtain, stirring up a wave. Master Yuan looked around and saw nothing except the wall of water around him. Impossible. Where are you hiding? Master Yuan looked unhappy. Whoosh. Rukawa reappeared, holding a kunai and aiming it at Yuan-shi's neck, ready to stab him. Go to hell. Lightning-style Otama 0.2 Rasengan. Yuan-shi's eyes turned red, and with a flick of his wrist, a huge ball of lightning flew towards Rukawa. Lightning-style FK bird. Rukawa snorted coldly, and countless lightning surged around him, forming a circular shield to block the thunderball. Crack. With a crisp sound, the thunderball was defeated, and Rukawa was hit by the backlash of lightning and spit out blood. Puff. His body went limp and he fell to one knee on the ground. Master Yuan seized the opportunity and pressed down Rukawa's shoulder with his palm. Go to hell. Then he punched Rukawa in the head. Rukawa barely raised his kunai to block, but Yuan-shi's other hand slapped Rukawa's abdomen hard. Crack. There was a clear sound of ribs breaking. Rukawa groaned in pain, then jumped up with a somersault. As soon as he stood firm, he felt pain all over his body. Damn it. I actually hurt this body, Rukawa hated secretly. Although Uchiha Rukawa, the strongest man in Konoha village, had a very fast recovery ability, he was still seriously injured by the heavy blow just now. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to meet you here, Lu Shan. The master grinned, his eyes twinkling. Then he formed seals with his hands. Water-style water chaos technique. Countless water flows turned into a huge stream Uzumaki, which instantly submerged Rukawa. Where are the people? He was puzzled. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several shurikens flew out from the water and pierced Master Yuan fiercely. A hole, what the hell is going on? The Yuan-shi roared. Then his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, this is not an illusion. The next moment, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Rukawa's left eye pupil emits purple light, and then uses Sharingan's pupil technique to create an illusion, confusing the master's perception, and then uses the Flying Thunder God technique to quietly approach. Chapter 108. Rukawa vs Jinchuriki. Strong. The power of the tailed beasts. Swish. Rukawa slashed down with his sword, and Master Yuan hurriedly turned his head. However, he was still hit. With one blow of the sword, Master Yuan almost took half of his life. Hateful. Master Yuan's face turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps with his arms hunched. Follow. He coughed slightly, then said with a ferocious look on his face, "Boy, I will never let you go." Water-style great fireball technique. The master swung his hands and 2 fireballs flew straight towards Rukawa. Rukawa showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. Water-style water gun technique. Sizzle. A puff of green smoke rose. Then, Rukawa saw 2 fireballs stay in the air and slowly go out. What? What's going on? Master Yuan was stunned. Rukawa chuckled. He infused his chakra into the kunai and then aimed it at the master. The master's face suddenly darkened. "Little devil, don't force me to use the forbidden technique." "Sorry, I don't like nonsense either. Now that I have decided what to do, I must do it." Lightning-style 10,000 snakes. In an instant, dense swarms of snakes attacked Yuanchi from all directions. Bang! The Yuanchi's defense was completely destroyed. Hateful. He gritted his teeth and crossed his arms over his chest. Sizzle. Some snakes bit Master Yuan's arms, making hissing and corrosive sounds, causing him to scream in pain. Then, Lu rushed up and started beating him violently. Bang, 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 Rukawa landed punch after punch. KR. Finally, Master Yuan's nose collapsed, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his cheeks swelled. Anger flashed across his face. UB****************. Then his eyes caught sight of a column of water nearby. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he took advantage of Rukawa's unpreparedness to suddenly throw the water column in his hand out. Snap! The water column hit Rukawa hard, causing his body to stagnate and become paralyzed. Master Yuan seized this opportunity, rushed forward, and punched Rukawa. But Rukawa was quick-witted and kicked him in the stomach with his right foot, sending the master flying. Then he quickly took out a scroll, put it on his chest, and disappeared instantly. Damn it! Another teleportation, and the distance is so far. No, I have to track him down first, otherwise, by the time I catch up with him, he will probably be dead. Master Yuan cursed softly and immediately took out his pocket watch to start testing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hands of the pocket watch spun wildly, but finally they slowly stopped. It looks like he dodged it. Master Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, then his face darkened. He looked in a certain direction and murmured, "But I don't believe I can't kill you this time." Water-style water barrier. Boom. Soon, the entire beach was covered with thick layers of blue ice walls. You actually used this trick? Rukawa frowned. However, this guy seems to be much stronger than before. He was defeated without any resistance just now, and this result made him extremely angry. However, he had a smile on his face. "I am indeed no match for you, but I still have a trick up my sleeve." Wind-style grade breakthrough. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A violent whirlwind swept out, instantly blowing away the ice wall, revealing a disheveled figure inside. A shrill scream echoed throughout the island. Damn it! Damn it! I won't give up! Rukawa saw an old man in front of him, with a distorted face, shouting. Water-style grand waterfall technique. Then a shocking loud noise was heard. A huge river appeared out of nowhere, and then rushed towards Rukawa with terrifying power. Water-style Chow water dragon bomb technique. Boom. Crack. Crack. The big river collided with the big waterfall, and immediately set off a terrifying gust of air. Damn you! Little b*******************, I'm going to kill you. Master Yuan came limping over, staring at Rukawa with hatred on his old face. Advertisement, you don't have that ability, Rukawa said coldly. He had already noticed that the remaining health of this Yuan master was only 3%. Now is a good opportunity to kill with one strike. Ha ha ha, boy, you think too highly of yourself. There's no way you can beat me. I am Mizukage's strategist, how can you possibly defeat me? The Yuan master laughed wildly, his eyes full of contempt and mockery. Rukawa looked at the man in front of him, disgust and murderous intent rising in his heart. Then, die, Rukawa said coldly. Snort, ninjutsu, water prison technique. I saw Master Yuan put his hands together, then suddenly separated them, and suddenly thick blue vapor gushed out from his palms. Buzz. Crack. A blue barrier enveloped the surrounding area. This scene is very similar to the previous water dungeon. Rukawa frowned as he watched the water prison technique performed by the master. He felt the huge amount of chakra contained in it. At this level, even if an elite Jonin came, they might not be able to escape. Now, you're going to die. Master Yuan had a proud look on his face. But the next second, Master Yuan's face changed, because he found that the thick liquid in the water prison he released was gradually disappearing. What? He was extremely shocked. The young man in front of him clearly had no trace of practicing ninjutsu, but why could he absorb water flow and integrate it into his body? How is this done? Rukawa's mouth corners drew an evil curve. He looked at the shocked Yuan master in front of him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Water-style water-severing wave. Boom. Rukawa stretched out his palm, spread his 5 fingers, gathered a ball of water in the palm, and then shot it out from his waist. Not good. The Yuanchi's pupils shrank sharply. He wanted to avoid it, but he was too weak. Puff. The water droplet penetrated Master Yuan's left shoulder and then exploded. In an instant, half of his shoulder was shattered, revealing the white bones. The severe pain made Master Yuan howl in pain. His forehead was covered with sweat. It's really difficult. Rukawa's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Then, he stretched out his palm again, and streams of water gathered in it. This time, he condensed into a slender water sword. Water style hyphenation point water waves. Call out. The water sword broke through the air and pierced Yuanqi's throat with unparalleled sharp force. Gurgle. Master Yuan swallowed his saliva and tried to move his body to avoid the fatal sword. Boom. However, as soon as he moved away, the water flow from behind hit him. Yuanqi's face turned extremely pale in an instant, and he even had difficulty standing. Damn you, brat. You can't beat me. Yuanqi's eyes were fierce. He suddenly took out a pill from his arms and swallowed it. Suddenly his aura surged. Boom. His eyes were extremely red, and there was madness flashing in his eyes. He roared. Water-style water chaos technique. Swish. The water rushed out violently and rushed towards Rukawa. Rukawa's face remained calm. He took a light step back with his right leg, raised his right arm slightly, and clenched his right hand. Earth-style earth rock spear. Boom. A huge tree grew out of the ground and blocked his way. Boom. The two attacks collided, and suddenly there was a loud bang. The ground was cracked and filled with smoke. However, the smoke seemed to have its own spirit, rolling in the air. Not only did it not dissipate, but it became even thicker. All this happened so fast that Rukawa didn't even have time to react, but he still keenly caught a glimpse of joy in Master Yuan's eyes. Hee. Rukawa suddenly smiled, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and then he licked his lips with the tip of his tongue, looking hungry. Are you trying to trick me? Rukawa's tone was eerie, and he slowly walked towards the Yuanqi. You, what are you doing? The Yuanqi shouted in panic. Hee. Rukawa grinned. Advertisement the next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Then, Yuanqi fell down in a daze. He stared at his chest, where a short sword was stuck. The owner of this short sword was the young man who he thought was doomed to die just now. How? How is this possible? Master Yuan had an expression of disbelief on his face. He had never expected that he would be defeated, and defeated so completely. I didn't plan to play games with you, you lose. Rukawa coldly pulled out the short sword and threw it aside. Bang! The body fell to the ground. He turned and left. After the battle, Rukawa finally saw the target of his trip, Six Tails Human Pillar Calendar Takashi. You are planning to take advantage of me. You will regret your decision. Yu Gao smiled coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style water gun technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of water shot straight at Rukawa's face. After the battle, Rukawa finally saw his target, Six Tails Jinju Kojutaka. You are planning to take advantage of me. You will regret your decision. Yu Gao smiled coldly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Water-style water gun technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of water shot straight at Rukawa's face. Rukawa was not willing to be outdone. He clenched his right fist and hit the water gun hard. When the two came into contact, the water arrow was instantly blasted into countless water droplets that splashed on the ground. Rukawa took this opportunity to move forward and started fighting with Yu Gao at close range. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rukawa chanted a spell, put his palms together, and the scorching flames swept towards Yu Gao. Ice release. Chidori blade technique. Seeing this, Yu Gao's face changed slightly. He crossed his hands to block in front of him, and several sharp ice spikes broke out of his body, completely offsetting Rukawa's attack. But Rukawa did not stop his attack, instead it became more fierce. Fire style. Dragon flame bullet. Rukawa shouted again, and blazing flames burst out, whistling towards Yu Gao. Looking at the fireball that was coming at him like a cannonball, Yu Gao frowned, thinking to himself that something was wrong. It can be said that he was completely at a disadvantage and could only use his strongest move, Tengu Eclipse Moon, to withstand it. Bang, crack, as the explosion sounded, smoke filled the air. Rukawa stood outside the smoke, looking coldly at the smoke inside. Fog, deep eyes. Suddenly, a sense of extreme danger surged into Rukawa's heart, making Rukawa's hair stand on end. It was too late to hide. Water-style grand waterfall technique. The sound of violent water crashing resounded throughout the house, and a giant water python jumped out from the smoke and dust. This water python was extremely sturdy and had strong corrosiveness and destructiveness. It rushed forward all the way, and all matter turned into floating debris. Earth-style rock barrier. Rukawa stomped his feet on the ground, and solid soil flew everywhere, forming a barrier in front of him. Boom! The anaconda crashed into the barrier 250, breaking it into pieces, but Rukawa took the opportunity to escape the disaster. After the smoke cleared, Rukawa slowly walked forward and looked at the place he had just been at, only to see a scene that left him dumbfounded. Yu Gao, who was supposed to be injured in the battle, was standing there intact. He even stretched out a finger and put it in his mouth to lick it, seeming to enjoy it. Looks like. What's going on? Rukawa's pupils contracted and his face was filled with shock. Only then did he notice that the burn marks left on the floor were no longer there, replaced by new pieces of rock. What's going on? Was everything just an illusion? Rukawa frowned and muttered to himself. Where in this world can such things exist? At this moment, Yu Gao grinned, revealing his white teeth, and gave Rukawa a cruel expression. Since this is an illusion of this level, then I will kill you. Hearing this, Rukawa's face darkened. He clearly sensed that Yugao's aura had become much stronger. Water-style ultrasonic technique. Yugao formed a seal with one hand, and a circle of invisible waves spread out from his hand and went straight towards Rukawa. Rukawa also quickly condensed chakra to resist. Pala. The waves were shattered the moment they encountered the chakra, turning into countless tiny water droplets, which fell to the ground with a slight sound and even emitted wisps of green smoke. Looking at the invisible wave that penetrated his defense without any hindrance, Rukawa's pupils suddenly contracted. This guy's strength has increased so much, Rukawa cursed through gritted teeth. Although his strength has increased a lot, it is still far from what Yugao has now. If we really continue to fight, the outcome is still uncertain, so we must make other plans. Water-style water wave technique. At this moment, Yugao suddenly formed seals with his hands and spit out a water bullet from his mouth, heading straight for Rukawa. Looking at the oncoming water bullets, Rukawa did not dare to be negligent and quickly formed seals with both palms. Earth-style landslide technique. An extremely thick earth wall suddenly rose from the ground and blocked the oncoming water bombs. Boom boom. The water bomb exploded, stirring up countless mud and sand, filling the surrounding air with yellow sand. And when the smoke cleared, Rukawa's face became even gloomier. In front of him, Yugao was still safe and sound. His dark eyes were staring at him, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking him. Is this your strongest move? Really good. It seems like it's time to send you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Yugao flashed and appeared next to Rukawa in an instant. A whip kick hit Rukawa's abdomen, causing him to groan and fly backwards, crashing into the wall of the wooden house. Chapter 109 Sage Art. Chidori Sharp Spear, 6 Tails. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded. This was just a shadow clone of Rukawa. Seeing this, Yugao still had a cruel smile on his face, his eyes fixed on Rukawa's position. Earth-style 2-Duan technique. The next moment, Rukawa appeared out of nowhere on his left side and slashed down with his earth sword. Yugao just dodged the earth knife easily with a flick of his body, then turned around and hit Lu's waist with his knee. Phew! Rukawa vomited blood and flew backwards. Water-style water dragon bomb technique, earth-style iron wall. Just when Yugao was preparing to press on with his victory, a huge royal wall appeared out of nowhere. Bang! A powerful water bomb hit the earth wall directly. However, under the impact of this water bomb, the earth wall was also on the verge of collapse. Haha, this level of defense is really fragile. Earth-style, earth bomb. Yugao clasped his arms together, palms facing the ceiling. Then a ball of green light rose from the palm of his hand, becoming brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a green sphere the size of a basketball. This sphere emits a hint of green light, which looks very strange and gives people an extremely terrifying feeling. This is this guy's secret technique. Rukawa looked at the sphere, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Although the level of this ninjutsu is not too high, its particularity is very tricky. It only needs a little guidance to be released, and its range is very wide, even destroying a village. Ha ha ha, let's see what you can do this time. Yugao laughed loudly towards the sky, waved his right hand lightly, and the sphere flew straight towards Rukawa. Lightning-style dance of 10,000 snakes. Rukawa gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Countless lion majesties climbed up along his arms, densely packed. Boom! In the endless electric current, the green ball was finally shattered, and Rukawa was also injured because of the ball. Huh, you're still alive like this? Yugao narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that Rukawa's life breath was very strong. He definitely didn't look like someone who was seriously injured and dying. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clasped his hands together. Fire-style Hao Huo extinguish. A huge flame rose up and spun rapidly, with incomparable high temperature, and attacked Yugao directly. Just a trifle. Yugao sneered and punched the ground. Suddenly, a circle emerged from the ground and walls of earth rose from the ground, neutralizing all of Rukawa's attacks. Rukawa raised his eyebrows slightly. He found that he couldn't shake the earth wall. Seeing this, Yugao raised his arm again, and a blue water ball appeared from his palm. Earth-style rock spear. As he shouted, the blue water ball shot out a sharp water spear directly towards Rukawa at an incredibly fast speed. Rukawa's expression changed slightly, and he formed seals with his hands. Fire-style big ball Rasengan. A large amount of fire attribute chakra gathered together to form a red energy ball that was 2 meters thick, which came towards him with a violent fiery breath. Crack. The two collided with each other, causing endless sparks to burst out, and the contest between the two moves also reached a stalemate. This B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** exhausted, but Yugao on the opposite side only used 1/3 of his chakra. Is this your last trump card? Then, it's my turn. Yugao threw the water ball in his hand as he spoke. The water ball drew a parabola in the air and finally hit Rukawa with a bang. Boom. A huge shockwave swept in all directions, but it had no effect on Rukawa. Seeing this, Yugao's face turned cold. Humph, you are indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. However, this is interesting. I want to see how strong your physique is. After saying that, Yugao clenched his fists, stomped his feet on the ground, and suddenly rose up. Wind style. Chidori gun. Sharp wind blades rushed straight to every part of Rukawa's body. Earth style, earth flow wall. Upon seeing this, Rukawa quickly formed seals with his hands, and then a huge earth wall appeared out of nowhere to block all attacks. Boom! The next moment, a huge explosion resounded throughout the room. Under this violent impact, Rukawa's body flew backwards again, spitting blood. Humph! I want to see what tricks you have. Yu Gao sneered upon seeing this. His eyes were cold, powerful chakra surged out of his body, his arms opened, and endless water attribute chakra gathered beside him. Water prison techniques. Crash. A huge blue water column broke out of the ground and instantly wrapped around Rukawa. The blue water column is as strong as any steel bar, and even Rukawa cannot break free. Water-style waterfalls technique. Yu Gao formed a seal again, and an enormous waterfall dropped from the sky, pressing down straight on Rukawa, ready to drown him. At this moment, a golden red light suddenly flashed out. Earth-style super-gravity field. Crack. The huge waterfall that had been pressing down on Rukawa suddenly stagnated, and then began to break apart inch by inch. Huh? You can actually resist? Yu Gao frowned and formed seals with his hands again. Water-style water barrier. This time, a transparent water curtain appeared in front of Rukawa, preventing the supergravity field from expanding further. Rukawa took this opportunity to escape from the water barrier and came behind Yu Gao. Snort. Yu Gao snorted coldly and turned around. He looked at Rukawa's back with a ferocious expression, his fingers bent like hooks, and he reached forward with one claw. Rukawa noticed it and immediately dodged to the side. But at this moment, Yu Gao suddenly stretched out the 5 fingers of his right hand, and his hands were covered with a layer of white sticky substance. Advertisement. This is. Rukawa's pupils contracted. Water clone. Bang. The next moment, a clone with the same posture as Rukawa appeared behind him. Good opportunity. Rukawa's eyes narrowed, and a huge flame bomb appeared in his hand, which he threw directly at the other clone. Humph, a mere trifle. Yu Gao sneered and clasped his hands together. Boom. The huge explosion echoed all around, but did not cause any substantial harm to either of them. Okay. Rukawa took a deep breath. He didn't expect that this man named Yu Gao could actually use the differentiation technique. Hey, now you know how amazing it is? Yu Gao showed an evil smile as if his evil plan had succeeded. However, at this moment, Rukawa's expression changed slightly, because Yu Gao's expression became even gloomier. Damn it, it's lightning-style Reikiri. Yu Gao said angrily that he did want to use Reikiri to kill Rukawa, but he ignored the fact that Reikiri had a powerful paralysis effect. Bang! Reikiri hit him hard in the stomach. Puff. Yu Gao was knocked flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Damn it! Yu Gao covered his injured abdomen with a gloomy look on his face. He couldn't understand why his Reikiri had failed. This made him furious. He was a student in the elite class of Konoha Shinobi School, but he actually lost to a recruit. This was a shame. Humph. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to destroy you today. Yu Gao looked at Rukawa fiercely. This time he was serious. He raised his right leg and kicked out directly. Boom. Crack. This whip kick contained extremely terrifying power, and even caused the air to explode. Rukawa's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. Secret technique, earth-flowing wall. The next moment, his chest swelled up and pieces of stone slabs emerged. Bang! Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. But the next moment, a black shadow flashed by, and it was the clone just now. He placed one hand on Rukawa's back to help him absorb the impact. Hoo! Rukawa was panting, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. If Rukawa had not reacted in time, he would have been shot through the body. Humph. I wonder how long you can hold on. Yu Gao watched this scene with a cold smile on his face. Call out. He swung his right hand and a dagger shot out at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Rukawa's pupils contracted, he put his left arm in front of him and then pushed it out with force. Clang. Rukawa has a short sword stuck in his left arm. This level of damage shouldn't hurt your body. Yu Gao's face was full of mockery. When he saw this scene, his expression became even more ferocious, as if he was the hunter who was sure of victory. Ah! Damn you! Rukawa roared, and all the mud and sand on his body disappeared, and a set of dark red armor wrapped around his whole body. Haha. It looks like you're ready to fight to the death. Not bad, I like it, ha ha ha. Yu Gao laughed arrogantly. Earth-style hyphenation point the earth shakes. Then, a sound that shook the sky rang out, and the earth began to tremble violently, as if the end of the world was coming. Oops. Rukawa felt the ground shaking violently, was startled, and quickly used earth-style defense. Earth-style. Earth Dragon Bomb. Boom. Earthy yellow rock fragments flew everywhere, and Rukawa managed to stand firm, but the panic in his eyes showed his inner uneasiness. Do you think you are the only one who can use it? At this moment, Yu Gao's voice suddenly reached Rukawa's ears. The next second, his eyelids twitched and a shuriken attacked him. Earth-style Earth Wave technique. Rukawa hurriedly used the earth flow wall, but was a step too late. Bang! The shuriken pierced his shoulder, creating a lot of smoke and dust, and Rukawa was knocked over. This time, Rukawa was seriously injured, but the pain was no match for the surprise in his heart. Rukawa's eyes widened. Although he was not a specialist in earth style, he was very familiar with it. He never expected that the young man in front of him named Gao actually had so many Wang done. And the most important thing is that this guy's strength is far higher than his, almost reaching the peak level of Genin. This guy, Rukawa gritted his teeth. He was seriously injured now and there was no way he could be a match for Gao. What should I do? What should I do? Rukawa became anxious. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his mind, but it was fleeting. He took a deep breath, stood up slowly, stared at Gao and said, "Since I can't beat you, I'll gamble my life with you." "Oh, Hidaka advertisement," with a mocking look on his face, he said contemptuously. "Just because you are a mere jonin, you dare to gamble your life with me?" Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly, ignored the other party, and used chakra silently. Humph, pretending. Gao's eyes were full of disgust. He didn't want to believe that Rukawa would choose to gamble his life with him. He thought Rukawa must be just pretending. Wind-style blizzard technique. Abby. Rukawa suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands formed seals at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, a violent storm arose, and countless tiny whirlwinds completely enveloped Gao. Humph, I told you that I won't care about your level of attack. Earth-style. Luxurious earth-shattering slash. Boom. Gao swung out with a punch, and the powerful energy instantly destroyed Rukawa's attack. HMPH, I advise you to stop struggling and wait for death to come. Gao said indifferently. Boom, the next moment, bright light burst out from Rukawa's eyes. Boom. The sky is falling apart. What? Gao's pupils shrank and he felt his vision becoming blurred, as if something was disturbing him. Crack, crack. There was a sound of breaking glass at his feet. He looked down and found that it was actually fragments of solid rock. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? Gao roared angrily. He felt his vision return to normal, but his body remained the same as before. Not good. This is an illusion. Gao's face changed and he quickly used the magic chakra. Sage art. Chidori sharp spear. However, the next moment, Rukawa attacked again, and one after another the inky black kunai pierced Yugo's throat, blocking all his escape routes. Damn it, it's actually a phantom bed? Gao cursed. But the movements of his hands did not slow down at all, and shurikens formed by chakra shot out in the surroundings. Bang, 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 Rukawa's kunai collided with Yugo's shuriken. A wave of chakra ripples spread out, and Rukawa and Gao retreated to the sides at the same time. Puff. Rukawa coughed again, and a trickle of blood flowed out of his mouth. He had 3 broken ribs. There was a look of horror on his face, because he knew that Gao was a tough enemy. Hey, Rukawa. Gao licked his lips and said, do you know why you can't beat me? Because you are too weak. What? Rukawa was slightly stunned. The existence of geniuses like us is to tell you that there are always people better than you. Gao said proudly. So, for a piece of trash like you, I can kill you with just one move. After saying this, Gao took action directly. Fire-style flame killing technique. A long flaming dragon appeared in the air. This is a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, but it consumes a lot of chakra. Earth-style rock spear. Rukawa's eyes were cold, and he immediately released ninjutsu. Swish, 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 thick and sharp stone spears flew out. Boom. The two sides collided and the entire room collapsed. Ahem. Rukawa raised his head with difficulty. Hey, you lose, Rukawa-kun. At this time, Rukawa was covered in blood and his chest was sunken. A-hole, you be ************* D. I won't let you succeed, Rukawa shouted hoarsely. Gao raised his eyebrows. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a huge amount of chakra emerged, and 8 chakra wheels appeared on Rukawa's back. Rukawa looked at Gao in front of him with red eyes. What is this? Gao said with a frown. Rukawa said coldly, you will know soon. Boom. A ball of fire rose up, and the scorching temperature caused the air pressure in the entire room to suddenly increase. This is Rukawa's secret, and also his trump card, a terrifying technique, Rinnegan. He mastered the Rinnegan a long time ago, and the core of this ninjutsu is chakra nature transformation. And in his palm, a Rinnegan was condensing. No, what is this? When this ball of blazing fire fell, Gao's pupils suddenly contracted. The fireball formed by the chakra gave him a terrifying aura. Boom. Gao was engulfed by flames. Chapter 110 Sage Art, Fire Style How Long Huo Technique. Soon after, the flames went out and Gao revealed himself. At this moment, he was wearing the tailed beast chakra coat, unharmed, and said coldly. The battle has only just begun. He leapt up and hit Rukawa's abdomen hard with an iron stick. Wow. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. You lose. Gao walked up to Rukawa and said, I lost, but do you really think you won? Rukawa smiled weakly. Haha. Do you have any other cards up your sleeve? I admit that you are indeed a gifted guy. But you must die here today, because Konoha cannot tolerate a traitor like you. Gao said. Haha, even if I die, it doesn't matter. At least my goal 863 has been achieved. Rukawa laughed miserably. He reached out and grabbed Yugo's trouser leg and pulled it off. What are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D. Let me go quickly. Yugao said angrily. I just hope that you will stop making excuses. You are a coward and you don't deserve to be the Hokage. Advertisement. Rukawa screamed miserably. Yugo's trouser legs were torn off by Rukawa, and he was instantly overwhelmed with shame. He was so angry that he wanted to kick Rukawa out. As soon as his right foot kicked out, it stopped in the air. Damn it, I was actually controlled by this guy? Yugao was shocked, followed by anger. He gritted his teeth, and Kakuzu's eyes shed tears. What he hates most is those people who are sentimental and soft-hearted, especially men. Rukawa raised the corner of his mouth and slowly raised his left hand. Fire-style fire dragon flame. Boom boom. A huge pillar of fire rushed towards Yugao, CBFF, but Yugao's body was firmly restrained and could not move at all. Damn it, open it for me. Yugao frantically mobilized the chakra in his body. Puff. A tongue of fire instantly pierced his shoulder. Ah! Hidaka cried out in pain. His face turned grim. Get out of my way. Boom. Advertisement. Rukawa's left arm was fractured. Hee. Rukawa sneered. Do you think you can escape? Fire-style big ball Rasengan. What? Yugao exclaimed. He never expected that Rukawa could actually perform this kind of ninjutsu. But at this time, he had no time to dodge. Bang. Ahem. Yugao fell heavily to the ground. Rukawa gasped and took out a bandage to wrap it. Yugao also managed to get up with difficulty at this time. He looked at Rukawa in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he took out a scroll from his arms. Do you think you can deal with me with your strength? Yugao laughed sarcastically. I am much stronger than you think. You be asterisk 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 D. He tore the scroll into pieces and threw it on the ground. A layer of rich chakra fluctuations spread out instantly. Sage Art. How Long Fire Technique. Chapter 111. Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. Rukawa is too strong. Ouch. The fire dragon roared and attacked Rukawa. Boom. But there was no fear on Rukawa's face. Instead, he had a strange smile on his face. Sage Art. Massive Rasengan. Several giant Rasengan appeared around Rukawa, then merged into one. Boom. The giant flaming dragon shattered in an instant and transformed into blooming gorgeous flowers. What? How can you perform this kind of jutsu? This is Sage Art from Sage Mode. Yugao said in horror. Rukawa grinned. Not bad. His body slowly floated up. At this moment, a feeling of coldness invaded his whole body. What's this? A short sword appeared at his waist and slashed fiercely at Rukawa's skin. However, even the skin could not be broken. Crack. His wrist was broken directly. Ah, he cried out in pain. You be asterisk 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 D. Yugao was in so much pain that he was sweating coldly. He wanted to struggle and leave, but he found that he couldn't get away at all. I told you, I'm much stronger than you. Rukawa smiled contemptuously. Bang. A punch hit him in the abdomen. This made Yugao scream in pain, and then he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Do you think that's all I have? Rukawa snorted coldly, stepped on his abdomen, and then exerted force suddenly. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded through the sky. This time, Rukawa did not stop. He clenched his right hand, and then inserted it fiercely into his dantian. Gudong. Yugao widened his eyes and looked at Rukawa in front of him in disbelief. He actually destroyed his own body. How on earth did he do it? Ah. He howled miserably and passed out. Roar. However, just as Rukawa breathed a sigh of relief, Yugao, who had already fainted, suddenly let out a deafening beast roar. A huge monster suddenly appeared in the scene. It was the mountain-like tailed beast Six Tails with six tails behind it. Without saying anything, Six Tails fired a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb directly at Rukawa. Oops. Rukawa said secretly. He hurriedly formed seals with both hands quickly. Fire-style How Long Huo technique. The flames collided with the tailed beast bomb, causing a violent explosion. However, Rukawa's body was still knocked back several meters. What made Rukawa even more uncomfortable was that his body was seriously damaged. Your chakra is depleted, kid. Yugo's triumphant voice rang in Rukawa's ears. His hands had already formed seals, and a huge flame blasted towards Rukawa. Boom. The firebomb blasted Rukawa into the ground. At this time, the other six-tailed beasts rushed to his side and started biting him. Hateful. Rukawa cursed. Get out of my way, you beasts. You. One of the tails hit Rukawa's cheek directly, and his entire cheek was swollen and covered with bright red marks. Ah! Rukawa yelled. How dare you set your sights on me? You really don't know how to live or die. Six Tails looked at Rukawa with contempt, his eyes full of mockery. Brute. Rukawa growled. Roar, Six Tails growled. Suddenly, blazing flames rose up around them. Boom boom boom. Rukawa's voice spread throughout the forest, and he was trapped in a sea of fire. Haha, kid, this is the fire formation I specially prepared. You definitely can't jump out of it. Six Tails laughed wildly. Rukawa was burned by the scorching flames. Just then, he felt a strong wind coming from behind. He concentrated his mind, a puff of white smoke rose up, and then his figure disappeared. He appeared hundreds of meters away. Six Tails' face turned pale. The trap he had carefully designed was actually escaped by Rukawa. Advertisement, damn little devil. Yu Gao gritted his teeth and said, don't even think about running away. Fire style How Long Huo technique. He slapped the ground with his palm, and the ground suddenly cracked and magma rolled out. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Rukawa used Earth style again to block Six Tails' attack. The next moment, Six Tails disappeared and returned to his original form. At this moment, the perfect Jinchuriki Yu-Gao, Sanko. Yu-Gao roared, fire style, flame explosion. His hands ignited with blazing flames, and he threw them directly at Rukawa. Earth style Stone Wall technique. Rukawa used Earth style, and countless mud and rocks quickly emerged from the ground, blocking Yu-Gao's attack. How many ninjutsu does this guy have? Damn it. He watched Rukawa's figure gradually fade away, lightning style hyphenation point Chidori style. He stretched out his fingers, and a bright fireball appeared in his hand, which he threw directly at Rukawa. Call out. The fireball hit Rukawa directly. Rukawa groaned and fell straight down. Ha ha ha. Yu-Gao was extremely excited. He stood up with difficulty, his abdomen pierced by Rukawa. You little brat. He looked at Rukawa lying on the ground with resentment. Suddenly, his expression froze on his face, because he found that Rukawa had opened his eyes. He stared at himself, his icy blue eyes filled with murderous intent. He gnashed his teeth and said, damn it, I will grind you into dust. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. He formed seals with his hands quickly. A huge fireball formed instantly. Go to hell, he just shook his hand. Rukawa also rushed forward with a fireball. Boom. When the two flames met, a raging fire broke out. Ahem. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he has the Rinnegan, he has not yet mastered how to use it, so its power is insufficient. The opponent was a perfect Jinchuriki, and he couldn't do anything to Yu-Gao. Hee. Yu-Gao licked the blood on his arm and said sinisterly, little devil, I'm going to kill you. He approached Rukawa step by step, with dazzling flames condensing on his fingers. Haha, let's see who can move the rope man. Rukawa narrowed his eyes and a stone tablet appeared in his hand. Wood style. Wooden door technique. His figure appeared in midair and then he threw the stone tablet down. Bang. With a dull thud, Gao fell to the ground. Oh, I'm going to kill you. Yu-Gao frantically climbed up. Sniff sniff. At this moment, a figure flashed and punched Yu-Gao on the chest, knocking him to the ground again. What kind of trick is this? Yu-Gao felt pain and couldn't help but cover his chest. Rukawa fell from the sky and put his hands on Yu-Gao's body. Do you think you can defeat me with this trick? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then his whole body radiated golden light, and a layer of armor covered his entire body. Boom. He jumped directly into the air and kicked Yu-Gao on the head, causing his nose to collapse. Wow. Yu-Gao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his vision became increasingly blurred. Not good, he roared in fear and twisted his body desperately. Sizzle. His clothes were torn. A-hole, what did you do? Yu-Gao was panicked, his body was tied up. Rukawa looked at him indifferently, his left eye glowed with a strange white light, and the corner of his mouth drew a hint of evil charm. Rinnegan's forbidden technique 10-10 Mangekyo Sharingan. The next moment, Rukawa's eyes shone brightly. Bang, bang, bang. Gorgeous flowers burst out from his eyes. This is one of his Sharingan abilities, the Rinnegan illusion. Yu-Gao's pupils contracted and his body trembled. Soon, his eyes regained clarity, but a look of deep fear appeared on his face. No, I won't lose. I definitely won't lose, Yu-Gao muttered to himself, and then he suddenly looked up at Rukawa. Don't think you can defeat me, you are just a little devil. Fire style How Long Huo technique, advertisement. The flame shockwave came roaring. Rukawa had a faint smile on his face. This time, he did not dodge, but chose to fight back head-on. Boom. Rukawa's body fell heavily to the ground. However, Yu-Gao opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with horror. He watched Rukawa struggle to get up from the ground, and he was fine. With a faint smile on his face, he stared down at Yu-Gao. How could you not be afraid of my Mangekyo Sharingan? Request flowers. This is impossible. Yu-Gao kept shaking his head. This is not scientific. Haha, Uchiha Madara was once defeated by me, and my Mangekyo Sharingan is even more powerful than his. A mere perfect level Jinchuriki is nothing. Rukawa sneered disdainfully, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Yu-Gao. Yu-Gao was frightened and he retreated continuously. Bang! Rukawa grabbed Yu-Gao's shoulders and threw him aside. Cough cough cough. Yu-Gao kept vomiting blood and his eyes were about to pop out. The attack he just made almost killed him. I'm a perfect level Jinchuriki. Yu-Gao yelled hysterically. He is a perfect level Jinchuriki. Why was he so embarrassed when facing a little devil? Oh, perfect Jinchuriki. Rukawa smiled contemptuously. Do you know that it is such a perfect Jinchuriki that can cause people's families to be broken up? The Mangekyo in his eye sockets spun again. Ah. This made Yu-Gao scream, and his soul felt a heart-wrenching pain. This level of illusion is simply too strong for me. Yugao looked at Rukawa with sweat dripping down his face. This guy is a monster, I shouldn't have fought him. Damn it, I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Point zero, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have done such stupid things. Since you like the woods so much, I will let you immerse yourself in the sea of trees forever. Rukawa grinned. Wood-style tree world advent. Ancient trees towering into the sky rise from all directions. Yugao's expression suddenly changed. What kind of monster is this guy? Such power, such scope, such scale, he was horrified. He had never heard of or seen such a threatening illusion. I don't want to lose, I absolutely cannot lose. Yugao's heart screamed. I must live, I must not die. Yugao went crazy and his body swelled up. Rukawa frowned. There was surprise in his eyes because he found that the tree he made could not hurt Yugao. I see. Rukawa suddenly realized. He looked at his masterpiece and said with a smile, however, even if I don't cast the illusion, my ninjutsu can still trap you. You devil, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Yugao howled madly. Puff. Rukawa used his right hand to thrust his palm into Yugao's stomach. Wow. Yugao opened his mouth and spat out a lot of filth, then collapsed to the ground. Please kill me, Yugao begged. Don't worry, the 6 tails in your body can still be useful to me, I won't kill you. Rukawa said coldly. At this point, 6 tails was captured. After dealing with 6 tails Jinchuriki, the next one to face is 4 tails Jinchuriki Gojikura. Seeing his target, Rukawa quickly formed seals with his hands and took the lead in attacking. Fire-style great fireball technique. The next moment, a huge fireball flew towards Yugura. Looking at the fireball getting closer and closer, Yugura sneered and a light blue chakra light emanated from his body. Then, he spread out his palm and a white chakra line shot out, cutting the rapidly approaching fireball into 2 halves. Water-style water-severing wave. At the moment the flame disappeared, Rukawa used ninjutsu again, not only that, but also used water-style and earth-style. 2 powerful ninjutsu exploded at the same time, however, this still couldn't stop Yugura. It's useless. Even if you use all your strength, you will not be my opponent. As he spoke, he stretched his right hand behind his back, pulled out a kunai and threw it into the air. Water-style water waves. After the kunai escaped from Yugura's control, it quickly transformed into a huge water dragon and pounced towards Rukawa. Moreover, as it rushed towards Rukawa, it opened its bloody mouth and terrifying power poured out of its mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Rukawa. Is that all? Rukawa showed disdain on his face and dodged the move instantly. Chapter 112 Unbelievable. Everyone is shocked, Rukawa is so scary. The water dragon hid nothing, shattered the glass windows, and headed straight for the roof of a residential building. After it destroyed everything in the room, it turned into a kunai again and was held in the hand of Yugura Katachi. Then, he walked towards Rukawa with a kunai in hand. Now it's your turn. Rukawa watched his movements with a strange smile on his face. Very good, do you really think I can't defeat you? Hearing his words, Yugura felt a shock in his heart, and suddenly a chill rose up. What could it be? Ha 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 ha. Rukawa laughed wildly with his head tilted up to the sky. Why are you laughing? Yugura Kujira asked through gritted teeth. Of course it's because you're so stupid. As he spoke, Rukawa pulled out 2 short swords from his waist, then thrust them forcefully into the floor, connecting them to the wall below and nailing them under his own and Goju Shonkang's feet respectively. This situation made Yugura frown deeply. What the hell is this guy doing? You guess? Rukawa challenged. What he just did is called water prison lock. It is a trap specifically designed for enemies. Although the name is simple and crude, the effect is really good and can fix people. The characteristic of this technique is that once you are trapped in it, you cannot escape unless you have enough strength. Looking at the rope that had been fixed under his feet, Yugura's face was full of anger. A hole. I will never let you go. I'm waiting. Rukawa grinned. Humph, no matter what tricks you play, they're useless. Yeah? Rukawa smiled. Then, Rukawa pulled out a scroll from his arms and suddenly unfolded it. Phantom shift. He disappeared completely. What's going on? Where are the people? Seeing this scene, Yugura was immediately panicked. He didn't know that there was an illusion array under his feet. Damn it. Get out of here. Water-style super waterfall technique. 007. Yugura Katachi used his strongest ninjutsu without hesitation, and a large stream of water rushed out along the ground. And on the floor, a child in a black robe slowly crawled out. Rukawa raised his head and looked at Yugura in the distance. You forced me to do this. Fire-style great fireball technique. Another great fireball was released from Rukawa's hand and hit Yugura. Water-style water barrier. After Rukawa used great fireball, Yugura immediately performed water-style defense and used chakra to create a thick ice wall around him. I have to admit that Yugura Kojima is an excellent genin. Even though he was now trapped in a water dungeon, it was still very easy to deal with. Not only that, after the ice wall blocked the threat of the fireball, Yugura grabbed the kunai beside him and threw it at Rukawa. Rukawa turned sideways, barely avoiding the kunai. Immediately afterwards, Yugura Kojima continued to manipulate the ice to condense, preparing to freeze Rukawa's body. But at this moment, Rukawa raised a strange smile. Water-style super water gun technique. Before the ice can solidify into a solid form, Rukawa releases a stream of water to break it up. Water-style Chidori sharp spear technique. As the water broke the ice, sharp spikes condensed on Rukawa's palms and stabbed the water wall fiercely. Ding-ling, the spikes collided with the water shield, making a pleasant sound. As the color of the water gradually deepened, Guhukang's pupils shrank slightly. However, he blocked Rukawa's series of attacks. With his efforts, he finally found an opportunity and broke free from the ground. I had anticipated your tactics and had prepared countermeasures. Seeing Yagura standing firm, Rukawa smiled. He held a short sword in each hand and slowly approached Yagura. No matter how many tricks you have, you must die here today. Yagura Koji looked at Rukawa calmly. He believed in his own strength, and even more so in his ninja qualities. So he didn't panic. Yeah? Rukawa's smile turned playful. In that case, let me let you experience it for yourself. His left hand was raised above his shoulder, and the short blade in his right hand gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Yagura Kojima's heart couldn't help but twitch. He seemed to sense something bad, this feeling. Yes, Tsukuyomi. Did you use an illusion on me or the power of the Sharingan? Hearing Yagura's question, Rukawa shrugged his shoulders and said, sorry, both. What kind of monster are you? Yagura Kojima was terrified. This is my secret, hee. Rukawa's mouth curved slightly. Advertisement. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Yagura, and then he swung the short blade in his right hand and stabbed out, blood splattering. Ah! As Yagura screamed in pain, his chest was pierced by Rukawa's knife. Puff! Blood sprayed in the air, staining Rukawa's clothes red. No one in this world knows more about illusion than me. I knew you had a kunai hidden in the dark, so I hid it under the floor in advance. Then use wood-style tree world advent to seal off the entire room. Finally, I will use illusion to lead you into the water prison lock I designed. You deserve to lose. Rukawa had a winner's smile on his face, and at the same time he stretched out his other hand and pressed it on Yagura's forehead. Unfortunately, I am a perfect Jinchuriki. Your strategy will not work on me. Yagura Kojima had a blank expression on his face and broke free from Rukawa's control. However, his action made Rukawa slightly stunned. You are not under the illusion. Rukawa was surprised. I'm a cage level, not some rookie kid. Yagura's eyes narrowed slightly. I have wanted to kill a cunning guy like you more than once. However, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, actually disguising yourself as a weak person. Yeah? Rukawa's smile grew brighter. Now that you know, you should understand why I put a big gift in your ninja tool bag. What? Yagura Kojima's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly opened the ninja tool bag to check. When he took out his ninja tool bag, a kunai was lying inside. A hole! He flew into a rage and punched Rukawa. Rukawa's body quickly retreated to avoid Yagura's attack. And behind Yagura, a long whip was coming at him quickly. Fire style. Fire Dragon Bomb. Yagura Kojima quickly moved to the side, avoiding the flame shockwave, but a burn mark was left where he had been standing. Looking at Rukawa's actions, Yagura's mood instantly fell to the bottom. As expected of a genius from the Uchiha clan, he's really capable. Yagura Kojima growled. Then, next, I will let you see my true strength. Yagura Kuji said in a deep voice, water-style water-severing wave. He roared and pressed his hands down suddenly. Layer upon layer of ripples spread out, and the entire space in the room began to tremble. Moreover, as he pressed his arms downward, the fluctuation became more and more violent. At Rukawa's feet, the water forms a whirlpool and then turns into a huge wave. Water-style water dragon bomb. He used ninjutsu again, and a water dragon bomb shot out from the ground and attacked Rukawa. Snort. Rukawa's eyes flashed with shrewdness, and he slashed out with a short blade in his hand. Bang! The water dragon bomb collided with the short blade, generating a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. The shockwave hit Rukawa just right, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Are you looking for death? Yagura saw Rukawa disappear, and a grim smile appeared on his face. I haven't tried such a powerful move in a long time. Water-style water prison lock. Thick water ropes shot towards Rukawa, and he was tied up in midair. I can't wait to see your miserable appearance. Yagura's eyes were filled with cruelty. He walked towards Rukawa with blue flames burning on his palms, ready to give Rukawa a fatal blow. Taste, hey taste. Rukawa grinned with a strange smile, and then a cloud of white mist came out of his body. White smoke drifted past. It was actually just a shadow clone, and Rukawa's real body appeared not far behind Yagura. What is this? Although he had been prepared, Rukawa's sneak attack still made him suffer. Nice teamwork. Rukawa had an evil smile on his face, and he said frivolously, unfortunately, you are just a chess piece. How can you escape from my palm? His words were full of mockery, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Yagura Kojima's pupils contracted, and he reacted very quickly, rolling to the side and narrowly avoiding Rukawa's sneak attack. Water-style waterfall technique. He suddenly clasped his hands together, chanted a spell, and then a torrent of water suddenly emerged a few meters in front of him. Rukawa showed no sign of weakness and swung his right hand violently. Earth-style rock explosion. Boom. A huge explosion resounded throughout the house, and the entire building shook a few times. In the room, the battle between Rukawa and Yagura was extremely fierce. Rukawa relied on his excellent physique to withstand several attacks from Yagura Kuji without any damage. While fighting, he was also approaching Yagura's back little by little. TMJJ. Behind him, Yagura Kojima felt the danger approaching and couldn't help feeling a little desperate. This guy's body movements are really weird. He can move freely in the water. Even I can't keep up with him. We can't delay any longer like this. Yagura gritted his teeth and put his hands together, water-style torrential rain. Instantly, the entire ocean's water was sucked into his abdomen, and then swept towards Rukawa under his control. Advertisement, Rukawa raised his eyebrows, and he keenly caught the unusualness of the seawater. His figure suddenly accelerated, leaping from the sea surface and avoiding the circle of waves. Have you finally found your chance? His eyes fell on the top of the wave, where Yagura was floating on the water. He snorted coldly, bent his legs slightly, pressed them against the ground, and rushed out like a cannonball. At the same time, he turned his wrist, and the short blade drew an arc in the water, slashing towards Yagura. Yagura's eyes suddenly became serious. Come, he raised his hand and made a seal. Water style. Water gun technique. A sharp spear appeared in his palm, and he threw the spear out with all his strength to block Rukawa's short blade. Bang! The two weapons collided, causing a violent shockwave. Not bad, no wonder he dares to challenge Xian. Rukawa sneered, and suddenly lowered his body to avoid the water gun thrown by Yagura. Not good. Yagura's heart skipped a beat and he secretly thought that this was not good. But it was too late. Rukawa's body was as flexible as a swimming fish. He bypassed Yagura and kicked out two sweeping kicks from his side. Bang! After two muffled thuds, Yagura was kicked against the wall, smashing the glass on the wall. He was embedded in the rubble and fell into a coma. Phew! I almost capsized. Rukawa was gasping for breath, his clothes were torn and there were many small wounds on his body, bleeding continuously. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at Yagura who was lying in the ruins. What a mean little devil. Yagura woke up slowly, holding his chest, and said viciously, but do you think you have won? I am the owner of the shadow clone technique, and you can't catch me. He leapt out of the ruins and used shadow clone to replace his original body to escape the room. Huh, do you think shadow clone can help you out of this predicament? Rukawa saw through his intentions and said coldly, don't dream, because shadow clone of this level is not worth mentioning to me. Rukawa put his hands together, then suddenly opened them. Earth-style hyphenation point landslide. Suddenly, the earth shook and rocks rose from the ground. Damn, he can even manipulate rocks. Yagura Kojima was startled and quickly used chakra to resist the impact, while quickly moving away from the area where Rukawa was. However, he ignored the ground beneath his feet. Boom. His feet slipped and he sat down on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Haha, you look so stupid, how can you be a ninja? Rukawa laughed and said sarcastically. After I finish dealing with you, I will definitely skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Hearing Rukawa's harsh words, Yagura flew into a rage, releasing a stream of water from his body that enveloped him. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. He suddenly threw out the water in front of him, transformed it into a water dragon and roared towards Rukawa. Earth-style iron body. Rukawa threw a punch, and a khaki shield blocked the water dragon's impact. Earth-style. Chidori-style. Rukawa held the knife with both hands, and the sharp chidori gushed out from the short blade and went straight towards Yagura. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Yagura Katachi formed a seal with one hand, and a huge column of water rose in front of him, intercepting Chidori. Boom! The water waves exploded, blowing up the surrounding gravel and dust, enveloping Rukawa. Humph! Your death is coming. Yagura Kojima narrowed his eyes into slits, revealing a cold murderous intent, and slowly approached Rukawa. Who told you I lost? At this moment, Rukawa's voice was heard, and then under Yagura's astonished eyes, the waves in the sky were stirred and scattered, and Rukawa's figure stood in the middle of it. What is going on? Yagura Kojima was sluggish. I'm sorry, I just wanted to test your strength. Rukawa raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his body suddenly flashed, and he instantly came in front of Yagura, and the short blade in his hand slashed towards Yagura's throat. Whoosh! Yagura Kojima's body quickly retreated, barely avoiding Rukawa's short blade. Damn, why is this guy so powerful all of a sudden? Yagura Kojima cursed. He didn't expect that he would be defeated so easily and so thoroughly, without any room for resistance. What Yagura didn't know was that Rukawa had already figured out all of his moves in the previous battles, and then used his own moves to attack the enemy's shield, and finally won. It seems that you have already admitted defeat in this bet. Rukawa said coldly. You should know that I am not someone you can deal with now. You must hand over the tailed beast. Before Rukawa finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze. What? Yagura Kojima had a grim smile on his face. What do you think? Fire style. Great flame ball technique. Yagura raised his hands high in front of him, and a ball of fire as big as a basketball rose into the air from his hands. Call out. Bang. Huo yan chu meng da zai Rukawa shen shang. Shita tun shi. The flames dissipated, but Rukawa was unharmed. What? This is impossible. Yagura was horrified. Chapter 113 The Tree World arrives. The fire is extinguished. Nothing is impossible. You made a mistake this time. It won't be so easy to get away with it next time. Rukawa grinned. Humph, no matter what, I will kill you with my own hands. Yagura Kojima roared, and the water vapor around him became thicker. Then he turned into a huge water dragon and pounced towards Rukawa with his mouth wide open. Wood style. Rattan whip. Rukawa stretched out his right arm, and the green branches wrapped around the dragon's neck. Break it for me. Crack, with a crisp sound, the vine broke. Rukawa's eyes flashed with brilliance. I told you that you are no match for me. Wood style, the tree world is born. Rukawa clasped his hands together, the ground trembled, and countless vines grew wildly, binding the dragon. Not good. Yagura Kojima's face changed drastically, and he felt his body shrinking rapidly. Water style, water curtain Tianhua. Yagura shouted loudly, and a layer of water curtain appeared out of thin air, blocking the invasion of Kunfei. Hey, I see. This ninjutsu seems to fuse chakra and water to create a protective shield similar to a defensive property. Rukawa sneered, his eyes glowing a strange red. Water style, super water drifting. Rukawa stretched out his arms, and the Sharingan in his eyes glowed bright red. Drops of rain fell from the sky, each drop contained powerful power. Pa, pa, pa. A drop of rain hit the protective shield of Shuimu Tianhua and exploded instantly. Bang. The water curtain was broken, and Yagura was soaked all over. He looked at Rukawa angrily. Rukawa, you are too arrogant, I will make you pay for what you did. Wind style. Wind. A white whirlwind condensed around Yagura Kojima and then swung it towards Rukawa. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Rukawa pointed his finger, and a raging flame swept through, directly burning the wind attribute ninjutsu to ashes. As expected of fire style, Yagura Koji's pupils shrank. Earth style Nizei technique. He gritted his teeth and performed the earth style technique, causing the ground to shake violently, and a giant mud python pounced at Rukawa with its fangs bared. Earth style earth dragon bomb. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, and a huge projectile composed of elements flew out from his hands. The two collided, and the airwave 21 formed by the explosion blew away the diffuse gray fog. Wind style spiral shuriken. Rukawa took the opportunity to throw the shuriken in his hand, and the kunai flew towards Yagura with terrifying power. Bang! Yagura Kojima formed seals with his hands, and hot steam came out of his palms, then he suddenly pushed them towards the residence. The kunai stayed in the air, and Yagura took the opportunity to jump onto a large tree with a dense canopy. Rukawa raised his head and looked towards the treetops. In this case, our war will continue. Humph! I will never lose to you. Yagura's legs were tense, and he looked like a bow and arrow ready to shoot. Earth style earth dragon bullet. A huge round shell with a diameter of 5 meters whizzed towards Rukawa. HMPH, earth style earth gun technique. Rukawa put his hands together, and two homemade weapons suddenly appeared on the ground, facing the earth dragon bomb. Bang! The huge shockwave raised a large amount of smoke and dust on the ground. But this did not hinder the fight between the two. Wind style big ball Rasengan. Two huge shurikens, accompanied by strong wind pressure, flew straight towards Rukawa. Rukawa's eyes narrowed, his robes fluttered, and then he pushed his feet hard, and a huge wave of air spread out from under his feet. Boom! The two shurikens were blown away by his wind pressure, but he did not relax at all. Instead, he accelerated and rushed towards Yagura. Reikarichi Dori sharp spear. A silver trident fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the ground. Crackle, thunder and lightning raged, and the entire area was filled with strong lightning. Yagura used the lightning as cover to escape from Rukawa's pursuit, and used wind-style ninjutsu to force Rukawa back and paralyzed him. Ha ha ha, Rukawa, you are so stupid to follow me to such a dangerous place. Yagura laughed. You did this because you were too weak. Rukawa slowly walked out of the range of the lightning. A-hole. Yagura was furious. Since you are so stubborn, I will send you to see God today. Rukawa said calmly. The secret of Konoha style. The advent of the tree world. Towering ancient trees rise from the ground, all of them are of wood attribute. Although they are not as good as the Mangekyo Sharingan in Sage mode, they are still very rare. Boom. Crack. The forest here is collapsing rapidly, with large tracts of trees falling down. Puff. Yagura Kojima vomited blood and retreated. You can't even fix my wood style. Rukawa looked at Yagura sarcastically. You be asterisk 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 D. Yagura yelled. No, I can't lose face in front of you. I must win you, even if it costs me everything. Advertisement. His muscles swelled, and streams of chakra were madly injected into the dagger in his hand. Earth style. Landslides. The soil on the ground was churned, and then stones emerged from the ground. Crack. Rukawa pressed the tree trunk beside him with one hand, and a stream of chakra flowed into the trunk. The big tree suddenly rose from the ground and blocked him. The shadow of a large tree appears behind Rukawa. Boom. The place where Rukawa was located was instantly submerged by rocks, and his body disappeared into it. Rukawa, die! Yagura Kujira roared ferociously. He held the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the shadow of the big tree. Sizzle. The bark of the tree began to crack, and finally it could not bear it anymore and collapsed completely. Yagura Kojima showed joy in his eyes and punched Rukawa. Boom. A towering old tree next to Rukawa exploded. How so? Yugura was shocked that Rukawa actually dodged. Haha, I guessed that you would use Earth Style, so I waited for you to use Earth Style before using Wood Style. Rukawa stood on a tree in the distance. I am still the winner of this game, just accept your fate. He raised the Rasengan in his hand. Yugura Kojima looked serious. Damn it, you actually knew I was going to use Earth Style. Yugura's heart was pounding. His action just now was so covert that even teacher Kakashi should not have noticed it. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. A rock wall blocked Yugura Kojima's way. OJ. A hand flashing with black and white light grabbed the rock wall, then twisted it slightly, completely shattering it. Oh! Yugura Kojima screamed, and his entire right hand turned black. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bomb. Yugura wanted to use this trick, but unfortunately he was a step too late. Boom! His abdomen was severely injured, blood was flowing, his face was as pale as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually hurt my right hand, I'm going to kill you. Yugura Kojima said painfully, you don't stand a chance. Rukawa shook his head. He stretched out his right index finger and thumb, and 2 Rasengan appeared on them and slowly rotated. Rasengan. Rukawa threw out 2 Rasengan and then attacked Yugura with incredible speed. Call out. Call out. The 2 Rasengan drew 2 trajectories and then drilled into the woods on Yugura's left and right sides respectively. Bang. Bang. 2 mushroom clouds rose up, and all the trees within a few hundred meters around were reduced to ashes. Yugura was directly blown away, breaking several thick trees and falling to the ground. At this moment, Yugura was in a miserable state. He covered his abdomen, bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body looked listless. Ahem. Yugura struggled to stand up and looked at Rukawa angrily. You're amazing, aren't you? Keep going. Rukawa said coldly. How did you lose so quickly? Yugura gasped with difficulty. UB********************************* D. I won't give up. He swung the dagger again, and he felt his body becoming more and more exhausted, as if he would fall down at any moment. Yugura's arms changed color, and green chakra lines intertwined and wrapped around his arms. He formed seals with his hands and pushed forward. A huge ancient tree broke out of the ground and blocked his way. But this huge ancient tree was easily defeated by Yugura. His body shook more violently, his vision became dim, and he even felt dizzy. Drink. He gritted his teeth and held on, not letting himself fall, then controlled the ancient tree and smashed it down. But he still underestimated Rukawa's strength. Fire Style. Great Flame Technique. A ball of fire wrapped around the ancient tree and then burned fiercely. Boom. The ancient tree exploded instantly, destroying all the surrounding trees.
The flames also engulfed Yugura. Puff. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood. This was extremely dangerous and he almost fell down.
Huff. Rukawa took a deep breath, calmed himself, looked at Yugura who was surrounded by flames in front of him, and murmured. I can't cheat anymore this time. Kill me. A hoarse voice came out from the sea of fire. Hearing what Yugura said, Rukawa narrowed his eyes and slowly drew out his ninja sword. In this case, I can only send you to death. Call out. Rukawa jumped high and threw the Zanpakuto in his hand with force. A flash of cold light flashed, and then it fell to the ground with a clang. It was the ninja sword. Rukawa was stunned. He had clearly stabbed Yugura's heart with that blow just now. Suddenly Rukawa's eyes narrowed because he found a bloodstain on the charred corpse, and then slowly healed. Rukawa frowned, then retracted his Zanpakuto. This recovery ability might be impure world reincarnation. Sure enough, when Rukawa was about to leave, a sinister voice came from the flames. Little ghost, you can't escape. I have the power of 9 tails in me, you can't escape. What? Rukawa's eyes widened. Advertisement the flames gradually dissipated, and Yugura Koji appeared in front of Rukawa. I didn't intend to use this trick, but I didn't expect you to force me to this point. I'll let you know what happens if you offend me. Yugura's eyes were bloodshot, and there was a strange pattern on his forehead. His face also turned extremely pale. Huh, Yugura Kujira raised his head and shouted to the sky. Earth Style. Dungeon. Ka 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 ka. Walls of trees stretched out one after another, forming a huge wall. This is Yugura's strongest move, and he wants to use it to trap Rukawa. This level of lockdown doesn't work for me. Earth Style Earth Spear Technique. Rukawa stepped on the ground, and the muddy yellow sand gathered under his feet. Bang. The yellow sand exploded, forming a huge palm that slapped towards Yugura's wooden library. Crack. The wooden prison shattered in an instant. Earth Style. Earth Dragon Bomb. A dragon of earth shot up into the sky and slammed into Yugura, knocking him back more than 10 meters. His chest was sunken and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out from Yugura Katachi's mouth, staining the grass beneath him red, and also staining the ninja sword stuck in the ground. I will never forgive you. Yugura staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Rukawa. His clothes were already torn to pieces, his legs were covered with wounds, and his cheeks had some bruises and swellings. I'm going to kill you with my own hands, Yugura Kujira roared. Rukawa smiled faintly and said, then let's give it a try and see who falls first. Layers of lightning appeared on Rukawa's body, Lightning-style ninjutsu, Raikiri. Boom. Rukawa's speed increased, and he arrived in front of Yagura in almost a blink of an eye. He turned his wrist, holding the long sword condensed by lightning in his hand, and chopped at Yagura with great power. At Tachibana Yagura's shoulder. Clang! Lightning flashed everywhere, and Yagura's left arm instantly shattered. Ah! 093 Yagura Kojima screamed. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, half of his chakra had been consumed. Under such circumstances, he didn't think he could defeat Rukawa. You are too slow, so die. Rukawa's figure instantly appeared in front of Yagura Kujo, and the sharp blade in his hand stabbed into Yagura Kujo's abdomen fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Rukawa drew his blade. I told you, you can't run away, puff, paw. Blue-purple lightning appeared on the back of Rukawa's right hand, and he punched Yagura in the face. Plop! Yagura Kojima's entire face was smashed to pieces. Yagura's body collapsed. He was dead. All the chakra in his body disappeared, leaving only a broken body. The next moment, Yagura fell into a coma. However, things are far from over, as a huge monster emerges from Yagura's body. This is the three tails of the nine-tailed beasts. Its name is Isobushi, and it is good at water-style ninjutsu. It has 3 huge tails and is extremely large, like 10 small mountains. Human, you actually dared to take advantage of me, you really don't know how to live or die. Isobu snorted coldly, and a tail as big as a mountain smashed straight down towards Rukawa. Humph! This kind of attack is useless to me, Rukawa snorted disdainfully. His whole body was covered in flames, and he blocked it with one hand. Boom! An explosion sounded. What? How could this happen? Who on earth are you? Izio was horrified. You know, his tail is much harder than ordinary rock, but now it was grabbed by the other party and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Ha! Rukawa laughed and said, it's okay to tell you, my name is Rukawa, and I'm here to take you away. Rukawa? So you are the legendary genius? Okay, if that's the case, I will definitely take your life today. Isobu became furious. His whole body was burning with blue flames, and the temperature of the entire space was rising. It opened its mouth and spit out a huge ball of water that rushed towards the stream. Want to launch a sneak attack? You are so naive? Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Following Rukawa's low shout, blazing flames suddenly erupted and collided violently with Gifu's water ball. With a loud bang, the two energies dissipated at the same time, leaving the surroundings in a mess. Damn it! Who are you and why have you become so powerful? Isobu glared at Rukawa angrily. He felt that the opponent's strength was completely beyond his expectations. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is. Rukawa grinned with a wicked smile, pointed his finger at Isobu, and said coldly, today I am here to kill you. He suddenly rushed forward and punched out with his right fist. Izio's eyes opened wide. Water style, water whip. A huge water ball condensed from his tail at an extremely fast speed and shot towards Rukawa. It's just a trifle. I saw Rukawa slashing down fiercely with his knife. Chapter 114I, Rukawa, have the final say. With a loud bang, the Rasengan instantly broke into pieces and fell into a splash of water. And Isophus took a few steps back, his face full of shock. Isophus has already felt the terrifying power contained in Rukawa's body, which is simply unbelievable. You actually cracked my moves so easily. Isobu was extremely surprised. He couldn't believe what he saw. You know, the power of its water whip is very terrifying, and even the elite Jonin would find it difficult to resist it. However, Rukawa cracked it easily. What's more, it was even more confusing. The boy in front of me is obviously less than 20 years old. Why does he have such terrifying strength? This question has troubled it for a long time, but it still has no answer. It took a deep breath and condensed an even larger water ball. Take it, Isofu roared, and the water ball suddenly got out of control and shot towards Rukawa. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Dance. Rukawa used Phoenix Fire Dance without hesitation. Phew, a ball of blazing flames spewed out from Rukawa's mouth and headed towards the water ball. Boom boom, a violent explosion was heard. A strong wind swept in, breaking the surrounding grass and trees, and causing leaves to fall, as if it was the end of the world. The smoke gradually dissipated. The water ball of Isofashi and the flame of Rukawa were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, the flame gained the upper hand and the water ball began to melt. When the smoke completely dissipated, Isofu's figure slowly emerged in Rukawa's sight. I saw that Izio's left arm was shattered by the explosion and was bleeding profusely. Oh, it seems you were just like that, Rukawa scoffed. Isofu's face was extremely gloomy. At that moment just now, it almost died. Although it has recovered its tailed beast form, due to its special physique, its recovery speed is not fast enough. If it were a human, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Human, I will tear you to pieces, Isobushi roared and rushed towards Rukawa. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly and stomped his feet on the ground, causing a circle of visible ripples to spread out. Boom. There was an explosion, and all the surrounding vegetation turned to ashes. Isophus was also knocked to the ground. A hole. Isobu was furious. He stood up and the tailed beast behind him suddenly moved. Crash! Small three tails quickly emerged from its body and rushed towards Rukawa frantically. Rukawa's pupils shrank. There were so many of these little three tails that even he wouldn't be able to bear it if they were bitten. Fire style. Firebomb. Rukawa clasped his hands together, and a huge red great fireball rose up. Chi chi chi. The fireball continuously spewed out large amounts of scorching flames, fighting with these little three tails. At the beginning, the little three tails could barely suppress Rukawa's flames, but slowly, the white snake could no longer hold on and began to retreat. Finally, when Rukawa performed his final move, all the little three tails were destroyed, leaving no one alive. Hateful. Isobu looked at the corpses on the ground angrily. He had not expected that this battle would cause him heavy losses. It was originally prepared to turn the situation around with the power of these little three tails. But he never expected that Rukawa could defeat its three-tailed beasts so easily. No, we can't lose to a mere human brat. Isobu secretly made up his mind, no matter how much it costs, I must kill him. Isobu's tailed beasts began to return to its side. It looked up at Rukawa, and suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. In this case, I have no choice but to do it myself. I will use my strongest moves to kill you. Little human, you must hold on. Isobu slowly closed his eyes, and his body began to change. This is... Rukawa was surprised. Tailed beast bomb. Isobu suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark energy ball suddenly appeared in his abdomen. It roared and pushed out. The dark energy ball spun rapidly, and finally turned into a dark beam of light, rushing towards Rukawa. Rukawa's face became serious. He did not dodge, but threw the kunai in his hand. Whoosh! The kunai instantly pierced into the energy ball. Not good, but Rukawa's face suddenly changed, because the kunai couldn't pierce the energy ball. He also discovered that the energy ball was actually devouring the kunai, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Oops! My weapon! Rukawa was shocked. He immediately retracted his kunai and tried to stop the energy ball from swallowing the kunai. But he was disappointed. The kunai was unable to stop the energy ball from continuing to absorb. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Rukawa frowned and thought about the countermeasures. Advertisement. This was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered, and he knew he had to deal with it seriously. We must find its weakness, Rukawa said darkly. An idea suddenly occurred to him. In that case, I will try to break it with Reikiri. Rukawa immediately drew the sword from his waist, activated his chakra, injected it into it, and then slashed at the black energy crystal ball with his sword. DJ. Rukawa was stunned. The black energy ball was not shattered. Instead, his sword was blocked. Rukawa's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. He suddenly retracted the sword and threw it towards the dark energy planet. Chila. The dark energy ball swallowed up the sword in one go, and it seemed like it wanted to swallow up Rukawa as well. But how could Rukawa possibly do what it wants? Just as the dark energy ball was about to engulf Rukawa, he seized the opportunity, suddenly pulled out the dagger from his waist, jumped to the top of the energy ball, and then stabbed it into the dark energy ball. Snap! The dark energy ball collapsed instantly, and Rukawa fell to the ground from the air, gasping for breath. Huh, finally done. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a cold touch on his neck. When he looked up, he found that Isobu appeared in front of him. Human brat, you lose, Isobu said with a grim expression. Lost? Are you sure you won? Rukawa said indifferently. Your body can't hold on any longer, right? Haha, I know you are stalling for time and waiting for your companions. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you all. You go, Isofu said with a smile, teasing Rukawa like a cat playing with a mouse. You guessed wrong, I don't have any reinforcements at all. Rukawa said coldly, you overestimate your own IQ. What? What did you say? Hearing Rukawa's words, he immediately became furious. It opened its mouth and bit Rukawa's shoulder. Rukawa dodged slightly by leaning sideways, then punched Isofu hard. Isobushi did not dodge and took Rukawa's punch head on. However, it did not fall down, but instead took advantage of the situation to bite Rukawa's other arm. Damn it! Rukawa's face changed drastically, and he quickly retracted his right hand to avoid Isofu's attack, then slapped Isofu with his left hand. With a slap, Isobu was slapped and flew out. Isobu slid on the ground for a distance before he stabilized himself. Damn it, little human. You p*** me off, Isofu said angrily. Then, it pounced on Rukawa again. Rukawa dodged quickly. But he found that he could not escape from Isobu's attack at all. His left shoulder was covered with teeth marks, and even the bones were aching slightly. Rukawa frowned. It seemed that the only way to solve it was to use Sharingan. Fire-style great fireball technique. A large amount of chakra gathered in Rukawa's hands, and a hot energy burned in his palms. Then, Rukawa swung the blazing flame without hesitation. Bang! The two collided. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept in all directions, and the surrounding grass and trees withered instantly, and even the rocks turned scorched yellow. Pity. Rukawa shook his head. He originally wanted to use fire style, but because he didn't have a ninja tool bag, he had to change his tactics. But his goal was only to force Izio to spit out the fox core. However, just as Rukawa expected, Iso spat out the dark core and discarded it. Human brat, it's useless, Izio shouted triumphantly. Who told you it's useless? Rukawa's calm voice came. Isobu's expression suddenly changed because a flame suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the great fireball released by Rukawa. Puff! As soon as Isobu dodged the flames, he felt a severe blow to his back and was knocked away. Rukawa stood beside Isobu and said calmly, I knew you would spit out the core of the demon fox, so I pretended not to have any ninja tools to make you let your guard down, and then I used the great fireball to sneak attack and defeat you. Although his tone was calm, sweat was oozing from his forehead, and it was obvious that he was extremely exhausted. Isobu struggled to get up, his eyes were so gloomy that tears almost came out of them. Damn it, little human, I'm going to kill you. Isobu's figure moved, and it appeared beside Rukawa, and scratched Rukawa's clothes with one claw. Rukawa's face turned grim, lightning-style Chidori. Crackling. The electric current surged through his body, and Ji-Fu was shaking all over. It looked at Rukawa in disbelief. Rukawa grinned. Unfortunately, I don't die that easily. Human brat, your strength is beyond my imagination. But you still can't escape my attack, Isobu roared, then it suddenly opened its mouth and a dark energy ball appeared in its mouth. Advertisement Rukawa's pupils shrank, and he immediately determined that the black energy ball in Isobu's mouth was even larger than before. Oh no, he immediately prepared to seal the seal, but it was too late. Bang! The dark energy ball exploded instantly, and a strong wind blew violently. Rukawa and Isofascia were both blown away and fell heavily to the ground. The two men lay on the ground, gasping for breath, with smoke billowing from their bodies. Hateful! Rukawa cursed. Just now he had exhausted his physical strength, while Isobu still had some strength left, so it was hard to tell who would win. But Isofi's eyes were very complicated, it never expected that this human boy was so powerful. But soon, it revealed a ferocious expression. It stared at Rukawa, its eyes full of hatred. Little devil, I will tear you to pieces. Isofu opened his mouth and blew out a dark mist, which turned into countless fine needles and shot towards Rukawa. Earth style. Kamehameha wall. Rukawa put his hands together and performed a defensive ninjutsu. Bang bang bang. There was a burst of dense muffled sound, and Rukawa was knocked back a lot. Isobu took advantage of the victory and spurted out a thick black liquid again. Water-style rainfall technique. Rukawa crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the waterline formed a water. The curtain protected him inside. With a loud bang, the whole area was shrouded in dark clouds and heavy rain poured down. Crash. The rain poured on Rukawa, bringing him some refreshment. However, he knew that he must not relax at this moment. He knew that Fu's second move was coming. As expected, Isobu condensed the black liquid again. It is brewing a large-scale ninjutsu. Boom! The dark liquid burst out with terrifying power, destroying Rukawa's water curtain in an instant. Rukawa was in a state of disarray, with multiple injuries on his body. Humph, kid, I told you, my third move is definitely not that easy to resist. Isobu smiled cruelly. I admit that you are very powerful, but I didn't bring enough ninja toolkit. Otherwise I might be able to fight you to the death, but now, I'm sorry, we can only have a draw. Rukawa said slowly. Hearing this, Isobu became furious. It roared angrily and then attacked Rukawa frantically. But it failed every time, and its injuries accumulated more and more seriously, which made it very panicked. Finally, Isobu stopped attacking and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. It is very weak now and needs rest. Rukawa stood up and looked at the weak Isofu in the distance. He was in a particularly good mood. I never thought that my opponent would be a dog. Rukawa muttered. Hole, you're looking for death. Isobu roared, and it suddenly jumped up. Its speed unexpectedly increased a lot, and it arrived at Rukawa's body room in a blink of an eye. Water-style waterfall technique. Rukawa quickly formed a seal and then performed an ninjutsu. Boom! Heavy rain suddenly fell, soaking Ji-Fu through. Its movements were obviously much slower, and it was still panting. How can you fight me like this? Rukawa said, a smile. Damn it! Isobu shouted angrily, and the tail behind it suddenly stretched out and became sharp like a blade, piercing through the air and lashing towards Rukawa's abdomen. Clang! Rukawa rolled sideways and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. As expected of a tailed beast, it is indeed ferocious. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Isofi coldly with his eyes slightly narrowed. He suffered a loss in the previous confrontation, but now he has recovered a lot. Rukawa jumped up from the ground, staring at Isofis. Since you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end. Whether it's your chakra or you, this stinky fish, both of you stay here today. Swoosh. He approached Ji-Fu again, pushed his feet on the ground and jumped high. Boom. Rays of blue light gathered in midair and formed a huge block of ice. Rasengan. A blue and white ice ball whizzed towards Isobu. Roar! Isobu let out a deafening roar, and then a ball of inky black energy appeared at its mouth. Bang! The ice ball collides with the black ball. Snap. The black ball exploded instantly. Chapter 115. It's you I'm after. Ha 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 ha. Izio laughed wildly. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. Isobu shouted. As it roared, endless dark energy swept around and submerged Rukawa. Damn it. Rukawa was shocked. He didn't expect that the moves he was so proud of couldn't hurt Isofascia. Boom. A shockwave spread out, blowing Rukawa away. Ahem. Rukawa spat out a large mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty and looked at the scene in front of him. At this time, Isobushi had completely lost his mind and rushed towards Rukawa madly. Water-style waterfall technique. Rukawa gritted his teeth, performed ninjutsu again, and then punched Isofascia. Isobu raised one of his front hooves to block the blow. Boom advertisement. The water splashed. Izio staggered a few steps. Rukawa took the opportunity to run in front of Isofusa and punched him. Isobu was forced back several steps by this punch, then it opened its bloody mouth and bit Rukawa. Rukawa dodged quickly, and his shoulder was bitten by Isofu's fangs, oozing a trace of bright red. It seemed that Isobashi became more and more irritable because of the injury to Rukawa. Its attacks became more and more fierce, and it even ignored the pain in its body. Gradually, Rukawa's scars increased. Rukawa's strength was rapidly depleting and he felt dizzy. Kid, your chakra is no longer enough to sustain this kind of battle. You are doomed to fail. Ishifu sneered, when I grab your head, suck out your brain, turn you into a mummy, and make you unable to escape from the dead for eternity, you will be completely finished. Haha, you're dreaming, Rukawa sneered and said, do you think I only know how to use water style? He took a deep breath and a cold smile flashed across his face. Konoha style Chidori, a rocket flew out and headed straight for Gifu. Advertisement. Izio's expression changed slightly. The rocket drew an arc, and when it was about to approach the aircraft carrier, it suddenly changed its trajectory and slammed into the aircraft carrier. Boom boom. The powerful explosion raised a huge cloud of dust. Itz Rukawa covered his mouth and nose as he looked at the scene inside. After the smoke and dust cleared, a pool of black liquid was revealed, which was Chufu's true form. Rukawa frowned, he didn't expect Isofi to escape the rocket attack. This guy is really cunning, he actually hid his true identity. But can you escape? Rukawa had a weird smile on his face. He took out a kunai. Laughed. The kunai pierced Isofu's head fiercely. Gifu howled miserably and his body shook violently. How dare you hurt me? Ishifu said angrily, this is unforgivable. I will torture you until you cannot live or die. Chapter 116. Capture the tailed beast. Extinguish the great fire. 10,000 thunders fall from the sky. Isobu's claws waved faster and faster. Endless chakra poured into Rukawa's body, and he suddenly felt as if his body was burning. Puff. With a crisp sound, 2 more wounds appeared on Rukawa's right leg. He roared. Wind style. Rasen shuriken. Rukawa swung out 2 shurikens and stabbed them into Isofascia's neck and abdomen. His chest was heaving and his forehead was covered with sweat. Damn it, he cursed, then took out a bottle of medicine and poured it on the wound. His strength is recovering rapidly. Rukawa is in even better shape than before. Little devil, you really d me off, Izio roared ferociously. Shui. The chakra in its body became twice as dense again, and its entire body turned into a ball of black mist and rushed towards Rukawa. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Rukawa used fire style, and a huge fireball formed, then flew towards the black fog. The two collided in midair and then exploded, dyeing the entire sea red. Damn, you're really annoying. Rukawa's voice came, and then he grasped the sword in his hand, his figure flashed, and he came in front of Isobu, and he chopped down with the sword. Bang. Isobu's body was chopped off. Damn you little brat, you dare to hurt me, I'm going to kill you, go to hell. Isobu roared angrily, its claws slapped towards Rukawa. However, Rukawa had predicted its move and easily avoided it. Lightning style. Thunder from the sky. Rukawa released the jutsu again. Damn it, Isobushi was hit again. However, the effect this time was not very good, and Isuofu only suffered minor injuries. Little devil, stop struggling, you no longer have the strength to resist. Just be my food. Isofu roared. Boom boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds and rumbling thunder echoed everywhere. Oh no, it's thunder. Rukawa's face changed slightly, and then he immediately changed direction. He knew that Isobu also had the attribute of thunder, and what he was best at was controlling the power of thunder and lightning. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Humph, a mere trifle. Ishifu snorted coldly, opened its mouth wide, aimed at the lightning, and swallowed it. Crackling, thunder and lightning rage, and Gifu's body kept shaking. Its eyes grew increasingly frantic, that's all. Isobu sneered and said, lightning can do nothing to me, just wait for me to subdue you. That may not be the case. Rukawa's voice sounded low, this little bit of paralysis is far from enough. He raised his hand, a blazing flame appeared on his palm, and then he pressed his hand on the lightning. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from Rukawa's body, enveloping him completely. These forces continued to press on the surroundings, pushing away the surrounding seawater. What's going on? Isofu said in horror. Boom. Countless black and purple lightning appeared on Rukawa's body, illuminating the surroundings. A layer of black and purple armor appeared on Rukawa's body, and his body was well protected. Rukawa's eyes also changed from black to red. Damn it, damn it. Isofu shouted in fear. Rukawa slowly raised his left hand, and a black lightning blade appeared out of thin air. He stared at Gifu without blinking, then swung down the lightning blade, shattering the void and slashing straight towards Gifu's neck. Isofu's eyes were filled with panic. It stretched out its claws to block Rukawa's movements. Clang! Dark purple sparks were flying everywhere. Isobu was knocked to the ground. Rukawa jumped down and kicked Isofascia with a whip kick. Damn it! Isobu yelled. Its bones were crackling and black lines were all over its body, making it look extremely hideous and scary. This beast, Rukawa said coldly. Swishy attacked again, this time without showing any mercy, and his speed was extremely fast, kicking out 5 or 6 times in almost an instant. Isofu's body curled up into a ball, enduring Rukawa's attack. It's time to end it, Rukawa said calmly. As he finished his words, he raised his right foot high. Bang! Advertisement. Rukawa's feet landed on Isofu's body. Make a deafening sound. Wow! Ji-Fu spat out a mouthful of blood and his whole body twitched. Rukawa retracted his foot, stood firm, and looked at it coldly. I said, I won't lose. Rukawa said coldly. He swung the sword again and slashed at Isofu, but Isofu dodged it. You be ***************** D. I will never forgive you, Isobu was furious. Rukawa's eyes grew colder. Since you are determined to die, I will lock you up and let you die. Rukawa said coldly. Don't even think about it, kid. Isobu roared angrily. Wind style, tornado. A huge vortex formed around it. The vortex continued to expand and then attacked Rukawa. Rukawa sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of this kind of thing? Circles of waves appeared on Rukawa's body, blocking the hurricane. He walked to Isobu unscathed and stepped on him. Bang! There was a sound of bones breaking and Ji-Fu wailed. Hateful! Isofu roared. The soles of Rukawa's feet are wrapped with a black and white double fish pattern. Snap! My tail, you damn little devil, I'm going to kill you. Isobu's tail detached from his body. Rukawa picked up Isobu's tail and looked at it carefully. This should be the tailed beast, right? It doesn't look that great. Damn you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled thunder in the sky. What's going on? This sound. Rukawa frowned and looked at the sky. Snap! Another burst of muffled thunder rang out. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. What's going on? He looked at the sky in confusion. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Isofuke's frantic voice came from behind. What? Rukawa became alert. He felt a shadow appear behind him. Whoosh! He turned around quickly, and a huge fist came whistling towards him with a strong wind. Boom! Rukawa quickly blocked it with his sword. Boom! His body was smashed into the sea. Ahem! Blood spurted from his mouth and nose. This guy. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Isofu. He could clearly feel the attack just now. This guy had powerful chakra in his body, and this force also carried ultimate destructive power. Such enemies are tough nut to crack. Little ghost, your body seems very fragile, vulnerable, hee. Even more powerful black chakra surged out of Isofu's body. The scars on his body healed in a short time. Your blood tastes wonderful. Isobu licked the corner of his mouth. Boom! Thunder roared. In the sky, lightning snakes intertwined, as terrifying as a doomsday scene. Rukawa narrowed his eyes. He knew that the thunder this time was due to his lightning style. It seems that lightning style is really good, Rukawa said softly. He gripped the sword tightly and looked at Isofascia. Although he used lightning style this time, his strength has reached the peak of cage level. This might be his only chance. If he fails to kill Isobu, he will be in danger. Boom boom, thunder fell from the sky. Damn it. With a sharp roar, it rushed out of the sea, trying to escape. But the speed of the thunder was even faster. It grabbed Ji-Fu and dragged Ji-Fu into the dark clouds. Then a roar was heard in the sky and the earth changed color. Is this the power of lightning style? Rukawa muttered. The battle did not last long, but the outcome had already been decided. Isobu lost. Rukawa looked at the ruins floating in the distance, and this thought flashed through his mind. At this point, 3 tails has been captured. After getting 4 tails and 6 tails, Rukawa's next goal is 1 tail. As soon as Rukawa arrived in Sanagakure, he met his first enemy, Sanagakure's elite Jonin, Baki. Advertisement. You dare to come to my village and make trouble, you are really looking for death. Baki snorted coldly, formed seals with his hands, and directly attacked Rukawa. Wind-style great breakthrough. A strong wind blew directly towards Rukawa. However, Baki obviously underestimated Rukawa. Earth-style, rock flow wall. At this moment, a huge wall about 2 meters high suddenly formed in front of Rukawa, blocking Baki's attack. What? How is that possible? Baki's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him. You have to know that although the wind style he used was relatively common, its power was definitely not weak, not to mention that he was using his full strength now. Moreover, that level of wind style was easily resisted by the opponent and didn't even hurt him at all. This made him feel very shocked. You know, if it were someone else, they would have been seriously injured by him a long time ago. Of course, although he was shocked, he did not intend to give up. After all, no matter how strong the opponent was, he was still a ninja of the same level as him, so he had to deal with him carefully. Then, Baki made a seal with his hands. Water style, Great Waterfall Rice. Immediately, a stream of water spurted out of Baki's mouth and rushed towards Rukawa. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Faced with this huge water column, Rukawa was not afraid at all. He directly used the Great Fireball Technique to burn the water column released by Baki into steam and dissipate it into the air. This guy, Baki's face suddenly turned awkward when he saw his opponent easily deal with his best move. In this case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. After Baki finished speaking, he put his hands together and chanted a strange spell. Then, the surrounding space suddenly became gloomy. Then, a dark cloud gathered in the sky. Boom, along with the sound of thunder, a few bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky and hit the ground. Not only that, at this moment, the whole world seemed to be a little dim. What does this guy want? Seeing his opponent's actions, Rukawa frowned slightly. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Baki shouted loudly, and a water dragon made of a large amount of water flew out from the air and hit Rukawa. Fire-style Great Flame Fist. Rukawa was not afraid of this. He stretched out his arms, and a circle of red flames appeared out of thin air on his arms. Then, a red flaming fist went straight up to meet the attack. Bang! After a loud bang, the flame and the water dragon collided and exploded instantly. In the aftermath of the explosion, Rukawa and Baki each took a step back. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a little depressed that he could fight his opponent on equal terms evenly despite the fact that he and his opponent were of similar strength. You really impress me. The Baki stood up slowly, staring at Rukawa sharply. Each other, Rukawa sneered in reply. Watch out! Water-style, water waves, Baki shouted. Then, under his control, a large wave of water rushed towards Rukawa from all directions. Under Rukawa's feet, the ground cracked because it could not withstand the impact of the waves, and a lot of gravel flew up, forming a sandstorm. Earth-style. Thick earth shield. Faced with this level of attack, Rukawa did not hesitate at all and directly performed a defensive escape technique. After the yellowish soil condensed in front of him, he swung out his right palm, pushing the soil in front of him away, turning it into a wall of soil to protect his body. Boom! At this time, Baki's water waves had hit the earth wall, followed by a huge explosion. Rukawa's body also shook. What a powerful force. Rukawa muttered to himself that his defensive ninjutsu was actually broken after the confrontation with his opponent. Under the ninjutsu that I just used, my opponent will definitely be affected. Damn, I don't have enough chakra. Under the turbulent water waves just now, Rukawa's chakra was actually consumed by more than half. It seems that it is time to end the battle. Rukawa took a deep breath, then he put his hands together and looked up at the sky. Fire-style. Great fire extinguishment. All I heard was Rukawa yelling. Crash. Suddenly, a large cloud of fire appeared above his head. Then, countless flames descended from the sky and rushed towards Baki like an overwhelming force. Damn fire-style, get out of here, Baki yelled, but the flames ignored his orders and continued to rush towards him. Damn it, even my water confinement can't do anything to it? Seeing this, Baki's face became very ugly. He could clearly feel that these flames were not like ordinary fire-style at all. They contained a special fire element, and his own ninjutsu could not cause much damage to them.
Water-style. Water prison technique. However, Baki was not one to sit there and wait for death. He directly cast a large-scale water prison technique, hoping to trap the flames. Bang! Then, after a loud explosion, the flames actually broke through the water prison and directly enveloped Baki. Damn it, I'm a ninja with water chakra. You want to kill me with just fire? That's wishful thinking. Baki roared, and broke free from the sea of fire with steam all over his body. Rukawa raised his eyebrows when he saw that Baki was not dead. You must know that your flame is not an ordinary flame. These flames were created by him using the fusion of the mystical flame and his own chakra. Moreover, the power of this flame is not comparable to that of ordinary flames. However, he still couldn't do anything to Baki. Who was that opponent? He was so powerful. He never encountered such a ninja in the original work. This guy's strength should be about the same as mine. I must take him seriously, otherwise I will be defeated tonight. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique 1. Chapter 117 Killing the Sand Shinobi. Konoha's Rukawa is so strong. Afterwards, Rukawa also formed a seal, and a huge fireball flew out and hit Baki in front of him, forcing him to dodge to the side, and then avoided the attack of this fireball. Boom! The flames burned on the ground, turning it black. Haha, nice fire-style technique. As expected of a genius from Konoha Shinobi Village, he was able to do this. The fire-style technique is used so skillfully. Baki sneered, then shouted, Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Hold head high. The next moment, a huge water dragon emerged from the Uzumaki in front of Baki and bit towards Rukawa with its fangs and claws. Seeing this, Rukawa's expression remained unchanged, his eyes flashed with coldness, and then he whispered, Earth-style Iron Wall. A layer of hard ochre-colored rock wall blocked his way. Bang! The water dragon hit the earth wall where Rukawa was. Click, 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 the earth wall shattered directly and quickly turned into powder under the corrosion of the water. And the water dragon did not stop, but continued to rush towards Rukawa with unstoppable momentum. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Seeing the incoming water dragon,
Rukawa formed seals with both hands and used wind-style great breakthrough directly, and then the water dragon was blown away directly. How is it possible that you can blow away my water dragon? Baki's face was filled with shock. You know, this technique was one of his greatest achievements. However, Rukawa was able to achieve this with just brute force. Although the water dragon was useless, it was enough to shock Rukawa. It seems that the outcome of this game seems to be a little uncertain. Rukawa stroked his chin and thought, then I'll give it my all, kid. Baki narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Then, another huge water dragon emerged from Uzumaki and rushed towards Rukawa with a roar. Fire-style. Firebomb. Boom. Rukawa released another large firebomb, which collided with the water dragon and then evaporated directly. Hateful. Baki said angrily. What should I do when my two ninjutsu are useless against the opponent? Water-style waterfalls technique. Baki quickly formed seals with his hands, and then many fine water jets appeared out of thin air around him and sprayed towards Rukawa. Ice escape. Ice wall. Rukawa quickly formed seals with his hands, and then a circle of white transparent walls appeared around his body. All those water jets hit the wall, making a ding-ding-dong-dong sound. Sound. Water-style water waves. Water-style, water blade. Water-style water cannon punch. Baki used 3 ninjutsu in a row, but they were all blocked by Rukawa's ice wall. This made Baki very depressed. Although my ninjutsu are not as sophisticated as Kakashi's, they are still my unique skills. However, Baki was a little panicked as he was completely unable to do anything to Rukawa. No, we need to solve this problem quickly, Baki said secretly, and then, taking advantage of Rukawa's opportunity to resist his ninjutsu, he quickly formed a seal. Water-style water-severing wave. The next second, a wave of water rose directly from the ground behind Rukawa and swept towards Rukawa. Water-style ice escaped thousand-year ice shield. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, and then a thick ice shield appeared, blocking him. Boom. The water-severing wave hit the ice hard, and the aftermath instantly pushed Rukawa's entire body several meters away. Blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he was not seriously injured. Because in the situation just now, Rukawa had already reacted and immediately used the water-style shield to protect himself. After all, he won't fall down so easily, and his willpower is not something that ordinary people can match. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been defeated long ago. Rukawa was panting, the clothes on his right arm were torn to pieces. HMPH, kid, you won't be able to hold out for long at this level. Baki sneered. Humph, I naturally don't care about this level. Rukawa said calmly. In that case, let's continue. Baki said contemptuously. Reikari Chidori. Rukawa hesitated for a moment, then he moved and rushed directly towards Baki. He planned to win by close combat. Seeing this situation, Baki was not afraid. Rukawa is very fast, but his body is more flexible. 2 shadow clones cross over and fight. Paw, paw, paw. Baki defending and counter-attacking at the same time. Both men were at an impasse. However, compared to Rukawa, Baki's energy consumption is too great because he has to constantly make hand seals and dodge attacks. No, I can't go on like this, I have to strike first. Advertisement. Baki saw Rukawa preparing a new attack and shouted hastily. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. This time, the water dragon was several times more powerful than the previous one. Even the surrounding area was caused by the water dragon, causing turbulent waves. Ice escape. Ice shield. Looking at Baki's attack, Rukawa did not flinch, and at the same time, he quickly formed seals. Buzz. A huge ice blue ring slowly emerged from behind Rukawa. Water-style grand waterfall technique. Rukawa roared, and then the water turned into a torrent and rushed over. Boom boom boom. The 2 torrents collided with each other, causing a strong wind that made the ground tremble. They each took 3 steps back. Moreover, this was just the beginning. After that, the 2 continued to fight fiercely. Damn it. Baki cursed in his heart. Water-style water-severing wave. Baki formed seals with his hands, and then a huge blue chakra ball appeared in front of him. Boom. The blue chakra light ball hit the ice wall condensed by Rukawa directly and exploded instantly. Boom boom boom. The shock wave of the explosion swept through, overturning the tree roots, grass and other objects around. Amid the smoke and dust, Rukawa's voice was heard. Water-style water barrier. A huge blue light shield directly enveloped Rukawa, making it difficult for the shockwave to invade. Ahem, it looks like you've run out of tricks, kid. Rukawa coughed a few times, then spoke calmly. A-hole. Baki cursed in his mind. Rukawa's strength was beyond his expectations. A battle of this magnitude was essentially a protracted war. Although his actual combat capability is not weak, it is simply impossible to eliminate Rukawa in a short period of time. So, we can only delay the time. Baki achieved his goal, which was to delay time until his teammates arrived. Oink oink. Baki. While performing ninjutsu to resist Rukawa's fierce attack, he quickly formed hand seals. Rukawa's eyes flickered, he felt something strange. Whoosh. Rukawa suddenly turned around and dodged a kunai that flew from the side. Swish, swish, swish. Then, one kunai after another came. Rukawa frowned, but he didn't move away. Bang. Puff. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. These kunai pierced his left shoulder, leaving bloody holes, and blood flowed from the wounds. Baki was stunned. His attack was so effective. Baki's eyes lit up, and then he immediately attacked again. Water-style luxury water gun. One after another, thick water guns fell from the sky and then all shot at Rukawa. Ice escape. Ice shield. However, Baki's water guns were all blocked. Damn it. Baki cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to continue fighting. Water-style water barrier. Boom. Another violent shockwave exploded. Crack, crack. Bang. The solid rock ground beneath Rukawa's feet suddenly broke apart, and his legs sank into it. Hoo-hoo. Rukawa was panting, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale. No matter what, the opponent suppressed him in the end. Even if he had ice escape, it was impossible for him to fight two people at once. Hey, brat, how are you doing? Your strength should be about right? Baki sneered. Not bad. You are indeed better than me. You are worthy of being the top talent in the Hokage ninja world. Rukawa said calmly. Hearing this, Baki's face darkened slightly. Is this guy humiliating him? Snort. Baki snorted coldly and said, but you must die here today. Then, Baki pinched his fingers lightly, and then the water elements around him gathered together frantically. Earth-style the earth shakes. Baki quickly put his hands together, and then the ground began to shake. Then, countless cracks appeared on the ground, pieces of mud broke away, and then combined together, finally forming a giant stone statue. It is about 10 meters tall, wearing armor, holding a big sword, and looks like a killing god. Go. Baki said coldly. Advertisement. The next moment, the stone giant raised his giant sword and slashed directly at Lu. This knife seemed to be able to destroy the world. Rasengan. Rukawa's eyes narrowed and a huge amount of chakra burst out from his body. Boom boom boom. Rasengan shot out one after another. Ouch. The Rasengan collided with the stone giant's sword, and then, one Rasengan after another directly knocked the stone giant's huge blade off course, causing it to fall far away. The other few Rasengan hit the stone giant's chest hard. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the explosion, the stone giant collapsed directly. Hoo-hoo, Rukawa took a deep breath, the chakra in his body was empty. I didn't expect that your physique is so special that you can withstand so many of my attacks without any damage. Baki said with a serious face. He had tried his best just now, but he couldn't do anything to Rukawa. If his physique was a little weaker, Rukawa would probably be dead now. However, he was safe and sound, which made Baki a little angry and also made him realize how powerful Rukawa was. Huff, huff. Rukawa panted even harder. You lose. Baki looked at Rukawa coldly. I don't think we can win or lose. Rukawa sneered, and suddenly, a long sword cut through space and headed straight for Baki's head. This is the ninja sword that Rukawa secretly took out just now. Baki's eye twitched, because his vision went dark and he could only rely on his senses to dodge Rukawa's strange attack. Rukawa smiled and looked at Baki with teasing eyes. Baki felt a sense of danger, and then he moved quickly to avoid Rukawa's continuous attacks.
Rukawa's pupils narrowed. This couldn't go on. Suddenly, Rukawa's eyes turned cold and he clenched his right fist. Thousands of miles of ice. In an instant, a thick frost force was attached to Rukawa's fist. Bang! With a heavy blow, Baki flew backwards and fell to the ground. Ahem. Asterisk at caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. Baki coughed lightly a few times and raised his head, his face filled with resentment and gloom. UB asterisk 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 D, you actually dared to attack me, you're courting death. Baki growled. Do you still have a chance? Rukawa's eyes turned sharp. The next second, he formed seals with his hands and a cold aura emanated from his body. Water-style waterspout. Crash. Thick columns of water rose from the ground. The waterspout was extremely fast, bringing with it a strong wind, and was rapidly approaching Baki. HMPH, don't be so presumptuous. Baki sneered. Baki waved his hand and a stream of water directly wrapped around the waterspout. Boom. 5.4. Then, a thunderous sound rang out. The next second, the water flow was dispersed. Moreover, the waterspout disappeared directly, and in its place was a charred ground and a huge pit with a radius of 200 to 300 meters.
Seeing this scene, Rukawa's heart shrank suddenly. This power was definitely extraordinary. Haha. So vulnerable. Baki scoffed. Really? Rukawa's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly formed a seal with his right hand. Secret technique. Ice escape. Ice dragon bullet. A huge ice ball spewed out of Rukawa's mouth. The ice ball was as big as a basketball court and it was heading straight for Baki with its astonishing power. What? Baki was shocked and he immediately released a defensive ninjutsu. The next moment, his ninjutsu was directly destroyed by the ice dragon bullet. The ice dragon bomb hit Baki directly with great force. Boom boom boom. The smoke spread everywhere and the ground cracked inch by inch. Baki's body slowly emerged. He was covered in blood and looked very miserable. Even a Jonin like Baki could not resist such an attack. This shows the power of ice escape. Puff, Baki spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty, looking at Rukawa with eyes full of shock and fear. You know, Rukawa is just a 7-year-old kid, and he is a Jonin. However, in this brief encounter, he was no match for Rukawa. This gap shocked Baki and also made him feel frustrated. He is extremely talented, with penultimate talent, and it can even be said that he is recognized as the strongest genius in the entire Sanagakure. Therefore, the appearance of Rukawa shattered Baki's pride. However, he still has an ambition. Chapter 118. Rukawa charms thousands of female ninjas. He longed to defeat Rukawa and prove that he was better than the others. This is Baki's only obsession. As for Rukawa, no one knows why he has such an obsession. Abu. Rukawa jumped directly onto the branch. This place is perfect for hiding.
You can't escape, Baki roared, and then he directly used Earth Style, Earth Binding. Earth Style. Earth Clone Technique. The next moment, countless clones emerged from the surroundings and rushed directly towards Rukawa. Rukawa's brows furrowed. Then he gritted his teeth.
Water Style Water Barrier. Bang, 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 bang. A wall of water suddenly appeared in front of Rukawa, blocking the attacks of all clones. However, this water wall only lasted for less than 5 seconds before it was completely destroyed by countless clones. Swoosh, 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 Rukawa's figure kept dodging. Every time Rukawa dodges, he leaves an afterimage at the same place. What should I do? Damn it. Baki cursed angrily, his face livid. This brat is extraordinarily strong. Damn it, this can't go on. The next moment, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Fire Style. Great Flame Technique. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, Baki released a massive amount of flames. The temperature of the flames is extremely high. Many people retreated and dared not approach here. Boom. The earth trembled. The fire of Baki burned in this forest. The sea of fire was raging and could not be extinguished. Rukawa's eyes lit up and he took the opportunity to run into the sea of fire. Baki's eyes widened. Then, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Haha, you can't run away, brat. The next moment, the fire raged again. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Baki's eyelids jumped, and a familiar voice came from the sea of fire. Water Style Water Waves. A wall of water appeared, keeping all the fire out. Baki breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the brat was dead, but unexpectedly, he survived. Moreover, he showed no signs of death. Damn it, who is this kid 21? How can he be so strong? Baki cursed inwardly, but there was a stronger murderous intent in his eyes, and he was ready to kill this guy with his own hands. Call out. Suddenly, Rukawa appeared in front of Baki. You. Baki was stunned. The next moment, his pupils suddenly widened. Bang. There was a muffled sound and Baki was kicked away. Ahem. Baki got up in a panic, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Rukawa. Just now, if his reaction had been a little slower, he would probably have died. Rukawa was panting heavily. I said before, in this battle, only the victor can achieve the final victory. It's either you die or I die. Rukawa said in a low voice. Rukawa took a deep breath, and the scarlet color in his eyes spread again. Ice Release. Ice Dragon Bullet. The next second, Rukawa directly condensed chakra, and a blue water dragon appeared. Boom boom boom. The impact of the Ice Dragon Bomb caused Baki to retreat step by step. Bang, bang, bang. Baki was hit several times in the abdomen. Several of his ribs were broken. Ahem. Baki spat out a mouthful of blood. You are indeed very strong, but you alone are not my opponent. Rasengan. Bang. Boom boom boom. Baki was knocked away directly. Ahem. Puff. Baki lay on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. What a hassle. In this case, the investigation cannot be delayed. If this goes on any longer, I'm going to get burned. Rukawa thought to himself, and then his eyes became fierce. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Rukawa pulled out the kunai from behind and threw it out fiercely. OJ. The kunai was nailed to Baki's side. Then, Rukawa moved quickly and came to Baki's side. Water-style water-severing wave. The next moment, 2 huge streams of water collided directly. Crash. Large areas of lake water evaporated. However, a scorching heat was rising in Baki's body. Boom 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 boom. The next moment, Rukawa used another water clone to directly wrap up Baki. Snort. The next moment, Baki snorted coldly, and a transparent shield appeared on the surface of his body. His eyes were cold as he looked at the shield on his body. Kakaka. There were dense cracks on the shield, but it did not break. These years, I have specialized in studying various secret techniques of Konoha village. This shield is called water-style multiple armor. This water clone alone can't deal with it at all. Baki sneered. This is the secret technique he specially practices. Advertisement. This defensive secret technique can transform the water chakra into something similar to protective chi, and its defensive power is extremely amazing. Unless the opponent possesses overwhelming force, it is impossible to break through. Baki's eyes showed a hint of teasing. Now, you are finished. Yeah? Rukawa grinned. The next moment, the scarlet color in Rukawa's eyes became more and more intense. Boom. A violent gas exploded from Lu's body. What? Feeling this breath, Baki's pupils shrank sharply. This is the aura of the tailed beast. This scene was unbelievable to him. Isn't Rukawa just an ordinary person in the ninja world? Why does he have the aura of a tailed beast? The next moment, Rukawa had already reached his side and stepped on his chest. Your shield is too weak. At this moment, the bloodshot in Rukawa's eyes faded, replaced by calmness and indifference. You are very strong, but not strong enough to threaten me. Baki snorted and tried to break free from Rukawa's control. Rukawa sneered and said, Don't dream, I won't give you this chance. You, Baki shouted angrily, do you know what you are doing? His face was gloomy and uncertain. Although he was an enemy, at this moment, he had to admit that he had underestimated this man. However, he did not think Rukawa could pose a threat to him. Because this kind of thing has happened more than once or twice, but all of them failed. Of course I know what I'm doing. Rukawa glanced at him coldly, then swung out. Boom. Baki was knocked out. Wow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned extremely pale. Rukawa stood still. Baki lost this battle, because his chakra has been exhausted. In this battle, Baki lost completely. Haha, you lose. Rukawa walked slowly to Baki and looked at him. A-hole. Baki roared. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a child. Ah. The next moment, Baki made a seal with his hands. A huge amount of mental power surged out of his mind. Water style. Chidori sharp spear. Rukawa showed no fear, he stretched out his right hand, palm facing Baki. Boom. The next moment, a blue spear appeared in his hand and shot towards Marseille. Bang. A wave of air spread. Baki was knocked flying. Follow. His face was pale and he looked half dead. At this time, Baki's face was full of horror. Rukawa's strength is terrifying. Even beyond my expectations. How did you do that? Baki asked in shock. That's none of your business. Rukawa sneered. Boom. The next moment, he rushed over and threw another spiral shuriken. Baki barely managed to resist. He was furious and said, You are forcing me to use the forbidden technique. Is there no one in Konoha who takes care of this kind of thing? Baki yelled. Snort, Rukawa sneered, he was disdainful of Baki's nonsense. Boom boom boom. The two fought frantically. However, Baki has been completely at a disadvantage and has even been crushed. Bang. Boom. Crack. Baki's arms were broken by Rukawa's kick. Then, Rukawa punched Baki in the stomach, knocking Baki to the ground. Gurgle. Baki swallowed hard. Rukawa looked down at Baki. You lose. Ha 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 ha. Baki laughed like crazy. Lost? I will lose? You were wrong? The next moment, Baki's body suddenly swelled up. Oops. Rukawa's heart skipped a beat, he quickly drew his knife. Earth-style Yan-Si technique. A huge sphere appeared around Baki. Boom. The ball exploded, however, no damage was caused. Ha ha ha. My body has long evolved into a body of steel. How could your Earth-style technique possibly stop it? Damn it. Rukawa gritted his teeth. He looked at Baki, his eyes becoming darker. His right hand held the knife tightly. Boom. At this moment, Baki's right leg suddenly kicked towards his face. Whoosh! Rukawa reacted very quickly and dodged immediately. He raised his head. He saw Baki staring at him. Hey hey hey. Baki smiled sinisterly, then his figure disappeared. He instantly appeared above Rukawa and punched Rukawa. Advertisement. Lightning-style Hao-Lei technique. Rukawa crossed his arms. Crackle. There was a flash of lightning. Boom. Raiden and Baki's fists collided, producing a violent explosion. Boom. Immediately, Rukawa was pushed away by a powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. He felt numb all over. Call out. At this time, a sound of breaking air was heard in the air. Baki's fist had already struck again, heading straight for Rukawa's neck. Rukawa gritted his teeth and supported himself on the ground with his hands. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes slightly, Earth-style. Earth Dragon Bomb technique. Rukawa growled. Puff. Puff. Two blobs of mud flew towards Baki. However, a shield formed around Baki, blocking Rukawa's attack. Bang. Baki kicks Rukawa. Rukawa's body immediately slid away into the distance. Boom. As soon as Rukawa stopped, Baki's fist started again. Rukawa's pupils contracted sharply. Fire-style, Great Flame technique. A flame rose up. Boom. Baki's fist pierced right through the flames and struck Rukawa hard in the stomach. Wow. Rukawa was knocked away again. At this time, Baki's face was grim. I hate you Konoha brats the most. You play with these rubbish techniques every day. How stupid. You guys' techniques are like child's play to me, ha ha ha. He laughed loudly towards the sky, extremely rampant. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. He looked at the rampant Baki, his eyes becoming colder and colder. You were looking for death. The next moment, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly erupted from Rukawa's body. A crescent blade as black as ink slashed towards Baki. Moreover, the power contained in this blade is even greater than before. Baki's body trembled. Boom. Boom. The fight between Rukawa and Baki breaks out again. Rukawa made one move after another. Each move is faster than the last and the speed is extremely fast. Boom. Bang. Puff. The battle between the two almost caused a sandstorm to form all around. Gradually, the battle came to an end. Rukawa coughed and wheezed. Call. He let out a breath of foul air. There was a huge scar on the left side of his chest. That's what Baki left behind. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Baki was lying on the ground, dying. At this moment, his face was extremely pale and his body was covered with wounds. I don't know how many ribs he had broken. Moreover, his arms were disabled and his internal organs were damaged. This time, he lost. You attacked me, Tsunagakure, for no reason. I think you are tired of living. Fourth Kage Rasa crossed his arms and looked down at Rukawa. Magnet style. Iron Sand Storm. Luo Sha launched the attack without saying a word. The next moment, a blanket of gold sand rushed towards him. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly, and a blue chakra light appeared on his body. Water style water severing wave. Rukawa formed a seal with one hand and suddenly pushed forward. A huge blue wave blew away all the surrounding yellow sand. At this time, Luo Sha had already hidden more than 10 meters away. Luo Sha looked at the little ghost in front of him with a little fear. This guy seems to be different from the previous rumors. No wonder he dared to come here alone. It turns out he came prepared. Just when Rasa was stunned for a moment, Rukawa used ninjutsu again and fired water cannon bombardments at Rasa. Seeing this, Luo Sha quickly used Flying Thunder God to escape from the range of the water flow. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Luo Sha cursed inwardly. He had thought that Rukawa was just a little bit better than an ordinary person. But I didn't expect this guy to be so amazing. If I still stay here, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Earth-style Great Fireball Technique. Rasa dodged Rukawa's attack while performing ninjutsu. The hot lava instantly turned into a huge firebird and rushed over. Wood-style The Tree World is born, but Rukawa didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he used the power of the forest to create towering trees to stop the firebird. Rukawa's target is Rasa. This little b***************** d. An angry expression appeared on Luosha's face. Since the incident, Tsunagakure's ninja strength has improved very quickly. Earth-style. Earth-shattering. Then he used ninjutsu again. This time he used a combination of two ninjutsu, which was even more powerful. And he believed that his own strength should be enough to stop Rukawa. But the next second, Luo Sha's face showed a panic expression. Because Rukawa's figure suddenly disappeared, but his own ninjutsu hit the ground without reservation. Boom. The entire island began to shake, and as the floor shattered, cracks quickly spread everywhere, constantly approaching where Luo Sha was. Luo Sha felt the unusual movement under his feet and fled in a hurry. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. After Luo Sha ran out of the explosion range, he looked back at the place where he had just been, his face full of shock. What he saw was a huge pit. Everything inside the pit had been completely destroyed, but Rukawa had already disappeared. Chapter 119. Secret Technique. How stupid. Call. Luo Sha gasped. Although the explosion just now was very powerful, he still managed to escape. But what about that guy? Is this the extent of the fourth Kage of Tsunagakure? Just as Luo Sha was confused, Rukawa's cold voice rang out. What? Hearing the voice, Luo Sha immediately turned around and saw Rukawa not far behind him with his hands in his pockets, looking at him with a smile. How is it possible? Luo Sha's pupils widened. He clearly didn't notice any trace just now, so why did he appear behind him and so close to him? How stupid, Rukawa said as he shook his head. Then, he raised his hand and condensed a bright green Rasengan and threw it at Rasa. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Luo Sha's face showed horror. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Luo Sha formed seals with his hands, and a thick earth wall appeared on the ground. Bang! The green Rasengan hit the earth wall, causing dirt and rocks to fly everywhere, and cracks appeared on the earth wall. Seeing this, Luo Sha gritted his teeth and continued to form seals. Earth-style Earth Thrust. The next moment, a sharp mud cone shot up from the ground and hit Rukawa. Chidori Flow. Puchi, the sharp cry of 1,000 birds cut through the air and cut the earth thorn in half. Water-style Waterfall Technique. Rukawa quickly formed seals with his hands, and a large amount of seawater gathered beside him, roaring towards Luosha like hundreds of water dragons. Luo Sha's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Rukawa to have so many ninjutsu, and they were so powerful. Damn it, I don't believe you are really that strong. Luo Sha's eyes turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body swelled up and turned black and purple. Secret Technique Earth-style Collapse. Luo Sha clenched his fist, then swung it forward fiercely, and a powerful aura burst out. Hundreds of water dragons in front of me disappeared in an instant. This is your strongest move, so what? Rukawa looked at Rasa coldly. This time it was Rasa's turn to be shocked. Rukawa's ninjutsu just now was beyond his expectations. What kind of monster is this guy? Luo Sha muttered to himself. You'd better admit defeat, you are no match for me. Rukawa's indifferent voice sounded. Haha, how could I, Luo Sha, admit defeat? Absolutely not. Luo Sha's eyes turned bloodshot and then he jumped onto Rukawa's head. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. He pressed his hands on the ground, and immediately mud emerged from the ground, transforming into countless savage tornadoes. And these tornadoes were heading towards Rukawa. Wood-style Tangle. The branches behind Rukawa whipped the oncoming tornado wildly, breaking them into pieces. Fall down, but in the next moment, Luo Sha smiled grimly and formed seals with his palms. Instantly, the ground beneath Rukawa's feet began to collapse, and then his body retreated uncontrollably backwards. Oops. Rukawa's heart skipped a beat. He had never expected that Luo Sha would have such a trick. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Rukawa became alert, as Luo Sha's move made him sense a hint of danger. Haha. This is a new technique I developed specially, it's called the Earth-Flowing Rock Technique. Luo Sha let out a long roar towards the sky. He knew that Rukawa was in trouble now. If he didn't pursue the victory, his life would be in danger. Earth-style 2 Mao Technique. The next moment, Luo Sha formed seals with his hands, and countless mud condensed into earth spears, which then shot towards Rukawa. Unfortunately, I'm already tired of this trick. Rukawa's mouth curled up slightly, and he clenched his right hand suddenly. Wood-style Flower Tree Funeral. The next moment, numerous vines suddenly emerged from the surrounding woods. The vines entangled the earth spears, preventing them from moving forward. Then, Rukawa formed a seal with his left hand. Wood Clone Technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 identical Rukawa stood around Luosha, surrounding Luosha in a small area. Luo Sha's eyes almost popped out. What the hell is this monster? Luo Sha felt himself trembling all over, and the moves he was so proud of seemed vulnerable in front of others. Earth-style Rock Bomb. Luo Sha formed seals with his hands, and the stones on the ground emerged directly from the ground and then condensed into a huge ochre-colored sphere. This khaki sphere flew towards the 3 Rukawas at a rapid speed. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Advertisement. But the next moment, Rukawa formed a seal with one hand, and then the Earth-style protective shield enveloped him. Ding dong, the Earth Flow Wall was directly penetrated. The khaki sphere also exploded right under Rukawa's eyes. But the next moment, a scorching temperature spread and Rukawa quickly dodged. Boom, a large pit was burned out where Rukawa had originally stood. What a high temperature. Rukawa frowned. Luo Sha's fire style was completely defeated by wood style. Damn it. Do I have to use this? Luo Sha's face looked grim, but he couldn't bear to do it. After all, this was a ninjutsu he had prepared for a long time. He put his right hand in his arms and took out a special syringe filled with transparent liquid. This is poison. Rukawa's brain reacted instantly, and without any hesitation, his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Swoosh, the next second, Rukawa appeared a few meters away, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Huh, Luo Sha breathed a sigh of relief, then said seriously, I see, you and Kakashi are learning the same physical technique. Rukawa remained silent, apparently agreeing. Haha, that's right. Luo Sha's expression became more complicated. If it was just this extent, he would have a way to solve it. But, if that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Lightning-style Chidori. Rukawa released another wave of chakra slashes. But he forgot that in addition to Earth style, Luo Sha also has lightning style. Boom. Ross's lightning style collided with Rukawa's slash, emitting an ultimate dazzling light. Bang. Rukawa's figure retreated violently, his legs sinking deeply into the ground. He lowered his arms and covered his chest. He was injured in the previous fight. At this time, Luo Sha's momentum became stronger and stronger. Lightning style Chidori? Even you Nio can bear it, but unfortunately, you can no longer fight. As Luo Sha's voice fell, a ball of lightning appeared in his hand, and then he threw it out suddenly. Sizzle. The lightning ball went straight through the lightning slash and hit Rukawa's shoulder. Aha! Rukawa groaned, and then his body slid backwards involuntarily. Haha. You can't beat me because I've used the forbidden technique. Luo Sha had an excited expression on his face, because he finally got his revenge. Really? You're much weaker than I was back then. Although Rukawa was in great pain, he did not show any weakness. You? Hearing Rukawa's words, Luo Sha's cheeks turned pale and blue, and he said angrily, Rukawa, I must kill you today. I will definitely grind you to dust. That's exactly what I meant. Rukawa made seals with his hands, and tree trunks rose up from his back. Earth-style 2 Chang technique. Rukawa put his hands together and earth swords formed. Swoosh, the earth sword pierced towards Luo Sha with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Luo Sha gritted his teeth and put his hands together. Earth-style earth shield technique. A semicircular earth shield stood in front of him, blocking Rukawa's attack. Is this your strength? Rukawa looked up at Luo Sha, his eyes full of disdain. I'm not defeated that easily. Luo Sha roared and rushed towards Rukawa like a cannonball. Rukawa's mouth curved into an arc, and he slowly stretched out his right hand. Wood-style luxury tree world is coming. DRI. In an instant, the surrounding trees rose from the ground and tied up Luo Sha. Damn it. Luo Sha shouted angrily, but it was of no use. He struggled and moved his body twice, then stopped completely. Luo Sha was in a very miserable state at this time, and he was tied to the spot. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. He was a 7-foot tall man, but he was defeated by a little kid. It was so humiliating. But Rukawa didn't intend to let him go, because his goal was to destroy Luosha. It seems like you're going to force me to use my trump card. Luosha roared. Advertisement. His pupils suddenly emitted a strange black mist. Rukawa's expression suddenly changed, because he felt as if he was being locked by something. He quickly turned his head and saw a thunderball as big as a water tank coming from a distance. Boom! Rukawa hurriedly waved his fists in resistance. Bang! Rukawa's figure flew backwards. Luosha also took a few steps back and panted, "I never thought that in these years, there would be someone as powerful as you. But, in this case, I want to strangle you even more." Luosha's eyes flashed with a charming red light. Boom! Rukawa's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Swish! His figure appeared behind Luosha, slapped Luosha on the neck, and then he was thrown out heavily. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth and his face showed indifference. Luosha's eyes narrowed. What was going on? His body seemed to be paralyzed. But he soon came to his senses. Earth-style 2-Mao technique. Swoosh! The earth spear suddenly emerged from under Luosha's feet and pierced his thigh. Luosha felt pain, but he still did not stop and continued to make seals. Earth-style earth flow city technique. An extremely solid earth wall trapped Rukawa. Crack, crack. The earth wall began to crack, but there was still no panic on Luosha's face, as if he had already expected Rukawa to break out of the ground. Earth-style. Earth bomb. Luosha threw out an earth explosion bomb with amazing power. Earth-style earth flow wall. Rukawa formed seals with his hands and then performed the earth flow technique. The earth wall instantly turned into mud, blocking the earth flow technique outside. Boom! Luosha's eyes bulged because he felt the wall of earth flow slowly collapsing. He didn't expect that his special move had no effect on Rukawa. Luosha knew that he had to leave now. Rukawa watched Rasa trying to run away, but he did not chase after her. "That's stupid. I don't want you to leave here." Rukawa sneered, drew the sword from his waist, and chopped it down fiercely. Crack! The earth flow wall created by wood style shattered directly. How is it possible? Luosha was shocked that his strongest move was actually broken. Jiao jiao jiao. This kid was so terrifying. He didn't dare to linger any longer, and he broke through the soil with his whole body wrapped in blue chakra. Wood style wood tornado technique. Rukawa looked at Luosha, who was leaving with a gloomy expression. Puff! A powerful spiral air current pierced through his chest. His face turned pale and he struggled to get up. Call. A smile appeared on his face. Luosha, do you think I have no way to keep you? I had planned this a long time ago. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then took out a piece of paper and stuck it on his body. Buzz! A light green glow appeared on his body. Wood-style superwood tornado technique. Rukawa's figure suddenly disappeared, then appeared next to Luosha and pushed him directly into the wood tornado. The ferocious look on Luosha's face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep doubt. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It completely ignores Earth-style defense. His heart trembled, because he found that this ninjutsu was perfect, he couldn't destroy it, and this ninjutsu seemed to be absorbing his chakra. This is the legendary wood style? Luosha's mind went blank and he couldn't believe it. I actually encountered such an enemy. What on earth am I going to do? Luosha's face turned pale and his heart was beating violently. Boom! Luosha was directly swallowed by the powerful wood tornado. Cough, 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 cough. Luosha suddenly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His clothes and pants were badly torn, and there was still a look of fear on his face. The place where he was just now turned into a pool of flesh. Chapter 120 is actually Earth style. I almost died from this level of ninjutsu. Luosha wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, then glanced at Rukawa not far away, and sneered. Haha, wood style. You are just a beginner in ninjutsu, right? You can't do it anymore. Boom, another wood style ninjutsu. But Luosha had already dodged away. Is it possible to succeed this time? Rukawa looked at his arm. His left hand was temporarily disabled due to the side effects of wood style ninjutsu. Boom. Rasa used earth style ninjutsu again to block Rukawa's wood style ninjutsu. You are indeed a genius, but unfortunately, you met me. Luosha's face returned to normal, and he said coldly, I will let you understand what strength is. Earth-style rock armor. Following Luosha's whisper, his entire body was covered with a thick layer of armor, and his aura was raised to ultimate. Luosha's eyes glowed scarlet, and he moved and ran towards Rukawa. Rukawa's face was solemn, and the mark on his forehead developed. Wood-style wooden sword technique, advertisement. A huge wooden sword appeared in midair, emitting a suffocating oppressive force. The wooden sword with its sharp edge stabbed towards Luosha. But Luosha curled his lips in disdain, formed seals with his hands, and then threw them out fiercely. A huge stone slab instantly blocked the way between them. Bang! With a loud bang, the stone slab actually withstood the attack of the wooden sword. Boom! But then there was a loud noise, and the stone slab could not withstand the attack of the wooden sword and it shattered. But at the same time, another 3 stones appeared and were shattered by the wooden sword. Luosha's face froze, and then he turned gloomy and snorted coldly. This is really a tricky matter. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Sha retreated and released his earthluck, CBEJ hey. Rukawa sneered. It's useless, you can't get close to me at all, you can only wait for death. After hearing this, Luo Sha's face froze, but he ignored Rukawa's ridicule, and his face became even colder. Boom. Advertisement. A huge pit suddenly appeared behind Rukawa. Snort. Rukawa's figure was like lightning, with a circle of chakra wrapped around him. Boom. His speed increased again. Damn it, Luo Sha cursed inwardly, this guy is simply a lunatic. Rukawa has used a secret technique, and his speed has surpassed the speed of sound. Hey, Rukawa suddenly appeared in front of Rasa. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A blazing flame shot out from Rukawa's right eye. Water-style Grand Waterfall Technique. Luo Sha's face was gloomy, and a surging column of water rushed towards Rukawa's Great Fireball Technique. Boom. The two annihilate each other. Rukawa turned around and attacked Rasa's neck with the kunai in his hand. Chapter 121 Massive Rasengan. The Tree World arrives. Clang. A short blade appeared and pressed against Rukawa's kunai, and his face turned even paler. You must be exhausted, ha 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 ha, Luo Sha said with a big laugh. You be asterisk 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 D, do you think you're the only one who knows Earth style? Rukawa yelled, and Nichian sent out the doctor, bang. But his fist was blocked by a huge palm, Earth style Earth Cannonball Technique. Luo Sha sneered and planned to kill Rukawa first. Bang, but Rukawa kicked him away and then quickly stepped back. Earth style Earth Gun Technique. Luo Sha took advantage of the victory and pursued. The chakra gathered in his fingers turned into a sharp spear and stabbed Rukawa's chest. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, the crisp sound echoed all around. Luo Sha stopped what he was doing and looked in a certain direction. Who are you? Luo Sha said sternly, he felt a familiar and dangerous aura. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are going to die. Rukawa said, looking at Rasa coldly. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me with your strength? How naive, I will not lose to you. Luo Sha roared, his body rapidly expanding. He wanted to crush this guy who dared to challenge his authority into slag. Earth-style Yan Bao Technique. Luo Sha roared, and a ball of mud and sand appeared behind him and condensed into a huge rock. Wood-style The Tree World is coming, ha 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 ha. Luo Sha laughed wildly, little devil, you are still too naive. He stretched out his arm and threw a huge stone through his hand. Rakery. Rukawa's pupils shrank slightly, and a pair of wings appeared on his back and sent him away. Bang. The stone fell to the ground and made a deep hole. Crack, but Luo Sha did not stop at all. He waved his arm and the dirt on the ground splashed up. Boom. There is a new mountain on the ground, call. Luo Sha let out a long sigh. But his face immediately changed because Rukawa did not leave him and several phantoms appeared in the same place. This bug. Swoosh, puff, swoosh, boom. A huge wooden sword cut off Luo Sha's leg, hiss. Luo Sha took a breath. How could this little brat have such a strong fighting consciousness? Luo Sha gritted his teeth, his hands quickly formed seals, and a huge rock arm grabbed Rukawa. Bang, bang, Rukawa launched a series of attacks, but they were easily resolved. This is the earth style that Luo Sha is most proud of. You can't escape. Rukawa was trapped in the earth wall, but he still attacked calmly. Bang, Rukawa was hit by a huge rock. He vomited blood violently, but he still stood there. Haha, it's useless, I won't let you escape. Rasa's voice rang in Rukawa's ears. Earth-style Earth Tornado. Bang, the whole room was shaking and everything started to shake. Rukawa was blown away by the tornado and vomited blood. Hey, what do you think? You are desperate now, right? When Luo Sha saw Rukawa's miserable appearance, he laughed excitedly. Rukawa struggled to get up, looking in a terrible state. Are you still not giving up? Luo Sha's cold smile disappeared, replaced by resentment, and his right eye was full of hatred. Give up? Rukawa raised his head and looked at Rasa, his body slowly rising. Earth-style Earth Tornado. Luo Sha's expression changed drastically, and Rukawa's aura broke through to the peak of cage level. Boom, a huge tree appeared behind Rukawa, blocking out the sun, and its leaves and branches turned into sharp arrows that pierced through Rasa's defenses and into his body. Luo Sha's face was full of pain. He covered his wound with his hands, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Earth-style Rock Gun Technique. Luo Sha's left hand condensed into a sharp thorn and stabbed it into the tree fiercely. Buzz, but the tree made a buzzing sound, then moved slowly and wrapped Luo Sha. Earth-style Earth Tornado. Luo Sha's voice was filled with some fear. Boom, advertisement. Boom, boom, the entire earth began to collapse, and Luo Sha was buried underneath. Boom, a big hole appeared on Luo Sha's body, his whole body was charred and his hair was disheveled. Ahem, Luo Sha struggled to climb out of the pit, looking at Rukawa with cold eyes. He moved his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Boy, the feud between us must be settled. Luo Sha yelled fiercely, with steam coming out of his body, he wanted to restore the chakra in his body. Boom, dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if some big move was brewing. Earth-style rock armor. Luo Sha roared, his whole body covered in thick armor, and then rushed towards Rukawa. 014706521 Filu 151,293,041. Earth-style. Earth flow wall. A solid shield appeared in front of Rukawa, blocking Rasa's steps. Boom. Luo Sha pressed his hands on the earth flow wall. Earth-style. Earth bomb. The veins on Rukawa's forehead were exposed, and he used Earth-style, Earth flow bullet. Boom. The loud roar was followed by silence. Gurgle gurgle. Luo Sha was lying on the ground unconscious, with serious injuries on his body. On the other side, Rukawa's figure was also a little weak. His previous attack consumed a lot of chakra. He gasped, then walked to Luo Sha's side and took out a syringe. Hello. Rukawa pushed away Rose's clothes, exposing his abdomen. He inserted the needle into it and then injected the green potion inside. Ahem. Rukawa coughed and took out his pocket watch to check the time. It will take another 3 days until the next world fusion. I hope we can delay it. Rukawa murmured something and put the pocket watch back. And at this moment Luo Sha opened his eyes. Huh? Who are you, little brat? Luo Sha touched his head and said, Humph, what do you think? Rukawa said coldly, Oh, you are such a stubborn kid, but you won't get out alive today. Luo Sha stood up straight and stared at Rukawa, who had now completely recovered. Then let's give it a try, Rukawa said coldly. Boom boom boom. Thick earth pillars rushed out one after another, but Luo Sha was well prepared and dodged them. Little devil. I wonder how long you can resist. Luo Sha madly released various earth-style moves, but Rukawa was able to dodge them. Finally, in the 8th wave, Luo Sha's energy was exhausted, and Rukawa took the opportunity to come to Luo Sha's side and punch Luo Sha's head, but at this moment, Luo Sha's eyes flashed a trace of cunning, and his body instantly split into 2 people. What? Rukawa was shocked and felt something was wrong. He. The 2 clones smiled sinisterly at the same time, poked a finger on Rukawa's belly, and chopped down with a palm. Rukawa only had time to block half of the protective earth wall. Boom, boom. Rukawa's body was badly injured, his chest was sunken, and Luo Sha's other hand was clenched into a fist, and he hit Rukawa hard. Rukawa barely raised his hands to block it, but his body was hit hard again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his eyes became dimmer. Little devil. You forced me to do this. Luo Sha's eyes were filled with blood, and he was like a wild beast at this moment. Boom. Luo Sha's right hand hit Rukawa's cheek hard, and Rukawa's head was displaced several meters away, but he did not die. Because the source of life within his body is healing him. Hoo-hoo, crack, crack. There was a sound of bones breaking from Rukawa's body, but at this moment his hands and feet had already begun to form seals. Sage Art Big Ball Rinnegan. There was bloodline at the corner of Rukawa's mouth, his lips moved slightly, and his hands were clasped together. Swoosh, a large amount of wind attribute chakra gathered into a ball of white light, and then turned into a white energy ball. The air around it seemed to be compressed, and its power was extremely terrifying. Ha! Rukawa yelled, and he threw out the white big ball Rinnegan. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Sha was blown hundreds of meters away. Puff! Rukawa's feet stepped on the ground, his eyes were bloodshot. Ises. B. Rukawa coughed a few times and then spat out a large mouthful of blood. I told you that your reaction is too slow. Your opponent is me, Luo Sha. Luo Sha crawled out of the ruins. His back was hunched and one could even clearly hear the sound of his internal organs shattering. But Luo Sha's eyes flashed with ferocity. I, Luo Sha, will not lose. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Sha wielded 2 hammers, and each hammer broke a mountain. Although Rukawa knew that Luo Sha would not fall down easily, he absolutely could not go on like this. After all, he could not hold on forever. Rukawa took a deep breath and said, if that's the case. Rukawa closed his eyes, a huge wall descended, and Rukawa's momentum rose steadily. Boom! Rukawa's momentum reaches its peak, Nine-Tails' shadow appears behind him, and his eyes turn into the 3 Magatama Rinnegan Sharingan. Boom! Powerful chakra bursts out, and Rukawa's speed doubles. Damn it! What's going on? Why is the speed so much faster? Advertisement, Luo Sha said in shock. Rukawa's strength was obviously weaker than his just now, but why is it like this? Luo Sha watched Rukawa's speed getting faster and faster. He gritted his teeth and said, You be asterisk 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 D. You actually dared to plot against me. Just wait and see. I will definitely kill you. But at this moment, a huge fire vortex appeared in front of Luo Sha, and dense lightning appeared at the edge of the fire vortex. Request flowers 0, sizzle, flames and thunder intertwined, eventually forming a furnace of thunder and fire. This guy. Luo Sha's face, he quickly used earth style to defend against the furnace. Boom. There was an explosion, thunder and lightning, and Luo Sha was repelled. Hateful. Luo Sha steadied himself, his eyes were filled with blood, his current condition was absolutely terrible, he needed to find something to replenish his energy, but he did not choose to run away. After all, escaping here would only lead to his death. Swoosh. Rukawa appears in front of Rasa. Little devil, I won't let you go. Luo Sha roared angrily. I won't give you any chance to escape. Rukawa said grimly. Ha 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 ha, you despicable bug. You actually wanted to sneak attack me. Luo Sha laughed wildly. Just admit defeat. I can leave you an intact body. Rukawa's left hand was clenched into a fist, and in his palm was a blue Rasengan. This is the oversized big ball Rasengan that he created by spending all his chakra and yang attribute chakra. Its power is absolutely terrifying and comparable to dollar-level ninjutsu. Ha! Kid! I won't lose, Luo Sha shouted angrily. Earth style. Earthbreak. Boom. A big rock suddenly appeared in front of Rukawa, and then hit Rukawa's abdomen violently. Puff! Rukawa's body bent and he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hee hee hee. Luo Sha laughed grimly a few times, then hit Rukawa on the forehead with a hammer. Boom. A white energy shockwave knocked Luo Sha back. Luo Sha covered his chest and said, Wow, where did this monster come from? You don't need to care where I came from. Anyway, you have to lose. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Sage Art Rasengan. Blue chakra was wrapped around Rukawa's palm, and an even more terrifying aura. Impossible. This guy. Ross's eyes widened, and then his body was swallowed by the Rasengan. Boom. After a violent explosion, Luo Sha was completely black, his hair was messy, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered with holes. He lay on the ground gasping for breath, but he raised himself up. Right hand. This junior, Luo Sha struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes were about to burst. Snap. A drop of blood fell into the palm of his hand. Hiss, the moment Luo Sha lowered his head, he took a breath of cold air, because that drop of blood contained a very terrifying power. This brat. Luo Sha stood up trembling. He only had 7 or 8 levels of combat power left, but Rukawa was in a similar situation. Both of them were exhausted, and Luo Sha's body was covered with wounds. Although Rukawa recovered quickly, Luo Sha's attack was by no means to be underestimated. Boom, there was another earth-shattering sound, and Rukawa's eyes opened. His pupils are Mangekyo Sharingan. Buzz. Rukawa exudes a strong soul power. Ah! Rukawa yelled, his soul power was growing crazily. Oh no, it's summoning. Stop him now. Luo Sha's face turned pale. If he let this little devil continue like this, he would most likely have a spiritual collapse. Boom. Luo Sha stretched out his arms, and a huge handprint appeared on his hands, and the handprint was shot towards Rukawa. Earth style. Earth flow wall. There was a coldness in Rukawa's eyes, and he kicked with his right leg. A huge rock wall protected him. Luo Sha's handprint also fell, but the rock wall only cracked for a moment before it was repaired. Boom! Luo Sha's eyes showed surprise, and he felt pain in his hands. Crack, crack. Luo Sha's wrist was slightly fractured. Luo Lai's expression was solemn. This kind of power. Is this guy really a genin? Rukawa's body floated in the air, with red light flashing in his eyes. Call out. Rukawa disappeared. Luo Sha's expression was serious. He knew that he had met an opponent, so he couldn't help but be much more cautious. Water style. Water gun technique, Wa-la-la. Countless thick streams of water formed in front of Luo Sha, and they spread out in all directions like living things. But this move was not threatening at all in Rukawa's eyes. Fire style. Fierce flame. Rukawa formed seals with his hands and a huge fireball appeared. The fireball directly crushed the water flow and smashed towards Luo Sha. Luo Sha clasped his hands together and protected himself in them. But the moment the fireball touched his body, a burst of green smoke came out, and the skin on his body melted instantly and then was burned. Gululu. Luo Sha swallowed hard, he felt his vitality slowly fading away. Chapter 122. Shukaku of the Sand, Rukawa's Wood Style. Hee hee hee. Luo Sha laughed miserably and soon died. After defeating this enemy, Rukawa finally saw the purpose of his trip. One-tailed Jinchuriki. You dare to peek into the one tail in my body, you are seeking death. Fenfuku didn't waste any time, he formed seals with his hands and used ninjutsu directly on Rukawa. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fenfu opened his mouth and spit out a huge ball of terrifying wind that rushed towards Rukawa. But before he could be happy, bang, boom, I saw that in the center of the extremely strong gale. Suddenly, a black light appeared, and the so-called Great Breakthrough was shattered. Moreover, after shattering the Great Breakthrough, the black light continued to attack Fenfu. What? Fenfuku was frightened, but he did not give up resistance. After all, he was one-tailed Jinchuriki, and his strength should not be underestimated. Although his body had weakened due to years of imprisonment, he was still very strong. Most importantly, as a Jonin, he fought against the Chizuki. When the black light came, he was already prepared and successfully dodged it. And just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the black light suddenly changed shape and turned into a long sword as black as ink, pointing directly at Fenfu's chest. What is this? What kind of move is this? Faced with a move he had never seen before, Fenfu panicked and hurriedly covered his chest with his hands, trying to block the black sword. But he didn't expect that the black sword would directly penetrate his right hand and pierce Fenfu's left chest. Ah! Fenfu screamed and flew backwards. He struggled to stand up, covering his wound, and staring at Rukawa with resentment. Who the hell are you? Banfuku questioned Rukawa with gritted teeth. Just now, Rukawa used the famous hidden weapon shuriken technique of Konoha village. However, due to Rukawa's instinctive control, the shuriken did not kill Bunfuku, but only caused him to suffer serious damage. However, even so, it was enough to shock Rukawa. This is Konoha's secret ninjutsu. Except for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, no one else knows the existence of this ninjutsu. He didn't expect to meet someone who possesses this secret skill this time. What shocked Rukawa even more was that the man in front of him blocked his full strength attack with his body alone. Of course, although he was shocked, Rukawa had no intention of letting Fenfu go. He sneered and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you are going to die soon." After saying that, Rukawa swung his sword again and rushed towards Fubuku. "Humph, since you want to die, then there's no need for me to be polite." Fenfu shouted angrily. Rukawa's actions aroused his ferocity. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Fenfu slapped the ground with his hand, and suddenly a large amount of sand and dust came out from the ground. Bang! The Fenfu collided with the Rukawa, causing a violent explosion that destroyed all the surrounding buildings and killed some passers-by. Call. When the smoke cleared, Rukawa and Fenfu each took their own side. Fenfu was panting, with bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. The same thing happened to Rukawa. His shirt front was stained red and blood was dripping down. "Oh, it seems like he's really a tough guy," Rukawa chuckled. In the collision just now, he actually suffered a loss. "I actually suffered a defeat at the hands of this old man. It seems that this old man is not simple." "Huh? How do you know these things?" Banfu was puzzled. He didn't even know Rukawa, so why did he know what he had been going through during this period? "Huh, it really is a big fish," Rukawa smiled. It seemed that he had gained a lot this time. "You be asterisk 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 D. I will definitely kill you." Fenfu was extremely irritable. "Oh, then you should recover your strength quickly. The faster you recover your strength, the faster you will die," Rukawa said teasingly. He knew that the old man in front of him was definitely not as easy as he seemed. Therefore, he now needs to slowly eliminate the old man in front of him. "Damn little devil. Get away from me," Fenfu roared in anger. "Don't forget, you are being beaten by me now," Rukawa said with a grin. "Humph, I will definitely defeat you," Fenfu roared. He knew that although Rukawa in front of him looked only about 13 or 14 years old, he was definitely very powerful and he had no hope of winning at all. And now, the flow is delaying time here again. Then, his only option was to escape quickly, otherwise he would definitely die miserably. He took a deep breath, then pushed his legs against the ground and launched himself out. Just when he jumped out a few steps, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his body. It turned out that during the previous confrontation, Rukawa took the opportunity to insert a kunai into Banfuku's ankle to prevent him from leaving. "Damn it, you sneak attack me," Fenfu roared angrily. He didn't stop at all and headed straight for the sky. But Rukawa did not chase after him. Instead, he looked at Fenfu with a joking expression, and then his finger wrote a character in the void. The next moment, Fenfu fell down as if he had hit a wall and hit the ground. Fenfu's face was filled with shock. He realized that he had failed in the attack just now. "How is this possible? How did you do it? I was so fast that I couldn't avoid that character." Fenfuku muttered in disbelief. Because I used the shadow clone technique, I have to say you are really too weak." Rukawa said with a mocking smile. "What, shadow clone technique?" Fenfu's eyes widened. "You despicable fellow," Fenfu shouted angrily. "Huh, mean? Advertisement," Rukawa sneered, then jumped down and headed towards them. Lightning style Rasengan. Call out. With a flash of lightning, a powerful Rasengan rushed towards Fenfuku. Hateful. Fenfu cursed angrily, but did not sit still and wait for death. Earth style rock barrier. Fenfu put his hands together and condensed a large piece of rock to protect himself. The Rasengan slammed into the rock barrier and exploded. And Fenfu also took the opportunity to escape. "Humph, it seems that I am the only one left." Rukawa calmed down and carefully observed the situation here. He already knew that he was the only enemy here. "What a pity, I don't want it to end like this," Fenfu said indifferently. Rukawa frowned slightly when he heard this, not understanding what Banfuku was talking about. The next moment, Fenfu's body suddenly swelled up. "What are you doing?" Rukawa's pupils shrank slightly, and he spoke cautiously. But Fenfu didn't answer him and rushed straight towards the stream. Water-style water dragon bomb. Rukawa immediately released water bombs and attacked. Then, Rukawa was surprised to see that the water gun was shattered directly. Boom! Afterwards, Rukawa was also pushed away by the shockwave and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Ahem, what a terrifying power. Rukawa eased the pain in his chest and wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. "This old man is really strong, he almost got me hurt." Rukawa secretly smacked his lips. "That's all your power is?" Bunfuku said while looking at Rukawa. "No, my strength is far beyond your imagination, otherwise, I would have killed you long ago." Rukawa said confidently. He was so angry that he was despised by a little devil. He stared at Rukawa with red eyes, as if he wanted to eat Rukawa. "You bastards," he roared, then pulled out a scroll from his arms and threw it at Rukawa. "No, it's dangerous." Rukawa's face changed when he saw this, and he cast Flying Thunder God without hesitation. The next second, Rukawa appeared hundreds of meters away and turned to look at the scroll. The scroll exploded immediately after Fenfu threw it out. And as the scroll exploded, endless chakra expanded instantly. The powerful force made Rukawa's face change suddenly, and he felt that the chakra in his body was being consumed rapidly. Damn you! Rukawa gritted his teeth. In this situation, he had no way of resisting this huge amount of chakra. Even a tiny bit would be enough to put him in an irretrievable situation. This old guy is really cruel, Rukawa cursed. Then, he locked his eyes on those chakras, and then, he suddenly punched out. Earth-style luxury funeral. As his low and hoarse shout resounded throughout the area, large stones appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the endless chakra with powerful impact force. Bang! Countless rocks hit these chakras, causing violent explosions. This attack finally slowed down the momentum of those chakras. Good opportunity, Rukawa waved his hands again. Lightning style. Chidori sharp spear, Hualala. Countless feather-shaped wind blades instantly blew away the chakras. At the same time, Rukawa finally found an opening. He suddenly jumped and appeared in front of Fubuku. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Rukawa used the wood style technique, and countless vines instantly wrapped up Banfuku. Damn it, Fenfu was extremely resentful. Then, intense black dew came out of his body. Bang, bang, bang. Fenfu broke the vines, then rushed to Rukawa and punched him hard in the abdomen. Suddenly, Rukawa flew backwards. Ahem! Rukawa got up in a panic and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Rukawa raised his head and stared at Fubuku coldly. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He is very angry now, very, very angry. The power and chakra of Fenfu were completely superior to his, and their attributes were counteracted, so he couldn't exert his full strength. What do you want? Rukawa asked gloomily. Fenfu sneered, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he slapped Rukawa on the shoulder. Puff! Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. What kind of power is this? Rukawa stood up with difficulty and was shocked. Just now, Fenfu's palm seemed to touch his soul, making him tremble all over. There is an extremely huge amount of energy flowing in his body. The power contained in this huge energy is beyond imagination. Advertisement. Fenfu looked coldly at Rukawa, who was lying on the ground, and said softly, "Do you think I'm just an ordinary person?" Then, Fenfu's cold voice spread all around again. "But, you did give me a big gift, ha ha ha." "What? You are?" Rukawa looked at Bunfuku in shock. "This guy actually has such noble bloodline." Snort. Fenfu glanced at Rukawa, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. He looked at Rukawa coldly, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. "Although your bloodline is quite special, you are still a human being after all. In that case, I'll kill you first," Banfuku said while looking at Rukawa with a grim smile on his face. "Hey, wait." Rukawa's face changed drastically. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. A fierce look flashed across his eyes, and then he shouted at Fenfu, "Water style, water chaos." Crash. The lake beside Fenfu suddenly rose into huge waves, and then submerged Fenfu. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rukawa ran away quickly. Rukawa on the shore was tense, because he knew that Fubuku was not dead. Sure enough, not long after, Fenfu jumped out of the lake, all wet. Damn kid. Fenfuku looked at Rukawa, who was running away with a very gloomy face. He is indeed in a very embarrassing situation now. Because, the water wave move just now was actually a move created by Rukawa himself. Moreover, the power is not weak. His clothes were also corroded, revealing his sturdy figure, which made people's blood boil. The most important thing is that he was injured. Lil devil, I will never forgive you. Fenfu was furious that he was actually hurt by a little devil. This is his shame. The chakra in Fenfu's body surged out and enveloped his body. Then, his right arm turned into a sword and pierced his left wrist. Swish. A hole was pierced in the wrist, and a stream of green blood dripped from the wrist. Ah! Fenfu screamed. However, he didn't care about these at all. This power, he looked at the blood with fanatical eyes. This power made him excited and thrilled, and made him want to obtain even more powerful power. Fenfu reached out and grabbed his left wrist, then tapped to heal the wound on his wrist. When the healing was successful, a surge of chakra instantly emerged and surrounded him. His strength also broke through 6 tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, it is still improving. Soon after, he broke through to 7 tails Jinchuriki. Crack, crack, crack. Then, Fenfu's size suddenly increased. His originally rough skin now looked more like dry old tree bark. His appearance became even more ferocious. Moreover, at this time, fine lines appeared on both sides of his forehead. Boom. His body became more muscular. This power is mine, mine alone. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely crazy and frightening. DBU. Fenfu moved and disappeared in an instant, then came behind Rukawa and slapped Rukawa with his sun claws. Bang. Puff. Rukawa had a horrific wound on his chest. Ahem. Rukawa coughed several times, with bloodlines spilling out. Haha, kid, this game is almost over. A happy and funny way. What a shame. I can't lose here like this. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Fubuku with a determined look. Humph. You don't understand. Fenfuku shook his head, then moved again and came in front of Rukawa. Rukawa's pupils narrowed, his fingers slightly bent, and then he flicked them suddenly. Rasengan. Fenfu narrowed his eyes. There was a look of disdain in his eyes. Rukawa only has the 3 Tomo Sharingan and doesn't even have the Rinnegan. How could he possibly stop himself? However, the next second, his expression suddenly became solemn. He could feel what Rukawa was performing. Boom. Fenfu turned his body to avoid Rukawa's attack. However, his sleeves were torn, revealing a bloody mess. He looked at Rukawa with a gloomy expression. What you just performed was Sage Art Rasenshuriken. Hey, correct answer. Rukawa grinned. He cursed in his heart. What a fool. If Fenfu had been a little more cautious, perhaps he would not have been successfully ambushed by me and his right arm would not have been injured. You can actually use the Rasenshuriken. This should be what your master taught you. There was a cold light flashing in Fenfu's eyes. Haha, you meddle too much. Chapter 123 8 Inner Gates Open, Rukawa pouted. Then, he took a deep breath and said slowly, you'd better leave as soon as possible, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Haha. That's so funny, I'm afraid of a little devil like you? Fenfu sneered. Then give it a try. Rukawa's face suddenly turned serious. He knew that he had to get rid of this guy tonight. Swoosh. 2 kunai were fired from Rukawa's hands towards Bunfuku. Fenfu's face darkened, then he twisted his body to avoid the 2 kunai and then kicked out. Bang. Crack. This kick sent Rukawa flying and crashing into a towering tree. Rukawa spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Fubuku. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit and ruthlessness. Hee. When Fenfu saw this scene, he sneered, little devil, you still dare to provoke me? Hoo-hoo. He jumped up, then opened his hands and a tail appeared behind him. A huge blue-white sphere emerged, then he placed his hands on the sphere. Then, lightning surrounded him. These lightning bolts carry extremely terrifying power. Crack. These lightning bolts instantly hit Rukawa. Roar. Fenfu roared like a wild beast, then he looked down at Rukawa below. At this time, Rukawa's whole body was covered in smoke. He was lying on the ground motionless and seemed to be unconscious. Fenfu sneered and prepared to turn around and leave. Bang. At this moment, an iron chain suddenly appeared in front of him. Fenfu's eyes were cold. Humph. You're looking for death. His figure moved. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion occurred. Hiss. Rukawa clenched his palms, and then the chakra lines behind him suddenly contracted. Call out. Puff. A hole appeared on Fenfuku's right shoulder. Rukawa gasped. He looked at Fenfu in front of him, his face pale, but his eyes remained firm. Fenfu frowned and looked at his wound. Although the pain was unbearable, 21 was able to endure it with his physical condition. What is this thing? Fenfuku stared at Rukawa coldly. He knew that the little ghost in front of him was very special and unusual. Hey hey. Rukawa smiled faintly. Don't forget, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan. Fenfu's expression gradually turned cold, and then his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In that case, I will send you back to the west. Second stage. Banfuku rushed towards Rukawa in an instant. 8 inner gates hyphenation point 5th gate hyphenation point open. Rukawa groaned, and then his body suddenly rose up. The next second, Fenfuku's figure appeared directly in front of Rukawa. 3 sections. With bloodthirsty eyes, Fenfuku chopped directly at Rukawa's neck. Oh. But the next second, Rukawa held the knife with both hands to resist Fubuku's attack, and the two began to fight. At this time, Rukawa was also hit in the abdomen by Fukufuku. Boom. Rukawa flew backwards and fell to the ground. Ahem. Rukawa coughed twice. He raised his head and looked at Fenfu, his expression becoming serious. This guy's physical skills are terrifying. I didn't have the slightest power to resist and was completely suppressed. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Ha ha ha, little devil, just accept your fate. Fenfu laughed wildly. The next moment, Rukawa's eyes suddenly turned red. A fire burned in his mind. This is the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan that he once obtained. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. A column of fire gushed out and directly swept Fenfu. A trifle. Fenfu's face was full of sarcasm. Water style grand waterfall technique. Water and fire came into contact, forming a thick mist. Then, Rukawa moved quickly, took the opportunity to get close, and stabbed Fufuku's body. The Sharingan in his eye sockets shone with a strange light. Fenfu smiled, then reached out, pinched Rukawa's throat, and lifted him into the air. Then he punched Rukawa in the stomach. Rukawa's body was hit into the pit like a cannonball. Fenfu sneered. Advertisement then, he walked into the pit and stepped on Rukawa's chest. Little devil, do you still want to resist? Fenfu's tone was filled with contempt. Haha, let me tell you. This is the difference between the weak and the strong, do you understand? As Fubuku spoke, he grabbed Rukawa's legs with his hands. You be asterisk 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 d. Rukawa gritted his teeth. Because his legs have lost their function. Ha 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 ha. Sharing the blessings, I roared to the sky and felt extremely happy. And just at this moment, Rukawa suddenly opened his eyes. $. Boom. An amazing burst of chakras suddenly erupted from behind Rukawa. DBY, he stood up with a somersault and then kicked Fenfu with incredible swiftness. Boom. Fenfu was kicked to the ground. Follow. Rukawa coughed violently. What's going on? Fenfu got up from the ground, his face full of anger. Hey hey. Rukawa looked at Funabashi, sneered, slowly approached Funabashi, and then suddenly pounced on him. Boom boom boom. The sound of fierce fighting was heard. Hateful. Fenfu was extremely angry, and he quickly dodged every attack from Rukawa. Rukawa's attacks were intensive, and his moves were tricky and mysterious, making it hard to defend against. Bang, bang, bang. After a few rounds, Fubuku was at a disadvantage as he was kicked in the abdomen several times by Rukawa. Ah! Rukawa roared. He suddenly jumped up, jumped on Fenfu's body, then supported Fenfu's guofa with both hands and swung it hard. Bang! A figure took several steps back before stopping. Banfuku's face was gloomy and he stared at Rukawa. Just now, if he had not dodged in time, he would have definitely died at Rukawa's hands. He stretched his muscles and looked towards the stream. At this time, Rukawa was already sweating all over, obviously he had consumed a lot of energy. Little devil. You are quite strong, but I advise you to follow me obediently, so as to avoid physical pain. Fenfu licked his scarlet tongue, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty look. Rukawa wiped the sweat off his cheeks and grinned. No, I won't leave. Besides, I haven't defeated you yet. Hearing his words, Fenfu's eyes showed a chill. Oh? Are you sure? Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly, then he swung the kunai again and rushed over. Whoosh! Rukawa's figure was heading straight towards Banfuku. The battle between them became more and more intense, leaving 2 long traces on the ground. Drink! Rukawa yelled, swung his shuriken, and then forced Fenfuku back. Afterwards, he continued to swing the shuriken and attacked Fenfu. Ding 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 ding. The 2 people are intertwined. Huff, huff. Rukawa gasped for air. Hey hey. There was a cruel look on Fenfu's face. He slowly stretched out his left hand. I'll give you a chance, surrender or die. After hearing what Fenfu said, Rukawa's eyes twitched, but he did not give up. On the contrary, his body speeded up a lot, and then he slammed into Fenfu hard. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collisions echoed all around. Tisk tisk. Fenfu smacked his lips and felt a little numb and sore all over. What a stubborn fellow. Rukawa's attack was extremely fierce, and each of his strikes was like a sharp spear. His speed has even reached ultimate. With Rukawa like this, Banfuku can only barely cope with it. Moreover, Rukawa's words rang in his ears. Fenfu, you are really a waste. You can't beat me for such a long time. Rukawa's ridicule and contempt made Fenfu furious. A-hole. Damn it. Damn it. Fenfu shouted. His body suddenly accelerated, and then his right arm turned into a huge fist and hit Rukawa's chest hard. Bang. Rukawa's body suddenly flew backwards. Wow wow wow. Rukawa spat out several mouthfuls of blood and then struggled to stand up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then said as if nothing had happened. Fenfu, although your fists are powerful, your speed can't keep up with mine, so I will definitely win this battle. Hearing this, Fenfu's eyes instantly turned cold and he kicked out. Rasengan. Rukawa's eyes were serious. Puff. With a dull thud, Rukawa flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Rukawa struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Fubuku. Fenfu's eyes were grim. Just now when Rukawa dodged his Rasengan attack, he sensed a dangerous aura. Therefore, Fenfu immediately restrained his strength. This guy is a bit unusual, advertisement Fenfu muttered to himself. At this moment, Rukawa's eyes suddenly turned cold. Call out. The next moment, the kunai in Rukawa's hand suddenly shot towards Fenfuku. What? Dividing blessings is a great shock, swish. Fenfu's clothes were torn and there was a trace of blood on his shoulder. A-hole. Fenfu roared in anger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunai were shot onto the floor in front of Fenfu, scattering all over the ground. Little devil. I'm going to kill you, Fenfu roared angrily, and then he rushed towards Rukawa. Bang. Bang. The 2 people fought against each other. Rukawa was so fast that he couldn't even catch his sight. Damn it. Fenfu was extremely anxious because he couldn't keep up with Rukawa's speed at all. Damn it. Damn it. Fenfu cursed. He was in a very miserable state now, his whole body was covered in mud, his clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was bruised. Fenfu looked at Rukawa who was playing across from him, and a hint of jealousy rose in his heart. At the same time, a feeling of hatred filled his heart. Damn you, wait till I take your head, then I'll deal with you, hee. Fenfu grinned fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then, he clenched his fists, and the muscles all over his body bulged. Then, he rushed towards Rukawa and punched him hard. Rukawa raised his eyelids. He knew that this guy Fubuku was going to use his most powerful move to kill him, but Rukawa was not afraid at all. Ha! Rukawa shouted, his chakra surged, and then his muscles swelled, and he swung his shuriken to meet Fubukuro's fist. Snap, snap, puff, Rukawa was knocked flying and hit against a tree trunk. Boom, 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 boom 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 boom. He fell heavily to the ground, cough, cough, cough. Rukawa coughed violently and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Haha, you lose, Fenfu said grimly. Rukawa raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Fubuki indifferently. 413. Who told you that I was going to lose? Hearing this, Fenfu was stunned. The next moment, Rukawa suddenly paused. Whoosh, Rukawa's body suddenly left the spot. Boom. Boom. Fenfu attacked Rukawa madly with punch after punch, but Rukawa was light and graceful. How could this happen? What kind of move is this? Fenfuku's eyes widened. Rasengan, Rukawa said in a low voice. Banfuku's pupils shrank slightly, and then he stared at Rukawa with gritted teeth. Damn it, Rasengan. He knew that Rukawa was a ninja who controlled the wind attribute chakra, and the power of Rasengan was terrifying. Damn you brat! Fenfu roared angrily and attacked continuously with his fists. Rukawa was agile and dodged Fenfuku's attack. The exploding chakra in his body exploded like a bomb. Banfuku quickly retreated, but Rukawa approached him like a ghost, flicking his fingers. Rasengan. A-hole. You be asterisk 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 d. How dare you tease lousy. Rukawa's mouth curled up slightly and his body suddenly turned around. Even if he burst out with all his strength, it would still be of no avail. Banfu cursed loudly, but he couldn't catch Rukawa at all. This made his eyelids twitch. Just now, he clearly saw the severe pain escalating from Rukawa's fingers. Fenfu's body instantly became much taller and his figure expanded a lot, looking very sturdy and strong. OJ. Rukawa sensed the strong aura coming from Banfuku. Seeing this, Fenfu's eyes became stern, and then he punched out with both fists, smashing the Thunderbirds to pieces, but he was also injured at work. 014706521 Filu 151,293,391. Huff, huff. Boom, Fenfu's pupils shrank, then he gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself. His movements were strange and unpredictable, this guy. However, Rukawa frowned. Fenfu cursed inwardly, his eyes rolling around. Fenfu looked at his arm. There were 5 red marks on his arm, but it soon returned to normal. Rukawa kept dodging, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Good opportunity. IZZT. Clang. Whoosh. Then, Fenfu took a deep breath. Drew. Banfu was panting heavily, with beads of sweat on his forehead. His expression was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Rukawa with his eyes fixed. Damn you, I must kill you today. So hard. Rukawa shouted, and then several thunderbirds made of electric current appeared around him. Abu. Rukawa's finger touched Fenfuku's arm, and Fenfuku's body was knocked back several steps. Drink it. A strong white wave of air burst out from Fenfu's body. Lightning-style FK bird. Fenfu shouted angrily and ran towards Rukawa. Chapter 124 9 Tails Jinchuriki's Strength. Boom. Bang. After a loud bang, Rukawa flew backwards, then he fell heavily to the ground, rolled a few times, and then stood up.
However, his body was cracked and covered in blood, and his chest was sunken, showing the extent of his injuries.
Rukawa turned pale. Damn, is this the power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Rukawa gritted his teeth. He could sense that the chakra on Fenfuku was extremely strong, and he also vaguely felt that there seemed to be something on Fenfuku that was different from the other tailed beasts, so Fenfuku had extremely strong recovery ability. Haha, little devil, you are no match for me after all, go to hell. Fenfu roared, then he burst out with all his strength, kicked the ground with his legs, jumped up, and pounced on Rukawa. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of distributing blessings is getting faster and faster. Damn it. Rukawa's eyes were about to burst. He didn't expect the blessing to be distributed so quickly. He hurriedly used the body flicker technique. Bang. A figure crashed directly into a big tree nearby. The tree shook and another branch broke. After a while, Rukawa walked out from the tree. At this moment, he looked extremely miserable. His left arm was drooping, and there was a shocking scar on his right shoulder. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth and his face was pale. Hee, Fenfu sneered, then slammed his fist on the ground. Bang. Buzz buzz buzz. The ground trembled. Rukawa's clothes were torn. He supported his body with difficulty, raised his head, and his eyes were determined. You are courting death, Rukawa said coldly. Ha, you're looking for death? Then kill yourself first. Fenfu laughed. Swish, 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 ding ding ding. The two of them fought together instantly. The figures of Rukawa and Fubuku kept crossing each other, and the air was filled with the sound of fierce collisions. The battle between the two was in a stalemate and it was impossible to tell who would win for a while. At this time, a figure groped over quietly, his eyes were shining, he licked his tongue, and then a cruel and bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. He looked at Rukawa and Banfuku fighting in the distance and muttered to himself. This is really interesting. I didn't expect such a wonderful battle to happen here. Rukawa's strength was beyond his expectations, although he had tried his best to suppress it. Therefore, the battle between Fubuku and Rukawa can be said to be evenly matched. At this moment, Rukawa suddenly shouted loudly, and he chopped Fenfu's waist with a knife. At the same time, he kicked Fenfu hard, making him fall to the ground. Fenfu's face turned pale and he stood up and punched him. Boom! Rukawa was hit and moved sideways. Bloodline couldn't help but overflow from the corners of his mouth. HMPH. Fenfu regained his balance, his eyes fixed on Rukawa with a fierce look. He waved his hand and a Japanese fireball rushed towards Rukawa. The fireball is powerful enough to burn down any building in Konoha village. Rukawa saw this, his face suddenly froze, and he quickly formed a seal. Earth-style, geotechnique. He clasped his hands together, narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth, and a yellow shuriken shot out of his mouth. The shuriken and the fireball collided with each other, making crackling sounds. The flames died, and the shuriken and the fireball perished together, both of them vanishing. Tisk tisk, it's really tricky. Advertisement, this kid's Earth-style attainments have actually reached this level. Fenfu whispered to himself. He did not continue to attack because he clearly realized that Rukawa's chakra had begun to deplete. However, even so, he could not give Rukawa a chance to breathe, because he had to strike while the iron was hot and completely resolve this danger. He rushed forward again. This time, his fist was fierce and carried a strong airflow. He punched Rukawa in the chest, causing Rukawa to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it, what should I do? I have to escape. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Boy, you are no match for me, just surrender, Fenfu said grimly. Rukawa gritted his teeth, madness flashing in his eyes. Rukawa's eyes were red. He knew if he didn't run away now, he would surely die, but he also knew that he only had one last trick left. Great fireball technique, Rukawa roared, and he clasped his hands together, and a basketball-sized ball of fire suddenly appeared above his palms. Then, Rukawa threw the fireball in his hand at Fubuku. Banfuku frowned slightly, twisted his body and dodged Rukawa's great fireball. Oh 9. Rukawa snorted coldly, he knew that this was the only chance. Then, Rukawa's figure turned into a shadow. Reikiri Chidori. Rukawa was so fast that Fubuku couldn't react in time. Then, Fenfu felt a pain because his abdomen had been torn by the sharp claws and was bleeding. A hole. Fenfu roared angrily, his blood boiled, and powerful chakra waves burst out from his body. Water-style water waves. The turbulent water waves directly blew Rukawa away. Rukawa's body kept rolling in the air. Fenfuku caught up with Rukawa and punched him. Boom. Rukawa was blown several meters away and then fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Rukawa was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Rukawa struggled to stand up, scarlet liquid flowing from his mouth. Rukawa reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then slowly stood up. He looked at Fenfu and grinned. Oh, you're still alive? Oh. Rukawa's words made Banfu furious. Then, Fenfu said with a gloomy face. Okay, in this case, I will send you to heaven. Fire style. Great flame. Banfuku shouted. 10 huge fireballs burning with blazing flames flew towards Rukawa. 014706521 Fei Luo 151,293,561. When Rukawa saw the fireball coming, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes, and then he clenched his hands. Boom. A burst of hot energy burst out from Rukawa's body, and Rukawa seemed to have turned into a furnace spewing out scorching heat. Earth-style hill wall. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, and then a huge stone wall suddenly appeared on the ground to block Fenfuku's attack. Fenfu was stunned. He didn't expect that his full-strength attack would be blocked by Rukawa. Fenfu's eyes showed resentment. You little b*****************, D, I'm going to kill you. His figure flashed. The next second, he appeared in front of Rukawa and punched Rukawa's head. However, his fist was blocked by the flow. Rukawa gritted his teeth and said, share the blessings. Fenfu's face turned grim. Boom. The two fists collided. Powerful energy splashes everywhere. Advertisement. Rukawa and Banfuku each took a step back, then, Rukawa pounced again. Rukawa looked at Fubuku with cold eyes. Boom boom boom. After a brief stalemate, the battle between Rukawa and Fubuku became increasingly intense. Fenfu's pupils shrank suddenly, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Because, at this time, Rukawa's attacks became more fierce and tricky. This guy, Rukawa's attack was so fast that he couldn't react. Rukawa's attack became more fierce and crazy. Almost every attack he made was filled with devastating force. Puff. Rukawa seized the opportunity and punched through Banfuku's abdomen. Ah, puff, poochie. Attacks came one after another. Gradually, Fenfu felt his vision becoming blurred and hallucinations appeared before his eyes. All of these illusions were the villagers he had killed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a crazy laugh broke out. The loud laughter woke Fenfu up. Fenfu's expression changed drastically. Damn it, is this an illusion? Boom. In an instant, Rukawa's fists hit Fenfu's stomach fiercely. Rukawa's fist knocked Banfuku to the ground. Fenfu covered his stomach, his face was pale. There was a hole in his abdomen, as big as a bowl. You. Cough cough cough. Before Fenfu could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His abdomen was already covered in blood and flesh. Huff, Qian Nuo Jiao. Rukawa was breathing heavily. He is exhausted now. The series of attacks just now almost exhausted all his strength. His strength was almost exhausted, and he even felt his bones starting to creak. You actually forced me into this state. Fenfu's face looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he would lose so completely that he almost lost his life. You are going to die soon. Fenfu's eyes turned red, his right arm began to swell, then his left arm, and the next moment, his whole body swelled up. Fenfu roared. Fully transform into a tailed beast. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally out. One-tailed Shukaku laughed loudly, and it looked at Rukawa and grinned. Little ghost, to thank you for letting me out, I decided to send you to hell. One-tailed Shukaku, one of the 9-tailed beasts, is as big as a mountain. In comparison, Rukawa is as small as an ant in front of Shukaku. Wind style. Sky-breaking bullet nation. Shukaku opened his mouth and spit out an air bullet, which flew towards Rukawa. Rukawa quickly formed a seal, quickly condensed a Rasengan in his hand, and then aimed at the fly in chapter 125. This guy is so strong. Bang, the two chakra balls collided, causing a loud noise. Countless airwaves spread out, destroying a lot of the surrounding woods. Humph, you can actually block my move, Shukaku said with some surprise. Although its strength is not as good as in its heyday, it is still powerful beyond imagination. One-tailed Shukaku's attack is enough to seriously injure or even kill ordinary Jonin. Moreover, Muffinshan's left hand turned into a sharp blade and stabbed One-tailed Shukaku's shoulder. Rukawa sneered at this. He had anticipated One-tailed Shukaku's idea. He immediately controlled Wooden Golem, raised his right leg, and kicked One-tail hard. One-tailed Shukaku also lost his balance due to the huge recoil and fell directly from the air. One-tailed Shukaku sneered. It didn't think that just 3 wooden golems could stop its actions. One-tailed Shukaku wanted to struggle, but his wooden body was too strong and he couldn't break free. One-tailed Shukaku roared, filled with resentment. Mu Ben Shen easily dodged the flames and quickly rushed to One-tailed Shukaku. Boom! Advertisement. One-tailed Shukaku looked at the wooden golem in front of him, and a chill rose in his heart, because he sensed a dangerous aura from the wooden golem. However, he was intercepted by the 3 heads and 6 arms controlled by Rukawa and had no way to escape. One-tailed Shukaku opened his mouth and spurted out a ball of red flame. Earth-style rock dragon binding. Damn you! One-tailed Shukaku struggled to stand up. You know, Rukawa hasn't fully grown up yet. Do you dare to use summoning in this situation? Bang! One-tail's eyes widened in disbelief. What? One-tailed Shukaku suddenly jumped up, opened his mouth and bit the closest kibun, intending to deal with one first and then deal with Rukawa. Then, a punch hit One-tailed Shukaku's abdomen. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, the trapped man with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared next to Rukawa. Fire-style Goen technique. One-tailed Shukaku was knocked to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and his face turned pale. Haha, One-tail, don't be too happy too soon, I have other moves. There was a dull sound, and Mu Fen was kicked back a few steps by the huge force, but he was not hurt at all. But Rukawa was only 10 years old, and he managed to block the attack with his strong body. One-tail adult. The wooden body controlled by Rukawa performed earth-style, and a rope made of mud instantly wrapped around One-tailed Shukaku. A hole, I will never lose to a brat like this. The other 2 guardian wooden golems saw One-tailed Shukaku suffer and immediately wanted to help. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly, a strong murderous intent surged from his body, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Wood clone. Summoning Shu. It never expected that Rukawa would suddenly use the summoning technique. Mu Fen Shen moved slowly towards One-tailed Shukaku. Chapter 126. Kingdom of Wind. San Shinobi. A tearing pain spread from my shoulder. Ah! One-tailed Shukaku screamed. He didn't expect that a 12-year-old child could be so powerful. Moreover, the fighting power displayed by Rukawa is even more terrifying, just like a machine. Damn it! One-tailed Shukaku cursed inwardly. The escape had consumed too much of his energy, and now he was no match for Rukawa. The wooden body controlled by Rukawa raised his right hand and grabbed One-tailed Shukaku's head. Rukawa looked at One-tailed Shukaku with a cold expression. You are the first beast who dared to threaten my father. Hearing Rukawa's words, One-tailed Shukaku's face turned pale. He knew that he had met a tough guy today, and if he was killed, it would be truly unjust. You little b****************, D, let me go. Otherwise, you will surely die. One-tailed Shukaku calmed down and started negotiating with Rukawa. He knew very well that if he was exposed, no one in the village would forgive him. Oh, so that's how it is. Where is your companion? Let me guess, they should be in the village. Otherwise, why would you chase me alone? There was a strange light in Rukawa's eyes, as if he understood something. Hey, it doesn't hurt for me to tell you. My companions are waiting for your return in the village. One-tailed Shukaku grinned, his eyes flickering with madness. Then, die with me. One-tailed Shukaku growled, the chakra in his body surging. Rukawa's face changed slightly, and he immediately controlled Wood Clone and pressed One-tailed Shukaku to the ground. However, One-Tail Shukaku was ready to fight to the death. The blazing fire on his body plunged the entire forest into darkness, as if the end of the world had come. Huff, huff, huff. A hot breath blew around, and the fire became more and more fierce, as if it would devour everything. Oh no, my body can't hold on for much longer, Rukawa frowned. Wooden branch. Shuriken technique. Mu Bunshin formed seals with his hands, and shurikens flew out with sharp whistling sounds, piercing the flames burning in One-Tail Shukaku's body. But this damage had no effect on One-Tail Shukaku, and it continued to burn the chakra in its body. This is bad. Rukawa frowned. If there was no reinforcement, he would definitely not survive tonight. One-Tail Shukaku looked at Rukawa with a cruel look in his eyes. Hey, kid, you are indeed stronger than I expected. But my companions have been waiting for a long time. Now I will let you see who is the strongest ninja dog. Earth-style burial. One-Tail Shukaku roared towards the sky, releasing a huge amount of chakra, and the area within 100 meters was filled with ochre-colored energy. This powerful force is daunting. Moreover, according to Rukawa's perception, the soil under the ground around him kept coming out, forming one cage after another to trap Emu's body and himself. Ha 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 ha, my ground burial has the ability to absorb all power, you can't escape. One-Tail Shukaku laughed wildly. Yeah? Rukawa had a faint smile on his face, looking nonchalant, as if he didn't take the current predicament seriously at all. The smile on One-Tail Shukaku's face froze instantly. The next second, his body was pulled up uncontrollably. Advertisement, damn it. One-Tail Shukaku showed surprise on his face. How could he possibly know how many monster abilities this wood clone had? He knew very well that the power of Muffinshin was far from reaching such a level. Rukawa's mouth corners slightly raised, one eye shone with a dazzling red light, and the other eye burst into ink-black tears. One-Tail Shukaku's face changed drastically. What kind of freak is this guy? Illusion. Rukawa uttered a few words softly. What he performed was the secret technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Although Rukawa's spiritual power has not recovered to its peak, it is enough to use this move. An illusion? One-Tail Shukaku muttered to himself, then revealed a mocking smile, and a powerful soul force burst out. Rukawa felt a strong sense of oppression, but he wanted to block the illusion with just the power of the soul? Rukawa's mouth curled up slightly and said, since you are looking for death, I will give you a gift. Illusion technique. Illusion overlap. A flash of scarlet flashed across Rukawa's eyes, and One-Tail Shukaku's soul power collapsed instantly, and he lost all resistance. Ah! One-Tail Shukaku let out a shrill cry, his whole body shaking. Snort. Rukawa snorted coldly, and the burning chakra in One-Tail Shukaku's body gradually stabilized. Moreover, Rukawa could feel that One-Tail Shukaku's breath was gradually weakening, and even showed signs of weakness. What kind of ninjutsu is this? One-Tail Shukaku gnashed his teeth. Just now he felt as if his soul was about to collapse. The pain was indescribable and made him completely lose his sanity. Haha, it's none of your business. Rukawa's indifferent voice came over. Click, click, there was a sound from One-Tail Shukaku's bones. I told you, it will take some effort to defeat you. Rukawa's eyes flashed with scarlet chakra and he attacked again. This time, One-Tail Shukaku was no longer able to resist. Rukawa punched One-Tail Shukaku in the abdomen, leaving a huge hole in his body. Blood spilled and dyed the ground red. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly. One-Tail Shukaku was not dead yet. He raised the right handle and the slave appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Rukawa's eyes turned fierce, and he swung his arms. The kunai turned into a meteor that streaked through space and shot straight at One-Tail Shukaku's head. Just when the kunai was about to pierce One-Tail Shukaku, a ball of fire suddenly appeared above One-Tail Shukaku's head and wrapped around One-Tail Shukaku. Rukawa's pupils shrank and his body quickly retreated. The next moment, two balls of blue flames appeared from One-Tail Shukaku's head, and his body slowly stood up and regained the ability to move. Hey, I said, I am immortal. One-Tail Shukaku sneered. Your attacks can't cause any damage to me at all. You are indeed stronger than I thought, but I am the one who will not lose this time. Your physical skills are very powerful, but unfortunately, you are too young after all. Rukawa's eyes were slightly cold. He stepped on the ground, bounced up, rolled over, formed a seal with his fingers, and suddenly a hurricane blew around Three-Tails Shukaku. Lightning-style Chidori sharp spear. Dozens of blue feather arrows shot out from the hurricane, each of them exuding a sharp aura. One-Tail Shukaku's face was full of anger. He didn't expect that Rukawa could use such a powerful technique. Hateful. Request flowers. Open black lens bracket 014706521 Philo 151303271. One-Tail Shukaku roared and a puff of smoke rose. Advertisement, bang. The hurricane stopped moving, but One-Tail Shukaku's body mysteriously disappeared on the spot. Rukawa's expression became serious. One-Tail Shukaku was moving at an extremely fast speed, exceeding the speed of sound, and was waiting for his weakness. Swish, swish, swish. One-Tail Shukaku took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Rukawa. Ding ding dong dong. Rukawa took his time and grabbed One-Tail Shukaku's claws with a casual grab. What? One-tailed Shukaku was horrified because Rukawa actually grabbed one of his claws with one hand. Not good. One-tailed Shukaku secretly thought that things were not going well, and his tailed beast bomb was ready to be launched. Do you think I'm unprepared? Rukawa sneered and shook his arm, causing one-tailed Shukaku's wrist to be dislocated immediately. Puff. One-tailed Shukaku spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. One-tailed Shukaku had a kunai stuck in his heart. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Rukawa. Ahem. One-tailed Shukaku covered his chest with the kunai, his face pale. Rukawa walked up to one-tailed Shukaku and said coldly, "Don't forget your promise." One-tailed Shukaku's pupils shrank. He saw a boy holding a green pill and throwing it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a wisp of green smoke that flowed into his abdomen, repairing the wounds in his body. What the hell are these things? One-tailed Shukaku said with a grim expression. Don't ask me what it is, you should focus on your physical condition, after all, you only have 1 minute left. Rukawa sneered. Damn little devil. One-tailed Shukaku glared at Rukawa hatefully, his eyes full of gloom, but he also knew the gap between them. Boy, if you dare to kill me, our village will never forgive you. One-tailed Shukaku shouted. Oh, your village. Rukawa had a playful look in his eyes and sneered. I really want to test how strong the village you mentioned is. One-tailed Shukaku was stunned. He didn't expect Rukawa to say this. Their village was a dominant force in this land. Even the other ninja villages didn't dare to provoke them, let alone a mere Konoha. Why, are you scared? Rukawa sneered. But now I'm going to start playing with you. Fire-style great fireball technique. Rukawa clasped his hands together and pushed hard. A pillar of hot fire shot up into the sky, instantly covering an area of several hundred meters in radius. Boom, ooh. A wailing sound was heard, and one-tailed Shukaku fled in a panic. His clothes had become tattered, and his body was covered with burn marks. His skin was charred, and one could even vaguely see patches of bloody flesh. A hole, this level of heat has no effect on me at all. One-tailed Shukaku roared. If it was the normal one-tailed Shukaku, he would have put out the flames with one-tailed body shield long ago, but now one-tailed Shukaku had received a fatal blow and was extremely weak, so he couldn't take any effective defensive measures. Haha. Do you know how stupid people in our country are? You know your ability is not afraid of fire, but you chose fire style. You are asking for trouble. One-tailed Shukaku laughed maniacally. Who am I, you ignorant fellow? Hokage. Rukawa sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. Chapter 127 Rinnegan. Incredible. Fire-style great fireball technique. Another giant fireball of blazing flames flew towards one-tailed Shukaku. One-tailed Shukaku's heart trembled. This time, Rukawa's great fireball was even more powerful than before. This little brat, he is forcing me to use my last move. One-tailed Shukaku gritted his teeth. He had to fight hard. One-tailed Shukaku opened his mouth and shouted. His mouth seemed to turn into a vortex and absorb all the energy around him. Rukawa's pupils shrank, and he felt an inexplicable wave approaching. A huge sense of oppression came from a distance. This momentum? Rukawa's face was serious because he knew that this was one-tailed Shukaku's final trump card. Boom. A violent explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. Rukawa quickly covered his body with sand to avoid the flying dust and sparks. One-tailed Shukaku frowned. He was a little confused to find that his full-strength attack had no effect on Rukawa. Although one-tailed Shukaku is a tailed beast with both water and fire attributes, it has an absolute advantage in the water attribute, but the fire attribute completely crushes the water attribute. One-tailed Shukaku has always relied on the water attribute to crush the other 3 tails or 4 tails, and the water attribute has a certain resistance to the fire attribute. Logically speaking, the fire attribute should not pose any obstacle to him. But that was not the case just now. His tailed beast bomb was actually blocked. Your strength is barely acceptable, Rukawa said indifferently, and there was no joy in his tone. Damn it. One-tailed Shukaku became furious, and growled, 900. He swung his hands violently, and countless water cannons and water tornadoes swept over. Humph, you don't know how to live or die. Rukawa's face was grim. He jumped up holding a kunai in one hand. One-tailed Shukaku had a look of sarcasm in his eyes. Is this a death sentence? Fire style. Firebomb. Boom, shish, it hurts. One-tailed Shukaku screamed. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of flames, and his body was also burned all over by the flames. Incredible. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect one-tailed Shukaku's recovery ability to be so strong. Rukawa's eyes fell on one-tailed Shukaku's chest, and the corners of his mouth raised. That's what makes it fun. A fiery red charm appeared under Rukawa's feet. Rinnegan. A flaming fist slammed into one-tailed Shukaku's chest. Wah! One-tailed Shukaku screamed as Rukawa attacked his torso for the first time. Go to hell. Rukawa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he attacked once more, this time his Rinnegan slamming hard into one-tailed Shukaku's head. Bang! One-tailed Shukaku's skull instantly caved in half. Crack! With a sound of bone cracking, Shukaku's skull shattered. Huh! It's finally over. Rukawa let out a long sigh. He felt exhausted all over. Hey, are you okay? Rukawa suddenly heard a hurried voice. Rukawa raised his head, his pupils shrank slightly. A monster that was as black as ink but exuded a powerful aura stood in front of him. Is this your ultimate power? After Rukawa was silent for a moment, he spoke calmly. How could you possibly know who you are? One-tailed Shukaku said in astonishment. At this moment he had consumed too much chakra and could only keep one body intact. He was no longer in a condition to use tailed beast bomb like usual. Advertisement. One-tailed Shukaku cursed in his heart. He originally wanted to use tailed beast bomb to get rid of Rukawa, but he didn't expect to encounter a difficult enemy and ended up getting himself into trouble. Rukawa did not answer his doubts. He knew that there were many mysterious and unknown strong people in this world, such as himself. Although he was not very clear about the specific information of this world, he knew that his father and mother both came from a magical space. One-tailed Shukaku's chakra has reached the bottom, and he knows he can't hold on for much longer. Haha, I didn't expect that my great-tailed beast would be bullied by a little brat like you. One-tailed Shukaku sighed, his body gradually slumped. You are not a human. What are you? One-tailed Shukaku yelled angrily. I'm just an ordinary ninja, Rukawa said, shaking his head. One-tailed Shukaku's eyes lit up. You are a ninja from Konoha village. That's right. Whether you agree or not, I will behead you today and then seal you. Rukawa said coldly, brilliant lightning power bursting out from his body. Rakery. Rukawa condensed a lightning blade in his hands. Rukawa's speed was beyond imagination. He appeared in front of One-tailed Shukaku in the blink of an eye. One-tailed Shukaku's pupils shrank suddenly, and he found that he couldn't dodge this attack at all. Bang! With a sharp sound, One-tailed Shukaku was pierced through the body by Rakery. Ahem, I'm not willing to give up. One-tailed Shukaku spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the sword hole on his chest. He was really too careless. If he had predicted in advance and avoided Rukawa's attack, it would be hard to say who would win. It's a pity that failure is failure. I really didn't expect that you could withstand my one-tailed jade with your own strength. Rukawa glanced disdainfully at One-tailed Shukaku, who was lying in a pool of blood. Haha. Are you looking down on me? 014706521 Filu 151,303,411. One-tailed Shukaku showed a ferocious smile. He knew his life was coming to an end. He was ready to self-destruct. The power of One-tailed Shukaku's tailed beast bomb is very strong. Even he doesn't dare to take it head on. Once hit, he will definitely be seriously injured and fall to the ground. Want to self-destruct? Rukawa's pupils flashed blue-purple light, and a huge roulette wheel emerged. In an instant, One-tailed Shukaku's movements froze, and he looked at the Rinnegan in front of him in horror. Rinnegan. Rukawa snorted coldly. How can such a childish thing possibly deal with me? In an instant, brilliant chakra light burst out from Rukawa's body, and his body turned into a large blue and white cocoon. Boom. Clatter, clatter, sizzle, a strong wind blew, and One-tailed Shukaku's one-tail ball exploded around Rukawa. But Rukawa was unharmed. Only the chakra shield on the outside of his body was destroyed by the impact. This guy is really a freak. One-tailed Shukaku swallowed hard. He had never seen such a pervert. You lose. Rukawa's right hand went into One-tailed Shukaku. One-tailed Shukaku's face twisted, and then he closed his eyes and resigned himself to waiting for death. He didn't expect One-tailed Shukaku to be so happy. He stopped moving in shock. One-tailed Shukaku slowly opened his eyes. His body was recovering at a visible speed. He looked at Rukawa with disdain. You are really weak and pathetic. One-tailed Shukaku stretched his body and found that he had recovered. As expected of the Uchiha clan, One-tailed Shukaku was filled with emotion. This level is not good enough. Rukawa shouted coldly, and his aura increased again. One-tailed Shukaku's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt the vast and powerful power in Rukawa's body. As expected of a member of the Uchiha clan, your power is indeed outrageous. One-tailed Shukaku said as he took a deep breath. A hint of surprise flashed across Rukawa's eyes. One-tailed Shukaku actually recovered? However, One-tailed Shukaku's current situation is not optimistic, because he finds that he cannot use the power of the tailed beast unless he burns the power of the tailed beast, but in that case, he must pay a certain price. I can't die, you can't kill me, One-tailed Shukaku said through gritted teeth, his face covered with beads of sweat. Rukawa frowned. Although One-tailed Shukaku's strength was weakened to the extreme now, Rukawa still felt a sense of oppression. After all, the opponent was a tailed beast, and he possessed 9 tails, so his strength should not be underestimated. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, I will just destroy you. Advertisement. Rukawa said indifferently. He raised his right hand. A terrifying Rinnegan appeared in the center of his palm. Powerful chakra flowed, causing the surrounding air to vibrate. No, please let me go. I surrender. I am willing to be loyal to you. One-tailed Shukaku shouted hurriedly. Rukawa sneered. He didn't intend to leave any tailed beast alive in the world. Rinnegan. Rukawa threw the Rinnegan directly at One-tailed Shukaku. One-tailed Shukaku's eyes widened with fear. He wanted to block it, but he had lost all his strength. One-tailed Shukaku was knocked hundreds of meters away and hit the mountain wall hard, causing the entire mountain to shake several times. Boom 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 boom. One-tailed Shukaku's body smashed into the lava lake, causing thousands of waves.
Rukawa landed in front of One-tailed Shukaku. He stared at One-tailed Shukaku and said, you should be able to submit to me now, right?
Stop dreaming. You be asterisk 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 D. One-Tail Shukaku said while glaring at Rukawa fiercely. One-Tail Shukaku knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided to fight with Rukawa. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a dense and sharp kunai. It's unbearable to look at. Rukawa waved his hand and the kunai broke one after another. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're going to regret this. One-Tail Shukaku laughed wildly. Let me show you my final move. Rukawa frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that One-Tail Shukaku's words seemed to imply something bad. One-Tailed Jade. Two-tailed beast bombs appeared behind One-Tail Shukaku, and the two-tailed beast bombs merged together to form an enormous black ball, emitting a strong deterrent force. One-Tail Shukaku's body suddenly exploded, and a terrifying energy exploded. The powerful force pushed Rukawa hundreds of meters away. Is this the power of the tailed beast bomb? What are you doing? Rukawa frowned. Is that guy planning to kill himself? But wouldn't it be too easy for him to commit suicide at this time? Rukawa spoke coldly. He was not a fool, so how could he not guess One-Tail Shukaku's purpose? I prefer to defeat my enemies simply and violently. Yes, I just want to give you my power. One-Tail Shukaku's face was gloomy. He knew that this was a matter of life and death. What does this mean? One-Tail Shukaku's head suddenly popped out of the flames. He grinned and said, ha ha ha, kid, you totally misunderstood. I am in danger, so I will sacrifice myself in exchange for the peace of the village. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he might have been destroyed by this force. One-Tail Shukaku's face had a hint of pleading. Rukawa asked confused, but I don't have any interest in it. One-Tail Shukaku said in astonishment. He imagined that Rukawa should be questioning him angrily. Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. There was a hint of hope in One-Tail Shukaku's eyes, and he looked at Rukawa expectantly. Rukawa spit out a mouthful of fire, which spread rapidly, surrounding One-Tail Shukaku in the blink of an eye. I believe that our Konoha village needs you at this time, so I am going to sacrifice myself. Please forgive me. Rukawa was silent for a moment before asking. Rukawa shook his head and said, One-Tail Shukaku, if it were you, I would definitely choose to continue fighting because I believe I can defeat you. 4.1 Rukawa did not speak, his expression was calm. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to destroy the world? Damn it, you're forcing me. However, he didn't expect that he underestimated Rukawa's tenacity, and his illusion didn't work at all. One-Tail Shukaku's face froze, and his body became more and more illusory. Don't you understand? My existence is to help the village through the crisis. Now the village is in danger. But this is only a if. Without Naruto's help, Rukawa can't guarantee that he won't get hurt. He originally wanted to use Rukawa to consume the power of One-Tailed Jade, and then use illusion to control Rukawa while his mind was relaxed. Then let me tell you what it means to be overwhelmingly strong. One-Tail Shukaku's voice came over. Rukawa's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. I am a ninja. I pursue power. The so-called glory and responsibility are bullshit. Rukawa's pupils contracted. Is this guy crazy? What? Rukawa heard the sound and looked over quickly, and saw that Shukaku's body was covered by a ball of flames. But now he can only choose to sacrifice himself in exchange for the peace of Yi Village. Chapter 128 Rukawa's Sage Art. The Great Fire is extinguished. Chio Granny. One-Tail Shukaku roared to the sky, and all the chakra in his body surged out. A huge Uzumaki appeared in front of him, and then a long snake of tailed beast bombs chakra appeared in the Uzumaki. The snake was surrounded by endless lightning and thunder, and it was filled with a desperate aura of power. This is the tailed beast bomb. Rukawa's face turned serious. One-Tail Shukaku was indeed one of the 9 tailed beasts. This power frightened him. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Rukawa's eyes, and an extremely powerful blue flame hid tailed beast bomb. Crack. There was a crisp sound, and One-Tail Shukaku's expression changed drastically. His tailed beast bomb shattered under Rukawa's powerful attack. One-Tail Shukaku's eyes turned red and he stared at Rukawa angrily. Damn it. You be asterisk 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 D. I will kill you. One-Tail Shukaku's body swelled up quickly, and he was about to self-destruct. No, if he really explodes, this mountain range will definitely collapse. Rukawa gritted his teeth. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. If One-Tail Shukaku really exploded, then it would be really troublesome. No matter what, we must stop it. Rukawa's eyes scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto a location where the topographical feature was a mountain that towered into the clouds. Rukawa's footsteps moved, and as he ran towards that direction, he shouted loudly, Mangekyo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sage Archery World descends. 6 Magatama appeared in his eye sockets, and then released an incomparably powerful force from them. Boom! A violent explosion sounded everywhere, and an extremely huge mountain appeared in front of Rukawa. Bang! One-Tail Shukaku turned into a cloud of smoke and was isolated by a green barrier. One-Tail Shukaku stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that he would be stopped by a little kid. It's better not to use this kind of move as much as possible. After all, it goes against common sense. One-Tail 21 Shukaku sighed. He didn't blame Rukawa too much. After all, They were just children and everyone made mistakes. Snort. Rukawa looked at one-tail Shukaku with disdain. That was not his goal. You little b******************, D, aren't you afraid that I will die with you? One-tail Shukaku glared at Rukawa angrily. He, the great one-tail Shukaku, was actually looked down upon by a kid who was younger than him. If you think you can die with me, I don't mind letting you see it. There was a slight smile on Rukawa's lips, although he was also afraid of one-tail Shukaku's power. But the current one-tail Shukaku is far from its peak strength. If that's the case, how can Rukawa be afraid of one-tail Shukaku? Since you want to die, I will satisfy you. One-tail Shukaku's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and then a ball of purple-red chakra was born directly from the tailed beast bomb and swept towards Rukawa. This is one-tail Shukaku's trump card, tailed beast bomb, which has extremely powerful destructive power. But he forgot one thing, he was not in his peak condition now. Rukawa raised his right leg, a golden light bloomed at his ankle, and then a golden chakra tail emerged from behind him. This golden chakra tail was burning with raging flames. It was more than half a foot in diameter and was covered with mysterious rune seals. Rukawa's eyes were cold, and his eyes turned into Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. Tailed beast bomb. A powerful chakra column gathered from Rukawa's hands, and the strong chakra power attracted people's attention. One-tail Shukaku was shocked. He didn't expect that the little devil could master this terrifying forbidden technique. Impossible. How could you possibly learn this? One-tail Shukaku's face was gloomy. He knew that if he was hit by such a powerful move, he would definitely die. One-tail Shukaku radiates powerful chakra fluctuations, and he is ready to use his last bit of strength to resist this destructive force. Stop struggling, one-tail Shukaku. Rukawa narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he threw Ozodama out with a punch. The tailed beast bomb was so fast that it hit one-tail Shukaku almost instantly, and the powerful explosion sound resounded throughout the forest. One-tail Shukaku's face darkened. How on earth did this guy learn tailed beast bomb? Within the range of the explosion, a deep pit several thousand meters wide was plowed out on the ground, and this scene frightened countless animals that were hiding. Ahem. Rukawa coughed twice. The force generated by Hinata Shukaku's self-explosion injured his body. I don't have enough chakra. Advertisement. Rukawa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with solemnity. He couldn't go on now. Huff. Rukawa took a deep breath, his eyes flashed, and he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to the open area where one-tail Shukaku was just now. Earth-style Earth Spear. Rukawa threw out a huge sword made of earth without hesitation. This was an Earth-attributed illusion. The Earth Spear penetrated the void and instantly pierced one-tail Shukaku, who was recovering his chakra. Rukawa frowned slightly because one-tail Shukaku was not damaged at all and looked a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. You can't beat me, one-tail Shukaku laughed. He's already very powerful, and now he has one-tail's physique and tailed beast bomb. If you add his defense, don't expect to be able to defeat him unless Uchiha Madara comes in person. One-tail Shukaku's eyes became increasingly cold. If he had not yet fully adapted to this body, he would have killed Rukawa in front of him long ago. One-tail Shukaku, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Rukawa laughed suddenly, and Hinata Shukaku felt a strong sense of crisis. It's just the remaining will of one-tail. Rukawa murmured that one-tail Shukaku's soul had disappeared, and now it was just surviving in one-tail Shukaku's body, and it didn't even have any strength. One-tail Shukaku. Rukawa's pupils suddenly turned into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he looked into one-tail Shukaku's eyes, and suddenly one-tail Shukaku froze. You said that the purpose of your existence is just to protect the village. A mocking arc appeared at the corner of Rukawa's mouth, and then his eyes turned to Mangekyo Sharingan. The aura on Rukawa's body became more powerful. He stretched out his arm and a powerful Rinnegan appeared in his hand. The powerful pressure made one-tail Shukaku tremble. This kind of power was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Even Uchiha Madara at that time had not given him such a huge sense of oppression. Go to hell. Rukawa raised an evil smile and threw the Rinnegan in his hand. The Rinnegan penetrated one-tail Shukaku directly with unparalleled speed and powerful force, which made one-tail Shukaku unable to react at all. It feels like even my current strength is not enough to deal with him. Rukawa gasped. Puff. A stream of blood spurted out, and one-tail Shukaku fell down, unconscious on the spot. One tail was captured successfully, and Rukawa left Sanagakure directly. Stop, little devil. You want to leave like this? You're dreaming? Leave your life to me? Grandma Chiyo stared at Rukawa with a stern expression. She formed seals with her hands and shouted, wind-style, vacuum sword. In an instant, dense wind blades flew towards Lu. But Rukawa reacted very quickly and dodged. He turned around and smiled at Chiyo, saying, as expected of an old senior, you still have such strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Chiyo had already caught up to Rukawa. She swung her right hand and shouted, water-style, waterfall technique. Huge waves tens of feet high came from all directions and instantly swallowed Rukawa. Chiyo looked at Rukawa, who was drowned by her strong water flow, and a cruel smile appeared on her lips. She said, do you think that the guy who can defeat Conan and Guy will die so easily in my hands? Chiyo snorted in her heart. This time, I will let you know what it means that there are always people better than you. Suddenly, huge waves rolled up. The Uzumaki gradually dispersed, and a young man stood there. His clothes were already torn to pieces and his hair was a mess. Haha, it's really good, this water-style ninjutsu is very interesting. Chiyo frowned and asked, how is it possible that you were able to dodge water-style? Rukawa grinned and said, of course, because your water-style is too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged and his eyes turned bloodshot. Sage Art. Super heavy punch. Then Rukawa rushed towards Chiyo at a speed as fast as thunder. Chiyo's face showed a solemn expression, and she growled, Earth-style, earthquake wave. I saw two huge energies collide, causing huge ripples. Rukawa stopped and squinted his eyes and said, oh, that's a good defensive technique.
Advertisement. Chiyo panted and asked, little ghost, who are you?
Rukawa grinned and licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Guess? Before he finished speaking, he attacked again. Chiyo gritted her teeth and used Earth-style, rock blade. In an instant, large pieces of rock knives shot towards Rukawa. It's just a trifle. Rukawa's eyes turned cold, and blue-white chakra appeared all over his body. Sage Art Immortal Dragon Bullet. Then a thick chakra dragon came out of his mouth and bombarded Chiandai fiercely. Chiyo's face was filled with horror, and she quickly took defensive measures. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Chiyo took several steps back before she could steady herself. She looked at Rukawa in shock and asked, how is this possible? With this kind of power, who are you? Haha, well, you'll know after you die, Rukawa grinned. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot again and rushed towards Chiyo. Earth-style Earth Spear. Chiyo's face was gloomy, and the Democratic Party waved its hand. Hard earth spikes protruded from the ground, blocking Rukawa's way. What? After saying this, her eyes became ferocious. Chiyo's eyes widened, her heart pounding as she said, damn it, this brat's strength is so terrifying. I definitely can't withstand an attack of this magnitude. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of fire invaded her entire body, even burning through her chest and burning it. Sage Art Great Fireball Technique. His right hand turned into a fist, and an extremely hot fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. Do you think you can escape, then? Rukawa said calmly. I can't help it. I am the #1 person in Konoha. Great Fireball Technique, Gowan. 103 Rukawa gave up using illusion without hesitation and directly used fire style. He waved his right hand, and an extremely large flame bomb floated in his palm. But she was not an ordinary person after all, and she calmed down immediately. He said, damn little devil, I must kill you. In an instant, the soil around her seemed to come alive and quickly gathered in front of her, wrapping her into a thick layer of soil. Ahem. As he finished his words, a flash of fire suddenly appeared. Great Fireball? Chiyo raised her head with difficulty, staring at Rukawa with resentment on her face. Rukawa grinned and said, do you think this thing can protect you? However, the shield formed by these rocks is as fragile as paper. Chiyo's pupils constricted. Chiyo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the injuries in her body, and said, don't be complacent. Do you think you won? She felt a burning pain and couldn't help but step back. But this did not stop Rukawa at all. He snorted coldly, Earth-style, rock explosion. The rock burst just now almost took her life. Immediately, he punched the thick rock wall, causing an explosion. The endless shockwave destroyed all the surrounding buildings. However, the pillar of fire still swept over, and she quickly opened her chakra shield to resist. Chiyo was stunned for a moment, then revealed a mocking expression and said, I didn't expect that you would know this kind of fire. I saw veins bulging on Chiyo's forehead and cracks in her skin gradually spreading. Chiyo looked at Rukawa and gnashed her teeth and said, you be **************** D. I'll remember you. I'm unlucky today. I will kill you with my own hands someday. After saying this, the chakra in his body increased. Rukawa grinned and said, haha, is that so? But I have heard that scumbag teachers like you are the most afraid of death. When the smoke cleared, Chiyo's face turned pale and she kept coughing while holding her chest. She roared. Secret Technique. Earth Flowing Wall. Chapter 129 will be updated in the evening. Please support me with data. Oops. Rukawa cried out in his heart. He immediately realized that something was wrong and prepared to take back the fireball. But he was a step too slow after all. He saw a rune on Chiyo's forehead light up, and a huge amount of chakra gushed out from her body. Ix. Rukawa opened his eyes wide. The mud and sand around Chiyo gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a 3-meter tall mud monster. It opened its huge mouth full of sharp fangs and bit down on Rukawa. Damn it, Rukawa cursed. He never expected that Chiyo would have this trick. Although he was able to dodge, the ground behind him was bitten to pieces by the mud monster and quickly corroded. Chiyo's face was extremely pale, but her eyes were full of madness. She laughed loudly and said, you little brat, this is my last trump card. You are indeed powerful, but I am not bad either. Go to hell. The mud monster threw his head back and laughed. Rukawa gritted his teeth. He had no way to dodge now and could only fight head-on. Water Style. Rasengan. Rukawa formed seals with his hands, and a huge amount of chakra gathered on his hands, and then he pushed it out suddenly. Water Style Rasengan. He is now at his limit. Boom. A huge explosion spread throughout the village, and countless houses collapsed in an instant. After a long time, a cloud of dust slowly settled. Ahem. Rukawa climbed up from the rubble and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He's not dead. Rukawa's pupils shrank. He looked at his hands, his eyes were about to burst. He didn't expect that even after trying so hard, he still couldn't solve Chiyo. Moreover, he also felt that his chakra was almost depleted. Rukawa gritted his teeth, looking at Chiyo lying in the center of the ruins in the distance, and murmured, "No matter what, we must take her away." So, Rukawa rushed towards Chiyo, ready to take the opportunity to lift the blockade. Unexpectedly, Chiyo stood up and sneered, "I didn't expect you to really push me into a desperate situation. In this case, let's see who dies first." Chiyo stretched out her arms and clasped her hands together. She shouted, "Wind-style sand cannon." In an instant, the ground behind Chiyo suddenly cracked open, and many sharp iron sands emerged from it. Not good. Rukawa's face changed slightly, and he immediately used Flying Thunder God to leave the spot, but he was still a step too late. In an instant, several blood marks were left on his body. Rukawa was breathing heavily. He looked down at his clothes, his expression becoming more serious. This guy is burning his life potential. He was well aware of the dangers of this approach. Once you overload your exercise, you must immediately enter a dormant state. If you cannot enter hibernation in time, you will die from cell failure and mental exhaustion. This guy is really crazy. Rukawa's face was cold. He clearly felt that the chakra in his body was about to be exhausted. He looked to the side and saw that Chiyo had stopped activating chakra. She sat weakly on the ground, her whole body trembling, and she seemed very tired. She looked at Rukawa with venom in her eyes. "You little brat, do you think I'll let you go so easily?" After saying that, she took out a pitch-black pill and swallowed it. An evil aura suddenly emanated from her body, and wisps of green light emanated from her. Rukawa's face changed slightly. He sensed that this was an extremely strange power. This power seems to be the power of a certain forbidden technique. The next second, Chiyo's muscles swelled and her body suddenly grew to 2 meters tall. She held a strange weapon in her arms, which turned out to be a thick bone stick. Chiyo licked her lips and said with a sinister smile, "Boy, take it." She pushed the ground with her legs so hard that 2 grooves appeared on the soles of her feet. Her figure hit Rukawa like a speeding train. Bang! Rukawa was directly knocked away by Chiyo and crashed into several buildings before stopping. Ahem. Rukawa coughed violently several times. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Chiyo with a serious gaze. At this moment, the chakra fluctuations on Chiyo's body were even more turbulent than before, and it looked like it was going to tear him to pieces. This guy, he actually reached another level. Rukawa frowned. He knew that if he continued to fight head-on like this, he would definitely die. Rukawa made a prompt decision and formed seals with his hands again. Summoning technique. Sage art. Dragon dance. Advertisement. Boom. There was an earth-shattering roar in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and electric snakes danced wildly. The next moment, a huge black dragon broke through the clouds and swooped down. Sage art. Lightning-style Qian Nio. When the black dragon and Chiyo collided, a deafening sound wave spread out. All the surrounding buildings were reduced to ashes in an instant. Humph. Such a trifle. Chiyo clenched the bone stick with both hands, and the chakra fluctuations in her body became stronger and stronger. Wind style. Sand gold style. In an instant, a huge torrent of sand and gravel rushed towards Rukawa, as if it could submerge an entire mountain. Damn it. Rukawa's face looked grim. He quickly used shave, and appeared 100 meters away in a flash. As soon as he left, a huge stream of gold sand hit the ground, instantly creating a deep pit in the ground. Huh, you want to escape? Chiyo's eyes were cold as she rushed towards Rukawa with a bone stick in her hand. This woman. There was murderous intent in Rukawa's eyes. Konoha. Firebomb. Without any hesitation, he used Konoha-style ninjutsu. Chiyo's eyes narrowed, and she quickly moved to the side to avoid this incredibly powerful ninjutsu, but she was also blown away by the residual force. Rukawa seized the opportunity and pressed the injury on his left shoulder with his right hand. Sage art. Rasengan. He clasped his hands together and threw them forward. A round ball of energy flew towards Chiyo, blocking her escape route. Chiyo's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that Rukawa had such a skill. But she couldn't care too much, because the power of this Rasengan was so great that she was even a little scared. 014706521 Philo 151313131. She raised her arms and held the bone stick across her chest, while her body kept retreating backwards, trying to get away from the Uzumaki like Rasengan. But at this moment, she found herself losing control and could only watch the Rasengan approaching. Boom. A muffled sound was heard, and Chiyo's body protection ninjutsu was directly defeated, while her arms were hit by the Rasengan, and her body was instantly blown away, falling heavily into the block in the distance. Rukawa did not dare to take it lightly. He quickly jumped in the air. Sure enough, there was a huge pit where he was just now. Haha, you little brat, your attacks are useless to me, my body is immune to any attacks. Chiyo stood up with a laugh. Although her face was pale, there was nothing serious wrong with her. Rukawa saw this scene and his face darkened. Completely immune? In this world, there are very few people with immune attributes. Sharingan owners like Rukawa and Uchiha Itachi are considered one category. People like Kakashi, Neji, and Xiao Li do not have this attribute. Moreover, even for a person with immune attributes, his defense will not increase, but will only weaken. But Chiyo not only has the immune attribute, but also has extremely strong defense. Her current strength is already at the veteran Kage level. Little devil, I won this battle. Chiyo looked at Rukawa with a grim smile. Yeah? At this time, Rukawa's voice sounded behind Chiyo. I saw him clench his fists and remember the weight. This is Iron Fist. Crack. Chiyo's spine was broken and her body fell limply to the ground. Chiyo roared and struggled to get up, but she felt dizzy. Puff. Chiyo spat out large mouthfuls of blood and felt weak all over. Chiyo turned around with difficulty, staring at Rukawa with a ferocious expression. I won't give in. You have to die even if you don't want to. Rukawa's face was indifferent, his eyes were bloodshot, he slowly raised his right hand and slapped Chiyo's head. Chiyo's pupils shrank, she gritted her teeth, and she used up her last bit of strength to gather the little chakra left in her body in front of her chest, and a layer of transparent chakra shield emerged. Bang! Rukawa slapped Chiyo hard on the chest, and a sharp pain spread throughout her body. Chiyo spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes showing resentment. I will never lose to you. Sage Art. Chizuru Kick. Chiyo suddenly stretched out her left leg and kicked towards Rukawa at an incredible speed. Rukawa reacted quickly, he immediately moved sideways to avoid the threat of Chizuru's kick, but Chizuru's other leg hit him hard in the abdomen. Wow! Rukawa was kicked out directly. Chiyo's face was pale. She barely supported her body and staggered towards Rukawa with a cruel expression on her face. Advertisement, I will never lose to you. Chiyo's voice was calm, but it made Rukawa's hair stand on end. There was a hint of determination in Chiyo's eyes, and a burst of white smoke suddenly burst out of her body. The next second, she disappeared from Rukawa's sight. How is it possible? Rukawa was horrified as his Sharingan caught a glimpse of an illusory shadow. A strange sneer sounded from behind Rukawa. Not good. Rukawa's heart suddenly beat, he looked down suddenly, and saw Chiyo appear behind him silently, and her hand was tightly holding his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. Go to hell. Little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** so hard that it seemed as if she would break Rukawa's neck in the next second. Rukawa's brows were furrowed, his legs suddenly straightened, and his knees pressed hard into Chiyo's lower abdomen. E.g. Chiyo gasped in pain and staggered back a few steps, her hands loosening. Hoo-hoo. Rukawa was breathing heavily, he touched the bruise on his neck, his eyes full of fear. If Chiyo really grabbed his throat, even he would not be able to survive. You are quite amazing, man. Chiyo rubbed her belly and sneered. Your defense is beyond my expectations, Rukawa said with a solemn expression. The move he just performed was Iron Fist, although they are all ordinary martial arts moves, their power is enough to destroy the world. If it was any other elite Jonin, they would have been killed by him long ago. Oh, then I'll try something stronger. Rukawa's mouth curled up, his eyes narrowed, and a dazzling electric light suddenly burst out from his body. The next second, stripes of blue and purple lightning swirled around him. Rakery. Chiyo's eyes were defeated, she knew that her vitality was almost exhausted. Call out, she murmured to herself. I can't die here yet. Chiyo retreated violently, and she formed seals with her hands to prepare for resistance. The black halberd turned into a meteor and broke through the obstacles, instantly piercing Chiyo's chest. Rukawa let out a low roar, and a pitch-black halberd appeared in each of his hands, which he then threw out fiercely. Rukawa raised a mocking smile and his eyes flashed with a charming green light. I don't believe you can kill me. A pitch-black Mangekyo Sharingan emerged from beneath his feet, and an evil and terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. Chiyo's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Rukawa's Mangekyo Sharingan in horror. The lightning and the white chakra collided, and a dazzling white light bloomed. White chakras surged in her body, and these chakras continuously transformed into tiny crystal balls. Rukawa's eyes were cold. Her eyes gradually became crazy, this was her way of squeezing out her vitality. Boom. When the white light gradually dimmed, Chiyo, nose, was seen lying on the ground in a mess, with blood constantly oozing out of her mouth. This trick. Chiyo struggled hard, she wanted to break free from the damn restraints, but she simply couldn't do it. Chiyo's eyes trembled slightly, she felt the sharp electric light and her eyelids twitched wildly. Rukawa growled, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot out from his body. Chakra halberd. Ahem. UB***************. D. Boom. She felt that if she was hit by this move, she would definitely die. Your eyes are scary. Her eyes were full of anger and hatred. She didn't believe that a little ghost could kill her. Gurgle. Chiyo's face was grim. This is a hole. Your chakra is almost exhausted, right? Chiyo covered her chest, her eyes gradually dimming. Sage art hyphenation point heroic. Her chakra was indeed almost exhausted. After all, she only had 2 months to live, so she had to take advantage of the last few days to unleash all the tricks she could use.